Yes, hello, karibuni. Yeah, welcome to our show tonight. Yeah, mimi tuna I want to have a victory lap here because I can't believe vile tuliongea hapa ndivyo Gachagua amerespond tu. Vile tu tuliongea hapa ndivyo Gachagua amerespond. Ile rant yangu nilikuwa hapa, so maybe people can mnaweza fuatilia show yetu ya jana na mtaona vile Gachagua ameongea leo. That is what we said yesterday. Nani alifuata show yetu? The way we were saying like when we were saying it here, hakuna mtu anazuilia hawa watu kwenda also kujideclare kusema hakuna chama ingine hapa isipokuwa NAK Kenya ama NAK. Mnafuatanga show zetu kweli? Swali nauliza, mnafuatanga show zetu? Ya juu kama mnafuatanga show zetu, you will understand what we said yesterday. And vile tulisema jana ndivyo imekuja kukua. One of our most exact show vile. Hi. Ken Daniels, umesikia? Vile tulisema hapa ndivyo Gachagua amerespond. The way we said it here, when ndivyo Gachagua amerespond. Sijui nani wangapi? It is either Gachagua alikuwa anatusikiliza or Gachagua thinks like us. Let me look for, acha nitafute hiyo show ya jana because siwezi taka mtu awekelee hapa aseme tu. Let me look for. Let me try to look it for. Let's look for it. Karibuni. Itangwa Kenyan Democracy. Kenyan Democracy, wacha tuone show ya jana iko wapi? Ndio hii. Show ya jana ndio hii. Yes, Ken Daniels amesema. I just want to recap what we said yesterday. Let's see. Unajua saa zingine your character dictates everything. Can you imagine ati Ruto akisema hizo vitu? Yake yuko live. Let's see. It was after this. Yeah, kama Gachagua ako na kiburi ni sawa. Saa zingine kiburi usaidia. Hello wa mama, kuje kidogo sasa. Wewe kama ni mama na una pride inasaidia ama ile akina yako imekusaidia. Saa zingine sijakwambia to be ring fence pia. Unamwambia my friend, unaniona mimi kumbe kiburi yako na tutawafunza kila kitu mtaacha. Let me tell you something which happened to me. We are in a high school. Lazima uchaguze kama sasa when we are choosing our courses you are zingine navigate aje. Huyo mzee tuliona, he is one of my best friends. Na huyu jamaa anaongeaje bwana? Mbona, can you imagine The TV is not advertising your company and you are not advertising your company. Who else will advertise your company? At least if the TV is not advertising you, advertise yourself. Huh? Advertise yourself.
That's what
the moment nifanya interview bana, bana. Mwana niambia jana. Kampuni bana. If that commodity has not been, that is market inakaa hivyo bana. Market inakaa hivyo. So unasikia chess is a game changer. Hakuna like in the next 30 years we don't have a replacement. Wenyewe ashapika ndiye huyu. Unajidai excess and behaving as if one is more important than others. Landed. Bwana Gatirao, and you are young, by the way.
You need everybody on board and with a lot of respect.
With action. So, wewe Munya, tokezea, market your party. Show people that is where they need to be.
We said that. Nilikuwa nikitaka kuonesha exactly vile tulisema kwa show yetu jana, how people should, watu wajimarket, ndivyo Gachagua ameongea leo. Mimi hadi nikajiuliza kwani Gachagua alikuwa anasikiliza sisi ama ni aje? I couldn't believe. All our talking line, Gachagua picked it up. Either kuna yule anakopi mwingine, lakini Gachagua hawezi kuwa anatumia principles zetu kujibu watu. We said it here yesterday. So ile kitu nilisema jana ni ya kwamba soko ni ya kila mtu. Na hakuna historia ya kuachania soko. Hata soko yetu pale Makutano tunaendaga kununua vitu ama ile pale Kagio. Ukienda na viazi uanziage kuuliza watu kwani hata umekuja na viazi. Nitukutane na viazi. Kila mtu auze viazi yake. So hii ni soko huru bana. So I couldn't believe, maybe ana huku hapa mwanzo I told her
Gachagua afungi watu nyororo kama umbwa. Anawaambia ingieni DCP. Gachagua anafika Embu anasema harambe. Hata tutakia video ya Gachagua hapa when he is marketing his party. Harambe. Hapa iko chama ingine. Hapa iko chama ingine. Sasa mnataka Gachagua akienda aende hapo kuanzia kusema hapa vyama ni ngapi? Give us a break, man. Kweli bwana, mnataka tucheze game soft man. Wacha tuliona tumira tuwairimu ati anasema sasa watu wameanzia kureact sasa ati Njiru ati when Americans say that it's mostly based on fact, it raises expectations. We are all measured based on productivity. How many productive hours are lost when a Kenyan president hosts 10K? Wacha niona. Wairimu wewe kutana na Mmarekani akikuelezea story ya kitu. Wewe. Wairimu utabeba. Tunafanyanga kaniambia no, we are not talking. Can you give me 5 minutes? I explain to you the capability of ours. Nimejiroga. Jamaa tukumalizia tu. Can we have a trial for it? Leo acha tucheke.
This professional 32 terabytes SSD can
yes, and just go and listen to our show. We responded. Hata tuko naamini our exact response is what Gachagua said. Exact.
Capable of holding the entire collection of the New York Public Library is something you won't find at Best Buy or any electronics retailer.
I didn't know actually. I didn't know like we were doing something serious here. I mean, we were tunacheka hapa tu, but this has actually made me like to be very proud of what we do here, because our reaction to Munya is how Gachagua reacted today. In a mirror, copyright. Ningetaka watu waone hiyo video yetu ya jana, even though I was not extremely coherent on it, but vile tu Gachagua amerespond leo, that is how we prompted it. Yeah. Yeah. Tuko chonjo. If that is the case, inaonekana our narrative is landing somewhere. And that was very exact. That was very exact. Hata sikuwa naamini nikisikiliza Gachagua nasema hadi naanza kujiuliza mbona Gachagua ana present show yetu? Nikaanza kujiuliza mbona Gachagua ana represent show yetu? That was, hiyo ilikuwa noma by the way. It was word for word. Reaction yetu ndivyo alirepresent today. And I don't think we are misleading him. Is the party is the let's learn to appreciate people. So tusipige Gachagua sana. Ati wamesema ati sijui afanye mdomo aje. Kuna kitu wamesema mdomo. Yule alisikia walisema hata sikusikiliza. Ati mdomo kunia mdomo. Bwana Munya bana, market your party bana. That is what we told them. We told them they market their parties. We told them market your parties. Hapa hakuna throughball. Market your party. So, and our response, Gachagua used it. Whether he listened to us or it is his own wisdom, it shows like thinking is almost the same. So I was just trying to, imebidi niwaonesha sababu it was so linear. And nikasema, hey, wait a minute. Ubesti anasemaje? Don't be necessary your political parties. Gachagua tells Muturi and Munya. Yes? That messaging was apt. Let me have Gachagua today. And that was very exact. So, Peter tulikuwa hapa jana. That was very exact. So, mimi nataka musikilize hii speech ya Gachagua. As you listen to this speech ya Gachagua, you try to mirror with what we were saying yesterday. Na nataka after hii speech ikiisha, muniambia kama kuna collinearity. Is there a relationship? And was Gachagua, did Gachagua respond to these guys well? Nataka we do a counter comparison.
Adoma kamuriega. Ngai ni mwega. Na hindi ciothe. Ngai ya ishara mwathani agocwo. Karibuni Hassan hapa wa Munyoro. Ni mwaka wa Gachagua. Karibuni sana. Nigutucerera rucini tene. Turaugire kagemana mathire tukanio tondu yari kindu giki. Anake ndigu ndiramataragiria njathina kibuku tondu no mwae kumenya. Anake anini history. Kadu anake mwokire na matika heo. Tugaikara tukimatara tukimenya wala guikarite. Ndirenda njuge maundu maigana na mabũrũri na gĩthweri nĩgetha Kenya igue coke tuhorie kamera twarie cia mũici tiri Asante sana watu wetu wa Murang'a. Murang'a ni kaunti ya maana sana hapa Mlimani, kwa sababu ndio pahali Gikuyu na Mumbi alitoka. Sisi wote watu ya Nyeri, watu ya Kiambu, watu ya Kirinyaga, watu ya Nyandarua, kila pahali chanzo yetu ni Murang'a County. Na ndio hata mtu alikuwa anauliza mtu mwingine, kwa nini kijana shida na Murang'a? Yeye mtu akamwambia, once Murang'a has decided, the whole mountain has decided. Hapo ndio the whole community came from. Chana watu ya Murang'a ni watu ya msimamo. Kama kuna watu wako na msimamo kwa hii Kenya yetu, ni watu ya Murang'a County. Hizo mimi najivunia sana. Hata nilipopata matatizo, watu ya Murang'a, wale wajumbe wengi zaidi walisimama na mimi, ni watu ya Murang'a. Hapa kwetu Nyeri waliniuza karibu wote isipokuwa wawili. Sasa Murang'a, it's special in my heart. Number 2, mkanipatia bibi. Si ndio? Ananichunga vizuri. Na tunashindana na yeye, ni kama gari na betri. Atoki hapa, ananichunga. Ndio naona kinaichunga wanamuingilia, ndio waniondokee, ndio wanihangaishe, ndio wanipatie sumu. Si ndio? Wanajua. Pastor akiwa pale, kama maji naletwa anaangalia, chakula anaangalia. Ndio walikuwa naona wanamuingilia, ndio akasirike aondokee, ndio kuja wanimaliza vile.
Unasikia story ati wanataka niachane na bibi yangu wanipee sumu. Hiyo ni statement ya vile Gachagua anajaribu kusema hapo, ya kwamba hao watu walikuwa wanataka kuniroga, walikuwa wamenipangia kuniroga. That's what he's saying. Go ahead.
Walitaka kunimaliza nikiwa ofisini. So I want to thank the people of Murang'a for giving me a good wife. Si ndio? Na mimi hata siku hizi ninaigiza baridi nikisikia watu ya Murang'a wanakuja. Ninaogopa labda wanakuja kuchukua yeye na mrudisha Murang'a. So when mtu aliniambia anakuja anasema nataka clarification. Are you sure? They are not.
Dude, guess how much it cost me to make sure my family gets $1 million if something ever happens to me? You'll never guess. I don't know.
Mimi kuchukua pesa kwa sababu niwaje hapo peke yako. Akaniambia bana, tumekuja mambo mazuri. Kwa sasa leo nisikia mnakuja asubuhi mapema. Si unakumbuka ile wazee watatu? Adugia tatu roshi niki. Daiwa mbona kama roshi ndio yaje tu haya. Amre na kula. Kamera yako hadi kwa nyingi. Kwa hivyo asanteni sana. Mimi nataka niseme mambo matatu. Kwanza, Wakenya wameamua ya kwamba huyu Ruto ameharibu nchi yetu, lazima aende nyumbani. Si ndio? Aliua watoto wa Gen Z, akasema vijana wapigwe risasi mguu, masomo ya Mwai Kibaki ameharibu, leader mama ya Uhuru Kenyatta ameharibu, mambo ya ukulima ameharibu, ahadi za uongo, barabara za Mau huko Murang'a imekwama, hospitali hakuna dawa, SHA haifanyi kazi, tena pombe nilikuwa nimemaliza amerudisha. Haijarudi amerudi. Kwanza kuna mmoja anaitwa Kaburi. Baya sana. Huyu Ruto ametukosea sana. Hii pombe si nilikuwa nimemaliza. Si amerudisha. Kwa hivyo tuko na shida na yeye. Sasa naona yeye anahangaika. Wote ni masuluhu ya kwamba Kenya wameamua. Lazima aende nyumbani. Jana ameita wazee ati hao elders. Kila mtu amepatiwa 3,000. Jana. Wamedanganywa mtapata smartphone na nini vile alidanganya machifu watapewa tablet. Machifu wakati wanangoja. Sasa ameita wazee kusema kila mzee atapata smartphone. Sasa kila mzee amepewa 3,000. So asubuhi wazee wamenitafuta. Wakaniuliza kama tukipewa 3,000 tutaenda kupindua nani? Na sisi wenyewe hatutaki yeye. Ile wazee waliitwa kule. Wanasema SHA haifanyi kazi. Masomo yameharibika. Mtoto yangu ya university ako nyumbani. Mimi ananipatia 3,000 ati nikamtetee. Na mimi leo simtaka. Sasa hizo nikauliza hao mkiwa huko mlikuwa mnaongea namna gani? Wanasema alikuwa akiwa pale mbele. Tunanong'onezana hapa tutafanya kiolo kalau. Hiyo wazee jana huko chini wanasema tutafanya kile. Na hii mambo ya kalau nzuri kwa sababu mpaka magharibi mpaka Nyanza. Kila mtu anasema kwetu ni kalau. So hiyo wazee wote umeona jana Ruto hiyo pesa umepoteza. Kama vile ulipoteza hapo kalau. Maneno imeamrika imekwisha. Now once Kenyans have decided, hakuna kitu naweza fanya. So hiyo wazee wanarudi wao wanacheka, anasema sasa hii mtu mpaka Nairobi all the way 3,000 peke yake 3,000 na tulikuwa tumeambiwa na baranga 10. Sasa nikaambia hii mtu ameishiwa. Unajua sasa kila mtu nakula kila mtu amejua hataki ng'ombe ikufe na maziwa. Hata watu walikuwa muitisha pesa wanamuitisha. Wale watu wa Western Kenya wanasema vile kwa pesa kalau hata sisi tupatie. Hao Wajaluo wamerefuka. Wanasema hata sisi utufanyie kama kalau. Sasa Kenya nzima, Kenya yote inakula hii mtu. Sasa ndio amepunguza from 10,000 alikuwa na walimu, alipea wakulima 10,000, akakuja 8, akatangu sasa amefika 3. Na mimi nika soko vile bila muona. Tukifika kumpunguza hata kwa kitu. Abilisika. Anyolewa asiyolewa. Angaishwa si angaishwa. Sasa usiku tu mzuri. Sasa watu wote wanakula yeye. Na anaendelea kukwama. Hasa anadanganya hiyo wazee. Wanaongelesha huko wazee niuliza na watu kutoka other areas isipokuwa hapa kwetu kwa sababu hapa mlima najua imekwenda. Wakaniambia watu ya magharibi wazee waliwaambia huko hatakikani. Watu ya Nyanza wanamwambia hatakikani. Mpaka Rift Valley wale ya Kipsigis wanasema hii mtu ni bure. Hakuna kazi amefanya. Wale ya Northeastern wanampiga. Mambo hii mtu imefika mwisho. Sasa ni ile peke za mwisho. Ile the last kings of a dying horse. Hiyo ndio sasa amefanya. Sasa sisi tuseme namna hii. Nimeona juzi my brothers pale Justin Muturi, Peter Munya na huyu Lene Kivutu wanalia. Ati huyu DCP imekuwa too strong. Rigiji hataki chama zingine. No. I think they are misguided. Mimi nataka vyama nyingi. Kwa sababu kila mtu ajaribu. Na mimi sijasema mtu avunje chama yake. No, mimi nasema kila mtu aingie DCP. Si ndio mimi nasema? Anaambia ni daily mpaka leo si niko na nyinyi. Niko na watu wengine. Jana Saturday nilifanya mkutano 3 Nyanyuki, Chaka na Rumoro. Sunday nilifanya mkutano 7 Nyandarua. Kesho niko na watu hapa na wengine. Friday niko Kiambu Town. Saturday niko Kajiado. Sunday niko Kiambaa. Monday niko Narok. Si mimi natia bidii. So DCP imekuwa na umaarufu because party leader Rigathi Gachagua na jeshi yake they are working hard. Si ndio? Chama lazima uuze na sera. Lazima uzunguke.
Na hiyo ni ukweli. Huyu jamaa ako na bidii. Hizo marali zote sijui rali 7 hapa, rali 5 hapa. Hata huyu Mzito mnakataanga na kuanga na bidii hivyo na ndio unaonanga akiwa na ground hivyo. Kabla ya uchaguzi alikuwa amefanya rali 900. Alifanya rali 900. Alafu ulikuwa una expect huyo jamaa alusu uchaguzi. Analusaji. Huyu jamaa mnakataanga, huyo wa Marekani alifanya rali 900. 980 rallies. So mobilization works. Lazima mobilize wase. Hii vitu huwezi dungwa kama shindano na hii vitu sio artificial insemination. Ati unawekwa kama mbegu ya ng'ombe. Ati tunaileta na thamos. Si mnaona ile thamos ya artificial insemination. Tunaleta bidii. Tunaleta bidii na thamos alafu tunakuweka. Working hard na ndio nilisema hapa jana. Hakuna mtu ameambia Munya atijideclare. I said those things. Nilisema hapa Munya atokezee aseme ndio kingpin. Munya atokezea aseme yeye ndiye kingpin. Mimi ndio kingpin wa Mlima. Tumfuate. In politics you declare yourself. Na nilisemanga hapa, you declare yourself, na pia hata uchaguzi kiisha you have to declare yourself. Kama ati kwa siasa ati ukingojea ukweli, kwa siasa kunanga historia ya kutangazwa. Ni wewe unajideclare. Ukiona vile namba zinahesabiwa, nianze kuwapea nini? Zinahesabiwa na unaona namba zinakaa vizuri, unaenda mbele ya kamera, unaanzia kusema kulingana na vile mambo inakaa. No. Kulingana na vile namba zinakaa ni sisi. Kulingana na vile namba zinakaa ni sisi. Hapa hakuna mtu mwingine ako mbele yetu. So kwa siasa lazima ujipropel. Juu siasa ni perception. Lazima ukienda kama sasa Munya, nimemuona hata huko kwa NTV. Bwana Pika isiongei maneno ya ngambo. I just said it in a light note na nikamaliza. Nimemuona huko kwa Citizen akisema Gachagua ako na kiburi mingi. Siasa huwezi toboa bila kiburi. Na hiyo ni kitu nilisema jana. You need those, because unajua hii ni historia. Wakati unaongea story ya siasa, hiyo kitu mnasema ni kama kiburi Gachagua ako nayo. Hiyo ndio inavuta watu, because watu wanaona sasa huyu mtu anaweza tuchunga. Huyu mtu anaweza tuchunga. Because unajua hiyo vitu kwa siasa, hiyo ndio ile vitu hata si mkituona hapa tuko sawa. Huyu mtu tutahangaisha na tutamaliza. Ama mnaona namna gani? Si kila mtu like hiyo vitu mnaona kama ndio kiburi ndio inaweka watu pamoja. Maybe these people wanahitaji waende kwa lesson ya political science waelewe how you bring people together. Watu wanaletangwa pamoja hivi. So lakini huwezi leta watu pamoja through story ya relaxed information. So they need to learn messaging. Maybe they don't know how to message. Messaging is key. How do you talk to people? Unaongelesha watu namna gani? So maybe it's unfortunate they are not aware of messaging. Watu wajitume bana. Watu wajitume. It's brutal hapa mbele. Na ujue raia wakiona mtu ana bidii akikuwa anakuwa fronted, raia ukataa tu. Na si hata nyinyi mnajua. Raia wapendangi watu wa kusukumiliwa. Grau itakangi hivyo. Grau itakangi masofti. Siasa ati unapewa tu ati. The moment tu unakaa mtu wa kupewa, hivyo ndivyo umeanguka. Inakuanga hivyo. The moment tu ati sijui kuachiwa, hata kama unaachiwa lazima uachiwe ukua kwa street unang'ang'ana. Si ati unaachiwa tu ati unangojea. Historia. Let me tell you, the way politics work, it does not appreciate underhands. Mambo ya kando. Politics does not appreciate that. It's unfortunate. So wewe ile kitu iko put anything to do with like hata kama kuna deal inafanywa pale, make sure raia wasijue. Make sure raia wasijue. Kama kuna deal kusikuwe na leakage. Lakini hizi madiru mnataka tu kuonesha tu raia madiru za wazi. They don't work. Wataanzia kuja kusema waanzie kusema ni mademon. Tukusema hivyo. Sisi hatukukutuma useme hivyo. Mimi sio lazima ati Gachagua aende ati na vie for president. That is not what I'm saying. But ile kitu iko, hata kama Gachagua lazima support mtu, that person lazima aweke bidii. Si ati tu ati unasupportiwa tukua kwa nyumba ati uletewe. Politics is very brutal. There's nothing like uletewe. Kama unataka kusupportiwa na hii group ya huyu jamaa, you have to be vigorous. You have to be vigorous. Kama jamaa unasikia anasema anafanya rali 7 na wewe unafanya 1 ina wiki, mtapea aje? How is the pairing there? Hiyo ni brutal the disconnection. Ni sawa.
So mimi naambia my brothers, please, nimeshukuru sana mmekuja. Kivuti sija kwa nimekuona. Welcome. Mungu nimeona umekuja. Kuja. Hii safari ya kuvuza Kasongo para rais. Kutoa rais kwa ofisi ni kazi. So come we work together. Na muuze chama. Muuze chama. Sasa mtaenda hasara mkikosa kuuza chama. Sasa wewe Munya na PNU poloka lao bado fika. Sasa mkapata kula 28, unapata aibu. Kwa sasa ukikosa kufanya kampeni utapata kula. I want to clarify today that DCP and Rigathi Gachagua welcome all political parties. They come. We compete fairly. The only thing hatutaki mashindano ni kitimo ya rais peke yake. Hiyo tunataka tuelewane zote. And since Munya anasema 1 term, Muturi anasema 1 term, huyu Kivuti anasema 1 term, iko vita wapi? There's no problem. They are all saying the same thing. The only difference is the level of activity. Sisi tuko na bidii. And you know there is no shortcut to hard work. There is no replacement for effort. So my brothers, please come tusukume. Tukusikie mkutano huko, pande hii ufanye, pande hii sanya watu. Mimi nasimamisha mtu kila pahali. Ile kiti tutaelewana ni ya president peke yake. Na mimi nataka nipewe. Nisipopewa tukae mwingine. Si ndio? Lakini hii ya governor Embu niko na mtu. Meru niko na mtu. So how those 2 governors labda ndio wanalia. That one I cannot help them. Hiyo watajitetea kwa raia. But I'm saying we have nothing against other political parties, especially hapa Mlimani. Na ujue mimi ninapenda chama zingine. Bear enough, at the request of Justin Muturi and Lene Kivuti, I stepped down a very popular candidate kwa DCP, anaitwa Mbui. Na wa members wa DCP wakaniletea shida sana, lakini nikasema kwa sababu Justin Muturi amejitolea sana kwa ukombozi wa Kenya. He has been very active. He has been with us in every meeting. I said, let us step down the candidate as per his request. On top of that, mimi mwenyewe nikaenda mbele for 10 years na jeshi langu, na tukasukuma hiyo mpaka tukashida, tukaibiwa tukiangalia na macho, ndio tukajipanga wakala mbele, tuliibiwa kama tunangali. Mimi nilienda hapo for 10 days na jeshi langu to support a candidate wa DP not DCP, which demonstrates that I am comfortable with other political parties in this mountain, because I not only stepped down my candidate but went to actively campaign kwa candidate wa DP. In fact, nilikaa kwa nyumba ya Muturi, akanipatia pahali ya kulala na kitanda na maji na sabuni. Sasa kama unalala kwa party leader wa chama kingine, unaweza kuwa na shida na chama. I am comfortable, and Muturi has been wonderful. If there's one man who have walked this journey with us, tulikuwa naye kwa serikali tukafukuzwa na mtu kwa kusimama na ukweli, na tunaheshimiana sana, na tumekuwa naye all over Kenya tukipanga vile Kasongo ataenda nyumbani. But the other 2 brothers niliwaona juzi kwa Azimio, nimeona jana kwa press conference. Mimi naomba hawa we also miss you in action. Bwana Kivuti, uko na mali, kuja ujiunge na sisi tufanye hii kazi ya kufukuza Kasongo. Peter Munya, come we work together. And also build your parties. Please don't embarrass your parties. Usiweke candidates where you have not prepared. Because pale waliwadikiri waliweka wanapata kura 70. Hapo Lokalau 28. Sasa wanaanza kulia DCP na tunyanyasa. Sasa CDP tunauza kile siku. We want all parties to be strong. Our sister mother, wonderful young lady, we respect her. Na kwa hii kazi amejitolea na tunamheshimu na chama yake. And we encourage all these parties. Ijiuze. Lakini that does not mean that sisi tuache kuuza yetu tuangoje. Sasa kila mtu uza yake. Mimi niuze chama gani? Mimi nitauza chama kingine kweli? Kila mtu nauza chama yake, and there is no problem. In fact, I'll talk to Muturi alike vyama zote ile iko hapa mlimani, wale tunasema wanta, tuongee, tukubaliane, how do we work kwa sababu sana mambo ya kuchunga kura, we need as many agents as practically possible. Mambo ya voter turnout ya kufukuza Kasongo, when we have many candidates from many political parties, we need the mountain, itafanya kazi yetu ikuwe rahisi. Kwa hivyo mimi am for many parties, na sina shida, lakini lazima niuze yangu. Hata hawa kama wanasema, mimi nasema DCP ndio chama ya maarufu mlimani, hakuna mtu nimezuia. Hata yeye asimame aseme chama ya PNU ndio yenye kusema katika mwili, si wewe useme tu. Si nilikuwa Meru Sultano, si nimeondoka, si na wewe unifuate. Kila mtu auze chama yake, usiku watu ya kulalamika tu kwa press conference. Hii jamaa hawezi jengwa kwa hoteli.
Hapo nilisema the other day, no, jana, ya kwamba hata wewe unaweza rudi na useme hii chama yangu ndio chama iko na nguvu sana mlimani. You can declare that. Ama nilisema hiyo ni psychological. Bwana Machora, nitakujibu. Gachagua, hakuna watu wanagawa, ni vile watu watafanya job. History ya watu kuogopa chama zingine simply because they have started becoming very big. Acha, capabilities are different. Na kama mnangojea ati chama yako itoshane na mtu mwingine tofauti, hata watu wakienda kufanya kazi, watu upata the different profit, so benefit on anything is different, so watu watapunguza machama zao. So ile kitu iko ni you appreciate chama yako ni ndogo, or if you don't accept that chama yako ni ndogo, ufanye job. Lakini historia wakati mtu anang'ang'ana na anataka chama yake ipate watu mnasema ni maringo ako nayo, I don't get that. Gachagua is working perfectly well. Lazima chama yake ikuwe na nguvu, lazima mamify hao watu wengine wote. So hata wewe Munya, tokezea, sema wewe ndio kingpin ya mlima. Why are you fearing? It is rhetoric. Politics hakunanga the correct answer. Niwaambie leo, in politics hakuna correct answer. Sasa hata unaweza tokezea, hebu niseme hapa kuna mtu mwingine mnachagua isipokuwa Njiru. Hapa kuna mtu mwingine isipokuwa Njiru. Hiyo ni laini ya siasa. Hiyo ni laini ya siasa which unaachia raia waamue. Lakini tukingojea tuambiwe na watu wengine wewe ndio uko na umaarufu hapa. You have to embed yourself. Lazima kujituma. You have to embed. Lazima lakini you have to embed. Kama Said naweza sema, unajua wengine watamtaki niseme mimi sioni podcast nyingine iko na umaarufu Kenya kama hii. Hii ni podcast hata kina Gachagua wanafuata. Hii. This one is bigger even than akina Shakahora. Mimi sioni podcast nyingine noma kuliko hii. Hii ndio ile podcast wazimu Kenya. Hii ndio ile podcast noma Kenya. So wewe kama uamini hivyo, it's up to you. Kama according to you hii ni podcast matope ama ni podcast Jafrika, you can also say that. Hii ndio podcast noma Kenya mzima. Hii hakuna podcast nyingine isipokuwa hii. Ndio unaona hata kina Mbudi wanakimbia hapa. Hakuna podcast noma kuliko hii. Sasa wana Mbudi ameingia akatoroka hilo wakati namkaribisha. Hii ndio podcast noma kuliko podcast zote. duniani. Hata sijai kutana na podcast nyingine kama hii. I'm yet to see watu ambao wata organize podcast kama hii. I'm yet to see. No. Ona baba. Budi, those declaration when you unasema, but it is up to people. It's up to people. Hizo nyingi sizijui bro, sizijui. Mimi as far as I'm concerned, mimi najua podcast ni hii. Kwani kuna podcast zingine mumeona? Wewe umekutana na podcast nyingine? Unajua hata watu ambao walikuwa wanatuambia tufunge podcast, kumbe ni vile they knew that this is the only podcast wakifunga wamefunga. So tumewaondolea kelele. No. So Bwana Budi, ile kitu najaribu kusema ni ya kwamba you have the right to claim anything the way you feel. So hata ukisikia pastor wenyu akisema niko na bibi mrembo hapa, a highness, usimuingililie, huo ni muonekano wake. I used to have issues na how I used to wacha niachane na nyinyi sababu unajua wengine mmekunywa mala, sasa naweza wafanya muanzie kuiona hapa. So wacha niachane. So ile kitu najaribu kusema ni you can claim success. You don't need to wait for people to claim that. Ona sasa watu wameanzia sasa. You can claim. Unaweza weka, so usingoje ati mtu akuweke chini. So tukua university I used to see kuna mademo walikuwa wanajisikia sana. Sasa unajua nilikuja kuelewa back later. Nao mademo wanajisikia, unakuta hata ndio wanaenda kwa Miss Mo University na Miss Nairobi University na University of Nairobi na wanashinda. Hiyo vitu anza na kujisikia, kujifeel. Mtu achaguliwe kukuwa Miss something, hiyo vitu lazima ujifeel. Mimi ndio mrembo hapa, hakuna mwingine. Alafu sasa ujipackage, sasa useme sasa naenda hiyo competition. But kabla ya mtu aende kwa hiyo competition, iko na kujisikia mingi sana. Iko na kujisikia mingi. By the time tunasikia ati mtu ameshinda beauty contest, I have interacted na watu wameshinda beauty contest in their world, in their your perception yao kwa dunia yao. Yeye anaangi mtu mwingine mrembo kumuliko. Yeye anaona miguu yake ndio chonjo, uso ndio chonjo, sijui ndio kila kitu ndio chonjo. So what I'm trying to say is that learn to declare things the way they are and the way you believe them. So Budi, uskaiogopa mimi sijaiona mkisi mwingine anaweza fanya ile mambo nimefanya. Nume declare sasa, wacha mtu atokezea sasa credit and discredit pia aseme Budi juu unasema hivi. Ujaona mkisi mwingine anakuanga mbele na amefanya hii mambo. Umefanya hii. Sasa uanzie tuanze kusema nitafuatana na yeye. Lakini hata kama mmesema mimi bado najua ni mimi. Usingojea tu watu waseme. Lazima kwanza iseme. And sometimes you are saying the reality. Si ati unasema ati ni uongo ama unaweka sukari. Si ati unaweka sukari. Saa zingine si ati unaweka sukari. Sasa Ken Daniel, makeup nani ajui story ya makeup, na hiyo ndio kila mtu wanaweka. So it's so unfortunate, but so mi sikuwa nikiona haja ya kina Munya kulialia vitu ndogo bana. Sasa kama hawa sasa wanalia mobilization bana, na ikifika the real thing andu wanafanya Gachagua anawaingililia indirectly bana. Sasa umepata kura 28 hadi akataja zile kura wamepata bana. Okay, wacha niwekee link. Surely no, Peter Munya awache hiyo bana. Lazima tujue ya kwamba people are gifted differently. Let me tell you, and kwa hii maisha lazima tujue hatuwezi fanya vitu sawa, na lazima turuhusu watu wafanye vitu kulingana vile wanaweza. Tuko tofauti kwa hii maisha, so tuache story mingi. Yeah, tuko tofauti na lazima, mimi siwezi kuwa Mbudi, mimi siwezi kuwa Ann ambaye anaweka the whole comment section hapa in toes. Anataka kukanyanga kila mtu saa zingine. Siwezi kuwa Ann, siwezi kuwa Ann Mbwere. I have my own style, and in my style I'm very effective. So hata Munya adiscover ile style yako effective kuliko kuanzia kusikia wivu juu ya mtu mwingine simply because he is succeeding. Kwa information, hao watu waingizwe DCP kwa nguvu ni watu wako na miaka 18 most of them, na mtu anaingia kwa hiyo chama through his own evolution. Gachagua tu anaenda tu anawapea tu mistari tu, anawapea information na story inaishia hapo. It's very annoying by the way. Wanaharibu steam poa sana. Wanaharibu steam poa sana. So wawache hiyo story. So kila mtu aende afanye vote hunting, then tutaongea hapo mbele. And in any case, let me tell you, there is no any and working man who will support a lazy man. Watu wake hawatakubali. I'm telling you. Hata hii story mnasema ati Gachagua asijisimamishe. Hii kule ya Gachagua haitamwagiwa maziwa lala hata kama mnaitaka. I have to be. Unajua mimi nawaambia vitu za ukweli. Whoever anataka kule ya Gachagua, he has to show the same energy. And the only person mimi naona ako karibu hii kule ya Gachagua, at least anaoneshana dalili ya hard work. Dalili ya hard work. It was Sifuna. Lakini pia na Sifuna lazima pia aweke bidii. Lazima aonekane here and here. Lakini hadi story ya unagonga rali moja in a month na kuna mtu anafanya 7 kwa siku. Those two groups will not work. Because unataka kuniambia mtu akuletee support na ndiye anafanya all the donkey work. Anyway, how do you do all the donkey work? At Njiro. Ati wameto line. Don't know why. Wacha niingize boot. Hata yafanye declaration zake. Nimwambia we are in the world of making declaration. So boot don't be worried. Boot hata ukikuja useme hapa I'm the most masculine man ever born. Uzishtuke na kina Ann Mbwere atu wakisema ati ni uongo. Kama wewe ndivyo unaamini, give that declaration. Unaweza kuwa hata wewe una 6 pack, uko na 8 pack. Ambia bwana, So bwana Budi bana kataa kupeana. Anyway, go ahead. Karibu. Nikukaribishe changia.
Unajua hata kitambi ni 1 pack.
Sasa unajua sasa unaweza sema kwa hii dunia mimi sijawahi ona mtu ako na zile pack niko nazo. I'm yet to see.
Hakuna mtu ako na 0 pack, hata kitambi ni 1 pack. So
So nani ako na 1 pack?
Si ni wewe.
So I'm just saying unaweza fanya hizo declaration. So story ya kuingilia Gachagua kusema ati amejiita
I
king.
think my volume iko mbaya. Wacha nitoke nirudi because my volume iko
We
very
can
low.
hear you. No, we can hear you very well. Sijui unataka kusikika zaidi ya hiyo? You are loud and clear. Uliza hata mrembo usikia atasema ndio. Ni si unasikia mburi kabisa? Unaona tanacheka hapo. You don't need to add volume unless if you like it bigger than that, which is okay. I will not stop you. But you are loud and clear. Hata ana amesema anakusikia. So what I was trying to say Budi ni ya kwamba Gachagua kusema yeye ni kingpin, that is not a wrong statement. It's a perceptual statement, and you hata unaweza tokezea useme hata mimi ni kingpin. Why are they fearing to say mimi ni kingpin? Because they know it is not true. Declaration around. Declaration always there. Hata wale watu wanaendanga msituni, people who declare. So we are in the world. Tuko kwa dunia ya declaration. Wale wajui tuko kwa dunia ya kujitangaza. Hata ma warlords ni kujitangaza, ujitangaza kama mjui. Nimefuatilia wale ma warlord wako Somalia, nimefuatilia ma warlord, nimefuatilia warlords huko West Africa, na kuna warlord anatangazangwa na mtu. Warlord ujitangaza. Warlord nasikia mtu akisema kutoka leo na unatafuta wafuasi sasa. Watu wa kuamini sasa hiyo territory yako sasa. Unajitangaza na unatafuta hata Jehova Wanyonyi. Si Jehova Wanyonyi ni kujitangaza. Hebu niambieni nani alifanya Jehova Wanyonyi Yesu? Who made Jehova Wanyonyi Yesu? Bwana Budi, can you start from there? Can you tell me who made Jehova Wanyonyi Yesu? And Jehova Watongaren, Yesu Watongaren, who made them Jesus? The two of them. Go ahead.
Huyo Wanyonyi sijui ni mgani, najua Wanyonyi, so Wanyonyi ndio sijui ni mgani. So
yule ambaye unajua, hebu niambie nani alimfanya?
Hiyo naye siwezi jua. Unaweza pata mtu alimweka hiyo naye, I'm not sure. So hiyo naye I am not sure nani aliwaweka, but the way they live, the kind of life they live is so questionable. If that's how Christ lived, honestly, if I lived during his times, I could actually deny Christ myself. Yeah, it's good that we read him in history.
Yes, ni vile wanafananisha. No, what I was trying to say is that kingdomhood is declared by somebody. You have to declare your kinghood. Like you cannot wait to be declared a king. How? Go ahead.
Yeah, let me focus. Leo nimewatch siasa. I think Ruto had the best day in politics in his entire 2 years. Post Gen Z's insurrection, Ruto had the best day so far. It shows how difficult is it to remove Ruto because of how the politics of the politics of Kenya it's been structured in terms of parties and how easily we are gullible when it comes to the political alignment. I can say without lying that if I was Ruto today, I would be very confident that I will allow what is going on to continue. It doesn't matter if Gachagua will take the share in Mount Kenya. It doesn't matter what Kibagendi will say in Kehancha and Migori. It doesn't matter what Sifuna will say. I'll just concentrate on the base yangu ya Rift Valley na Nyanza kidogo na Coastal kidogo na Somali kidogo, tuende round 2. That's the good news on the side of the Kenya Kwanza administration, in that this thing is their win. If elections were to be held today, and we take the stance that we saw today, I think Ruto will take the presidency. Not in the first round, though. He will take it in the second round, because now, as an establishment, the second round is just too easy for him. And I think he should be working on that. He should not work on winning the first round. Wacha wachane watu wachafuane mpaka wajue hii ujinga yote haitawapeleka popote. So 3 things I learned today. Gachagua was our greatest asset, but is going to become our greatest curse. Unfortunately, he has become too big to negotiate with anybody, because there is nobody to negotiate with actually. That's a fact. And he's very right when he says that. The people who want to negotiate with with him, when he speaks and gives facts, you cannot gather how many kuras na mtu amegather 28 and they want to dictate you. So I mean that's not a talk anymore. I totally agree with him, and that's why I said post on Karau, we wanted that win to show the country that we can win against Ruto. But then post Karau tells you winning has never been a problem against any presidency. It has been the way we have structured our politics. I think Kenya Kwanza administration and Kenya Kwanza wanted to finish this kind of politics by allowing the mountain not to have their party, and also the Rift Valley. They coerced it and lied to us that it's going to be a party for Kenyans. But in the end, the mountain was taken out of the arena and wakabaki peke yao. So I cannot blame the mountain for now having their own party, because politics is about numbers. And had Gachagua had the numbers, he wouldn't be where he is today. So then again, we come to realize that the design of our politics is detrimental to our own progression. I can say authoritatively without blinking my eyes, Matiang'i will eventually work with Ruto. The statement by Kibagendi was not by an accident. That was a political statement. And his warning to Gachagua showed that I think still the regional politics here too, as a people, has not gone from the Raila politics. I don't know if Njiru you ever realized that in spite and despite of the Kikuyus calling us cousins over the years, we actually ni kura tu zetu zimekuwa zikiibiwa zinapewa Uhuru ama Kibaki, but we have actually voted with the ODM like 75%. I don't know if you ever realized. And I think this time around again, I am seeing that same rhetoric. I don't think DCP can be able to win any seat in that region. And I think every day they are waking up to realize that it was a mistake to go to Jubilee. Now they don't know what to do. It looks like Linda Mwananchi, two other party, will have issues. So Matiang'i may not be able to work under Sifuna, because already that party, even if it will be unveiled, it has been taken by Karuri Omondi and other people. So I'm not sure what part Matiang'i and his boys will play. Going forward, I don't think the Onyonkas are going to attend the Linda Mwananchi. And I think, in essence, Linda Mwananchi will also be weakened a little bit, because I think, let's agree, I mean, the young thugs from Kisii have been very, very supportive of Sifuna. People like Amisi and people like Natembea have not been supporting him across the nation. They waited until the Bungoma event. That is when they amplified their support. But if you look from Kitengela, you look from everywhere. And if the rally that is coming, which is going to be very much watched by the Kisses. What are they going to do if Matiang'i went to Migori today and the entourage and they said, okay, let us also garner our votes within this region? I think the people who believe in Jubilee and Matiang'i, I'm not sure for how long, are really looking to see what next. Since Gachagua has said, kila mtu aenda mobilize region yake, I think it's a high time they also do that. I'm not sure how they're going to do that. Are they going to be garnering for Linda Mwananchi and Jubilee together? I don't know if essentially Matiang'i is in Linda Mwananchi, but is not agreeing to it, you know, because most of all these people from Barongo, Gisairo, you know, Okero, and all these people except Morara Kebaso, all of them, you see them in Linda Mwananchi. Let's come now to the speech of Gachagua today, my party leader. It was unnecessary. It was honest speech, but it was unnecessary. It has actually brought us to the reality that whatever accusations that Gachagua had from very beginning, they can resurface. And they can resurface, but I will ask him to soldier on. Whether they resurface or not, everybody is working from that parameter. Why should he be judged? Because if you look at Kalonzo, he's sitting pretty because of his Kamba votes. But I think we tend to give Gachagua a wrong perspective here. Like Eddie Gachagua is not supposed to make mistakes. Gachagua is not supposed to garner Kikuyus. Gachagua is not, even Kikuyu itself, the mountain itself, they are complaining that Gachagua is too powerful for them. So I think Gachagua must make a decision to go it alone. If I was him, I would make the decision to go it alone. Because in the end of the day, then I think they will need him more than he will need them. Because I think he has solidified and done what cannot be done. But if that is how we are going to go, then I think we will not be able to consolidate the coastal region that is very critical. That is very critical. People like Pauline Joroge are going to be left in the middle. And then now Sifuna is going to find himself having a party that's predominantly lawyers. That would be good for them. They might negotiate for a couple of seats here and there, but not for the nation. And that allows now the opposition to have the freedom, because of the wordings of Gachagua today, to start now planning post arrangements of the government. They don't want to show Mwananchi the same way ANC does. ANC will never come together with the Liberal Party, the white Liberal Party that both are formed in South Africa. But ANC, knowing that it will not clinch 50% and have majority to rule South Africa, they outsource the white liberals after elections, and they form a government of national unity that actually has 63%, which they make sweeping changes, whatever they want, in parliament. We are going to see that kind of scenario this time around. Ruto may fail 50%, but I think the organ that is coming to help him rule post the election will be that which you never thought, as opposed to Rigathi Gachagua. I think the rest of them will work so hard to make sure that Rigathi Gachagua and the Kikuyu stay in the opposition. If we go the way we are going. Now, there's a way to come out of it. But I don't think people like Annie and the people like Annie, the conservatives of DCP, will allow that. But that is the only way out. That's the only way out. If you look at what happened today, torn down, acknowledge, number one person to take out of this seat is Ruto. And And how do you do that? Gachagua to tone down and work with the rest. But the problem is you are not going to work with the rest who are demanding it and they have nothing. Look at Lenny Kivuta. They want to be prepared that there are people who have significant, but from what? What is mbas? Then you unakaa chini yenyewe unasema Gachagua is right. But if people are going to be right, no, don't dissuade me. I know where you want to take me. Let me just say what is very hurting. Then you are going to say what you want to say. If Njiru, this is hurting. Trust me. If we have to take this two ways, we have to give DCP the ultimate power to take Ruto out, which will be the easiest way out. And how do you do that? Because Gachagua is not going to run, you just put there Sifuna as a puppet, and then you allow Gachagua to pick up who he wants and also negotiate the government. That is where there is a problem. Ruto negotiated the government in 2013. Ruto became a president because of the negotiation. And people didn't see that coming. That negotiation is the biggest problem we will have. We will cry. In fact, Ruto will become a saint. Ruto will become a saint because Gachagua knows the government on his fingertips. So whatever you will take it to the bank. At some point in 2013, Gachagua company was actually trading and doing business with all the 47 counties in the Republic of Kenya. That's not a man to shove away. That is a man of means and a man who understands in terms of intellect how to deal with the government. The wheelbarrows that you saw in Bungoma in 2013 were because of Gachagua, by the way. Let's not go far and let's not start criticizing that. That was the ineptness. The other way to go it alone, the other way to win Ruto is to decide we have to put DCP on the side and say then we have to linda mwananchi. That is Sifuna. And that is the easiest way to stop Gachagua, the easiest way to start all over Kenya, the easiest way to put the country back to the start. The easiest way. But do you think the Kikuyus can allow that? They will never, because even if they allow that, what they were shown by Ruto, it was not just the impeachment of Gachagua, it was the entire impeachment of the Kikuyu community. From the committees to jobs and everything, the Kikuyus have suffered under him. That is a fact and that is the truth. But then he put puppets that they are having 7 ministries. But what ministries do they have? Do you truly believe that Kinyanju is a minister? Kabogo is a minister? Mutahi Kagwe is a minister? Why are they not speaking the way they were speaking and acting the way they were acting when actually Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was the president? Do you even hear them talk? Njuguna just said that Ruto usurps the power of every ministry and institution. By the time you go there, you're just a puppet. There's nothing you're doing. So I think our politics are complicated. And the only people who are able to get out of this quandary are people who only understands that Ruto's politics are so low that if we go, that Matiang'i ni wetu, Nani ni wetu, Kalonzo ni wetu, Bas ni wetu, Kivuta ni wetu, Ruto is winning. And not round 1, round 2. And the kind of coalition they will make, the Kikuyus will suffer most. Sasa niulize.
And that one would be a danger where if people start seeing like as if Ruto can win an election, some people could start gravitating to him. And that was the route for which we wanted.
It's not a danger that Ruto will win. What we saw today, we have to be honest every day and gauge the politics of the day. We cannot keep on lying the way we lied last time. Guinea Waseka, we have the government. Today, if elections were held, look with all honesty how Gachagua spoke. He told off everybody. Look at the Mbasa and the Wakinamunya, the way they were speaking. Look at the clip of Kibage and the way actually he carelessly criticized Brigadier Gachagua. That was carelessness. That was, even if there were issues that were beyond, you don't just on top of the vehicle, wewe Gachagua. I mean, then how do you sit down and make a coalition if you start that kind of manner of disrespect?
And you know now, when Kibageni speaks that way, he is also now putting a wedge between Gachagua and Matiang'i. You see?
Already it is there, but now it has become worse. You know, Gachagua is a man who is wounded already. Okay? So when you start that, you know, bringing out issues here ni mukabila, ni nini, you bring out issues of impeachment back. What kind of government of national unity are you going to form, even if you force it? I asked here a question, and Jerry and Nani lied to me. I asked, even if we were to force, and that question I'll keep asking until it will come and dawn. Even if we were to force the national government unity, will it last for 1 year? My take is no. We can win the election, but that government may not last for 1 year. If we are not going to do 1 or 2 to 3 things. And that is why Kalonzo becomes the best bet who can sustain a government for 4 years. But none, Kalonzo is the best bet if they takes and people agree. But again, if Sifuna na kichwa yake ngumu na Rigathi Gachagua wachukue, and then Sifuna comes to know that he's only a puppet president, whatever happened in Segeno will happen with us within 1 year. 1 year. So it's not a dangerous talk. I'm only saying, if you look honestly from what happened today, the carelessness of all the politicians, you know, to the point, Rigathi Gachagua had to say, mimi niliachia Muturi, nilikaa kwa nyumba yake, yeye ndiye aliniweka, lakini tukaibiwa. You know what he said next? Lakini mujipange, Embu na Meru niko na mtu. Ulisikia hiyo?
Yeah, of course he said that.
So let me tell you what you think they slept very well tonight?
Okay, you see, let me tell you what is happening, because and I have to tell.
Did they sleep today? Okay, that's the question.
No, they cannot sleep. Okay, let me tell you.
Do you think they are banking on Rigathi Gachagua? They are looking at options.
There's no any option they will get, because I will tell you.
For you think they will not get option. It's perspective. The problem is that we are forgetting the politics of perspective.
You see, there's no in which. Mimi naelewa mimi najua ile vita iko Embu. Ile vita iko Embu ni Lene Kivuti anataka aachiwe na DCP. Anataka aachiwe na DCP, and he is claiming to have his own political party and calling himself a principal. So what he want DCP to fold or DCP to declare support to him. How does that work? Let me ask you today, with all the honesty, because I can understand the underlying issues. Right now, there is a guy called Mukonji in Embu who is highly mobilizing under DCP to be the governor. Then there is Kevuti who is mobilizing under the Bas Party, and by the way, the Bas Party used to belong to. Nataka kuambia the reason why pale Kevuti anajikosea. Kevuti, hii Bas Party anatumia. At one time it was with the Meru governor. Watu wanaelewa history ya hizi chama, ndio hata tunasikia hata Azimio watu wataka kuguza. Bas Party belonged to Kiraitu. This Kiraitu, siku hizi tunasikia Kiraitu wako kwa Ruto siku hizi. So ukienda Embu alafu unasema wewe kama Rene Kivuti niko na bus, watu wanaanzia kujiuliza hii ni ile bus ya Kiraitu wako na Ruto. That is what people are saying. The mistake which and that's why we are saying names have issues. You cannot come to tell people you want support and people who formed the party and they have not denounced themselves wako na Ruto. Kivuti has to be fair to people. He cannot now. Atujasikia Kivuti akituambia mwenye basi alienda wapi? You remember that time when bus ilikuwa inaambiwa inatafutiwa parking? All the time bus inatafutiwa parking. The owner of the bus ile ambayo ilikuwa inatafutiwa parking, he has momentarily gone to Ruto. But somehow unasikianga bado wako kwa. So the problem which is in Embu
is Kivuti kukwamilia kwa bus na watu Embu hawataki bus. Then people have moved ahead in Embu. Even if Mukoji is not one of the best people to be a governor, I'm just saying that because he has not been tested. He is only a one-timer. He is a one-time MP. Personally, I don't know his capacity. What? And at one time, actually, Gachagua endorsed Kivuti. At one time, Gachagua has been working with Kivuti. Lakini ile ujinga Kivuti alifanya ni kukwamilia chama which people do not want. Sasa Gachagua atamsaidia aje?
Unajua we unaitake it so personal. Tuseme hivi, I want to make it easy for you. I know you come from that area. In short, DCP has taken both East and West Mountain. Unaelewa? So DCP has a capacity to negotiate nationally. The problem is with who? Now let's wachana hizi lipsticks ambazo ziko in the mountain. Let's give it to Gachagua, all of it, because Muturi and all these people, including Martha Karua, they are not going to do anything. I mean, the mountain is gone. Do we agree?
We agree. Now, the moment
okay, let it not be a matter of a national discussion in terms of what is going on within. Now, whether they will agree on how they will deal with the matters that is now local, we don't know. But Gachagua said it. Niko na mutu ya Embu na Meru. Kama hiyo ndio inawasumbua. Game finished. DCP imekataa ku negotiate now. So leave it there now. Let us now come to negotiation on terms of a national. The only person that Gachagua wants to engage in terms, na amesema he has not mobilized amalize ndio aanze kukaa chini. Na aka-urge Sifuna mobilize. Unaelewa? That is the only person he is willing. Now, the question is, are you leaving the other Phrygians to Ruto, or where are you leaving them? Should they go alone or what? What do you really think the moment we go that way?
Let me explain to you the reason why the other guys, I don't like their approach. You know, you have also to be tolerant with that. You cannot just be
Who is the other guy? Who is the other guy?
The other guys who are complaining. I'm talking of the guys complaining, because we have so many people who are complaining.
No, just quote the names and give a solution, because we want to go step by step. Because even me, I didn't say the other guy. I gave
of Kivuti. I'm talking of Muturi. I'm talking of
Tumemaliza ya mountain. Tumemaliza. Gachagua was taken. Because we don't want to dwell there, because it's not helping us nationally. Gachagua has taken the mountain. Now, if Gachagua has taken Muturi is not going to negotiate with Sifuna. Let's agree on that.
Of course.
So let's agree Gachagua is debating and also negotiating with others. The mountain will only negotiate under the banner of Gachagua. Do we agree on that?
That is how it is going to be.
Yes, then let's not go to Kivuti. Now, after that, now how does Gachagua negotiate with others? Na hiyo kiburi yake leo tumeona.
That's why
he's my party leader, but today I was shocked. If there is anything I saw today, I saw the collapse of talks.
No, this talks will return. There's no in which if Gachagua does not behave this way.
I don't want you to talk. I want you to put the clip Gachagua aliongea, Kibage ndiye aliongea, so that we can have a talking point from there, because they were not out of isolation. They've been the talking point, and people are being reminded, and UDA is taking now advantage, say, munaona, which something we never wanted to resurrect has now resurrected.
Clip ya Gachagua ndio hii, nilikuwa nishaweka, ndio ilikuwa inaongea.
Okay, weka Kibagendi.
No, Gachagua hakuwa amemaliza, but Gachagua anaweza malizia. Then nienda kwa
no, ya Gachagua watu wameshajua, umeshaweka already. Weka hiyo ya Kibagendi, people replying him on retrospect what he said. It was after he spoke. Then nitakupea ya Natembea pia. I need to send you Natembea pia aliongea about it.
Let me look for Kibagendi.
opposition against Gachagua. Gachagua under fire as Kibagendi explosive attack.
And the good thing is politics is not static, it's dynamic. So the next day, like remember when Gachagua said whatever he said, he came back and explained about Irungu Kangata.
Sisi kama makabila madogo, we are feeling that you are intimidating us.
Tuheshimiane. Na heshima si utumwa. Peter Munya na huyu Lene Kivuti wanalia. Ati DCP imekuwa too strong. Rigiji hataki chama zingine. No.
The gloves are finally off. What had been whispered inside boardrooms, debated behind closed hotel doors, and denied at press conferences has now exploded into the open. Kenya's so-called united opposition is no longer hiding its internal battles. The latest flashpoint came in Kihancha, Migori County, where Kitutu Church's South Member of Parliament Anthony Kibagendi publicly confronted former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua in one of the strongest attacks yet from within the opposition ranks. Standing before an energized crowd, Kibagendi accused Gachagua of intimidating smaller communities and coalition partners instead of treating them as equals. His message was blunt. He warned that smaller communities would not accept being bullied and insisted they deserve an equal seat at the opposition table.
We want to tell you, Rigathi Gachagua, while we have tremendous respect for you, sisi tunataka tukae kwa meza kama equal partners.
He further accused Gachagua of using blackmail, intimidation, and divisive politics that threatened to tear apart the coalition seeking to challenge President William Ruto in 2027. That single speech did not emerge out of nowhere. It was the spark that ignited months of growing frustration.
We will not allow you to continue intimidating other principles in the opposition. Wewe Rigathi Gachagua, ningependa kukuambia, sisi tayari tulikuwa kwa opposition kabla utoke kwa serikali. Kwa hivyo kuja polepole, tuko tayari kufanya na watu kazi na...
Just a day earlier, Democratic Party leader Justin Muturi, PNU leader Peter Munya, and Devolution Empowerment Party leader Leni Kivuti had issued a joint statement rejecting what they described as attempts to pressure smaller Mount Kenya parties into dissolving and joining Gachagua's Democracy for the Citizens Party. The three leaders argued that no individual has either the legal or moral authority to order political parties to fold. They pointed to Article 38 of the Constitution, maintaining that decisions to merge or dissolve a political party can only be made through the lawful organs of each respective party. Their statement also questioned why Gachagua was behaving as though he had been crowned as sole political spokesperson of the Mount Kenya region. They accused him of demanding that others abandon their parties while at the same time welcoming politicians from President William Ruto's UDA into his own political camp.
We also reject any impression that Honorable Gachagua has been appointed or mandated to speak on behalf of all the people or political parties associated with the Mount Kenya region.
There's nobody who is a passenger. We are all in one boat. No one should claim a higher moral ground than the other.
Honorable Gachagua, therefore, has neither the legal nor the moral authority to prescribe the existence or future of other political parties.
The disagreement traces back to remarks Gachagua reportedly made during a church service in Meru on July 26th, where he encouraged parties such as DP and PNU to rally behind DCP as the dominant political vehicle in the region. But Gachagua was quick to hit back. Speaking on Wednesday, he dismissed the criticism and insisted his colleagues had misunderstood his position. According to him, he has never instructed anyone to dissolve their political party. Instead, he challenged them to leave hotel conference rooms and begin selling their parties directly to voters. He argued that political success is earned through grassroots mobilization, not through complaints or press conferences. To drive home his point, Gachagua pointed at recent by-election results. He cited PNU's poor showing in Olkalo, where the party managed only 28 votes, arguing that weak electoral performance was the result of poor mobilization rather than interference from DCP. His message was simple: build your parties, compete, convince voters, stop complaining.
I think they are misguided. Mimi nataka vyama nyingi. We want political parties mingi. Kila mtu ajaribu. Na mimi sijasema mtu avuje chama yake. No, mimi nasema kila mtu aingie DCP. Si ndio mimi nasema? And I'm doing it daily. Mpaka leo si niko na nyinyi. Niko na watu wengine. Saturday nilifanya mkutano 3 Nyanyuki, Chaka na Rumoro. Sunday nilifanya mkutano 7 Nyandarua. Kesho niko na watu hapa na wengine. Friday niko Kiambu town. Saturday niko Kajiado. Sunday niko Kiambaa. Monday niko Narok. Si mimi natia bidii. So DCP imekuwa na umaarufu because party leader Rigathi Gachagua na jeshi yake, they are working hard. Si ndio? Chama lazima uuze na sera. Lazima uzunguke. So mimi naambia my brothers, please, nimeshukuru sana mmekuja. Kivuti sijakuwa nimekuona. Welcome. Munya nimeona umekuja. Kuja. Hii safari ya kufukuza Kasongo hapana rais. Kutoa rais kwa ofisi ni kazi. So come we work together. Na muuze chama. Muuze chama. Sasa mtaenda hasara mkikosa kuuza chama. Sasa wewe Munya na PNU Olokalao bado fika. Sasa mkapata kula 28, unapata aibu. Kwa sasa ukikosa kufanya kampeni utapata kura. I want to clarify today that DCP and Rigathi Gachagua welcome all political parties. They come. We compete fairly.
A long good speech.
The only thing hatutaki mashindano.
It's a long speech to end pole pole because you cannot dissect unaweka 30 minutes and then you expect her to dissect. The sad part of all this is that Gachagua is very honest and truthful in the way he has dissected. The sad part of it. Now, the problem with Muturi and the rest, more especially Muturi, was this. He was looking the issue from a legal point of view, and he saw a lame duck, a person who cannot contest or build consensus, and therefore he wanted to ride as a piggy bank on Rigathi Gachagua. He has come to realize actually what Kioni said, that the problem with staying with Gachagua is anakula ndani yako. Unanielewa Njiro? Kioni ever said that, and I want you to look for that clip where Kioni was saying the problem with staying as united opposition with Gachagua is mukienda mkutano yanaendelea kukula kati yenu. Na hiyo is not going on well with them. And the reason of that, Gachagua has put it, he's working hard. Is he working hard? True, he's been working hard. Without him, we wouldn't have put pressure to Kasongo into where he has put. For instance, he deflated William Ruto the other day. He wants to come with nonsensical lies hapa zinaitwa 2060. You saw actually the plan that it was. I didn't know Professor Nyang' Nyong'o is part and parcel of this government. You saw him in the Explainer. Is the author of 2060 Kumbe. And he came there, he did a very good job, by the way. And that's one of the debates that we need, actually, the conversation we really need to dissect, because Nyong'o came out speaking very well as the author of Vision 2030, but also the extension of Vision to 2060. It was Rigathi Gachagua who deflated that. It was Rigathi Gachagua who deflated bottom-up economics immediately he came out. He was impeached. It was Rigathi Gachagua said who deflated what is called Singapore. So is he working hard? Yes. The problem is the harder he works, he eats from his. Ni kama mtu unalala na bibi yako anakuwa na mimba anazaa alafu una sacrifice mtoto. Bibi hawezi kubali. Bibi atakataa, bibi atauliza mbona nikabeba mimba kwa miezi 9. So people like Muturi were informed that the influence that Gachagua is going to have, they are going to do what? To inherit. And it has come to their realization that they are not going to inherit. Now what they ought to have done from the very beginning and asked the same question we have been asking. You are with Rigathi Gachagua up to how long? They are answering it too late. Okay, now let's leave them, because for me, I totally believe the mountain will be under one bus, and the bus is DCP. And I don't want them to take risks that wacha tuanze kufanya zoning, tupe Muturi, tupe PLP, tupanya nini. We will lose that election. We will lose those elections. So for the mountain, for me, wacha Gachagua achukue yake yote. Because wengine wameonyesha they are not working hard. They had every other opportunity. Now, having said that, now let's go now to other complaints za kina Kibagendi. The accusation is the Kikuyu community is a big community, and its leader is not respecting small communities. That's a very dangerous statement. That is a very dangerous statement. And unfortunately, the Meru, the Mbere, once again to get themselves from the big community and now claim that there are also small communities, including Njiru hapa. They want to get from the big communities, as I was saying, there are also small communities. Don't you think that Kibagendi has brought a conversation that it's going to be difficult for Rigathi Gachagua to bring the Kikuyus to speak as one people? Because the more he will try to do that, he will be accused now from both corners, with the UDA, with Kenya Kwanza, and also now with the opposition that is against, not Kikuyus, that is against Rigathi Gachagua. Don't you think now they have brought a new narrative in town that is more dangerous? That is what now I say Ruto has had the best day ever in politics, because the essence ya kutoa Gachagua huyu mtu mkabila, every time Oscar Sudi opens his mouth, he's very consistent. Mtu mkabila, mtu mbinafsi, mtu mkabila, mtu mbinafsi. Unfortunately, Rigathi Gachagua has demeanor. Whenever he speaks about his people passionately, people who hate him, see, is a very tribal man. People who don't buy Rigathi Gachagua's politics are convinced that he's a very tribal man. So what does Rigathi need to do in regard to this, so that we don't see the fall of the united opposition? You think things are going to be the same if Kibagendi and his group continue talking like that every rally they are going? Do you think Gachagua is not going to respond the way you know him? And if he responds, who is he going to respond to? Do you think he's going to respond to Kibagendi or to Matiang'i? And if he responds to Matiang'i, hell will break loose. Now go on, Njiru.
Another thing, I just want to, nataka tu kuongeza tu kukuuliza. I'm just trying to be honest. I'm trying to look, could it also be like this divide is being engineered by people within, so that now there can be another formation where now they can have their own presidential candidate, because there is a, based on the way things look, and maybe they feel like Gachagua has like engulfed everything. Could it be like these people want actually wanataka wakosane, they chart their way forward, and then now they start seeing how actually they can actually start even doing their own campaign, including even in Mulima. Wana kama watu wanajileta sasa Mulima wao wenyewe. Would that one be like the attempt which is being done? Yani, it's like cutting the umbilical cord. Sasa wanzie kusema sasa, hata we don't want Gachagua to be our mobilizer in Mulima. Yeye wacha akae na Mulima yake. Sisi wacha tuachane na yeye. They now look for a turnaround. even in those places they think they can manage. So to kama sasa, it's like they want because ask yourself, why are these problems coming immediately?
Then, okay, now the dangerous statement there is this. Hata wacha tuachane Gachagua. Now let's go now back to the numbers. You actually give those people who actually wanted to vote, the Kikuyus who are liberal, who could have voted for another presidential candidate, you give them a reason to consolidate and be one, so that in their negotiating power, they will not find themselves in where they find themselves with Ruto. Now, if that is the case, Laikipia, Narok, Nairobi, Lamu, Nakuru, it's gone. So then you sit down, then you start saying, so you form a coalition. Which coalition? Which coalition? Alternative, which one? Tell me which one.
Can you allow me pump something? The reason why I'm not talking of which coalition.
Njiru, be informed by the numbers, not by emotions. Now that you have said Gachagua and the kando, do you know what that means? It means
I'm trying to think.
That's what you said. Don't say something then as a moderator unasema sio hivyo ninasema. Don't fear saying what it should be said and be discussed. For a long time, this topic that me and you are speaking, we have refused to discuss it. The fear of Gachagua and the eventual fall of the united opposition. What are the ramifications? We must talk about it. Stop fearing. Put it the way it's supposed to be. Jill, what are you fearing? These are hypotheses.
Yeah, ile kitu najaribu kusema ni hii.
Sio kujaribu, Njiru, sema yenye unataka kusema.
What I'm saying is this. I see Azimio coming. Azimio has a meeting. And then all this fallout comes. Are there no blinders which we can see here?
I asked you yesterday, this amorphous ghost called Azimio is what? We were just indicting. We were just incorporating. Munya, we were incorporating back. Martha Karua, we were incorporating back. This person who was now the DAP party who was nothing, Natembea amechukua kila kitu. Then as a new member, we were putting there who? Matiang'i. So when you say Azimio is what? Let's be honest, Azimio is just an amorphous outfit that does not even make sense. You can't compare Azimio, an amorphous outfit, with a formidable organization called DCP. Let's be honest. That's being unfair. And these people, the only thing that is uniting them is they are against Rigathi Gachagua. It's not like they are coming with votes. They are coming with one vote against one man with all the votes. So what are you trying to cobble us to? I don't want to hear anything called Azimio. It is even a more confusion, because after we have dealt with Gachagua, are we going to deal with one another in there? Because what is bringing them is to deal with Gachagua. So after we have dealt with Gachagua, how are we going to deal with ourselves? We are creating more problems than solving. Are you not seeing that?
So, and now the question which I'm asking myself is, these people are fearing Gachagua. They feel Gachagua should not be back. The way things look like.
Not these people. All of us are fearing. Let's say we are fearing, because if we put it them, look at comment section. People are now opening up and say Gachagua toned down. This is not how. People are openly now, and they are ready to discuss with Gachagua. Not on the basis of tearing the country apart. They are telling him, no, after where we have reached, now we need consensus. And for now, they want to tell Gachagua their open truth that we like you, we love you, but we don't want you to be in the government. The question is that possible? I have seen that rhetoric from almost everybody, including Julia, from everybody. You've seen it. We love you. You are doing a good job. Oh, naona vile alifanya, but ikifika Gachagua can't be a president, including Neto. Oh, constitutionally. So the question is, how do we deal with this dilemma?
Okay, Budi.
This is a discussion that we have never held we have never held as a topical that honestly we don't want this man, but this man is the heart of everything. Can our body pump the blood without the heart?
Nataka kukuuliza swali. Utoke asubuhi, utafute mbuzi, uchinje, utafute mchicha, upe bibi apike, utafute unga, hiyo ugali ipikwe, alafu ununue cutlery za kuserve, kisu ichukuliwe, hiyo ugali ikatakatwe, na hiyo chakula unaona vile inaiva pale, alafu sasa ukiwa pale na unamwaga mate, unaambiwa wewe mbudi, lea ukuli. Help me understand that. Help me understand that.
Unajua, the Kisi have that there's a song in Kisi that talks about that. Kero naro mwana mama gantevia genda gachiorisie ndisia mugasoboira kero banyenyire bankani atindi maranta kolirero. That is actually what is happening. That when I was young, I used to go and tame the flock. And that's a long story. Then you say, when they have slaughtered, they don't give me anything. I even ask for the intestines. They refuse. And that is what we want to do to Gachagua.
So, and you know, practically,
is it possible politically?
It is not possible because
people needs to come up and realize that, look, the biggest problem Kenyans had is putting faith in Raila Amolo Odinga. When he went, he left a vacuum that had to be filled. Kalonzo refused to fill it. We all refused to fill it. Gachagua came, filled it up. We embraced him. Too late. I'm telling you, it is almost the people supporting Gachagua today were actually the worst enemies of Gachagua himself. The people actually that were supporting Gachagua, today they don't even support him. Those who are not, including you and me, subscribe to his political tenement. Now, everything has flipped. I think we need to be informed that we created a monster that we have to deal with.
You know, Bwana Budi, what happens in politics, the problem is not Gachagua. The problem is hardliners. You know, every politician has hardliners.
People have, in as much as a Kikuyu, you are not seeing the problem with the entire, including Sifuna, is the question, how are you going to work with Gachagua as a person, not how you're going to work with the mountain. People have no problem with it. If you don't know, you have seen these insinuations here openly. But Ndeto will come here and convince you with the constitution why Gachagua should not even speak to us. You know that. Let's not keep on wondering the problem is Gachagua is a big problem to many people. Nobody imagined the Gachagua today will be the kingmaker of the next president.
Of course, because he had been impeached.
Let me use Mosiria words. Ni uchungu. Kwa wengi. Ni uchungu. Kwa wengi.
You see, let me build you up. Because when Gachagua is being impeached and humiliated and all the bad things are happening to him, no one thought of his resurrection this quickly. We have to be honest about that, because I think it has taken close to 2 years for him to be at this level, which is and it is at an astounding speed.
Did you see the union between everybody? When we thought that, in the Senate, we are going to have a voice of reason. But Gachagua had enemies across. People were ready to crucify him. Totally. Whether they agreed with Ruto or not. And they knew it was against the constitution what they were doing. But because of the man Gachagua, there was no mercy. They wanted him dead politically. But now he has a lifeline that everybody wants again. He's the only one who has the organ that can be donated to everybody. And everybody is in ICU.
Okay, let me tell you, Budi, I want to help you hapo kidogo. You know, if you look at where you know that even as Gachagua is doing this thing, you know where he is coming from, including even some of these people who, okay, let me mention them. All the people even in opposition who now actually want to collaborate with Gachagua. When Gachagua is being impeached, some of them were not around. They were not speaking enough. So Gachagua is now here through his own political maneuver, baraka yake Mwenyezi Mungu na vitu zingine zimetendeka, akajikuta again in the poor position after crashing at a place whereby no one thought he could have done. Sasa nikuuliza hata wewe Budi, if you are in Gachagua place after recovering from that point, would you let it just go like that?
I think the problem is within the larger that they have refused actually to openly criticize and say we can't work with Gachagua. They form a formation and see if it can work out. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, let Kenyans decide. Stop walking on eggshells and having talks that will not come to fruition. And Gachagua has told them, I'm not going to come to an hotel to speak with you. Go mobilize. In fact, if you watch that video to the very end, he said, Mimi sijamaliza kumobilize. The day I will finish, I will tell you. Now, you are not going to tell me when to finish, which means he's not even going to mobilize. He's not going to finish mobilizing. For him, when election is over, that is when he will finish mobilizing. I watched and I was like, this guy is not finishing to mobilize, which is good for me as a DCP member.
Can you audit that process? Is that process right? When it comes to mobilization, is it right when you're saying people have to mobilize and
it is right and wrong at the same time, because if you look at our country, you must put country over party politics and over pettiness, because we are where we are because people like Muturi, Gachagua, and the rest put their parties and their personal interests, and we are where we are. And again, we are believing the same people. Secondly, it is right because political parties are vehicles to power. So the more power you want, the more your party must be powerful. So he is using the democratic process to get more power. He's not usurping anybody's power. He's agitating for his party so that it could be the ultimate party that nobody can live without. So it can be right, it can be wrong, based on what you're looking at. For me, as a politician now, not as a Kenyan, I think I love what Gachagua is doing. Why? Because that is how Raila survived. That is how Trump is surviving. That is how Netanyahu has survived 25 years.
I say nilisema kitu hapa.
That is how all this. Stop getting excited. Now we are talking on two different. But the problem is some of these countries have functional institutions and people actually are getting services. Now, the problem is we cannot agitate for a country that does not have services delivery and put one man over everything. We can play politics when our healthcare is functional, when our education is functional, when our roads are functional, when everything is functional. That's the dilemma we have. Israel, whether it does all that, in the end of the day, free education, everything is functional. In this country, you wouldn't even tell Trump is wrong or right, because after all, I mean, kama kuna portal kwa njia, mchana naipata, jioni siipati. Kama ni healthcare, I will call from my house, the ambulance will come. So even if I want to complain, I'm complaining because of political expedience, not service delivery. Now, beyond that, Njiru, stop being excited that will happen. We must, first of all, put structures ahead of that. Then We can play the politics of Trump and Netanyahu and the rest. But we can't play the politics of Trump and Netanyahu when our structures are not there. We don't know what education we have. We don't know what healthcare we have. And then this man wants to tell us anataka kuleta mswada in the bunge before December that nobody will ever change coming back to NHIF. We will never go back to the system that used to work because of what? So we need to talk about politics and delivery. And this is where now I think people will come sane and start asking who actually among all these people will be ready to change the service delivery before the politics. On service on politics, Gachagua has won, but on service delivery, he has not.
You see Gachagua is claiming your service, that service delivery is also coming with him. So let me tell you the reason why Gachagua
he has been there, he didn't. So we cannot give him that.
Okay, let me put an input here. I know the reason why Gachagua is behaving all this way. You know, Gachagua is working from experience. Hata we budi ungekuwa Gachagua, Gachagua is comparing with how he worked with Ruto, how he was gotten out of power.
Gachagua is playing politics, we agree, which is very okay. We are fixing a country. So do you want us to talk on how to play politics or how to fix a country?
But you know, we are fixing the country on the array of...
You can't. We have tried to fix a country through politics. It's not working. It is not.
So
that is a debate. That is a debate now we need to stop. Because you have said this is the best channel that we can gear off. Now, let's fix the country then. Let's fix the country.
Wow.
Kama ni siasa, we agree. Nobody is going, in fact, in the history of Kenya, mi natoa kofia yangu kwa Gachagua. In 2 years, wanaume kila mtu amewekwa kwa kona. Unajua tukikuwa wadogo, I schooled in a school I'll never forget. Tukiamka asubuhi, matron alikuwa anaona tuko vijana karibu sijui 30 kwa hiyo dom. My friend, tunapakwa sabuni kwa kichwa alafu na pipe kwa kona, maji baridi tunamwagiwa. Gachagua ameweka watu wote maji kwa kichwa, sabuni baridi, watu wanamwagiwa pipe na maji. Wote wako kona moja. Hao watu wote wanajiita opposition. They are with Ruto when it comes the way they view Rigathi Gachagua. One man standing politically, akiongea, every media outlet, every social media outlet, everybody is making content out of it. Like if Rigathi Gachagua was to go to ICU today, 90% of social media socialites watakufa njaa today as we talk, because it's the voice that speaks and everybody is listening. So on the politics, he has won. We agree. The question is, do Kenyans want to fix a country or we want to play politics? If it's play politics, we have our way. If it's to fix a country, we have our way too. We have a way that Julia and Stone PK have been agitating here. But people will not buy that, unfortunately.
Yeah, you know, let me come in and react. You know, I was so shocked when I heard some of us here saying hata wanataka hizo kesi za Gachagua ziishe. Hadi nikashindwa sasa tena tunaombea Gachagua mabaya. Mtoto wa wenyewe tu watu wanataka hangaike milele. You know, hadi nikajiuliza sure. You know, even if we hate him that much, we have to agree that it's only an ignorant man who does not learn from his own mistakes. And I can tell you that what is making Gachagua to be so much effective, it is he has learned from his mistakes and he has learned from his ignorance. So you are now dealing with a Gachagua who is having a comparative note. Gachagua ukimwambia hii, yani sasa Gachagua amekuwa sasa Messi ikifika kwa mchezo. Yani anajua kufunga bao ukifika 18 inafungwa aje sasa. Because he has been in these things, in problems repeatedly. And so that is why now we are not dealing with Gachagua as a beginner. We are now dealing with Gachagua, who is having a lot of information around him. Na inafika saa zingine you have also to read things the way Gachagua is reading them, if you have to work with him, because he is a man who has gone through a lot.
And imagine you are talking about him and being so much, contagious about him before you meet him. Wait until you meet him face to face. You will talk worse than I talk. Wait. I'm telling you, you wait. Upewe one-on-one, mukae na yeye hivi. Then you will realize he's also a very sweet dad. He's also a very sweet father. He's also a very sweet citizen.
Yeah.
But for me, I do believe, in as much as he has done the best of the best, we must put our country ahead of him, because we put Raila ahead of everything. We put Uhuru, Moi, and the rest of the people and we are in the same predicament over the years because we refuse to get out of what? Our comfort zone politically. Now, the next generation is coming that obviously, at least our fathers maybe had land, had healthcare, had gone to school. We are putting the next generation in danger that they may never have what we can call, I have only but. When the widow was asked what, he said, I have only. So even the only that we thought we had, our children will not have it if we continue this way. Because the big boys are ready to sit down and structure the politics of tomorrow and let our narrative take over. Njiru. So, and that is why up to now, I think up to here, I'm comfortable that Gachagua has become a force that actually Ruto cannot have ile kifua alikuwa na chest stamp kama gorilla. You don't see him doing it anymore. There was a time it was so demeaning. He could come and say, I want an agenda. You don't see it. Like, the president is totally sick nowadays. He's more humble. He speaks with respect. He doesn't sometimes know what he says or speaks. And you can see he has been humbled. Okay, so Rigathi Gachagua has finished his work. Beyond here, I think if we don't put our country ahead and we put Rigathi Gachagua, it is to our detrimental. Beyond here, Njiru, the guy has done what he needed to do. And if we continue to put him ahead of our country, Njiru, don't come here and tell us that, kila mtu lazima asifu bibi yake. Hiyo nayo tutakataa.
So I want you to help me now understand this. Kabla tupate story because naona amekuja. So now help me in the operating platform which Gachagua is working with and also appreciating other guys. Now let's now call them weak. They have said they are weak. Unajua mtu akisema yeye amelemewa, sasa tukubali sasa. Hao watu washajitangaza wamesema tumelemewa. In a situation whereby watu wamejitangaza hadharani, they are weak and they cannot work as hard as you, and you want also to make a decision for the nation. So advise Gachagua what he should do. How is he going to embrace these lazy guys now?
I think they've made mistakes. First of all, the pronouncement of Kibagendi was nonsensical. I don't support that, and I already told him this was uncalled for. Henceforth, stop having press conferences talking about Rigathi Gachagua. Allow us to put in a concave. Mutupe a leader. We don't know what is going to burn in there. Kama mutauana, mukufe, mufanye nini, atujui. But these pronouncements, this is killing us and giving Ruto a morale that he never had. And I'll say, the good thing about politics, it is not static, it's dynamic. Today can be a bad day, tomorrow becomes a better day. So tomorrow we are going to have a better day. And how are we going to have that better day? Is by making sure that these people must know that they need each other. If they wanted to make a statement to Gachagua that stop it, I think Gachagua has heard, and we have told Gachagua as members of DCP, we have told him now, you can't, I came here by saying, it's very unfortunate for Gachagua to speak the way he spoke. So he needs to tone down. We have written letters and said, look, this is not how we negotiate, to throw words each other. Gachagua is too large, too big to speak to mtu kama hiyo Kivuta, na mtu kama Munya sahi. Munya should speak with Nuru Okanga. Because here na Nuru Okanga ni WhatsApp group moja. Rigathi Gachagua should not respond to that. But even if he doesn't respond to that, he needs to know that he must also respond to us. Will they go to a conclave? Ama kama inaitwa conclave ama inaitwa nini? And they sit down there and make sure in secrecy, not in bad secrecy, in secrecy of not throwing words za kutukanana. But we also need to be involved. When I say in secrecy, it doesn't mean that they choose for us without our knowledge or information. No, without putting their dirty laundry out here. They must stop that. But Rigathi Gachagua must tone down. That's not how you talk to partners. Now you are eliciting people to start talking in kwa magari. When that statement is very dangerous that Nani said, sisi makabila ndogo. That is a very dangerous statement, my friend. You may not know how deep that statement is. Sisi makabila ndogo. When you introduce that in the political atmosphere, it is polarizing, it is very toxic. So that is what I will advise him. You have ganged the Kikuyu, now it's being looked at as kabila kubwa. Something that we never thought about could arise. They wanted it so bad, especially people like the Homa Bay town member of parliament. He wanted it so bad to say the Kikuyus, but it never took off. But now when the opposition will start throwing words, you like it or not, it will resurface. And once it resurfaces, our goose is cooked. Stone PK, India.
Yeah, good. Stone PK, are you there? I pure never like guiding you. Niambia nisikupromotingi, nikuruhusu kwanza uteleze venye unataka. Tereza.
Salama.
Acha Stone PK afungue ni muone. Naona siku hizi hata mashavu imekuwa mzuri. Ni kama ako UDA.
Mashavu yangu ijawahi kuwa mbaya. I think because I live my life, once you live your life, you live so well. By the way, I live very well in terms of mental health, and I would want to share some secrets about this. One thing is, one should never be a fanatic of anything, even your wife. Two, don't trust anybody on earth. There's no thing like trust. Trust is vanity. Hakuna kitu kama trust. Three, take it easy. Live one day at a time. There's nothing elephant on earth. 4, everything has an end. 5, as a man, you should never be a slave of any other. Those are the 5 commandments according to Stone. Thank you very much, guys. I'm so happy. One thing I'm always very happy with myself is I look at things and look at it independently. Because when a man doesn't have an independent mind, it means he's a slave. You owe people so many things, And if you create your independence, you have the freedom. Yeah, unasema kitu watu wanasema Stone alisema, hawasemi Stone aliambiwa. If it's a blame, you take it wholly, it's yours. That is one of the, ingekuwa ni kanisa ningekuwa nasema hallelujah. It is one of the most joyous thing, even in my family. They'll tell you, hiyo ni yake, whether it's stupid, whether it's whatever, but I own it, I own whatever I say, and therefore I try to think independently. Now, politics, which I love so much, I don't believe what majority of people talk about politics. From the word definition of politics, I disagree with majority, because when I hear people saying, hiyo ni siasa tu, what kind of a statement is that? Ati Njiru nilikuja nikakwambia hivi na hivi, nikakukon shamba, ukaniuliza Stone PK bwana, what is that you are doing? Nakwambia wacha, hiyo ilikuwa siasa. So siasa ni kuiba, siasa ni kudanganyana. That is not true. Politics is not kudanganyana. In fact, politics is as holy as the Bible, if people believe the Bible is holy, because it is about what? Sharing. It is the struggle to share resources. Struggle, and I'm using the word struggle. And when you struggle to share, you know, human beings, after animals, they struggle to share. The lions kill a buffalo, you see them struggling. Nani yao iko hapo chini, it's dead. They collectively brought it down. Those of you who watch wildlife movies and documentaries, tumeng'ang'ana, tumepiga mnyama iko chini, ni yetu. Utasikia zikipiga kelele, wacha kuuma hapo, wacha hapa ni kwangu, that kind of a thing. So replica that to human beings. Human beings is worse. Human beings start fighting before they even bring the animal down. The lions, they sport, wanna strategize more than human beings, wanna sport among all those buffaloes. Ni gani tutapiga chini, and they all focus on a herd of buffaloes. They focus on one, na hiyo inaandamwa, inawekwa chini. Now the fight comes on sharing. I think we should emulate the animals. Sisi binadamu tunaanza kustruggle. Oh, mimi ndio nilikimbiza kwanza, mimi ndio niliuma mguu ya left. Oh, mimi kwanza, wewe ulikuwa umechoka. Wewe Alex, wewe kwanza ulienda ukaanza kuslow down, ukaangalia nyuma. Kwa hivyo maini ni yangu, my friend. Yani na tunaargue hiyo as we are running and the animal is running, and then up as you delay, other hunters come in and boom, you lose. Why am I using those metaphors and this kind of a thing? It's because I am a very disappointed man on the one hand, and also a bit happy that all what personally I've been thinking and saying and repeating again and again is coming to fruition. Now, the joy of seeing what you say, what you caution, and of course, people are allowed to think differently, and people sometimes they hammer you and all that. You are hammered just because, as I said, some, different people have different way of looking at things. Others have, unasikia usiguze huyu. I always give an example of when we were in that other channel, whereby if you had said, kutoa tu makosa, useme, ala, Raila alikohoa leo, unaambiwa, wacha, don't even dare mention that. Kwanza hata ingekuwa ni kwa kiwanja, mtu atakupiga kofi vibaya sana. Just because you said, ala, I was observing, Raila coughed. Or vita. So I don't engage on that, and I'm happy I'm not that way. But luckily when I say ana cough, alafu nasikia mwingine anakuja after a day or two anasema, oh, by the way he was hospitalized, by the way alikuwa na pneumonia. Ala, Stone PK alituambia hivyo juzi. So I'm trying to say this, that I said it, and I did not kind of prophesy, but I said, out of what we have gone through, once you have lived like 20 years of adulthood and beyond, you are able to observe things, you learn a lot. 20 plus years, unaongeza hizo zako ulizaliwa uko duniani, more than 20, yani you are an adult, umeanza kuongezea miaka 10. So from 20 you'd be able to pick and actually look at things in both the teenage, and then you start seeing the flow, maturity, and you start now thinking of how to settle, that kind of a thing. Either you are in school or umeanza my job, so you have some experience that you can say, ala, last year, this is the pattern, this is what happened. I said this, that the sickness, the serious cancer this country has, and I'll repeat here, the cancer that this country has is Mulima. And it is Mulima because of when we say politics is numbers. So because I have the numbers, I am the predicament. I am mimi ndio kusema, mimi ndio sumu, mimi ndio kila kitu. So na mimi ndio sukari. Okay? Na mimi ndio kisu. Na mimi ndio gun. Kisu tukienda kuwinda unasikia so unaileta ile kisu yako ndio sharp tukule nyama. It becomes very useful. Haya, nikichokozwa ama mtu akinijamisha na mdunga na hiyo kisu unaua, it can take life. Same thing with a gun, very beautiful, blah blah blah, you know, but the gun itself cannot kill until it is used by the people. So Mulima, I have always maintained, is the biggest unfortunate thing that as a country towards what we would want to call building a nation is the problem. Now it could be a subconscious problem. Sometimes you may not blame people for that, but the virtue, the fact that, you know, politics, unfortunately, is that we go for numbers, not logic. We go for numbers, whether they are monkeys, whether they are hyenas, as they were called by Ruto. By who called them hyena? This Duale man who insulted Mulima. Okay, whether it is monkeys, mangoes that are coming. We are saying it's politics, we will count the numbers. And that's why people say, like I remember during Matiba time, they were saying, that time for Dasili, you could have dressed a hyena, dressed a crocodile, dressed a stone, dressed whatever it is, with Mamisha Palana, with Bandike for Dasili, it would be voted for. Well, that is the unfortunate thing about this indoctrination about numbers. And about numbers, and thinking that anything else cannot work without numbers. And hence, because of that, then people even go recruiting people who are not Kenyans to make sure that they beat these numbers. So you can see my analogy of saying Mulima is the cause of all the problem. Mulima has inspired people to go recruiting foreigners so that ndio hiyo namba yao iweze kushindwa na akina Duale, which is a huge problem again. So we are having so many takataka from all over in the name of trying to beat the Mulima because of their numbers. So Mulima becomes the enemy, the enemy of everything, unfortunately. So what would you do if you are from a Mulima and then you happen to be in the limelight as maybe one of the leaders? What would you do? And this is a question I'm posing to all of us, even those who are in the comment section. You know that you are by nature, not by choice. You happen to be in a house that becomes actually, in quote, condemned. Yani, there are squatters that blame you. They think, yani, instead of your numbers being praised and people saying, oh, thank God, yani, every kukuchapo unachukuliwa, you are a problem because of the numbers. And you can do nothing about it because, si wewe umeumba hawa watu. What would you do? Comment section munisaidie hapo. Now, it's a heavy thing. And most people, I'm talking this from some of the things I heard from my dad. For those of you who don't know, my dad was a politician for a long time in Nairobi. And I would hear them because Nairobi is the bedrock of the real siasa ya Kenya. Because Nairobi is where now tribalism reigns, numbers reigns, Gunism reigns, and everything. That port called Nairobi, for you to survive there politically, you have to go through that university. That university which teaches courses that are never offered anywhere else in the world. And there are courses that talk about what I've enumerated. So I would hear them, you know, people sitting down and struggling, strategizing, you know, somebody to win. For example, in Eastland, unasikia watu wanaongea usiku mzima vile wata bring other people on board, how not to do, what not to do. Nani, yani mpaka nilikuwa nashindwa, I was young, lakini nashindwa hawa watu walikuja kwetu jana, na mpaka asubuhi wako huku na nasikia tu hapana, haiwezi hii, hapana, hapa hivi hapa wewe hey. But then by the end of it all, I would see somebody from a minority or even a known tribe being elected, not once, not twice, not thrice, 4 times. That was my dad, 4 times. I'm giving an example I know. Now, the other person I would see being elected in the midst of that is Fred Omido, Aluya. Another person I saw being elected, not once, not twice, is, no, Kibaki was elected once. Okay? No, once or twice. I think twice. And the third time, there was a strategy that was very tough that he had to take off and go to Odaya, and he left the seat for Dr. Muriuki, and who nganganad with Jael Mbongo and all that. Anyway, why am I giving this? Being in that which everyone is throwing stone at, or you are living in a house of glass, you need to be clever and live above board. And there are rules, basic, according to me. Number one is you have to avoid anything that will be seen to trigger those let me call them stereotypes, because they are already pre-assumed labels. You are already labeled XYZ. So whether you do what or what, hiyo umebandikwa hivyo. Yani that is what yani hiyo ndio wamesema. So what you need to do, your guidance is to take all. Wanasema sisi ni nini hivi, then what should I do? What should I not do? Unaweka hapo. So you put your rules simply against what now has been perceived. And that way people will see, okay, anyway, hata kama mtu anatoka huko hiyo namba nini na nini, is humble bwana, atukumbushi hao watu tunawaitanga tribal. This man has never talked about tribe. And then this man has never said that sisi ni numbers, ni sisi ndio wengi nini, and he has never even challenged people with the numbers, because let's say if you are tall, you don't go challenging people who are short. Unaambia sisi ni warefu bwana, nyinyi watu wafupi mkae kando. So these are things, and they are basic, very basic, but you go against them, things blow up. Mpaka watu wanaanza kuulizana, kwani what did he do? What did he do? We forget. We assume some of those very simple things. They are called simple mistakes. They get to amount to what we are seeing. I heard you people and other people. I was in another podcast, and people are asking. Of the one guy answered. He said, "What has Gachagua done?" Then somebody asked, and those who are coming and saying what mumeshuka saa, then you people have not been following Kenyan politics. If you can come to really ask what is it that Gachagua has done to provoke what we are hearing, what we are seeing, then one, either you've not been following, or two, the naivety level is so high, or three, you really don't understand what siasa is, for anybody to ask that. So one guy demonstrated, and he quoted some of the things I've been talking about. He started analyzing when Ruto, UDA came, okay? Gachagua joined the UDA, joined the Ruto, and they formed a formidable team. What is it they were talking? And they played, that podcast was very good. That guy was doing very well. They played the journey. They were saying the journey, Gachagua's journey, and UDA's journey with the driver, Ruto, and conductor Gachagua. That is how the guy had, he was actually expressing as he was presenting to us. Now, he was giving people the journey, the talks and all that. And by the end of it all, watu wakaulizwaje, is there anything new? Anything you really think that Gachagua ali develop other than what you've been seeing? Is there new character that unaona imedevelop useme hapana hii si yake ama hii, and people are like ala, there's nothing new. All right, because people are accusing Gachagua of arrogance. Umejua Gachagua leo, people are accusing Gachagua of bloating. I mean, it's called gloating. Is it today? All right, people are accusing Gachagua of him talking about Mlima, his people, and all that. Is it today? You people accused him when he was saying shareholding, and he has never regretted about this. That is his way of expressing his and referring to his people, and you cannot separate that from him. So why are you getting surprised now that all that has accumulated to what it is? Because as he was doing that all along, there is a certain time now he is conscious, and if he has his advisors, he should have been told, sasa bro, mabuda speedi tumeenda nayo sasa, unajua sasa tumebeba watu wengi. Mbeleni tulikuwa watu watatu kwa hii gari, sasa tuko na watu 14 bwana. Sasa na wengine wanaogopa. Hebu watch the steps, watch the speed, watch that. Hiyo inaitwa nini? Governing. Ndio umesikia inatokea sasa akiambiwa to watch. Anybody who tells you watch your tongue, Njiru and Alex and keep in life, avoid. In life there are two things you should avoid, according to me. Avoid a situation where you have to say sorry because it is avoidable, and a situation where you will be cautioned and you told Njiru watch your tongue. It means what? You've gone extreme. Now, for you to say sorry, it means as an adult, you've done a mistake that is obvious. You knew it was a mistake. So you are at pain to apologize. So the best is to try and avoid making that mistake. As much as we give excuses to humans, to error and all that, can you try and ensure you are avoiding those mistakes? And by doing that, you'll find yourself at 90 plus, and then you have no trouble. So Gachagua has dug. He has smoked his own house. He has gone against whatever it is. He got drunk with that crowd, and now I believe what people say, that most politicians, ukiona kiwanja imejaa na watu unasema DCP, watu wanakujibu, you go crazy. I think that is true. It got into him. He now even forgot that he was with other people, and unfortunately some of those things are in people's character, which are very hard to do that. And this also, when people started asking, why wherever Gachagua is, are you now? For some of us who are very keen, we would hear him answering those questions directly, but in kind of in a way, in an intelligent manner. That why is he not with other people? That we told people to go and mobilize and all that. By the way, this mobilization this time around, it's not needed. No one needs to mobilize Kenyans. It's like when people say to unite Kenyans. One, Kenyans are forever. We are so united. We only get divided by the idiots called some of these leaders. All right. Now, mobilization for the first time in the history of Kenya. Kenya hatakiwi kumobiliziwa ati atapigia nani kura in terms of presidency. Okay, because already ana answer, anatoa nani. Okay, that is key. Wakenya wamekubaliana big percentage ule watatoa. You don't need to come and mobilize them. Okay, but of course for optics you can do that because of course hauna kazi ingine. You can do that because you have money, you want to show yourself up, you can do that. But for me, I don't think people should even have that as a bone of contention, that so and so is lazy. That is another very childish kind of accusation from whatever it came from. All right, people work at their own pace, people read at their own pace, and people do things at their own pace. Let me land ndio tuendelee na discussion. So for me, I'm just trying to say what we are seeing imekuwa ikibuild. And unfortunately, some of us were fearing yani tunaamka asubuhi tuna hope, I hope haitakuwa hivi, I hope haitakuwa hivi. And even when people are saying, will this united whatever hold, it's because of those people could see it. Now, you talk of you are most popular. That is relative. What tests that? when you stand and say Wiper is the most dominant whatever here, what parameters are you using? Okay, that everybody here is Wiper. Go to Ukambani, not everybody is Wiper. Go to DC to Mulima, not everybody is DCP. You see, so why don't you appreciate and that if I'm not DCP, then I'm traitor? Come on. I think we are above those kind of things. So all these things, they conclude. Now, to conclude, let's look at the history of when this guy, when they were buddies. You know, that night they never slept. They were trying to elect the VP, the deputy. What transpired? That by itself. Then after that, all the other campaigns and the nature of the discussions and the rallies that were held, you cannot expect any different result. Nikimaliza, when it came to impeachment, I think people saying that some people didn't help, didn't react and all that. It's because number one, people hao watu kule walichokozeana kwa marumu na huko UDA. You didn't expect people like other people who are not in that house. People didn't know what they were fighting for. Ni kama bibi na bwana umeona wako kwa nyumba nasikia mangumi, then you see them coming out naked. You don't know what waliambiana nini kalipuka. So Gachagua walilipuana huko ndani, and that's what he came out now to say, tell the world this is what the vita ile ilikuwa kwa nyumba ndio nikakuwa smoked out because of this and that and that. And people never even stopped to think, ala sasa kama one time ilikuwa huyu mtu ni peremende ni roho ni, then of course you didn't see that, then there is a problem. If you are not able to read that before, that is a serious problem. It's a humongous problem. So what we are seeing is the build-up of reality. Thank you very much.
Sawa, we will react to that, lakini wacha kwanza turuhusu huyu jamaa apende kulala aongee, because alikuja hapa anajifanya kukoa tumsikie. Haya, Kipril, take over the mantle.
Atipendi kulala. Na wewe unafanya nini? Wewe hujalala pia. Ama kwake ni usiku.
This guy does not like sleeping and I don't know why. Kama kuna mambo inaleta shida Kipril, wacha kuja ku waste time na sisi.
Sasa atalala aje na umekataa na sistako.
Walishachukua mmoja, hatutawapea kila mtu.
Kwani alimpeleka wapi? Keep endelea bana, pole, tunakukaribisha na
they took even our moderators here. Hawa watu ni wajinga sana.
Walichukua, walipagia.
Walipagia mpaka viumbe wetu hapa. Okay, go ahead.
Achana na matusi huyo mjamaa. It's okay. I just have a few things to say. It's just a debate, but I did state here that
ongea kwa sauti, wacha kuongea kama sister ya Njiru, hatukusikii.
Shida yangu ni mambo ya kupembelezana with senior politicians. Hii kitu Robo unaweza kuja, najua ni wakati yako kuja kwa sababu
ongeza volume. By the way, hatukusikii vizuri, ongeza volume kindly.
Okay, wacha ni switch.
Ana suppress the voice board. Inahitaji vocal cord. Yeah.
So ngoja subiri kidogo kwa sababu Alex amesema my voice is not the best.
No, you are much better now. I mean, right now you are much better. Now you can speak.
Tumia ile sauti unatumianga kukatia.
Is it better? If I'm good at what I do.
Ile sauti unatumia ukisema alei mrembo tuende kwangu. Hiyo sauti ndio tunataka.
Kama hujui kazi, kuna fundi anaitwa Stone Piquet atakufundisha hapa, ni profesa.
Fundi.
So fundi kabisa hapo wewe sijui kazi. There's something hapa nje wakati ya Roba kukuja, kwa sababu nitazungumza na nishike mwenzake hapo. Nilijua tu anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Now, Raila has trained these people for the last 20 years to come because you have political clout as sons of Moi, to come and say, oh, this is the community that I used to hold on to, and this is who Moi used to direct me to go and kind and gather the sheep together. You know, the Msalias, the Watangulas, or Kuja, sasa wewe ndio uko na hii community. And that is the clout they would use to say that they have power in a particular region. It is just a happenstance that the Kamba people went with Kalonzo, but it's what we assume. It is fine. That is okay. It worked. He still holds on to that. He has not expanded it for the last 20 years. Now, when we came to this show, for the last week, we talked about this, actually several months. And I know, tulipigana hapa na Njero tukaongea ile mambo ya you cannot abuse, you cannot talk bad about principles, sijui nini. We have to criticize their ways of doing it. Hata I appreciate when Roba comes and says, I don't see PLP. Mimi nikamwambia, si tunajaribu our best. I gave them the reasons why you don't see us a lot, but we are also trying our best to expand our party. We're all over the country. We are now on our 26th county. Kutembea tembea. What we are avoiding ni mambo ya hiyo boardroom sasa. Nilichapwa juzi when I was against that Azimio meeting. I knew why I was saying that. The two so-called largest of the stakeholders are outside there. I don't blame Kashago for what he said. Sioni shida ilikuwa nasema hapo, because he's been working so hard that I was expecting other people. Kalonzo had the opportunity when Raila betrayed us. Kuingio, that was his slot. Ilikuwa slot yake. Angeendelea na hiyo, asukumane na hapo. By now Kalonzo angekuwa shafagia kila mahali. Kalonzo angekuwa shafagia. As we are struggling with our small party, but we are trying our best. We talked about this in the past as the people in diaspora. We know that politics in the diaspora is how we would like our Kenyan politics to be. Hatupendi hivi ya roadside ya kutembea tembea ya kuongea na watu nini. But it's the way politics is in Kenya. And if it's the politics of the day, before we teach our people how to think differently, let us use the formula we have right now, which is actually teaching the people about who you are. It is about creating a popularity. You can't have sasa Peter Munya tumemsikia after how many months? Almost a year, tujui yako wapi. All these other characters, even the guys in Embo, wanatokeleza out of nowhere. Because it's the same assumption. Hii tabia tumefundishwa na Raila. Kuja tuzungumze kwa boardroom, tuache tusisikie mambo ya wananchi. Yani, it's them to decide for us. It is them to decide for us. I kind of slightly disagree with the Mbere North analysis for Gachagua. But all other places should be open game. Because I know someone like Karis, who mtu anapendwa sana. Hiyo tunajua.
What do you disagree in Mbere? What do you disagree in Mbere? Tell me.
Wacha niendelea alafu tutakuja kwa Mbere. Najua party leader wako atakumtetea. What I disagree with Mbere.
That's a very simple question, Bwana Kipril. So you disagree, just answer him.
Yes, as you continue, as you continue, ride on it.
Okay. The Mbere candidate Karis is more popular than Gashagua's candidate. Take it to the bank. The person who was the head of that party, the DP party, was a weak person. Sorry. He did not help to protect Karis's votes. That was the problem. I have to say it black and white. But Gachagua cannot say Karis's candidate. I mean, the DCP candidate was more popular than the DP candidate. Yes, you kweli.
That's true.
Yeah, I know.
That's true.
And
That's true.
unaweza sema
That's true.
otherwise, but yeah.
And sorry, that I
Yeah.
can chip in 1 second.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is, as I keep on saying, people have their own strengths and weaknesses. JB Muturi, whom we know very well because I come from there, is not wale wanaitwa volatile fighters. He's a silent fighter. Okay, there are people who fight huku chini ya maji. Even when he talks, he doesn't know how to. When he can't shout like Gachagua, he can't shout like Naruto and all that. So that he has that, and he's not loud both by voice and even by demeanor. And Nani, whom he has built, Roko, who has been built, constructed from rubbish by JB, is even louder, stronger, because he can even fight in. By the way, never have a press conference with Ruko. Atakupiga ile mbaya hapo haraka. So you can't start comparing that. It is true. He is not streetwise. All right, because that even like when we were really so strong doing some things there, we were telling him, like even when he wanted some of the position, we told him, hii kitu lazima saa ingine unatoa makucha. But him is that watu wa ile sauti ya chini and all that. The truth of the matter is that Karis, you can't compare Karis popularity in Mbere, not even Mbere North, Embu County, with anybody else. Karis, Embu County today. One, because of course he began from the music industry. He has the best music according to the genre there. So he's a household name. That's it. So keep you right. Endelea.
It's not only the music only. It's also what he did as an MCA. Kuna kazi alifanya hapo kwa watu bwana. Like honestly speaking, Karis alifanya kazi. Alileta maji. There are small projects there that you saw as an MCA in Bere. Watu walimpenda. So for me, that is the only issue I have with these top heads. Yes, you're the Speaker of the National Assembly. Congratulations, well done. Oh, yes, you are a minister some time back with Moi. Oh, you are the Minister of Uhuru. Who cares? Do you have the ground? That is the question. Do you have the ground? So, like, for example, the example I've given there for Karis. Karis should have been a DCP candidate. Let's just be honest. If he was a DCP candidate and got a protection Gachagua, or even independent, hii kitu ya mtu anakuchota, you see him in TV, anachapwa na vijana. Mturi anachapwa. Yani Mturi anaoneshwa disrespect by young goons in Bere. Mtu mzee hivyo mwenye anafaa kupatiwa heshima hivyo. You would not see Mr. Gachagua akifanya vitu kama hiyo. Ilikuwa madharau sana. We saw that. We saw alishikwa na blood pressure. Yeah? Let me just tell you, some of these people, kama ni zile kazi za administration kama unataka, hiyo ni sawa. I'm talking to you, Mr. Eugene Wamalo. Kama ni kazi ya administration unapatiwanga kila saa, it doesn't mean that you have to come to the negotiation table kusema nimekuja na party if you're not going to protect your members. If your members are misbehaving, kipata mtoto kama Salasia anafanya sijui nani kazi, anafanya serikali kazi, this is my suspicion. It's not might be true, might not be true.
Huyo ni mtu unataka kuongea about. Don't waste your airtime with such idiots. Endelea na vitu vingine bwana.
No, I'm just saying. I'm talking about Eugene Mamwalo, where he has somebody that he does not discipline, anatembea kila mahali. Have you had anybody misbehaving in DCP? You unatandikwa kiboko hata kabla before you join DCP ushatandikwa kiboko hapo, naambia I'm talking about Irungu. Naambia usipojoin hapo utaumia. Sometimes with this leadership stuff, you have to also be bullish. The only thing that I don't agree with Gachagua is him being a presidential candidate. But in terms of his position of removing Ruto and spreading his party, it's the kind of way we want to do it. Hii kazi ingine ya mtu kama Matiang'i alikuja alilanda hapa akatupatia moto baridi. Hapa tu kila siku talking about administration. The Kenyan politics are right now, it needs aggression. It needs aggression. This is what the people in the village need to see. That's how Ruto became popular. That's how Gachagua became popular. That's how even Uhuru akishikilia mkono na Ruto became popular. Until we clean up politics in Kenya, that is how it is right now.
A quick question as you continue.
Go ahead.
That aggression, where do you direct that aggression? Endelea.
At one man. Look
Thank
at
you.
Sifuna's aggression.
Thank you.
Look at Sifuna's aggression. Very simple language. Hata squeeze nimependa. The Sifuna I see in Citizen is very different from the Sifuna I see on the street. Huyo wa street mwenye anaongea ile lugha yenye mimi mwananchi nitaelewa. Kitu kingine anakuja kuongea Citizen with some big law words and stuff like that. Yes, we need to teach our people that stuff. But people are not keen with that. Ila ya kurushia Ruto vitu kama kuku on 14th floor. Hizo ndio vitu tunataka kusikia. Yeah. So that is what we want. That is exactly what we want. It is plain and simple that we need to, like I'll tell you, there are certain parts of Kenya that need to see these politicians coming kwa salamia. Otherwise, that is why every weekend tunasikia sijui Faruka huko Ajira, tunasikia kuna mshenzi mwingine wa Ruto wako somewhere else, and they are spreading their fake gospel around the country. Sisi tunakaa hapa ati tunadiscuss Azimio. Azimio for what?
Sikia hii ukiendelea keep. It's good we moderator angekuwa anaingiza. Unaambiwa na M Kagiri all non-Kikuyus detest Gachagua. Anasema hiyo ni fact. Endelea.
No, kabla uendelee on that one, I think that one is so subjective. It is not measurable because we have seen Gachagua having other fronts other than Mlima Kenya. I don't understand that.
We've got two kisses in this show right now.
Those are underlying things. And Ninjiru, some of these underlying things, like you could not tell people are rebelling against Gachagua. If you ask everybody is following Gachagua.
Repassion is natural. People will always repulse on you. But saying that Gachagua support is only in Mount Kenya is a bit not solid. It's a liquid statement.
He didn't say that. Read that statement properly. And then let keep.
For me, for me, just from that comment you just said, I'll continue with my Azimio thing. I want to rebut that. Just from the polling of what we have in this show right now, we've got two Kisi people that have joined DCP before the Kikuyu ones. I'm sorry. The guys from Central, Stone PK Ayuko to Ako DCP. Julia is not in DCP. There's a lot of people down there on the comments that are not in DCP.
Very many. Yeah. You can't go sweeping.
Yeah, you've got Akina Roba, Akina Lex are following Gachagua. I was speaking to Msimamo. Msimamo ananiambia hata DCP huko Kwale. It's not a joke. I cannot undermine DCP. And to make matters worse, for those people who kind of undermine that man, DCP, Gachagua is not going to be campaigning in Central after he comes to the US. So atakuja US this month. Agisha malize yes. That is what I wanted that funny guy called Kalonzo to have been doing for the last few years. He had 3 years to be going to Ukambani, to be going to the coast region and do all that stuff. So Gachagua in not so many words. See, these people are lazy. You can call it a warm war, cold war, I don't care.
Let me ask you a question again as you progress. Keep your build. I'm adding you to build on your submission. So which war is this? Why is it that the fallback is on Akina Kalonzo? You fall back on those people that you are with in the same camp. What is this about? That you want to say Mother is lazy, Kalonzo is lazy. What is this? What is it? Come on. Can we understand this as intellectuals?
Then
What's the problem? What's the problem?
Wacha niingililie hapo halafu Kipril akuje. Kipril, I want to
They've
also
never,
reinforce.
no, hold on. First of all, they've never mentioned Martha in that equation.
No, it doesn't matter. You know, Madhav doesn't have to be mentioned, but they are in the same camp. When you say some of your team people are lazy, and you say you think
No,
what
but
is what
we have,
can you give us? Tell us what is it about? Why do you care about? Why do you care about Kalonzo?
Let me explain the reason why laziness is coming. Ruto himself is busy mobilizing a state house. I want us now to be honest. Kujaza mabasi akipeleka watu state house, watu wakakula huko. So this statement of being lazy is a subjective statement which has some weight, and I will explain it how. For instance, if you are a formidable presidential candidate, you could be a presidential candidate who is hoping, but I'm talking of formidable. If you are a formidable presidential candidate, your rallies should be consequential and they should be connecting. Yani ukimaliza rally Machakos, uko na ingine Nyeri, uko na ingine Kisii, uko na ingine Kisumu, uko na ingine Mararan. Like if you are a formidable
okay. Njiro, we see that. Wacha nimalize ndio nitoke. So that makes you what? Like if you are Gachagua and then I'm not doing that, why is it your business? See when we're the best. Why is it your business? Why are you worried?
It is not about being the best. It is the issue of if you have to be a formidable presidential candidate, your footprint have to be everywhere.
By who is measuring the formidability in Njiro? This is where you guys are in the very funny situation. See, if Gachagua is formidable, let him proceed and he'll be elected president, bro. This is where we are losing it.
No, the group, it's a group, and everything.
No, it's not.
Has to carry the only. Then dissolve the opposition to sema hakuna opposition na kila mtu afanye kazi yake. But
that's a lie. That's a lie. It has never been formed. Akina Gachagua imekuwa so difficult. That's why the underlying is it really united? This has been lingering all over. Okay, the optic is that they use united opposition, and those people who are keen, they've been telling us and they have observed these guys are not together. Of course, they are together in terms of they want Ruto to go, but none of them is willing to give to the other. It's a lie, and it will burst in Njiro. This is a bitter pill we need to swallow.
Okay, bursting is okay, yes. But the reason why I'm hating what the other people are saying, wakona wivu ya Gachagua. Why can't you mobilize that uonekana ukimobilize? Why are these people concerned with what Gachagua is doing? And ni kama yani unaanzia kusikia vibaya simply because people are willing to follow that person. Those people are
you come to my house. You come to my house, you start showing my wife vile unavaa suti mzuri au nitakukatakata na panga uende. So Gachagua, as much as he thinks he is the best, wherever he goes, you don't undermine people. Don't say hapa kuna Stone PK hata afanyi kazi, nasikia hata alalangi huku hata nini na nini. You tell the people mimi niko hapa natafuta presidency. Njiro, don't be a fanatic,
my
bro.
Problem with that.
Don't be.
No, it's not about that. My problem is with the whole situation. Yeah, this is why I always think that coalitions should be built after the election. You remember when I talked about this yesterday? I was like, yes, agree on one presidential candidate. Yeah, ile deputy ndio nasema ilikuwa na shida. That was the only one I said there was a problem with that.
So how do you agree without a coalition? How do you agree without? Utaagiriaje kama mja coalesce? I wish we could jump into the coalition and then agree, but just give us the route, the path that they agree in matter without sitting down and looking at so many parameters, which is imekuwa ngumu, bro. I would want Mother to be the president, actually, the candidate, but the route to that is so difficult. When you have somebody who thinks he's working harder than everybody else because he can shout louder than a woman who is soft, and because somebody has money, then you want to.
We're still running for president. We're still running for president.
Gachagua is not only shouting. Gachagua has a concept.
Gachagua, Jiro, we can argue until tomorrow. Gachagua has no concept. He has no concept. Now I'll hit you hard. Write down Gachagua's concept of leadership. Zero. Concept is not criticizing and telling us who Ruto has screwed, who Ruto has done. That is garbage. Everyone knows. Don't tell us that he has concept. For me, he always in at all I know what concept is. That I don't know. In fact, he has no manifesto at all. At all.
And
for your information.
Why is party becoming popular and maligning the others?
Popular because of revenge, bro. Read psychology. It's revenge. Gachagua is on revenge mission. You are being lured into.
Why are people following his revenge mission?
Because watu wa mlima mnapenda
Wakikuyu, that is the problem. Don't bana.
Hapa msiko hapa siwezi watetea. Hata anu kinigonga leo I don't care.
Let's be serious, Njiru.
Mnapenda pity. You guys mnasemanga woye. Oh, pole mligonga mtoto wetu. Oh,
yeah.
Kijana yetu kwa mtoto kijana yetu hek. Oh, Ruto bana mnamgonga mbona why did they fire?
Aliwaua church Bahati mkasema tusahau hiyo. Useless, my friend. That is the country cannot live like that.
No, but that does not mean Gachagua has not come with a framework which is helpful.
Which framework?
Which framework? Which framework? Which framework?
Okay, niambie
usifanye tuanike huyo jamaa.
No.
Hakuna framework.
Niambie okay, tell me about others. Okay, Kipril nipe framework ya party yako sasa.
Hapana, you don't compare your framework because I have my framework or I don't have. Give us your framework.
No, you are saying Gachagua doesn't have a framework. Then you want to tell me that Kikuyus are just following an idiot?
Yes.
Take that to the bank. Yes. 10 times. Take that to the bank.
So Wakikuyu wameamuka hivi wakaamua kufuata mjinga.
Yes.
And we don't mind because it's removing Ruto.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Why do you think Duale amewaita mafisi? My friend, what are we talking about?
Nataka kuuliza swali tena. Wakikuyu wameamuka tu hivi wakaamua kufuata mjinga.
So yes. Mjinga mwingine anaitwa Ruto.
Walifuata Ruto. If you didn't know, you know.
Ngoja, tumejua. I need Budi kabla niingize dikim kidogo 1 minute. Budi, can you respond to this one? Wakikuyu
Budi doesn't have to respond. Ni hivyo. That's the
relax kidogo. Budi, Wakikuyu wameamuka wakafuata mjinga.
Yes.
No, ngoja kidogo. Tulipika ngoja kidogo. Budi, can you respond to that? Wakikuyu wameamuka wakafuata mjinga. Respond
kama 2022.
Ngoja
2020, yes.
2013.
Don't Budi, we are on this one. Wakikuyu wameamuka wakafuata mjinga. Budi, ngoja kidogo. Budi, I'm talking to you. Au wengine wa Budi, can you react on that one?
Wafunge mic kwanza, unaongeaje na watu ambao wataki? Waje waongee mpaka wamalize. Waje waongee wamalize kwanza alafu ndio, because they still have something to say. Nigeria, you don't want them to talk. Let them talk.
Haya, waseme.
Njiro.
You know, wacha nikwambie kitu.
Njiro.
When I came here at first, I told you this and you did not listen to me. I told you, we have people who hate Gachagua so much, but they can only use Gachagua as a boogeyman to deliver. But when it comes to believing if Gachagua should be next to power, nikakwambia Gachagua should be not near power at all. And then you thought that I was effing up. And unfortunately, what you are refusing to acknowledge is those people are so many, but they don't know how to talk. Now, since yesterday, they've started talking open.
Are they winning? Are they winning? Are they going to win the argument?
Your problem is you don't want to be a moderator. You want what is called leading questions. You're a moderator, for heaven's sake.
Tusikize Bundi Njiro vizuri tu, alafu moderate. Yeah, moderate.
Allow people to speak what they are not able to speak, however hurting it is. I don't think Rigathi Gachagua is that bad the way they have said. But what came out after the statement, I swear to you, there are many people like Stone PK that are coming out and openly speaking their mind, and they are saying, Kua, I think Kikuyus are doomed. I will not say, not because for me, I think when I embraced Gachagua, I embraced him, and everybody, I mean, Nikata, because of that politically. There are shows I cannot go because of my political affiliation. But the quotas of people who are speaking the way Stone and Nani are speaking openly is larger, and it's expounding. The unfortunate part of it is the same people believe that Gachagua has a part to play when it comes to keeping Ruto out. We are in a dilemma. So, and that is why I'm saying that what Gachagua should do, he must go it alone until his value is seen, the way actually Gachagua is doing right now. We will have to cry the way we are crying until we realize that there is no coalition we can make without him. And we are actually pushing Gachagua towards Ruto. We are actually pushing Rigathi Gachagua towards Ruto. And we will
where
never
he belongs.
blame him.
Bundi, that is where he belongs. That is where he belongs. Thank you.
So for me, I have always said that we have a loose opposition, and there are things that we have refused to speak about. And it has gotten to a time that we must speak about them, not them speaking about it, because you let politicians speak about it, it brings a bad picture. But if you and me will be allowed to speak about it so that you can know the state of the country, then you will come to understand that we are doomed. That's why when I started, I said today was a very good day for William Samoei Ruto. If elections was held today, William Samoei Ruto will have somebody who will actually become his deputy president, and that is Rigathi Gachagua.
Jero.
Let me speak.
Jero.
Kuna wacha huyu Kim kwanza ongea, utakuja Stone nani.
Salamu kwanza kwa PK na akina Alex na everybody else. I always watch at the back. Unakumbuka juzi tuliitwa mafisi na tukakubali. Tukaitwa chokora na bado tukakubali na tukashinda Olkarao. So what I'm saying, I think I'm getting all of you what you're saying, but siasa, nobody will come to you and give it to you for free. This thing you have to fight for it. And the problem we are having two sides where one guy is very outspoken and the other ones want to go with the tide and the ride. Lakini kwa siasa, it does not work like that. Upper America, we have Trump who went against the grain, just like Gachagua has done. And today he's the president for the second term, whether he's good or he's bad. So sometimes it's good, mtu acheze game yake, you bring what you have on the table, and then if people like it, they will follow it. And that's why I don't even think I love Uhuru, but I think he should keep off this politics. Everything was nice, going on smoothly. Kila mtu anacheza game yake, but all of a sudden, the Azimio gymnastics are coming and causing a lot of confusion, even though I don't see where the confusion is. I am one of the guys that believe people like JB. I was there in Bere campaigning. I ate at his dinner place. It was good dinner and everything else. We did what we had to do. So I don't think anybody actually hates JB, but I haven't seen him convincing enough people to be able to come on the table and be able to negotiate properly. So I don't think I hate JB. I don't hate all these other guys. But I also like what Gachagua is doing. He's laying his cards. Anatengeneza mambo yake polepole kwa meza, but everybody else is very jealous and they just want to come and destroy the whole table. So for me, I would encourage people, let's go out there. Venye Alex amesema, we go there, look for our own votes, try to convince as many people as possible. And if people hear what you are saying and they follow you, then you form your own party and you form the next government. Unfortunately, people like JB, Peter Munya, and the other guy, and Akina Madhakarua, as good as they are, I don't think they should be at the forefront making any government, including Uhuru, because they were there and they failed. They failed when they had the government. We were all in, most of you guys here were in Azimio. We were rooting for Mr. Odinga, and we lost terribly with the sitting president. So for me, that politics of appearing presidential or appearing to look good, you are the one with the best, unavaa vizuri, unaongea vizuri, watu wanasikia, you are logic like PK here, and I love him to death though. But at the end of the day, what I think we should do is that ability to bring people.
Mokoyone, wacha mimi anajua niko na dada yako bwana. Mokoyone
amesema tuchukue psychophant ya mtu na hakuna mtu atakuwa psychophant ya Stone PK.
I'm not a psychopath. I'm just saying. I think all of you are very intelligent here. I just believe even us, we should go out there and get our own followers. And then we can have people on the table and present the Kenya that we want. But unfortunately, sisi tuko tu hapa polepole na boardroom na nini. Hatuna wafuasi, hatuna nini. Lakini people are listening to the people on the ground. And that is Gachagua as we speak. Unfortunately, whether you like him or not, you want anything in Mount Kenya, you will have to go and to a Munyoro very soon. So I think let's kila mtu acheze game yake, hapo mbele tutaongea. Asante. It's good to hear you guys. As always.
Roba endelea.
Hey, studio sinyamaze njuru bwana. Studio.
Roba, go ahead.
Time is important.
Roba, go ahead.
Njuru, can I come in now?
Yeah, I've told you to go ahead.
Amesikia uoga venye nimeongea, anashindwa atasema nini.
Can I come in?
Hapana, ana fix. Roba, we can hear you. Fix your thing. We can hear you very well.
Yeah.
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. A couple of things. A couple of things. That's to my opinion. First of all of us, we believe when you work hard, you harvest, you get what you worked for. It's the same thing we are talking about here. Gachagua has been working hard, doing what he has been doing. Now, inaonekana sasa kuna wengine wanataka sasa, mtu umepanda mahindi, unaendelea kupanda hata ichaiva ichakuwa kufuna na nini, hata mwanzo kufuna sasa tuongee vile hiyo mahindi itaenda kufunwa. Na huyo nawaambia okay, kama ni hivyo okay, tuongee, lakini na wewe, mimi nimeleta hiyo mahindi, mimi ndio nilifanya kazi na kila kitu, wewe uko na nini sasa? How do you come in as a partner? So this is what I'm trying to say. Munya, empty. Huyu Mutuli, empty. Unaona, Karonzo, Mkamba. That's what is bringing on the table. Matiang'i is putting Kisii on the table. Then sasa mnaanza kumshout to the guy who's bringing like a lot of people who was the people are following him. Then mnaanza kumuita sio nini nini someone like Kibagendi. That was nonsense on his part. You can't do that. So wenye wanakuja hapa kutuambia ya kwamba unajua Gachagua is what when he worked for it. People are following him. He has worked for it. Yeah, there was opening. Martha Karua never took advantage, and Martha Karua, by the way, she's not complaining. She's not even part of the conversation right now. Munya, where were you? Oh, Mutuli, where were you? You were defeated in Mbeere North, and I agree with Gachagua. That was an embarrassing. Yeah, Gachagua went there. He has video there. Even some of us we discussed about it when he was campaigning. Nana, sasa Matiang'i anakuja anaenda
Rigiji never said he was defeated. He said tulinyanganywa tukiona, to the benefit of Muturi. Let's be honest. Yeah, that's even what Rigiji said. Tulinyanganywa tukiona.
Alex, the thing was, huyu jamaa, where was he? Was no call, no show. Huyu anaitwa Muturi in Mbeere North. Where was he? Wakati that minister came and wakachukua kura.
That is different than saying tulishindwa. That is different. That one I can agree. But saying tulishindwa, it was embarrassing. It's not true.
I don't know. Can I speak? Can I finish? I thought you are the one who says people should finish talking, and now you are just cutting me off.
But you are spreading propaganda.
Okay, thank you.
We have already spoken about this issue. We have talked about who was popular there. We have spoken, even the people who are from there, they have said it. Rigji himself has said it. So why do you want to stick on a propaganda that he lost? He should be embarrassed. He did not lose. Kama yeta kukasirisha, it's okay.
Okay.
If that is the case, it's okay. I only say just for the sake of a honest conversation. Weka hata hiyo clip ya Rigji. Rigji asema I stayed there 10 days. Tukaibiwa.
Yeah, I will put. Let me address a comment here from. Yeah, naweka sahi, naweka because you see. People think like, when people come here and they say whatever they say, I do not instigate somebody to say what you want to say. So, me, the only thing I can do is also, even as I moderate, I also have my own opinion. As I try also to be neutral, I also have my own opinion. We have also to understand that. And it's a bit of shock when, like, if Tony PK or Kipril comes and they have their own opinion about Gachagua. That is not my opinion. I asked them a question, and the question which I'm asking them, there is the way in which they are explaining. I cannot just get them out of the show simply because Mutu amesema hivyo. That is his own opinion. I will try to reinforce it. Mimi pale nitaweza. But because it looks, there are people who have gone an extra step of wanting to hate Gachagua. I cannot help it. Like I will not stop somebody to hate Gachagua. That is a choice which somebody has chosen because of his own evaluation of issues. The only thing I can do is convince him. I have my own approach. Na ndio umesikia nikisema, I appreciate barabara ya Gachagua, and I've been saying this from yesterday. That's why I was saying that is the approach personally. Hata mimi mwenyewe I like. I don't want a shared victory. I don't believe in shared victory. So there is no way in which Gachagua will go hunting for the government, he do the danke work, and then hawa watu wengine wanataka wabebwe. It will not work that way. What we are saying is, and I said it here, the truth of the matter, hawa watu wana criticize Gachagua. It is not about what Gachagua is doing. Hii kitu inakuja na wivu and hatred because of what Gachagua and Budi, I want you to help me on this.
Is this thing because of Gachagua is overshadowing them? Ama ni wivu wa watu wako nao? Because of where Gachagua has reached against all the grain, based on where he is coming from. Let's analyze this thing. Is it pale Gachagua amefika ama watu wako na zao?
Unajua, there was a question that we will live with it. We embraced Gachagua, but we didn't know for how long we are going to embrace him. And it has come to a point that whether we like it or not, he's part and parcel of the larger conversation, and he will shape the 2027 election. So the biggest part of it is you cannot call somebody takataka today. The next day again, you say, you know, he handled this issue very well. The other day, I had a conversation, mpaka nikauliza Stone mwenyewe, why do you hate Gachagua? He said, no, I don't hate Gachagua. But today, again, I look at it, it's totally different. I mean, even this Ruto that we are trying to remove, if this is the approach that we are having, the moment we remove him, he will turn out to be a saint, because the purpose was not just to remove him. It was a bigger purpose. But I'm afraid, and I said it earlier, kuna watu wanachukia Gachagua. Wanamuchukia. I said it. Ile kuchukia. Majuis is one of them. Lee McQueen. Let me continue. Lee McQueen ni mwingine. Ataweka tu clip ya Gachagua and then akae tu hivi akimuwatch. Atisikia mtu vile alikuwa anaongeanga. Like, yani, some clips that do not even make sense, just to carry up emotions and show people that, you know, we are worse, we are cooked, we are doomed. Unaelewa? The reality is this. Nobody is a saint. Nobody is a saint. Nobody is a saint. Nobody will ever be a saint. But we in a position, if elections were held today, I insist, wallahi, Ruto ni 2 term. If we are not going to stop this, and we will cry larger. And then we will blame Rigiji in the end. And if I was Rigiji as a politician, I will find a way out, just like Baba used to. This is the point Baba used to find himself. Munafika, munamcriticize, munamfanya kila, anatumia pesa, anajaribu kuleta coalition. Akienda sasa post-election, tena munasikia vibaya. Don't be surprised that we are pushing Rigiji to the point whereby you find himself in the same predicament Raila used to find himself. People go, unajua what used to be, wakati tulikuwa tunaapisha Baba, Wetangula, Musalia Mudavadi, na wengine walienda kuongea na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Yes.
Baadaye, what happened? When Raila came to the government, the same people felt bad. We are pushing Rigiji. We are no longer seeing him as an asset. He has become a liability because of hate, not because of what? One common ground. When we embraced Rigiji from the very beginning, we knew he was. He did not hide it from us, my friend. So why now? That's the beef I am having with the people. We questioned, are you sure you will stand with Rigiji? For how long? Up to when?
Alex,
Up to when are you going to say no to Rigiji? I ask this.
Okay. Kidogo, Kim nakuleta, let me reinforce something here. And Budi, I want to explain something here. Some of us tulikuwa tumechukia Gachagua sana. Let me tell you, I wish people can follow because we have been here for the longest. I wish people can follow what we used to talk about. Hata huyu Budi yako hapa. The way we used to talk about Gachagua 3 or 2.5 years ago. And it takes a lot of evaluation and observations for somebody to stand here and talk about a man we used to rule in Ruto government the way we speak to him about him today. It is not a turnaround of one day. It's not a turn. So, and this is something, you know, I did not take it kindly when people here are saying Gachagua belongs to Ruto. Gachagua, even if watu wanasema hapa open, even and some people in the comment section here, Tony PK has said it the same. Ati huyo anafaa kukua kwa Ruto. Because according to them, they are the ones who deserve the opposition. So Gachagua aende kwa Ruto ili awaachie mwanya. Sijui kama Bwana Mbudi unaona hapo, they feel they cannot be able to play in the opposition. Gachagua akuwa kwa upinzani. So Gachagua afanye nini? Gachagua aende kwa serikali, Gachagua aende akafanye, because let me tell you, because unajua Ruto has no credit. Ukienda kwa Ruto unaisha. Mnajua hivyo. So hao watu wanataka Gachagua aende kwa Ruto, aende akaisha na huko. Alafu sasa Gachagua awaachie upinzani sasa watawale. So they want to be in opposition without Gachagua. Because according to them, they cannot function with Gachagua. Aya, Kim's endelea. I will continue from there. Nitawaambia mengi.
Sasa unajua, I think what we are dealing with a very hii tuko vitani saa hii. The way I see it, we are in the battle. Na hii vita, like I said, a warrior, you are known to be a warrior by the battles you win. Not staying a lot of spending a lot of time on the on the strategic table. Ama kushinda ukipiga makelele. You have to go out there and fight. So we have known and we have seen Gachagua, like you said, we didn't like him before. I mean, I'm actually warmed up very slowly with to him up until now. Lakini nimemwangalia, I've been evaluating, he's a strategist. Ni mtu mwenye ana organize. Ni mtu mwenye hata kama ana shoot from the hip. I like that because he's very, very strategic in what he's doing. Today, when you look at even just the Wamunyoro residents, that day, if you all remember when he was impeached, he was sitting at the very grounds, akiwa na bibi yake na watoto wake wawili. Na I think there was a grandson or something, and he took a picture, very humble. Today, Wamunyoro is a beehive of activities because huyu jamaa, he knows what he's doing, and people like that, and people will always follow mtu mwenye wanaona anawapeleka mahali. Kama saizi, we have so many professors, we have so many professionals, nini. They're just waiting for Gachagua to win all these battles. Wakimaliza tutaenda kuwatafuta watusaidia kumanage mambo mingi sana. But what I also don't like, ni ukiona mtu anafanya kazi mzuri, instead of us congratulating somebody, or even having that ability of telling someone, you know what, I think you're doing a very good job. I should come and maybe work together and make this movement even better. That's why I was also having a problem with Mr. Kalonzo a little bit, because by against all odds, everything was pointing like he was going to also to be one of the topmost guys there. Lakini ukiangalia huoni huyu jamaa akifanya kitu yoyote yenye inaonyeshana that he deserved these seats, and I had a very big problem. Why should Gachagua gather everybody and bring all these votes and take it to somebody who is not doing anything? A very big problem. When you look at people like Sifuna, he's trying, but I think he needs to try harder and now start taking over his movement, because there's a lot of even on his side, there's a lot of people like JBs and the Munyas there. We can see them, Akina Kibagendi and wale wengine wako huko. They're just taking advantage of him while he's the flag bearer. Ni yeye tunaona, ni yeye tunajua. Yeye ndio ako na ile inaitangwa anointing. Kwa Kikuyu wanasema huyu ndio amepatiwa Muthegi. This is the leader from the West. And instead of us coming behind him, we support him, we encourage him, na tumwambie sasa wewe ndiye mkubwa, tukufuate. They are all taking all manners of corners. You hear somebody in I think in Teso abusing Gachagua, while hata watu wanajua huko Teso, Gachagua has nothing to do with their area. They should be shining in their own area, and they are there abusing Gachagua. And I'm like, Gachagua is busy talking to people of Murang'a and organizing and making sure that all these people are behind him. And these guys cannot even hold a rally that means any, it means anything. Secondly, before nisahau, tukiangalia kama Olkarao, Jubilee in the Mountain died there. Kitu kama UDA, hata afadhali UDA walikuwa na 5,000 votes with all the machineries and everything else. People like Peter Munya had like 28 votes. You know, is quite a shame. Watu wenye walikuwa wanasema waondokewe meza, they filled their own candidate Jubilee. They had like 118 votes, you know, with all the numbers they were claiming to have had. So we need to give Gachagua his credit. Yeah, na kama ametushinda, let us all bow down behind him. Tukuja nyuma yake, we support him the much we can. Are we going to make mistakes in the future? Yes, we can, and maybe a lot of it. Lakini ya watu wenye wanapiga kelele, mark my words, in 1 or 2 weeks, they will not be heard anywhere. You know, we look at somebody like Mother Karua, a very good person. I've supported her in the past and I still love her and I will support her forever. Lakini kwa hii mambo ya siasa ya kuorganize kwa presidency, I will never vote for her. When they were with the Raila, we went there to vote. Na hata MCA wa kwake, they did not come out because they are not able to mobilize. They don't have any followers. So why should we spend a whole lot of time arguing and debating with people who wakikuja tu hata actually they are wasting our time? Nilisikia wakisikia vibaya wakiwaambiwa they are just walking like sticks, wanatembea tu peke yao hivi kama miti. Because they don't have anybody following, they don't have any following. So for me, I think we need to start embracing each other. If I see your star, you know, your star is shining, wacha nisikuja na mwamvuli niweke mbele ndio watu wengine wasimulikiwe. We should also be encouraged even to come na tukuongezee kuni ndio hiyo moto yenye umeanza. That fire can keep burning for a little longer. And that is why you see even the people in Central today, when they go to Amonyoro, they are going there with bulls, they are going there with cattle, they are going there with goats, sheep, they are going there with money, food, everything. So that whoever comes there will not lack anything to eat, because we are encouraging this man aende mahali sisi hatuwezi kwenda. And that is exactly what we are going to do with the people of the mountain. Like nilisema, we were called hyenas and we tukakubali tu na tukasema tutawakula vizuri tena sana. Nimesikia mwingine akisema sisi sijui ni wajinga. Nasema hawa wajinga mtajua wakati tutaelevuka mtakuwa mashakani. So for me, I think we should be tolerant. Let's watch what is happening. Let us encourage. Now, if you cannot follow Rigiji, go start your own party, you know, or even worse, go back to Ruto. We are not going to lose any votes anyway, you know. Lakini I think Kenyans, we've always had this problem. We are not, I don't know why we don't encourage each other. Tunangojanga tu mtu akikufa tunasema I did not like him anyway. Ama mtu akikufa mseme oh pole sana. But why can't we stand with our own? Huyu jamaa Gachagua amekuja ameorganize na DCP mountain yote inamfuata. You know, Uhuru, we love him, but unfortunately huyu ni jamaa wa boardroom. You know, tukifika hapo mbele tutamuhitaji, but for right now we would kindly ask him aendelee kuenjoy retirement. Tukihitaji tutaenda kwake tumuulize 1-2, lakini for now atuachie uwanja. Azimio is dead. Anybody coming with Azimio is completely finished. Most of us used to belong to Azimio. We voted with Azimio, and we don't want to go back there again because it's not going to work. You know, Raila was our best candidate, but I think we can do better if we can only allow ourselves to follow the winning team instead of following the losers. Anyway, I'm sorry for calling somebody a loser, but anyway, it is what it is.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Kim, I understand. You see,
before I go, I need to go. I'm driving now back home. Now, I want you to help me this, and hopefully Stone PK will be talking about this. Nikifika nyumbani tutadeal nayo. I want you to help me with this. Do you agree with what I propose that Rick G should stop responding to these Nina Kampoops? I only respond to only one person, that is Sifuna, and looks for Sifuna, and we go ahead because already this is going to be too much for us. Second,
agreed 100%.
You agree what I told you last time, that we have two options. That, number one, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has brought a bad confusion and we should not allow it. Ukasema hapana, sijui na. Some people came up with strategies zingine hapa zingine that did not even make sense. I said the moment you allow Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in this thing, you are bringing a confusion that it's going to drag us that was not there. The person empowering these people and bringing confusion is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Again, beef on another beef. Beef ya kwanza, Gachagua already yako na Ruto. Ya pili sasa, Uhuru wako nayo na ya Gachagua. Do we want to put ourselves in beefing ya watu wenye wako extremely rich? Kitu ya tatu, I want you to tell me now, do you agree with me that the only ticket that we have ahead of us that will not bring so much problems, so much negotiation, no much workout is Sifuna Metu? If you can answer that, then we'll have a way forward. Lakini if you want us to go circle round and round and round tuongee rigijini takataka, that will not help you, that will not help me. Coalition making will break down. The question is, what remnants can we resuscitate and work with that can work with us for now? 8 million,
Okay.
4 million.
Nimekupata.
Easy VT. Can we work with what we have and go ahead?
Yeah, nimekupata, and that will be the best coalition we can, because you see, even when you look like when we were making the Juggernaut Azimio platform, because of too many huge parties, there were so many things which we were not able to tie up, and that's where we even got so many mods, by the way. Some people even started working with Ruto because we couldn't be able to tie them up. What I propose, or what I think, and to advance what you're saying, is we look for people who have almost the same energy like the one we have. People without drag effect. Not drag ya dawa. DRAG. Ya kukuvuta nyuma. Right now, Gachagua can negotiate with Sifuna. Not even Mezu. They can even open that bracket with any other person within their platform. It doesn't need to be Mezu. It can be anyone. If it is Medu, no problem. But what I'm trying to say is the other people as well who feel Gachagua is not their best version of politics, they can also go ahead and form their platform, because it is so unfair. You start fighting, and these are the things, and now we have to be clear about this now. For me, because nimesikiliza Gachagua, and Gachagua seems to understand this politics, because umesikia Gachagua has been one of the person ambaye amekuwa akisema ukienda kwa Ruto you are getting a negative charge. So I do not expect Gachagua to go to Ruto. But all the other people who are criticizing Gachagua, their tendency or their acumen of wanting to work with Ruto still exists. Even as Tony PK says that Gachagua belongs to Ruto, I think he needs to evaluate the undertones, and people have always worked with each other at a particular time, and even they brought some enmity. So it doesn't mean that simply because Gachagua at one time, because his life was subjected to Ruto, his way of life and his way of thinking is now about Ruto. For your information, Gachagua has told us repeatedly he is consorting. What does consorting mean? Consorting means he is Gachagua plus. Ni Gachagua na mafikira ya watu wengine. And I don't know why people are not understanding that. When Gachagua is saying, I'm retreating 45 days, when Gachagua is saying, I'm meeting these people, Gachagua is not himself. Gachagua is an agent of transformation representing so many groups. The mistake which we are doing is looking at Gachagua of 2002 and Gachagua of 2022. They are two different people. Gachagua wa 2002 anaweza kuwa alikuwa manamba ya Moi, lakini Gachagua wa 2022 is a Gachagua who is well polished and a Gachagua who is well advised. I can tell you, Bwana Stony PK, the amount of service available for Gachagua, even though sometimes tunasemanga ana advisors, but the amount of people available to Gachagua offering free advice, they could be close to 1 million. The amount of people. History ya kusikia kila mtu anaenda wa Munyoro, kila mtu anaenda wa Munyoro. Hao watu wote wanaenda wa Munyoro, sio makamasi kwa vichwa. There are people in their brains also. We should also appreciate. There are Kenyans who want to see us succeeding. But this idea where we feel that simply because I have heard even some people bringing a former life about Gachagua, which is okay. You can bring former life about somebody. But I have seen attempts, and personally, I appreciate attempts. I have seen Gachagua attempts towards democratizing Kenya. So we might have hatred about him, but you cannot have hatred on somebody sababu mtu anajaribu. Hiyo nayo I will not support. I cannot have hatred on somebody simply because huyo mtu anajituma. We all want to succeed. So mbona usikie vibaya simply because mtu ameenda amechukua shamba ilikuwa na magugu na dhangari na shamba ya mawe akapanda mahindi yake hapo na ikatokezea vizuri. Wewe on the other side mahindi yako tu inakaa tu hivi tu goigoi, and we have to appreciate efforts if we are serious human beings. And what these people who are fighting Gachagua, they are supposed to do is they should learn from what he is doing. At times, you also need to, this is what bright people in life do. Bright people in life, they do not criticize everything. Saa zingine ukionanga kila saa huyu mtu ni kama, and let me tell you, there is something people need to study. I was one of the biggest critics of Gachagua in this life. But I have studied Gachagua. You might say maybe I have studied the wrong side of Gachagua. Maybe I don't know how to stand it. I don't know how to stand it. Maybe I don't know how to stand it. But Gachagua worked with Ruto very well during the politics. They did what they did. The same Gachagua has brought the same energy in opposition. I think hata sisi opposition, sisi ni marenge sana. I thought kila mtu anatakanga super sub. This is a guy we needed. Yani munasikia mtu kuleta watu when we were in Azimio. These were some of the things we were falling short of. Bwana Budi, you understand this. When we were in Azimio, these are some of the things we were falling short of. Sasa tumepata super sub na tunasema tunaweza fanya kazi peke yetu. I think we are sick. We are sick. Anyway, go ahead. Yule anataka kuendelea.
Stone should go ahead and tell us what alternative we have right now and what is the way forward. Because even me, I get stuck and I ask myself, what is the way forward so that we don't see Ruto in power now? Based on the current political situation, don't be fair enough. Tell me what's the way out. Instead of calling people names, just give me the strategy of which one we can work with so that we just remove Ruto and we move on. Based on what we have created ourselves in that country today.
Stone PK ni kama you have, that question is directed to you. I think what Timo you have said, this one is a propaganda. I don't think watu wa Orokara walifanya hivyo. This one has been propaganda ya watu wa UDA. I don't think kuna nyumba ya mtu ilienda ikiwekwa X. That one was not true. That was just propaganda. Aya, Stone PK, go ahead. Anyway, as we wait for Stone PK kujipanga, I also
say this as we wait Stone PK. We were so many people that advanced the cause and said, I think Matiang'i has made a political blunder that will cost this country a lot. The young people waited for him. Then he was propelled by Kioni. And we were suppressed the same way now we are being suppressed not to speak. Some of us cried on the rooftop and said, Matiang'i, this is wrong. Matiang'i, this is wrong. The young people need a party that belongs to them. If you are saying that you heeded their call, not the political establishment, this is absolutely wrong. Jubilee will not be a party of the people. Once a party has died, you cannot resurrect it. We are in this predicament had Matiang'i made the right decision at the right time. You see, opportunity of a lifetime must be seized in the lifetime of that opportunity. Gachagua seized the opportunity of a lifetime in the lifetime of that opportunity. Yes, we can sit down and have a conversation in terms of deliverance, in terms of speaking, in terms of past, so on and so forth. And we may not disagree. Matiang'i positions himself as a better leader. I'm not going to dispute that. But politically, he blundered. And you cannot blunder in politics and expect yourself to ascend. Now, let's say we gave him the presidency. We gave him, tumpea kabisa vile munataka na nguvu tumpe. Anatoa MPs wapi? Let's say we give him, tumpe Njiru, tunampea sasa. How is he going to govern? Let's be realistic.
Let's ask ourselves this question. How many MPs can Matiang'i?
Yeah. So the reality is, even if you offer the presidency to some of these people, it will be so like Yani, you will wonder if he's a real puppet, a stooge, a pure stooge that you just put there to massage our egos. Power comes with structures. The ones that Rigathi Gachagua keeps on bragging about. Structures of mobilization, structures of MPs, structures of ABCD. You look at it and we say, look, I think Matiang'i even now has an opportunity. 1 year down the road, in fact, the good thing I like about Rigiji, sometimes he gives history, which I love going back to. He said, look at Kibaki, it was only 73 to 78 days. And look what happened. We don't need to worry about this right now. The reality is we still have time. If this man can get out of there, then you tell us that you start doing ABCD, including Kalonzo and the rest of the things. They form whatever is called as Mio. They take that name out. They give Kenyans what they want. A lot of people who are with Rigiji will have the faith and say, look, we have an option. We cannot talk about a perpetual option that we have not seen on the trail just because we hate a man. You rather follow a man with a record of where he's taking you with a vehicle than a person who does not have a vehicle completely, and you wonder how many seats will he win. All his MPs that he's supposed to campaign with, Wakolinda Mwananchi, we are wondering if they will even win the seats, the MPs. Right now, the talk in Kisi. Ask people honestly, the danger of all those young people losing all their seats because of the bitterness. We haven't talked about the bitterness of Kisi people, that Matiang'i went to church alone. And only Morara Kebaso was with him. We have not spoken about that.
Yeah, Stone, okay, I understand that. You see, and we were saying here, and some of the people who are closer to Matiang'i, we said, you know, what Matiang'i refused to do, and I will say here honestly, Karibu Sana Julia, we were trying to advise Matiang'i here. We told Matiang'i he had to become abrasive. Yeah, alikuwa tu anasema tu tutapanga siasa huko mbele. But he refused to handle the issues which Kenyans were talking about at the right moment. You know, you can be off issues. You know, Budi, unaweza kuja kuongea ile issue unaongea leo, it happened in 2024. You need to be well updated to the issues of the day. And Matiang'i was unable to totally embrace those young people who at one time and even fronted his image. Niliona picha ya Matiang'i. Alikuwa amefrontiwa picha. He was unable to come out and bless those kids and show a serious assessment. I will defend you against Ruto. Ruto will not kill you when I'm alive. That is how a leader speaks. He had a moment of a century to build a juggernaut. He refused. Julia Karibu.
Sasa kweni Alex ametoroka, ameona mtu wa Matiang'i ametoroka. Alex, come back. I'm not on a nagging mood. But I can still argue. Kidogo tu. Sasa ni kunaendaje hapa? Ati mnaongelea Matiang'i
wetu Julia tu wewe tu you drown with your Matiang'i and we have allowed you that. Unajua saa zingine kuna mabinadamu hawapoteangi peke yao. You have to offer some people to get lost with others. So wewe tumekupeana kwa Matiang'i mupotele pamoja.
Sasa kama mtaki Matiang'i, mnataka nani? Niambieni mwenye mnataka.
No, we have offered you. So wewe tukaa tu na Matiang'i. Unajua wewe tukaa na we have already given you to Matiang'i.
Sasa kama mtaki Matiang'i, mnipatieni candidate. Give me a solution.
No, what is happening, Julia, and we have to be serious on this. Hii wivu ya Gachagua itaisha. These people, they are one thing which I appreciate about what is happening. When it comes to political mobilization, Julia, you don't just come and start saying this person is demeaning us, and what this guy is only doing is mobilization and saying that Uyu Mutu is pinning himself. Politics are suggestion. Julia, unaweza tokezea leo useme I'm the king here, I'm the queen here. You can come out hata wewe na chama yako useme hapa kuna chama ingine isipokuwa na. Why are these people afraid to go as wide as they can, and they think like politics has to be regulated? That's where I see the problem is. And for me, I'm reaching to a level and starting to think some of these people who are fighting Gachagua, they are actually working for Ruto. And we will start seeing these things sooner or later. Kuna watu wataenda kwa Ruto na afadhali waende kwa Ruto mapema. I feel so.
But Matiang'i is not fighting Gachagua, is he?
No, I've not heard Matiang'i fighting Gachagua, but his proponents have started fighting. His proponents.
Kioni has always done that.
No, not Kioni. Not Kioni. There is a guy called Chibagendi. Chibagendi did that.
Niliwaambianga Kioni ni mtu wakasonga anajifanya ati ako pande yetu. Kibagendi, I think Alex will tell us what's going on. Then I saw jana juzi, the last 2 days nimekasirishwa na watu watatu waine. First, I was mad with Peter Munya because Peter Munya just exploded and said a lot of nonsense when me I have not heard about your chama chake. Inaitwa PUNU. Hiyo PUNU. Sijasikia hiyo chama since Kibaki died. Ama Njiru umesikia hiyo chama since Kibaki died. Sijasikia? It seems PUNU died with Kibaki. Then JB here ameenda pale Mbere North, amepangwa na Kasongo now, and then now he's yapping. He wants us to do what for him, to some of us to join DPs ndio asikasirike, and then hakuna mtu mwenye ameambiwa aingie DCP by force. So those two people, and then there's another one mwenye anaendeza Mbash, naitwa Mbash. Mtu wa Mbash ni nani Njiru?
Na unajua Julia hii bus, let me tell you where we are disagreeing with this bus. Originally bus, the original owner of bus was Kiraitu Murungi.
Yeah.
Kiraitu Murungi is in Ruto yard. And then this, and people don't forget Julia. So there is a bit of confusion. People might say maybe huyu alitoka alifanya nini, but the owner of bus, watu wakiona bus, watu wanaona Kiraitu.
Si ndio?
Na Kiraitu ndiye alituambia the other day Ruto hajaishindwa uchaguzi.
And then kuna watu watukutu kwa comment section, you need to pray for them.
Wachana nao. Can you imagine Julia?
Angalia vile nani ameandika ati Kanyish Mbesh. You need to pray for those people. Endelea. So Julia, you see, even Bwana Kivuti has to be serious with life. He has to be serious with life because image is everything. How do you say you are a party and the conveners of that party, the starters of that party, they are busy dining with Ruto? What are the gestures which you want? And then you start saying that you are being forced to DCP. Who is forcing you to DCP? Okay, those three people really,
Julia,
that was uncalled for. And mimi hata ni comment kwa Twitter nikawauliza, what is your agenda? What do you want to achieve? Whom are you working for? Unaona, watuambie ni nani anawalipa mshahara?
let me tell you, Julia, unaona, personally, I have been supporting Kivuti, and I support Kivuti up to now. Personally, I would want Kivuti to become a governor because I would want Kivuti to become a governor. Lakini hiyo barabara napitia tutatoka. Hiyo barabara napitia tutatoka. We will now go elsewhere. Because Kivuti, do you know that Kivuti has even lost? Let me give you the history. Kivuti initially, Gachagua had proposed Kivuti to be the governor of Embu. Mukuji tu ametokezea tu hapa juzi. Gachagua was always, hata wakiendaka kwa meetings alikuwa anasema si huyu mtu kure yake haikutosha, si next time. Gachagua was at the, not Gachagua, Kivuti was at the closest proximity of becoming the governor of Embu. But what is the stupid action which he did? Akaremea kwa ile chama ambayo it is being associated with akina Kiraitu. So what Kivuti was supposed to do is he needed to know that the way Murima resonates, and Julia, I have to tell you this, Murima functions with the largest party, you know, for the longest. Hii chama kubwa inakujaga inafagia hizi zingine zote. So, and that has been the problem which Kivuti has been having for the longest. Kivuti has lost governorship for 3 times because of that sweep of the Popular Party in Mount Kenya. Now there was an opportunity of being in DCP, and Kivuti being in DCP was the quickest way of him to become a governor of Embu. Now he has allowed Mukoji to be at the closest proximity of that party. Na yeye anasema ako kwa basi yake, na hivyo ndivyo ameisha. It is unfortunate, but Mukoji is becoming the governor.
Hiyo basi naenda kuanguka pale mtoni.
Umesema 3 times.
Ameanguka 3 times because of
so we are talking about a perennial, we are wasting time to talk about a perennial loser.
Yeah, hiyo Mbash.
So let's not even talk about him. Let's talk about something else.
Hiyo Mbash naenda kuanguka pale.
But Gachagua was with him up to the time when he decided. Unajaribu kuwaonesha.
The moment you say but, it means it has negated. It's not going to work.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sawa. So I don't know. I totally believe you, Njiru. Those people are under Kasongo's payroll. Because what did Peter Munya expect to gain after that outburst? Alitaka tufanye nini? He's definitely trying to create some wedge in Mount Kenya region. You see, whether people like Gachagua, me personally, I don't like him, but I have to give him inaitwa nini? Ile msemo wa Swahili Alex na yasemango aje mgala muwe na haki yake umpe.
Yeah.
The man has worked hard, has put his best foot forward. Na amekanya he's anyway, mimi nimekuwa by then nimekuwa home isn't it semangi nikienda home. Na niwaambie okay, kwetu home you cannot say anything. By then nilikuwa pale Olkalau. Nilikuwa pale Olkalau. Uko you cannot say anything else apart from DCP. Jiru. You can't. Na niliwaambia the other time when I had gone home December kwamba huwezi sema anything in Mount Kenya region mpaka DC. Hata nani Dindi Nyoro anaenda kutupa kiti chake. Ndio umeona Irungu Kang'ata ameingia DCP. Ni kubaya. Now, having said that, if someone cannot be able to succeed to kuweka chama chake mizizi, basi they should just, if you can't beat them, join them. Hakuna haja ya matusi on the media and all that. Nobody, I haven't heard Gachagua say everybody should. He has said he's asking Mount Kenya people to join DCP, but he's not forcing anybody to join DCP. If you don't join, don't join. Right?
Nigeria, kidogo, and do you know the reason why Mount Kenya watu wanaruka to DCP without thinking? Ni sababu people are, watu wamechukizwa na Ruto. What is actually making like this other parties become irrelevant? Ni sababu because like there is Ruto here, people want to remove. So, and you know, in Mount Kenya unasikianga watu wakisema too many parties is confusion. You always hear that in Mlima Kenya when like people are fighting. Kuna ile like people feel we need to be in this party. Hizi chama zingine, it is a rhetoric I've had all the time, even in my home. Unasikia watu wakisema lakini hizi chama zimekuwa mingi sana, zinatuchanganya sasa.
Yeah, Mount Kenya, unless you are extremely good, there are people who sometimes were extremely popular. Now, sometimes they win on independent tickets. We have had those case scenarios. So it is possible to win an independent ticket in Mount Kenya region. But at the same time, if you can't weka mizizi chama chako, afadhali kunyamaza. And then if you have a problem, Mother Karua has always been expressing her concerns, but she hasn't attacked anybody directly. She hasn't called out Gachagua. She hasn't. She's a wise woman. So I guess if you can't do what Mother Karua is doing, then I think you need to shut up. Now, the other person mwenye amenibo ni mwenye anajifanya anasimama governor. What is his name? Nairobi. Gakuyo. Gakuyo was yapping and saying he's not joining Azimio. Who asked him to join Azimio? Nobody has been asked to join Azimio. Azimio people just met and resolved to reach out to the others. And he even dragged Uhuru in. Let me tell you, Gakuyo just reminded us.
Yeah, and here we go again.
Yeah, what you say, Alex? Gakuyo just reminded us the disrespect they had over Uhuru with Gachagua. Because why was he dragging Uhuru in that? Did he see Uhuru in that meeting? So, what I'm saying, if you want to, we want to remove Ruto, whether uko pande akina Gachagua, ama uko pande akina Kalonzo. Stop wasting your energy fighting the fellow opposition members because you are causing confusion in the minds of the people that have agreed with you that Ruto needs to go. It is a waste of energy. Discussing Uhuru is a waste of energy and time. He should have been selling his policies as a governor to be in Nairobi. Na kuna mtu alimwambia ingia Azimio. Me, I heard Kalonzo very clearly. Kalonzo said they are going to reach out to Gachagua, they are going to reach out to Mother, they are going to reach out to everybody. He didn't say that I'm asking anybody to join Azimio. Just like Gachagua did not ask anybody to join DCP. So what is the war about? So these 4 people I have mentioned, to me, have disappointed me in the last few days, and that is not the way to go, unless they are all under the payroll of Ruto. Anybody saying anything that is sabotaging the union of the opposition, I will conclude whether it is true or not that they are under Ruto's payroll. That is my take. Uwe pande gani, uwe Azimio ama uwe pande ya Gachagua. Even Gachagua should be careful with his utterances because hata yeye anapenda kuropokwa, kupayuka. Gachagua said the other day that he knows he's proud. Fine. He has a lot of good things about himself, but I guess he needs also to appreciate that he needs to work as a team with the others. I hope he appreciates that. Because if he doesn't, tunalekea pambaya sana. I'm telling you, we are headed to a rock.
Okay.
Those who are planning to remove Ruto. If Gachagua doesn't also behave like, you know, hata kama wewe, you are the best as the very best. You must also be ready to work with the others. Yesterday, I narrated to Njiru. Njiru, I asked you a lot of questions yesterday about what happened in 2002. And tukakubaliana there were 2 camps. Pande ya kina Ngilu, Kibaki, and I think Wamalwa. And pande ya Raila Odinga wenye walikuwa wamefukuzwa KANU na hata kulikuwa Nyashai, Simon Nyashai, the former provincial commissioner. Now, up to a very short time before the election, how to wamekubaliana nani who should be the presidential candidate. Why? You see, even Kibaki was not outstanding. He was not an outstanding candidate. Okay, by then you couldn't even simama before Kibaki became president. We didn't have much to say about him. We only say good things about him after he became president. But before that, even Mount Kenya region, we used to call him General Kigwaya. So he wasn't outstanding even in Mount Kenya region, and even we were not even convinced that he should be the president anyway. Now, Raila Odinga did not like Kibaki. Si ati Raila Odinga aliona Kibaki ni mzuri sana akasema sasa msimamishe, hapana. Raila Odinga was in a position like Gachagua today. Raila Odinga just realized that they were going to make the worst mistake by not supporting Kibaki because anyway Kamwana was going to win. So however much somebody feels popular and in control, kama vile Gachagua anajisikia kwa control kwa Mount Kenya region, asisahau aliyejuu mngojee chini. Things change in Kenya drastically, politically. So, if I were him, I would not be sending my dogs like Akinagakuya to yap carelessly on TV. I would tell them to toe down. And I would actually say that I had Kalonzo wants to reach out to me. I'm ready to talk with all of them. That would be my attitude if I were Gachagua. Chanifikisha hapo.
Yeah,
So
okay,
me
Umenifunga hiyo mdomo na pipe sawa.
and we have to appreciate there are big parties and small parties as well.
Karibu my friend.
Okay, endelea. Unajua ametoka kusinolo sahi na tujue na usituletee yango ya kusinolo.
Ako sawa, wacha aongee Njiru.
Njiru, si utoe hii picha studio ikae vizuri. Ama I don't know umelipwa nini na Gachagua. Your studio looks terrible.
Wacha nicheke initoka. Hey, wacha nipige hiyo terribility.
Unless it is Gachagua. Yeah, it looks terrible.
Njiru, kama watu wangekuwa wanatahiri mara mbili, leo ungetahirishwa na Stone Pike.
People are inboxing saying, Njiru, if you want, just brand your thing as DCP thing, and then people will choose whether to come or not. You know, fanatism is great.
Juicy.
I think I'm beyond fanatism. Anyway, I also know how to observe.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Juzi alijikojolea hapa, Njiru alijikojolea for almost 2 weeks sulking because Gachagua refused to go for maandamano. Sasa leo ni kama bado amerudi praise and worship hapo. Karibu aanze kusema anasema asante, aanze kuimbia Gachagua kama ni Mungu yake. Gachagua is not a good person the way you think, bana. Me, I've always told you. We
don't follow politicians because they are good people. You have also to understand that.
You just
there's nothing like a good person in this life. You're also not good.
Don't give it to Zao.
Stop putting emotions here. What do you follow?
Good is relative. Stone Pike, unajua is like you people you are saying nyinyi ndio mnafuata watu wazuri, sisi tunafuata evil people. That's according to
watu wazuri ni gani?
What I'm trying to say, na ndio nimejaribu kusema hapa, in life there's nothing like a good person. There's nothing like a good or what we have is terrible person.
Tosha, wacha kipa endelee.
Hii shida yenu ni ile tu mlio. It's the same problem we had with Raila Amolo Odinga. Tulifuata, we followed it blindly.
And people will have things. They brought messages about Raila. Huwezi criticize Raila.
Huwezi sema kitu yote juu ya Raila sijui nini.
Mimi sijasema you cannot talk about Gachagua, but you cannot control me how to handle Gachagua. I have my own emotions and feeling about him. 2021 I was fighting that guy like hell.
Toa yote, ongea.
No, I'm telling you, human beings have interfaces of thinking. I have been here repeatedly 2 years, 3 years fighting Gachagua. I've never liked Gachagua, but I always look the other side of a human being. How is that human being approaching life? You see, Bwana Stone Pike and Bwana Budi, the way you people you are approaching Gachagua, hata nyinyi in places where you did mistakes or you did wrong things, and you want to change those things.
So
you don't want people to consider. You don't want people to consider that. I'm not saying Gachagua is a.
Usitoe mute bana, acha niongee bana. Njeru, anyone else can interrupt except for Njeru.
Njiru,
guys, sit down. No, don't press that button. Don't, leave it alone. What's on there? Welcome. Put your hands in the pocket, please.
Wacha kuweka juu kwa classroom bana.
Wacha kuweka hapo.
Alimaliza primary school 40 years ago bana. Ati weka mikono. Okay, endelea kitu. Hata wacha.
My issue is what you're refusing to hear is we've been following leaders like that out of popularity. Umekuwa so excited about this guy running around. I have told you from time and time again, kuna kazi tulikuwa nataka mtu afanye. Whether you like it or not, that is my vision. Mkisikia kama ni mbaya, mkisikia kama na mdharau, I've always told you, hakuna mtu atanistopisha kusema, Gachagua is the one who brought us this idiot. Gachagua has very, very bad, what do you call it, past. Na huyu ukimwekea presidency, unafikiria atafanya hiyo maneno anaongeanga hapa kizungu. Sometimes there is a slip, usitoe, Njeru wachana nayo, Njeru wachana nayo, usishike, wacha. Yes, there's a problem. There's a problem with this person.
Jiru, leo bibi yako kama ana watch hapa anasikia usishike anakuonea huruma.
There's a point in time. There's a point in time. Sometimes it slips from his tongue and you can hear him actually release some stuff that he's, tutagawa hii kitu kidogo, enda tafuta kazi, save kidogo, chukua pesa kutoka serikali ndio uanze biashara hapo. What do you think he's talking about? Chukua ile pesa zenu za shares hiyo ya corruption, because you know you're not coming back because the people in the mountain don't want you. Yeah, it is basically small cues that you refuse to listen when you hear Gachagua talking, because you know that this is a person that wants to be in government to go and share seats. And sharing in seats in Kenya, let me tell you, for those who are not clued up in, hata ile watu wanaenda kuongea hapo kwa Azimio, sharing seats are these people who want positions so that they can steal from Kenyans. That is the problem. And that is still the mentality Gachagua has to date. Usishike hiyo kitu, wachana nayo, wacha. Sijamaliza, acha nimalize. So when you hear me, when you hear me coming here ripping on Gachagua, I know what I'm saying. If we have that guy as president, the way the people have regretted about Ruto right now, don't you think people will regret about Gachagua? This is the guy who used to wake up early in the morning kukuja kutichapa kama watu wa Azimio, kukuja kutichapa kama watu wa ODM. But you have such selective memories about that person, just the same way you have selective memories, the other people had selective memories as to what Ruto used to do to people back in the day. Tunaangalia watu tunasema bana, hey guys, niaje bana, huyu mtu bana alikuwa head juicy. Same with Uhuru, na unanga hata sister yangu hapa Julia nakanga hapa. This is a man that went to
let me explain to you the difference between Gachagua.
Na hiyo kitu bana bro.
Ngoja nikuelezea the difference between Gachagua and Ruto. Nitawaelezea leo, nitawaambia leo. Utaongea.
Bro, sasa sitaongea, wacha nimalize.
Keep all the time. Then you play back. Give him all the time amalize ndio uweze kunini.
You tell me bana why. Yeah, so there is that fact. Okay, sometimes tukisema kwamba we will forgive some of the mistakes, yeah. Hata mtu yangu alikuwa na mistakes hapo, tunakuanga na zile scandals za BAT. Yes, nitamtetea hapa, nitasema yani, alafu sasa we come sit down on Kenyans and weigh about some of these consequences that might come into Kenyans if we bring such people here. Sasa leo, I thought we would be discussing about that thing of Linda's party being taken over. But here we're discussing ati Gachagua for president. My friend, utaumia. Mimi nikuambia ukweli, wewe mtu mkimweka kama president, mimi naachana na siasa, because you're wasting your time. We're wasting our time having another person who's going to do a recycle of what Ruto is doing. Maybe a little less, ati ndio tukumuzike kidogo, but Kenya will not move forward. This is emotions to the rest of you. Hii tu ni mambo ya tu, he deserves it. Oh, Ruto is such a bad person. Gachagua is much better. No, walikuja pamoja na walikuja pia na Uhuru. Sasa mimi nakujanga na chapanga Uhuru hapa. I have never ever rated Uhuru as a good person. Hata sasa ukiona nikigonga ule rafiki yangu ule anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga, it is because I was disappointed, and it was because also I was blinded by stupidity. I ignored the things that there were little signs. Sometimes it comes as a slip of our mouths ourselves. We refuse to listen. We refuse to accept that sometimes the person that we voted for wasn't the right person. Although we didn't have choices, it was either Raila or that other monster. Raila, afadhali Raila. Yeah, hiyo tumeona ni afadhali. But in this other case, Gachagua, I'm sorry. No. The history of that person, vitu yenye alifanya huko Molo. Kuna vitu mingi sana. Huyu mtu alifungwa juzi kwa sababu ya no. Gachagua no. Mimi hapo, hata mkinichukia mkisema sijui kipu nachukia huyo mtu, that is how I feel. Mi naachana na hii kitu. I'll be watching from the back as Kenya gets banned. Gachagua does not deserve to be president. And there is no way anybody can ever change my mind about that. Kuna kitu kama hiyo. No matter how bad you feel, hata mkiniita mkabila, it doesn't. Thank you. Sasa unaweza kuja kutoka roho yako. Was that so hard, Njeru?
Njiru mwambie tu yeye ni mkabila lakini umaki.
Okay. Okay, today I want to explain to you. You know, sometimes kuna mtu, there are some people who might think like I'm talking about Gachagua here. It is like ni vile ati nampenda sana. Let me tell you, there is a difference between political love and na mapenzi ya mambo ingine. Political love, you don't like everything about somebody. Kuna kitu in politics you do something we call aggregate love. You unasema hii ni sawa, hii haiko sawa. So like this is what happened, and I want to explain to you. Unajua, I want to talk to people wale watu ambao wanasema Gachagua na Ruto ni the same. And the reason why I want to deconstruct that statement today. And by the way, I'm not piping for Gachagua. Gachagua does not know me. Hata hatujuani. But I want Tony Pikey always talked about psychology. And I also want to explain it through psychology as well. Look at Gachagua na Ruto. Gachagua ni wale watu ambao he makes mistakes. I do not refuse that. Just like any other human being. Even me, so Gachagua makes mistakes. Tony Pikey, you make mistakes. But there is one element which I have come to appreciate with Gachagua over time. Gachagua ni yule mse ambaye, if you point out to him, there is a mistake here. There are those guys who ajipigangi kifua sana. He turns back, he looks at it, and let me tell you, Gachagua cannot be. Sasa unache. Unajua nitakuachia ueleze. I'm explaining what I'm seeing. It is my opinion. You don't need to agree with it. Let me tell you, Gachagua cannot have formed that formation which he is having. And his formations, they change with the time. He was with Ruto, and that time when they are looking at issues, the Uhuru, the Huyu Sasa, he has left Ruto. Gachagua, there is something which he has learned over time. And in his life, he is those people who are able to calibrate quickly. He is able to calibrate himself according to the needs of the moment and according to what people want. And he is ready to give in some of the things which they could be taking people down. Let me tell you, there's no way in which Gachagua people would be wanting to work with him if people felt Gachagua was not that person who is cooperative. Let me tell you, and this is something which I can explain about, maybe I can talk about people in Mount Kenya. Let me speak exclusively about people in Mount Kenya and how leadership is portrayed. Leaders will always make mistakes, but a leader will always be respected because the leader is able to show people direction, and that leader as well is able to listen to those people and is able to put their inputs and tells them this is what, and those are things which Gachagua has shown over time. I have not seen that thing with so many other leaders within the same region which people are saying. For the longest, Uhuru Kenyatta was not able to do that. And that is why, in Mefika level, Uhuru has tried to embed himself as a leader. He cannot, because he has not been able to calibrate himself. I don't know the reason why he is not able to do that. I don't know. But I want to tell you, the leadership qualities which Gachagua has portrayed, it will be written, and I want to say, if there is somebody who is doing political science, you better start writing your thesis now about Gachagua. And this one is not a sycophantic statement. I'm telling you, the amount of spirit, because let me tell you, Gachagua alikuwa na maadui wengi sana. Let me tell you, I wish you can understand somebody like me, the amount of hatred I used to have on Gachagua. I hated Gachagua more than I loved him. And after keenly looking at him, looking at his working methodologies, looking at what he can do, looking at how he recalibrates himself, even hata kama Kiprira anacheka hapa, looking at all those parameters, I want to tell you, Gachagua is the leader who you can rely on. And let me tell you, wale watu wanasema ati Gachagua ni kama Ruto. Gachagua, I don't, because like ukisikia kama Gachagua has repeatedly said the reason why walikosana na Ruto, and of which I want now to say it is true. He said all the time, Ruto alikuwa ananiambia tufinyilie watu. Ruto alikuwa ananiambia tufinyilie watu. So Ruto hata akiwa ndani ya serikali, he could recalibrate himself, anaona some of the decisions Ruto want us to do, they are not good. He has repeatedly said that. He has repeatedly said that. No, it might be biased.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Do you believe that what he said when he was in Ruto's government, he refused to happen?
Why
you won't go to? I'll tell you, it's
not everything which politician says is true, but also not what
So
everything
why you
is a lie. No, but that statement from my way of looking is a true statement. Out of the many statements which Gachagua said, that statement here, Gachagua and Ruto alikuwa ananisukumilia nifanye hii vitu, but I couldn't do that. I couldn't go to Ruto told me we kill Gen Zs. I couldn't do that. That is something which is talking something conscious about him. That is something which is speaking about consciousness of this man. Let me tell you, Bwana Kipril, we analyze you according to how you respond to pressure. That is how we know who a human being is. We will never know you in time of pressure. Hata wewe na bibi yako, you will never understand your wife in times of merry and glory. You understand the people who you are at the time of adversity, at the time when things are not working. That is when you know the people you are working with. And at the time of adversity, Gachagua tells Ruto, this is my analysis, you don't need to agree with it. Mimi naiweka hapo, kila mtu anaweka analysis yake. At the time of adversity, Gachagua has explained his dream and what he wanted. I am not saying that everything which he has done is okay. But out of the many sensitive things where a leader is judged, Gachagua has passed the moral test. You will try to look for a leader like Gachagua, but there are so many leaders in Kenya, which I can tell you, they cannot pass the moral test, including some of the ones who you people you are following. They will not pass the moral test. And I can tell you, Gachagua can pass the moral test. You might not like him, but he can pass the moral test. I'm done. Na sitaelezea zaidi.
When I come in, nani anataka kukami?
Acha niingie dakika moja.
I want to deconstruct Njiru for life.
Yeah, so nataka before, I don't know kama nitakuwa nimeharibu, but I think alikuwa ameanza kitu ambayo I don't buy. Yeah, alikuwa ameanza kitu I don't buy, but Njeri also said something ambayo has been overtaken too. Sasa I wish Njiru angekuwa anaenda pole pole. Shida yeye ni moderator, but at the same time ni panelist. But inauma kukuwa tu moderator, uko hapo huwezi weka vitu yako. Inajua inauma.
Tumkubalie tu awe.
Yeah, inauma yenyewe, because at the end of the day, politics is also interests that are personal. The truth is, we are having one of the conversation that we have debated for a long time. And I'm glad that today nobody is bulging under the clamor of fear. They don't want, to be honest on their political stand. And I guess even Twitter today, I saw the same honest conversation. The people who came out and say, I think we supported Gachagua wrongly, and now we must bear the what? The repercussions, but the better we do that now than never. Now,
To me, it's a little bit too late. Stone PK, you come to deconstruct. As Stone PK comes to deconstruct, I will be here waiting for one answer only from my sister, Julia. Julia, I want to ask you here, and I want to patiently wait because I want the right answer. Julia, I want to ask you. Now, Gachagua is not an alternative, and your candidate is the alternative. You've kept on refusing to acknowledge that actually Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has brought a bigger and worse confusion within the opposition than actually bring it together. You have refused completely. When one man say tumeambiwa tukue kwa Azimio, you don't even connect it to understand what are they propelling him. Why are they telling him to India? Now, why don't you people sit down and have a solution that we need? If Gachagua is not a solution, why don't you just tell Matiang'i the same way I have said boldly today, toka hiyo chama. Na kama hautoki hiyo chama, pewa hiyo chama na all the rights. Chukua secretary general wako, rebrand the party, move and start getting to the feet. Why is Uhuru refusing to give the guy the party? Why is he refusing him to restructure the party? Because many people will support Matiang'i if, and especially the mountain, if he did not go to Uhuru Muigai's party. Why don't you just tell him the truth today? Matiang'i, the biggest predicament he has between us and the presidency is the party. Secondly, he has no power. It is so benign. Thirdly, he's subject to the establishment. Why can't he be given that party by the person you are worshipping called Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and pay completely instead of giving him, like siphoning him? Ni kama amempea straw, akunywe nayo nini? Chakula. Why don't you guys agitate for that so that we can have a solution ASAP then? If Gachagua is not the solution, then give us the solution. Why does that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta say, leo napeana hii party kwa huyu, ata rebrand, atachukua kila kitu, na I have nothing to do with it? Why can't he do that? I'm waiting for that. Stone PK akimaliza.
Stone PK, can you deconstruct me, please? Thank you.
Yeah, let's contain our emotions. I'm seeing somebody saying that Stone PK is shouting will develop blood pressure. I thought I had a very long introduction of myself and how I view things, how I take things in life. And you know, I know maybe you never listened when I did that. I took so long to say who I am and how I handle things, and there's nothing can even raise my blood pressure even by an iota, because I know how to appreciate these things. Njiru, okay, Njiru, for you use English very carelessly. You use hate. People hate Gachagua. For your information, that term is, go back and read it. I'm not demeaning or anything, but you are careless in that term. People don't hate Gachagua. Why would I hate Njiru? Do I even know your village? Do I even know, you know, that is careless. You know, don't say people hate Gachagua. People just analyze the human being as who he is. So we don't hate Gachagua. I know maybe Bundi has also indicated that in a different way. I do not hate. I'm talking as Stone PK. I just look at you and your behavior, Njiru. Jana nimekukuta ukiwa mwizi, unapigwa mawe, umeiba. That will not erase from my brain the fact that you chose to do that. Fine, I'll forgive you, but I'll not forget. It is simple as that. Now, when you come saying Gachagua he has moral test, that's another misuse of English phrase. That he has passed moral test. Jiru, surely, can you revisit what moral test means? Seriously? How do you ever pass a moral test when you are on record from matching people older than your father, your grandfathers, beating them, doing all what that? I mean, moral test, Jiru, that is misplaced. Because if you are morally right, you should know how to behave with the power you have at the moment. That's why most people fail it. It is not easy. Moral test ni ngumu Njiru. Somebody is telling you this, and then kumbe behind the shelf is doing this other thing. That's a serious thing. Gachagua cannot pass any moral test. Take that not from me as a story, but talk it from professors who discuss about morality. He can't at all. Because even when you stand to talk and address people, moral tests begin there. The language you use, the demeanor, the language, the body language, how you do your things, how you portray whatever message you are saying. That is all. People observe you. So you're a channel now. So I've dismantled that. I don't hate Gachagua as a person and as myself. I have no reason to do that. But I have to point out, I have to pray. And remember, see, hii nilianza zamani. That's why people think, okay, opinion has been formed like I hate. I don't. I just simply cannot align with somebody who came vehemently, underline that English word, telling us this killer is the best. Yani, of all Kenyans who are opposing Ruto, Gachagua thought he was more bright. Gachagua thought Ruto was the best. You know this, you should take it and think about it overnight. Yani, people, Kenyans said Ruto alifanya, akafanya, alienda hega. Gachagua akatuambia hiyo ni ujinga yenu. Sisi wa Kenya, huo ulikuwa ujinga wetu. Kwamba kusema hata afadhali mtu mwingine. So what was Gachagua after? Now I'm coming to your moral. What is it that Gachagua had seen in Ruto? Seriously? Go and scrutinize that. Ameona huyu mtu ameitwa muuaji, ameitwa mwizi, amenyonga, amefanya, imeambiwa. Then yeye akasema huyu ndio. And the mountain went that way. Mwizi wetu, hata yikuwa mwizi wetu, kiraka. Come on guys. Come on, it is you I'm addressing you. That now, this person who the rest of the country, as much as people hated Raila, weka Raila kando. But look at this character. The track record. And then you have your brother in the name of Gachagua embracing him and saying, huyu ndio tunapita na yeye. Come on. Then you have those other issues in his family. When you are going for leadership, we look at even how you behaved in class 2. You've had people saying, Ruto alikuwa mwizi mpaka wa raba. That is now when you're talking of morality and upbringing. Alikuwa mwizi wa raba, akakuwa mwizi wa t-shirt, now amekuwa mwizi wa Kenya. Then you want to come here and tell me, oh, alinidanganya na Bible. Anybody who comes to you under the pretext of ati nimeokoka, and by the way, you take this to any bank. Any human being who comes to you and tell you, Jiro, I'm saved, immediately put on your defense gear. That's a thief, that's a conman, that's a thug who introduces himself as that I'm saved, I'm this. I have no business with your being saved. I don't care about your Christianity or religion and all that. Can we deal with the subject matter of today? So you come telling us, oh, tulikuwa tunaomba naye na pastor sijui nani. And then number 3, anybody who comes telling you that I'm truthful, that's garbage. You don't judge yourself. See where unasema you are truthful. Let people now think you are truthful, because truth is irrelevant. It's relative. What you call truth might be a lie to me. What Gachagua is calling truth, Ruto is saying is a lie. And it is subject to discussion and what we call maybe proof and all that. So don't really come and start strongly saying, oh, morally, and all this is this. And then to Mbundi is asking for an alternative. Who said that Kenyans have geared and have resolved that Gachagua is the presidential candidate? Again, you guys have goofed. Nobody in this country called Kenya is seeing Gachagua as a presidential candidate, other than the few Mount Kenya people, those who are surrounding him with the green jackets and all that. So if he is dreaming and thinking that he has been put there as a presidential candidate, and I'm happy that he knows that, because he says it in every press conference he talks. He knows. And he knows he's not the darling of Kenya for presidency. He's not a fool. It's only you sycophants who are saying and are sitting pretty thinking that he's one of the presidential candidates for whatever. If he wants to be a presidential candidate, he has to bolt and go alone. Take that to any bank, you'll quote me some years to come, some months to come. For Gachagua to be presidential candidate, he has to rebel, atoke, poof, aruke huko. Then Rani Ruto will be jubilating. That is how you become the presidential candidate. He can force himself. You guys have said about Trump. Yeah, he can follow Trump thing, but how, whether he will be voted for, that's another discussion. But Kenyans resolving that he's the best presidential candidate, unless we are so myopic and pretend not Gachagua. That I can put it there. And if you want to do that, just carry some text, do some random discussions, some random surveys, observe the surveys that are all over the space, even those people who are doing ground surveys and all that. Of course, when you go to the Mulima, that Mulima area, they'll tell you Gachagua, 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 because Mulima, again, follows blindly. I saw some people in the comment section saying, oh, nimesema watu, why will you uliza swali? A very brutal question. And we answered affirmative. Yeah, it is true. For anybody to have followed Ruto, do you call that person mjinga ama mwerevu? 2022. Ni mjinga. As much as you would say it's disrespect.
Killed the people of the mountain. Ruto killed a lot of people from directly attacked the Kikuyu people. Mtu ilikuwa direct. Alienda Hague. And the people in Eldoret are still suffering to date. There are people that I call neighbors have been this nini. Mtu mwenye anashikana na Ruto. You know, me hapa, I'll tell you on this show, I hate Ruto.
Just as us, we hate Ruto. Just as us, we hate Ruto.
Sasa mtu anashikana na Ruto.
Wait. Yeah, keep. And did you? Somebody commented akasema that tunaita Wakikuyu wajinga because you put that question. But it is true. It is true. Anybody following somebody who has killed your kids, ni mjinga, ni mwerevu. And I'll repeat it. As much as, you know, mountain thinks they are the best, the nini na nini, huyo best yao ndio ujinga, upumbavu kabisa. Na huo upumbavu is what blindens them. It is the upumbavu that they say during maandamano to salvage the country, oh, biashara zetu zitaharibika, because they believe how tu ndio wanajua biashara sio wengine. Those are the stupidity that will make you enslaved by Ruto, who declared in broad daylight, shida yake ni Mkikuyu. Mtu amesema Njiru, shida yangu ni Njiru, na unaenda kumlamba mahali sitaki kutaja. Are you an idiot or a clever person? Yes.
I want to react to you about that. Let me tell you, number one, where Gachagua, you know, I want us to analyze this thing more deeper than we are looking at. Where Gachagua mistakes came from. This is what happens. I do not exonerate following a killer, but this is where Gachagua mistakes came from. Mlima Kenya, as it has been said, which is true by the way, within the undertones of people, a man and a woman talking to each other, families speaking to each other, there is that tendency of watu wa Mlima, they go ahead and forge a political decision within themselves. And they start speaking, then they are able to pass that decision, or you are talking with your brothers, you are now talking with your extended families in villages, barrios. So that is where the political undertones start. And now politicians start picking it from there. This is what happened in 2020/2021. 2020/2021, the undertones of the moment were that the population, the people were gravitating towards Ruto. He is a murderer, I agree on that. But people are gravitating towards Ruto. So what does Gachagua do?
Which people?
I'm talking of population. You cannot identify the people. It's almost everybody. I'm talking of population. I'm talking of population. It's okay.
I'm talking of Gachagua decision in Mlima. It's okay. Ndio najaribu kusema. Wacha niseme. So people have started now gravitating towards Ruto. Some of us, we were not towards Ruto. So what does Gachagua do? Now, what Gachagua will do is he has now listened to how the mental thinking of people are gravitating towards Ruto. So now, what kama akina Gachagua will now pick up that energy and hype it. And
see, hold on, Jeru, let me tell you, Jeru, your problem is the fact that
it is not my
you're
problem.
not seeing,
I do not have a problem. I do not have a problem. I understand supporting Ruto, but I'm giving you
but you're not seeing
the
good
fundamental how Ruto was supported. I'm showing you how Ruto was supported. How
yes, but I'm
was
saying as a good
leader to make in summary.
The leadership.
But you see,
as a leader,
when the population reacts that way, it is not
as a
leader problem alone. Forget about that. Leaders speak what people are saying.
Yes, which is not good leadership.
Speak what people are saying.
Which is not
what
good
I'm talking about.
leadership. Which is not
if
good leadership.
6 million people decided to follow a murderer, it was not Gachagua problem.
Good leadership.
Relax kidogo.
That is not good leadership. That is not good leadership.
Outburst.
Where you're
Gachagua is an outburst of what people want.
Okay. Let's see.
Where you're leading.
I'm giving you the realities of how politics in the machinani is formed.
No, Jiro. That's not authority.
No.
Leadership.
It's my way of thinking. Mutakuja museme yenyu. Allow me say this. It's my way of thinking. Mutakuja museme. Now, and that's the same thing which is happening in Mlima. The undertone started, and Gachagua picked it up. That is how. And as a politician, if you are not able to pick the undertone, you cannot be a politician. And that is why you even see Gachagua was able to come up with a party called Skiza Ground, because he is speaking from the undertone of the society. That's what I'm trying to say.
Which is not good leadership.
Being good. Now, being good, keep kwanza relax, Nico. Hii lazima nikufunze. I have to teach you on this.
You are not teaching anything, Jiru. You are giving your opinion. And your opinion.
No, but Kip is not understanding. Kip is not understanding what I'm explaining. And that's
I refuse to understand that thing.
That is why you are seeing some people forget. Let me tell you, leadership is you are leading people. You are leading people. Leadership, you are not leading oxygen. Watu wakikuja wamejipanga na wanasema tunataka nani. A leader picks the energy of people. A leader does not come to dictate. And you have to give it to Gachagua on that for understanding the psychology of people. In 2020/2021, we were all fighting the tukiuliza watu wa Mlima mbona wanafanya hivi. I was not supporting it. I know it was a wrong decision. But you have to understand that a leader amplifies what people want. That is what a leader is. A leader is not there to dictate what people will follow. Let me tell you, that is why even in the Bible, wakati watu walisema hatutaki huyu Mungu wa Zayuni, tunataka huyu Mungu wa kutengenezwa na vitu zingine, they had to do that. You have to do what. Goja kidogo stonipike. Namaliza na nikimaliza siongei tena leo. I'm finishing my point. This is what happens. And that is why you people, you are not understanding this. And Gachagua is creating a juggernaut for understanding and offering people what they want. So it was a problem in 2021 na nimesema. It is a problem. But ile kitu najaribu kuelezea the psychology of people thinking in 2021.
You've repeated that 20 times.
Gojea kidogo. Right now we are in 2024/2026.
2022,
where the psychology of people in Mlima has changed. The psychology in Mlima is anti-Kasongo. And once again, Gachagua has picked that. And then after Gachagua picking that, he has used that energy, and that energy is resonating with people.
So now,
that's what
I'm saying. Okay, now
he's a good leader. So he went to the people.
He is what people want.
No,
a leader does not. Let me tell you,
if
you want to become a leader and you want to be telling people what to do, you are not a leader.
Okay, so that what you're saying.
Allow people to make their mistakes.
Exactly.
Allow people to make their mistakes. Allow people to be idiots if they want.
Why?
Yes. Allow people. Hebu nikuulize, how do you tell
Okay,
1
okay,
million people
okay.
usiende hivi?
Wacha nirudi ukicool down. The problem is, yeah,
Do
good,
what
good,
Malisa rant, and he's ranting the very opposite things that
good leadership.
Wacheni
Good
PGR
leadership.
aongee, guys.
Ngoja kidogo. Good leadership.
Men,
Just
gentlemen.
2 seconds. Just 2 seconds, yeah. Good leadership is to lead your people to the right path. Hata watu wako wakienda mahali mbaya, afadhali utembee peke yako. And then ai bana bro, sasa relax. Sasa wewe ukiambia watu, you know, you're talking about cultish leadership. Cultish leadership is where you actually justify this cults. Let me tell you, kama the guy for Shakahola, he's a very good leader. He led his people. He convinced them to kill themselves. Waombe mpaka wapate hivyo. There is no difference between that and the decision to take Ruto. I know it sounds painful, but that's the truth. It is just saying, oh, this is what the people wanted. How can you say that is what the people wanted? To vote for a thief, to vote for a person that kills their own people. Alafu unasema, oh, I have to follow the energy of the people. That does not make sense to me. That does not show me good leadership. That does not show me. That does not make. That does not show me. That does not show. That does. Exactly. So then what?
You will.
Okay, so
leaders amplify what people want.
You're right.
It's not that I'm right. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just telling you because I don't. You need to tell me the model of leadership you are using because I don't understand. You know, maybe Kipril, tell me the model which you are using of leadership. The model whereby
I'm not gonna say what you want to hear.
Daktari, go back to class. We teach you what leadership is about. You are an engineer. You know nothing about leadership. I can conclude that too. Wewe ni mathematician, scientist kwa upande wa manyumba na madaraja na kila kitu. You are the best in that. Lakini in leadership, you can't. That's why you cannot buy. Because Njiru, you cannot tell people that watu wamesema tuende tukajinyonge, then you go with them because wamesema wajinyonge. Because that is what the people want.
Because they can't change their mind. And that is your reasoning.
Don't even say that on a podium, man.
I cannot allow my people to go to a slaughter.
But why are 1 million people deciding to do that?
Listen.
Because they've made a bad decision, but you cannot go with them to the slaughterhouse now.
Keep
getting the point.
No, we are here to educate each other. By the way, education ends when you go 6 feet down under zero. Whether you are a professor, you have 40 degrees, you need to sit in a classroom and learn. There are things you don't get as you move on. All right. One thing you have concluded you don't know about is leadership. You have defined leadership terribly. I'm telling you, you cannot be una flow na crowd. You don't. Then you follow the crowd kwa mavi. You are supposed to be above board because a leader has to see a way. That's what they call vision. Why you come to offer yourself as a leader is because you've seen something, and that's what scientifically they say. This guy has a vision. Then you come and convince the people. Hapa kuna kitu naona pale mbali. Then people start questioning you. Mudos, hiyo kitu tunaweza fikia. Then you start giving your strategy on how to get there. You understand? Now, that strategy is what now watu wana criticize. Oh, alisema badala ya tuende speed ya 180, tumeenda speed ya 50. Now that becomes the debate. But to head to a vision, to a point that umelimulika ukawaonyesha this is the way. Now, coming to Gachagua ndio nani aingia. Sorry, PGR, sorry, we are keeping you a little bit longer. Now, when it comes to Gachagua, and we have to talk about Gachagua because that has been the subject. Which vision did he see in Ruto that all of a sudden changes? And he is not the one who led Mulima, by the way. Mulima, remember I said Mulima is our problem. Mulima rejected their own, Uhuru Kenyatta. We are supposed to ask ourselves, what is it that all of a sudden happened? Mpaka, they did what has never happened anywhere on earth. Uhuru was hated by the Mulima. Uhuru was hated. This is the first time I'm using that term because hate means what? It means when you see your son, unasikia kutapika.
including Martha Karua.
Yes, yes. Yani, these guys, and this is very sad, Bundi, thank you for coming in. It is so sad that your own family now comes and says, achana na huyu Njiru bana. It is the worst. It can kill you. No one, but I think no wonder Uhuru developed those kind of complications that he had. But remember, he remained the same. He could have been the weakest. But what happens? Gachagua uses this phrase that our own is not beaten and thrown out of the gate. You beat and teach as you pull towards to the house. So how come the guys, him led the team? It is Gachagua who led that hate for Uhuru. Why? Because of revenge, because of personal thing. He was asked that question in one of the interviews. He goofed. The excuse he gave he had his own ambition. Was Uhuru blocking his ambition? Yes. He said yes. Because of what? Uhuru was telling Kenyans, huyu Ruto ni noma, ni fire, ni hii musiende hapo. And that is the shortcut that this third of you as Njiru was seeing towards power. Okay? Uhuru continued to warn the people. We have all those clips. Why would the sitting president warn you against his deputy? And then somebody comes and rubbishes it and rallies the Kikuyu people to hate and think that Uhuru was not fit. He may have failed in delivery, but when he tells you this person is not good, he has been with me and all this, then Njiru, you have all these guts to come and continue to defend that. So Gachagua goes to where he was going to get the shortcut to wherever and whatever he wants to achieve. That makes me not even trust. That makes me not believe that surely even now that he's there ready to salvage the country. No, it is when now he galvanizes everybody, and that he keeps on saying his teacher, although he hated him, is Raila. Did Raila deliver us? He didn't. But he delivered himself. Raila lived in opulence, he lived in that good life, yet he never had to attain to there, but he was almost equal to a president, which that's okay. It's a good achievement. Hata ukikufa hivyo, he was given a state funeral. So he acquired and received what he actually was struggling for. So for me, I don't think Raila whatever. So is that what we want? Somebody who is telling you we are going to Canaan and you never arrive there? Because he wants to be like Raila, to command and have his kiosk feel. The kiosk is the DCP. You see, it is business. For him, it's business. Remember, he was saying to Ruto, if you want me to go, I brought you this number of votes times this amount of money. Njiru, you guys are selective. You are forgetting some of the very critical issues. He was equating the votes he brought to money. That is not integrity. Pay me. That yani alifungia watu kwa kikapu akapelekea Ruto. It's terrible. This is a guy who should not even see anywhere near presidency. And I have no regret saying this. I know, the dynamics in politics. At one time we might meet and he's my boss or something like that. But I'll repeat the same. Because integrity is when you stand by what is presumably, or in terms of majority, is seen to be right. You don't go by the wave. So if the wave says this is all the 20 to Katinyonga, then we all go to Kinyonga. Let me stop there for somebody else to win. PGR should come in. Sorry, this topic today is tough because we are trying to make sure that we don't get 2 times of Ruto in power. Thank you.
Maybe pia Jerry amenyamaza sana. We can also allow Jerry to react as well. Jerry, are you there? You can react to what is happening, and I also want maybe Stone PK as we wait for Jerry or maybe Kipril. I want you people to help me today. Ni swali nataka kuwauliza Stone PK. You are in your village.
I hope
you are in your village. Kidogo, nauliza swali. You are in your village. Na kila mtu anasema hapa tunachagua Njoroge. Hapa tunachagua Njoroge. I'm asking a question. Hapa tunachagua Njoroge. Sasa wewe when you go there, so and maybe for you you think Njoroge is not better, there is another guy called Kinuthia. according to you. So when you reach to those people, are you going to tell them wachaneni na Njoroge tuchague Kinuthia? Sorry.
That is my life. That is literally my life where I live. Mali naishi nasemanga exactly that. Na nagongwanga every day. And this is how ukikuwa na msimamo kama mwanaume. Oh, sijui unafaa kuvotia mkale mwenzako. Sema no, that is rubbish. Kwanza inakujanga with examples. Mtu anakuja kuniitisha pesa. Sema nisaidie bana. Na namuona anavaa yellow. I tell him that is the consequences of the person you voted for right now. You should have voted for Raila. Sasa ungekuwa na ikishida. And the funny thing is, watavaa yo yellow until it goes deep into their brain. I will always tell them the truth. Wacha niimbe peke yangu. It's the same way you guys nakujanga pa nagongonga na watu occasionally about Martha Karua, whatever it is. But mimi kama mwanaume nitasimama na huo mama. Because that is who I believe in. That is what you call leadership. And nini itongo having a stance, Njero. Having a stance is very, very important. It's like having a word as a man or a person of principle. Ni kukuwa na msimamo na kusimama na mtu. It's the time when you are supporting Raila Odinga back in the day. Hata huko nyumbani kwako wewe Njero ulikosana na relatives. Weren't you the person who was crying to us here every day? Oh, sijui nimekosana with some relatives huko nyumbani. Oh, kwa sababu I am trying to tell you about this person called Raila Amolo Odinga. Uligongo, uliumia moyo, ulisema kwamba familia imeniumiza. That is what is called having a stand. Hata nikitukana huko chini na bado nitasema ukweli. It is what you need to do. It is what makes you sleep at night because you've made the right decision. It's not about moving with the waves. You see, Njeru, I've noticed something about here. Na hii siko baya. Njeru, you're a man that follows the crowd. You're the man who follows populism. You're a man that follows what is trending. You do not analyze things the right way. I think there's a saying in Kikuyu, when something is going with the wave, kuna kitu I was told, inaanguka unafuata tu the what you call it, the wind. There's a metaphor somewhere there in Kikuyu, utanikumbuka hiyo. You're that. Hiyo kijiti inafuatanga winds. So for me, hata ukisema ati sijui the village has told you to follow so and so, whatever it is.
Nyamaza pijara, wacha pijara ongea, is okay. Ni sawa, wacha nifuate upepo. Ni sawa, wacha nifuate upepo.
Unafuata upepo. It's not good. Don't take it bad. You see, again, now you're taking it personally. That is your problem. Alafu you'll sulk with us for days.
Wacha pijara. Well, si umesema mimi nimerikabu ikiwa inasukumwa na monsoon wind. It's okay.
Aya, PGR alafu mimi nikuje because I will still have to answer your question. PGR akuje.
Habari zenu. Yani nimekasirika hata sisi kaongea. Sijui kama Stone PK wewe ndio mwanzo. I'm absolutely fuming, especially with you, Njiro, man. What have you eaten or drunk? What the heck?
I'm very well.
Sikiza ndugu yangu Stone PK vile nakuelezea bana. One time mlikuwa mnasema kufa dereva, kufa makanga. What changed? Hapo ndo nauliza. Nini ilibadilika kwa sababu msimamo yenu hata lasemi ikiwa hapa kwa show, my stand always stays the same. Vile Kipa amesema, as a man you need to have a stand. Whether you stand alone, you still have a stand. You don't need to stand with anybody. That is what I called principle to the core. Sometimes back, Wakenya nyinyi mlikuwa mnasema, na nikisema nyinyi because I've never voted for anybody. Kuna show nilikuwa naambiwa, vote, you have to vote. Who for? I don't see anybody who absolutely I would cherish my time to go and stand in a line to vote for them. They're just as worse as each other. And it's about time. I'm thanking God for this. It's about time. Sasa nyinyi wote, Mungu anafungua macho zenyu. Mnaona, you see them for what they are. And I remember very well, Stone Kianza show ulikuwa umesema, do not trust any human being. Na kuna verse kwa Biblia pia inasema, usiamini binadamu, wanaweza kukuruka at any time. Only trust God. Tulikuwa tunasema kufa dereva, kufa matanga. At some point what changed? Hiyo ndo nauliza, kwa sababu hapo hatuna msimamo. Na hii vile naenda our politician, they're playing you like ping pongs. Kwa ile table tennis, ping pong. They're just as bad as each other. Wanabadilisha nia yao na mienendo yao. They're just politician. The word politician. Endo kwa Google kwa France, kwa Kifrench inamaanisha nini? We absolutely being played, and they love this. Wanapenda hii kweli kweli. Saizi you all against each other. All the tribes against each other tribes. This is what they like. Naruto where he is, ana punch the air. It's like, yes, that's all I wanted. Kwa sababu tukiwa pamoja, tuna nguvu. Na tuna nguvu ya kutoa huyo mtu. Lakini saizi tumetawanyika. Politician wenyewe wametawanyika. Ruto anakuja 2 term. Whether we like to say that or not, let's call it for what it is. If this the way these politicians are playing, alafu hapa kwa ground pia sisi we are buying what they're selling. Ruto anakuja 2 term. Anakuja 2 term 5 a.m. in the morning. Easily. And he knows it because nowadays it's never in a spotlight. It doesn't need to come on a spotlight. It's won already. 10-0, hands down.
How has he won?
He's got it because we're fighting each other. We haven't got union.
We are not fighting. We are choosing
that team. Mlikuwa mmesema, nikisema I'm taking myself out of that circle. Mlikuwa mnasema, na nakumbuka ni Bundi aliniambia last time, it doesn't matter whoever comes in, as long as somebody's there to yank the man out. That's what you were saying. For me, I was saying, no, it's about morals and principles. It's not about just anybody just sit on that seat. Mkasema, oh, sui nani. Nikasema, goodness me. Mimi kama kuna mtu naweza kuchoose, mwenye anaweza absolutely take that country to where we want it to be. Ni mtu mmoja, tunasitasema kwa sababu I don't want to mislead anybody. I want you to make your own opinion. Sitaki mtu akuja sema, yeah, she came here and she told us this. That's not what I'm about. Lakini kitu najua, we are all divided at a minute. And that's what politicians love. They love to divide. It's easy for them to rule. And in this politics world, there's not any enemy. There's no permanent enemy or friendship. They change like water. Wanakuja natuambia hapa. Si tulikuwa nasikia story Raila walikuwa wanaongeaga na Uhuru when he was a president, when he first came on the seat. Tulikuwa nasikiaga fununu, they were meeting secretly. At the end, it came out to light. And that's exactly what's happening now. We better be careful, guys. Watu wanatuchezea. Watu, they're absolutely putting the country on its knees. Senye Burkina Faso is doing so well, wana umoja. Sisi tuko hapa, it's like, it feels like it's Kukuyu against the rest of the rest of Kenya. Kwa sababu wenye anataka Gachagua aende mbele, ukisikia hata vile wanaongea, you just know which side they're on. Na unajua automatically what tribe they come from. Saizi tuko as tribal as we never ever be. Saizi kila mtu tuko very tribal. Tukitaka kuadmit or not, and I'll be the first to say, I am tribal because I'm Kenya. That's what we do. And the politicians, they do that. They play that game very well. At a local, you have to go local tribal first before you go to the, how do you call it, to the whole majority of Kenya. That is all baloney. Wanatuchezea mchezo mbaya. Nanjiro, come on. Kuna wakati ulikuwa unasema kufa dereva, kufa matanga. Nataka kujua, hiyo point ilichenjiaga wapi? What happened? Can you just explain to me while I'm listening, please?
Okay. Let me explain to you. Thank you very much for wanting to know. First of all, Stone PK, let me tell you what I understand about a leader. Nataka ku respond what. For me, I've even pinned it there. For me, I believe when you're a leader, I'm also a leader in my own.
Sasa Njiru, ningejibu ile uliniuliza ndio yani yours now will be compounding. I mean, if you allow me, because whatever the answer I'm giving, then you will build it in your DNA. I mean, if you allow me, if you don't, I can come after you, no problem. But you asked a question about my village. What I would tell people when I find they are all going towards Kamau, and I know Njoroge.
Okay, yeah, you can respond to that, and then I will come and also respond.
Yeah, because now that will build into what you want to talk to us about leadership. So, number one, you must be somebody in the village that people probably people, and I say people or self. You know, you can have people thinking that you can have an opinion that they can listen to, and also you can also impose yourself. Those are two things in a society. You can impose. Gachagua imposed himself into what it is. All this imposed and then imposed and imposed and imposed. Okay, and then you can also have that which now comes from the people coming and saying, "I Njiro, hapa huwezi fanya hivi." Then unaangalia unasema, "You didn't have, you never," and then you do it. Those are two ways that happen. Now, I'm in my village. Before I even begin to think that I can give a guidance or a commendation, it will mean that I have a space. Now, quickly, I'll give a practical example. My village, my area, it was during the MCA thing, you know, the election, 2022, I gave an opinion. No, 2017, I gave an opinion. 2022, I gave an opinion. Now, in fact, I started 2017 when I now shifted my interest to the village from Nairobi, 2017. Okay, I went and I told people for MCA, that is when now the devolution started. I guided my people, I told them, this thing called MCA, it's even more important than MP. And I'll take 2 minutes to do on this board. But I told my people, introduction, nikawambia, this thing called MCA, ni noma. Why was I telling the people this? Ni noma because it is what now is the best, the closest to you mwananchi, whereby utakuwa karibu na resources za serikali. Watu wananiambia hapana, si MCA ni kansela. Nikamwambia hapana, kwa Kikwete watu wanaitanga kanjora. Unajua walikuwa wameozea makanjora wale, hata they have nothing, that old dispensation. Nikamwambia hapana, sasa MCA hapa atakuwa na budget. You know, you are introducing something so new in the village. Nikamwambia MCA will have a budget that he will control. He will be allocated some amount of money. That time we didn't know how much they will start allocating to Nini. So nikamwambia, you need to elect somebody who you can entrust or you can believe in, that he will be able to go there and discuss about that resource coming to you. And then I came in with a guy who was a university lecturer, all right, and he was willing to really come down and do that, and we supported him to run. He ran, and he was rigged out by TNA, okay, and he was rigged out kabisa by TNA. He won and all these kind of, and they did their thing. The people heeded to me. Hiyo ikaenda hivyo tukasema ipite. Now 2022, another, now after this guy, the lecturer was rigged, he said this is PS. Yeah, karudi kwa class. Then I got somebody else. Again, I told the people, what I told you the other time, you need somebody XYZ. Then we had one of our own who was working in Nairobi. Kumbe alikuwa ni broker wa kuuza magari. But he came and lied to people. He was working with KRA to build his integrity. So we fell into that, because for me, I was working outside the country. So I would come in during the needed time. So he duped us. And I supported him. His headquarters, I gave my home as a headquarters. People heeded to me. 2022, I told them, this guy, what he has done the first 5 years is the third. And I broke things. I told them the ward has had this kind of budget, 30 million every year, times 5 years, that's 150 million. Then, of course, we had started our own community-based organization to sell sand and do natural resources, which was bringing another 60, actually it was bringing another 60 million. So in a year, the ward has to the tune or to the highs of 90 million. For 5 years, he could not account for this. So I told the people, this guy, you have to reject him mapema in the morning. They refused to listen to me. Now, they argued with me. They said, hapana, anakujanga December, ananunulia orphans chakula. Mkate na soda na sijui na unga ya ngano. Christmas. Then I asked them, we argued. I told them, so You want to bring him back because after all 12 months, the only thing he does for you is to line up washosho na the orphans, anawapatia Fanta, mafuta ya kupika na unga ya chapati. That is all. They told me off. And I told them, I'm not with you. So Njiru, for me, I'll tell you what it is. And I'll not flow with. And today they are regretting. And that's the reason, Njiru, you are in my whatever. You know why they are crying. Now they are saying, Apana, wewe sasa, wewe ndio tunaona kama unaweza tusaidia. Because I stood. I could not have said that I support because the way I told them, you guys, you regret. The way Uhuru did it. And this one thing I always accolade Uhuru about. He said, nyinyi mutalia. As much as he might have failed in all others, those who are enough words and caution, warning that please, that should have changed. How Mulima decided to bullshit him, that is the reason why we are where we are. Thank you, Jiro. You can now go back.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
PK, unaona hiyo story ya Uhuru, people don't like nikiongea maneno ya Uhuru, lakini nitaongea. Have you people realized the undertones of Gachagua against Uhuru? Juzi mumesikia akisema ati, did you hear this thing at Uhuru was going to State House or something?
Up to now, up to today, yes.
That is a creation of Gachagua. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And Gachagua is very sly. He creates something and then he plays innocent with undertones, and then and what did he say? Our brother tunampenda sana. He's saying anampenda sana at the same time anamchimba. Tunampenda sana. And you see, Gachagua has some level of disrespect. Na hiyo kitu hawezi wacha. You people have been saying here, the press has been talking about it, that people are trying to reconcile Uhuru na Gachagua. Na mimi nilikuwa nikishangaa na reconcile for what? Uhuru hasimami. I mean, for me, I have been thinking that is insignificant. Reconcile or not reconcile, Uhuru is not in the political, and he's not vying for presidency. So it is not important. But then, and I've been thinking, reconciling could just be a simple thing. Though Gachagua they said a lot of nasty things about Uhuru's family. Need a lot of nasty things. But then I realized Gachagua mwenyewe doesn't want reconciliation. He's one who is acting victim and claims he wants reconciliation. And at the same time, anachimba huyu jamaa. Unaona? Me, after what Gakuya said, now Gakuya was speaking Gachagua's mind. After what Gakuya said, now I know that Gachagua has no intention of reconciling with Uhuru. And where am I coming from? I'm coming from, this so-called Mulima Kingpin. By the way, nobody has ever been called a Kingpin, but this thing was created. And people started saying that Uhuru is a Kingpin. Maybe probably because he was the president. Okay? Probably because he was the president. Now, Gachagua juzi, ameenda kasema, the king of the mountain has said, I was being asked by Manyora, why can't this happen? Because the king of the mountain has said. So that thing of Mulima Kingpin imekuwa ikiuma Gachagua sana. And therefore, these people saying there should be reconciliation between Gachagua and Uhuru, it can't happen because Gachagua does not genuinely want a reconciliation. He is on a competition mode. So he must find each and every way to demean Uhuru. Hata kama ni rumor ati Uhuru was about to go to State House, was about to work with Ruto. Mimi nikamwambia ndugu yangu tunakupenda sana. Unaona vile Gachagua anasemanga sheepishly. Ndugu yangu tunakupenda sana. Ninakuomba usifanye makosa ile ulifanya. Between Uhuru and Gachagua, who made the biggest mistake anyway, if we had to ask ourselves? Who has made a mistake between Uhuru and Gachagua that has cost the country? Between Uhuru and Nani amefanya makosa yenye has cost the nation. Now, when I heard Gakuya talking, and Gakuya dragged Uhuru's name, now I know about Gachagua's mind about Uhuru. Now, personally, I don't think people should pay attention. Uhuru is trying to work out as Mio, probably to bring them together and all that behind the scenes. But I really don't think he's a key player because akina Gachagua, akina Kalonzo, and akina Martha Karua na wengine, wakiamua to help Kenya, they can help Kenya with or without Uhuru pushing them or advising them to do anything. In fact, they do not need even Uhuru to convene them anywhere for a reconciliatory meeting or anything. They need to have their own initiative and decide tunataka kusaidia Kenya. So me personally, with or without Uhuru, they can help Kenya. So Gachagua trying to drag Uhuru back, that is malicious. So the guy cannot change. He has malice.
Okay, let me say something too. I guess we have come to the conclusion that in politics, one man has to be a demon and the other one has to be a devil. And we have tried to categorize who as the devil, but the real demon is Gachagua. The truth of the matter, the creation of both Gachagua and Ruto is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. You cannot sanitize Uhuru at any level, no matter how beautiful you talk or how eloquent you, even if I give you 100 years. A man that worked with both flawlessly today wants to be said that Ajawai and the State House. In fact, that all issue that actually is making this rhetorical toxicity and polarity today in our country is the emergence of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta trying to do what? Resurrect Azimio. The whole political atmosphere was corrupted with poison the moment the very man that we are trying to protect, Uhuru is the biggest problem we have ever had. He lied, he would put Baba to status, he has been supported, he has been given everything in his capacity. Him as a person, we wouldn't be where we are knowing one man was stealing 2 billion a day. So stop talking this nonsense of Uhuru. Uhuru is a good, that guy should be in 6 feet under because he helped nothing in that country. The creation of both, when they merged with Ruto, we cried and say, this is a marriage of convenience. Even if it is the Hague issue, you cannot create. Mama Ngina is on the record taking Ruto. Akampaka mafuta, akabeba Biblia, akasema kumi ya huyu, kumi ya huyu. Today we want to take all that out as if Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta can never do anything wrong. Ni Gachagua tu peke yake that is so malicious. Wajinga walisha Kisii bwana. Maybe ni central wako, lakini Kisii sisi tuliwacha hiyo maneno. We look at things the way they are. The man that created the confusion and the problem we have today cannot be part of the man that wants to solve the equation. Ruto is this man's guy. At some point, Matiang'i was so bitter and say, maneno ya huyu mtu wacha tutoboe bwana. This person should not be even in the ballot. The guy refused. But they said, let us remove him from the deputy president. The guy refused. There was nothing that Uhuru helped us when we realized that we are getting to this kind of confusion. He sat there, did nothing, said nothing. He was just laughing and having a good time with Baba. Ruto is on the record even saying, huyu jamaa kataka kuachilia, nikachapa yeye. Huyu jamaa, munafikiria hata mkiweka Oburu Odinga. And all this time, Uhuru knew the guy. Uhuru understood the guy. Until recently. Muturi is telling us, vila alienda kwa Ruto, akaangojea vila alingojea, lakini Ruto alikuwa siyui na Chebukati, all these things. You want to tell me with the intelligence of the country, with the powers that he had, he didn't know what was going down, how that election was stolen, how it was going to be pronounced. Hii maneno ya kuoshaosha Uhuru saa yote hapa tuache bwana. The guy is the biggest problem. The emergence of him with Azimio has brought us back to a drawing board that even when we were closer to an opposition coalition, we are back to the drawing board. Ati Gachagua this, Gachagua this, Gachagua this, Gachagua this. Yes, I agree, Gachagua this and this and this and this. But the person that created both men that we want today talk about is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta without apology. Without apology. During his tenure, the KJIA was, and all the renovations that were done were under him. Family Bank went under him. SGR went under him. Until today, we cannot even go back. Eurobond under him. So we want somebody who actually has never gone to administration and done what Uhuru has done. What actually, somebody who did not have the sword. So today is worse than Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Bwana, hii maneno wacheni bwana. Hata saa ingine wakati Stone PK anaongea we almost come to agreement but tunawacha. Maneno ya kutetea Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. This is when Stone PK anakuja anakubali anasema aje shida ni mlima.
Tumekusikia Alex. Wacha niulize two questions.
Alikuwa mimi.
Sijaland.
Alex aendelee.
Wewe unataka ni land by force.
No, you are going to answer. It's you. It's your time. I'm just coming in, your building, whatever. You are ranting, saying that people are supporting you.
I'm not ranting. This idea of you all the time, wengine wana rant, we ukirant hapa ukubalingi. Stop that branding people that they are ranting and you are the biggest ranter here.
You are ranting because...
You always rant here.
What
were you doing before us?
Where is it?
Wachana, unajua umeambia nani was ranting. It was not ranting, it's passionate. Other way you were ranting. Stop branding people they are ranting here.
Okay.
The politics of today, it's not politics of just kidogo kidogo.
You are not ranting. Sorry about that.
You're branding us, we are ranting. If we are ranting, what are you doing with ranters?
I've apologized, bro. Jiru, let me ask you. At what point did you have in your podcast? I'm talking about Stone PK supporting Uhuru. Because Bundi has to be careful when he puts all these references. When did you ever hear me support Uhuru Kenyatta? And I want people, you have to be sober, guys, because here we think we are people of integrity. We call ourselves pundits. Can we follow each other properly? Go play this.
I was answering Julia, not you. It was Julia, not you.
Thank you. But you
not you. It is Julia, and because I asked Julia at some point the same question, when is Uhuru going to give out that party so that we can have an alternative? Because he is confusing us.
Okay, then
and yet we cannot agree that he's making any mistake. I didn't say you supported him. No.
Let me ask another question. Thank you. I thought you were putting me in that part.
No. I was speaking on
Alex, I don't care what you are saying. I really don't care you are ranting. You can go ahead. I don't want to be toxic. You are very toxic tonight. I'm sorry.
The second question, arbitrator, Nani, Jiru. The second question I want to ask. You know, the whole of our podcast today, I walked into people, I don't want to use that term again. There is issues. People are up in flames, in blaze about Azimio coming in. And they are saying it's Uhuru coming in. Now, I was hearing this with Gachagua. I've been hearing this with all root of people. No, not Gachagua, sorry.
Now you are hearing this with Alex.
Yes, root of people saying Uhuru is the one doing this, There
was a big announcement that Uhuru is making an announcement about Azimio. I mean, it was not about me.
So
the media was freezing and saying there's a big announcement. Uhuru is going to chair the Azimio. So you want to put it back to me as if we are a visitor in Jerusalem?
No, did you see him make an announcement?
No, were we not here the other day and some of us were telling us tusiseme kitu yoyote tungoje mpaka make that pronouncement?
Hapana, kwendeni huko. You are just running.
Hakuna mahali tunakwenda bwana. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is the biggest con. He has conned us and he wants to come back again.
Why can't you stand on your own? Hamna msimamo, kwani mnabeba mimi ni
What do you mean hatuna msimamo? Tumekaa na msimamo hapa for a very long time. Even before mkubali Gachagua, we embraced him.
This is the most mature show.
What do you mean?
Tunafaa kuanga hivi. Hii kitu ya kupembelezana hii kila siku.
And I even asked you on the record, up to when are we going to support him? I even asked you, the good thing I was on the record, up to when are we going to support him? Everybody knows that question was to you.
Support who?
This is the best show.
Supporting now.
This is the best show.
But it will be the best if we be orderly, listen to each other. Because things are coming out. This is the best because the real thing is coming out.
This is how it's supposed to be. Equal agree on each other all the time. At is you, we are agreement.
Yes. So let me finish. 2 seconds, Njiro. I want, I've seen panic. Do you know if I was in politics at that higher level? For me, whether Uhuru comes in or not, I don't care. Because Uhuru has 1 vote. You understand? He can have his money. Ruto has his money and all that. So when people talk like, oh, he's bringing Azimio, it's okay. Let Azimio come as a coalition of some parties there. Come on. It's democracy. 3-4 parties, tiny parties, calling themselves Azimio. Let them come.
It's old men. It's old men coming together to look for seats.
It's okay. It's okay. Keep do your thing. Do your thing.
Bundi, you cannot stop tuning that woman, that girl you want to marry because you saw her. You saw an old man stopping her on the way. Alafu namtukana, we kwenda nilikuona na mzee. You'll be an idiot. You pursue your goal. So if there was else wanakuja na Azimio, it's okay. Wacha wakuje na sisi tukuje na vijana wetu akina sisi msukuma na all that. Tuko kwa meza Gachagua, everybody. Why are we galloping? Why are we getting, why are we panicking? I gave an impression of whereby you are all aiming at an animal.
We are not panicking. Sisi tukikuja na Gachagua takataka, hana manifesto, hana nini, munatutukana. Sisi tukisema Uhuru ni sijui what, munakuja hapa blazing. My friend, it's not gonna work like that. Njiro, let's be honest here. Wow, yeye ni takataka, hana manifesto. He is useless. As if sasa tukiongea pesa yake inakuuma nini. Now we sanitize our language. Njiru as the moderator, my friend, keep your word. If Gachagua ni takataka, Uhuru ni takataka, kwa nini mbaya? Si tumeambiwa Gachagua ni takataka, useless, hana manifesto, he doesn't know where he's going to. How many times have we had here? All of a sudden sasa, pesa yake inatupeleka wapi? I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest here for the first time.
Who supports Uhuru here?
Hiyo chuki makes people think that sisi hatuwezi attack Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, that people have the monopoly to attack Gachagua, atuambie takataka. How many times have you called Gachagua takataka hapa?
But
we have never told you not to call him takataka. We have allowed you to say it all the time.
Good job,
you are even today you are saying Hana manifesto. We allowed you to say it. Why don't you allow us not to say it? The way we see things.
Okay, good job, Alex.
You don't allow us to say the way we see things, but you want us to accept how you see things.
Good
job.
There is no maturity in what we are doing now.
Kuita Gachagua ndio maturity, takataka ndio maturity. Hana manifesto, munafuata mtu asijui nini. I mean, if maturity was to be shown, you should have shown it earlier.
You've not unpegged the stuff that Stone I said.
No, you only took the takataka. Let us. Yes, it has been said here several times.
Stuff, but you did not actually go into depth as to what me and Stone and Piquet and I analyzed. Look, paragraph mzima as to why Gachagua is dangerous. But the only word you picked there is takataka. That means you did not listen.
Hata pia mimi pick up only my one word. That's
Which was what?
democracy. I will also pick up. Kwani
Yeah,
nyinyi
but
mko na
we said
monopoly
as
ya kupick
leadership,
up moja na mimi si pick
we
up.
spent
I mean, let's be honest,
we
Nani.
spent 2 hours. We spent 2 hours
My friend,
actually.
let's
Let
be
me pick
honest.
up. Eh?
When I give
Okay.
my own passionate analysis about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, acknowledge it. But
Yeah,
msikuje
I've
kusema
acknowledged
kati
it.
ningesema hivi,
Relax.
ningesema
Relax.
hivi, singesema hivi, ningesema
Please
hivi,
relax.
singesema
Relax.
hivi.
It's
I
okay.
repeatedly say that I don't like Uhuru Kenyatta. Hakuna siku sijakuja kusema sipendi Uhuru
It
Kenyatta.
was
I
not
actually
you.
think he's
Now
one of
sasa mnataka mtiekee vitu. Sijasema. I have said exactly you said it.
Sawa Budi, nimesikia.
Budi, nimekwambia good job.
Okay.
Congratulations.
It doesn't matter, Julia, what you will say. I know you are insinuating. That is not saying it's a good job. You want to cajole me into your own angle. I'm not coming there. I'm not.
Budi, relax. It's okay.
Good job,
Hata mimi nimetulia.
Hata wewe, good job for lying to Kenyans at Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is better than Gachagua.
Kidogo. You know, that's why I've always been saying, people here are tagged to specific people, by the way, and that is why, by the way, and I say that here.
It is not only being attached. Some people don't want other people. It's a red line. We have heard people put red lines here. We cannot talk politics openly. It's a red line for some people.
No, lazima tuongee about different people. You see, but people are attached, Bwana Budi as well. Like, there is the extent in which you can attack Gachagua, ufanye mtu mwingine anzie kutoa ile maso ya kichwa. Na ujue maso ya kichwa itokangi. I'm not saying like that's where we need to go. But so there's something I wanted to explain here. There is a difference between, there is a difference between personality and approach of issues. Okay. Sometimes people might disagree with Gachagua personality, but there are things which when you look at Gachagua, how he approaches things, and I use the word calibration because human beings succeed in life because of calibrating. What is calibration? Calibration is where saa zingine unaangalia hii mwaka nilifanya hii decision, nilipanda mahindi ya Katumani, alafu mahindi ya Katumani ilinitolea kilo 4. Alafu next year you say, badala nipande mahindi ya Katumani, wacha nipande 614 ama whichever I want. You keep on recalibrating, relying on the output of what is happening. There is something which people are not understanding Gachagua here, and I will still keep on punching it here, even if it will take 1 year for people to understand. Because I have made my own conclusion, and that's what I want to answer PGR now. And I have done it out of observation. And in this life, it is not wrong to hate somebody. You can hate somebody. And it is not wrong to love somebody. You can love somebody. But you need your own reasons why you are doing it. And I have taken keen interest to look at Gachagua and try to understand his point of observation of things. And according to me, nilisema how I view leadership in my own way. Nilisema Gachagua is an outgrower of how people in Mlima speak. Gachagua sio yule mtu ambaye anataka kuenda against the grain. Gachagua ni yule mtu ambaye, and I use this one repeatedly, undertones. Gachagua listens to the undertone of Mount Kenya repeatedly. That is why even in 202, he said that they even prepared Uhuru in advance that he is not going to win that election. But they were with him there for more support. What do I mean? Watu wa Mlima, in their millions, they decided to work with Ruto. Naelezea hii kitu because this is what happens even in the way of life wakati watu wanafanya vitu. So in their millions, in 2000, in 2020 and 2021, they have decided to work with Ruto. Gachagua is somewhere huko kwa grassroots. He is there in Nyeri, he is somewhere in Embu, he is somewhere in Meru. Everybody there is believing or want to work with Ruto. So now, Gachagua has to throw through that grain so that it doesn't become a political reject at the moment because he wants to be relevant. So at that time, he has to work with Ruto and he has to look on how he will fit in that pyramid, which is now there. Now we are in 2024. People say they don't want finance bill. And Gachagua is there, again, as a person who listens to the people. He hear people do not want finance bill. As a person in the presidency, wananongonezana, because when you're in the presidency, unanongonezana na kiongozi wako. Anaambia Ruto, na nikisikiliza from the areas where I come, watu wanasema hii finance bill tuachane nayo. Let's think of other things, ama tubadilishe hapa na hapa. Kiongozi wako asikilize. But unarudi kwa watu wako tena, you are hearing those undertones. The undertones are, we don't want this finance bill. So Gachagua again, he goes in the grain of the people. That is why he is having a presser when Gen Zs have rioted, when Gen Zs have overrun the parliament. Gachagua is in Mombasa giving his contrary speech to Ruto because he has listened to the undertones. We move ahead. People have started moving away from Ruto. People, especially in Mlima Kenya and in many other places, the other places in video watu wasikilize watu wao. That's why they still were saying that wanangojea viongozi waambie. Again, in Mlima, people do not want Ruto. Gachagua is there as a hard person. Vile amefanywa na Ruto. What did he do? He decided to amplify what people are saying. He decided to become a spokesman of people's voice. And because Gachagua decided to become a spokesman of people's voice, he started building a coalition with the people. I'm not talking about a coalition with the political parties. So Gachagua builds a coalition with the people. Sababu hawa watu hawataki Ruto. They feel that Ruto has abandoned their way of life. Ruto has started abducting people and doing all the bad things. Again, Gachagua becomes a spokesman of that outburst of the people. So what do I mean? Gachagua has been very strategic, let me use that word, in understanding the mood of the people. These other guys, either through their own ignorance or through their own ways of not looking what is happening, they have not been able to tap on that. Now, let's look at Gachagua character, which is making so many people here say that Gachagua, and as I now jibu PGR, Gachagua PGR ananiambia, what changed about me? And now I'm speaking about Gachagua. Let me tell you why. We do not support leaders, and I will say again here, we do not support leaders because we extremely agree with them. Leadership is an issue of give and take. I do not agree with Gachagua 100%, but largely I appreciate what he does, and I feel he is relevant to my point of thinking. Let me tell you what has made me to evaluate Gachagua, and I changed my stand about him. I am one of the person who never thought I would even speak on anything or even stand on Gachagua platform. I was that person. I rose him like hell. I never believed Gachagua was a leader. But there is something which I appreciate in a human being, and I will say it here. No matter how ferocious you have been or how bad you have been, I appreciate reforms. I appreciate reforms. Let me tell you the journey which I took to support Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga at one time he supported Moi, a man who we wrote that we didn't like. And many of us, we didn't support him at that time. But Raila Odinga, within a period of time, he reformed his character of supporting the bad, and he forged his own path. Every human being has that bad moment in his life where they make bad decisions. I have appreciated Gachagua has made bad decisions. And one thing which I've liked with Gachagua is that this time around, and in many other times, is that Gachagua is extremely consultative. When he was making that mistake of supporting a murderer, he was not consultative. So that is one place where Gachagua has learned from his previous mistakes. And you have also to look at human beings who are able to learn from their previous mistakes. We have been having Ruto for close to 30 years, and he doesn't learn from his mistakes. Until even Wakenya wamekuja wengine wakajua. That is why somebody like, personally, I started hating Ruto as far as 2013. Wachaneni na wengine wenyu nyinyi mumekuja kuchukia Ruto sahi. I have hated Ruto from 2013 up to now. And I have followed Ruto's journey, and I can tell you, if I compare Ruto and I look at Gachagua, the few years I have started following Gachagua, because Gachagua is very recent in politics. Even some of us here wanamuita one term, which is true. He has been a one-term MP, then akakuja. He was actually very fortunate from one term to a DP. Gachagua recalibrates quickly. Ruto has no capacity to recalibrate, and that is why Ruto has any person who becomes an enemy to Ruto does not return. Look at Ruto life. Ruto is the only person in life. He is not supported by somebody twice. Look even in Rift Valley. Some of the people who used to support Ruto, they are no longer with him. Not our watu kiwambia. There is a kina Kilwa. You know Kilwa. There is a guy called Kilwa. Kilwa has never supported Ruto. Kuna huyu mama ambaye alikuwa analia wakati moja alitoka. Who used to be the head of civil service. And akina Franklin Bet, they went underground. Look at all people who hate Ruto. Even some of the people who at one time they worked with Ruto and then it ended up to be an enmity. The relationship goes and goes forever. Ruto does not know how to recalibrate his relationship with you. Ruto does not know how to handle you once you learn it, because Ruto is a perennial cheat. It takes advantage of you at the moment. Once you discover and you realize that you have been fooled, you realize you cannot work with him again. And that is the point where Gachagua is. So when I hear some people here saying that ni kwa muda tu Gachagua atarudi kwa Ruto. Gachagua, I'm not his advocate, and I'm not saying that hawezi rudi, but looking at how Gachagua works, because I have studied Gachagua, and I want people to study people who they follow. Usifuate kiongozi blindly. I don't want people to follow Gachagua or any your leader blindly. Follow your leader because you see how they are doing. There's very terrible decisions which Gachagua has done. I do not refuse that. There are terrible mistakes which Gachagua has done. And I appreciate that. But I'm not looking for a pope here. I'm looking for somebody who can recalibrate and can be able to change a positive energy and show me the mistakes which are happening in the country. And I can tell you, Gachagua has been able to give us that approach of the problems which our country has. Whether Gachagua becomes a president or he doesn't become, or whoever he is going to work with, at least Gachagua has given us that platform that it is possible to criticize the government and go home. It is possible.
Can I ask you? You are saying something that Gachagua has learned from his mistakes, okay? Supposedly, I believe you. Now, the ongoing squabbles between him and opposition, Akina Kalonzo, we can agree that something is amiss. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, of course, something is amiss. And what is happening, Julia, is this. All these problems which we are having, hapa kuna mkono ya Ruto. And that's what we are not agreeing. Before we
drag in, let's say this. Let us
no,
now.
Something is amiss. Yes, period. Something is amiss. Jiru, you don't have to. Something is amiss. That's why we are bitter, all of us. Something is amiss.
Okay, before we drag in Ruto and whoever, right? Let me start by saying this. Everybody should be able to have their msimamo, their stand. And you cannot make mistakes and keep on dragging people that they made you make this mistake. You have to be decisive. So let me assume that Gachagua is aware there is a problem. And I'm assuming because Alisema, people say I am proud. I know. But I'm trying to sell my party. He said something like that. I think so. If I am misquoted, I can be corrected. But I think he said that. So he knows the challenges he has with the other members of the opposition. Do you think he's able to work it out, Njiru?
Let me tell you, Gachagua will work out that. Let me tell you, if there is a man who is seriously approachable and understand where we are going, is Gachagua. You might think I'm an idiot, or somebody might think that is an understatement. But let me tell you, Gachagua understands where we are going even better than Muturi, better than Munya, better than Kalonzo. I wish people understand this, man.
Okay, so if the way you are describing him that he understands, you know, when I entered the show, I began by saying that I didn't like the reaction of JP and Peter Munya. But then I'm thinking, as a leader, did Gachagua have to reply to them the way he replied? He's going to be a national leader, and we're expecting him to be above board. How do you play such cards?
Okay, Julia, hebu nikuulize kidogo. Ukichukua King'ora, uniambia mambo kwa King'ora, how do you want me to respond?
Alex, I don't want to converse with you because it becomes so toxic. I'm sorry. Wacha nimalizane na
kidogo tu. It's okay, Budi utakuja. Julia, wacha nikuulize kidogo ukichukua King'ora kuniaddress, unataka nikuje nikukuaddress na Morori? Na umechukua King'ora kuniaddress.
Yeah, you have a choice. You have a choice to stand above board. You don't have to behave the way I behaved. You get what I'm saying? If I call you,
but you know, in politics dog, there's no right.
Listen, Jiru, if I call you a dog, nisimame pale kwenyu nikuite majina yote chafu, you have a choice not to call me back, and you'll be the winner. I'm telling you, if you don't call me back, you'll be the winner. You have a choice not to call me back those names. So Gachagua has a choice. We are expecting him to be a national leader. So he should not engage in the back and forth. After all, me personally, I believe like kina Muturi are insignificant, na kina Peter Munya, because at just mama. So I think he has a choice not to go back and forth with them. And even he should tame his dogs like akina Gakuya. You know, he doesn't have to join Azimio. He had a choice to say, nimesikia watu nataka tuongee, me I'm ready for talks. By the way, he began by saying, Gachagua had 2 speeches in a span of few hours. One, ya kwanza react, akasema, ati nimesikia JB, nimesikia Muturi, nimesikia sijui nini, akareact, akaoverreact, akasema, wauze chama chao, sijui they are lazy and all that. I'm not lazy. But then later on, I've seen another speech again now, and he was dressed differently. Amesema, I'm ready to talk with Azimio. I'm ready to talk. Amesema he's ready to talk. So that is how he could have reacted. He's going to be he's a national desk. We are expecting him, even if he doesn't become president, we are expecting to be among the top. He's going to be a national leader. So we want him. You see what we are all fighting here for. Jiru, personally, me, what has disappointed me in the last 2 days is all these people fighting at rooftops, na mic, uko juu, while all Kenyans have agreed, including them, that Ruto needs to go. Unaona, they didn't need to do that. We cannot be the same. Kila mtu akona weakness zake. And they don't need to wash their dirty linen in public. So if you're saying Gachagua lands, Njiru, don't support him in the arrogance. Just agree.
That is not arrogance because
Muturi, he needs to come out of it.
Unaona Muturi, kidogo Julia tu. Muturi and all the other guys, they had an obligation of not going to the media. So if we are saying Gachagua, why did they go to the media? They are the ones who started this.
Okay, listen, Jiru, you are not being the big one. You have to be the bigger person. They did that. They have nothing to lose. Hawana chama.
Na kama walikuwa wametumwa na Ruto.
Yes,
if it was sabotage, Julia, do you understand the word sabotage?
Jiru, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you with all that. And because of that, they have succeeded in their sabotage because of Gachagua's reaction too. They have succeeded. And Ruto is happy wherever he is. When walikuwa wanamweka vidole kwa macho afanye nini?
Wanaona uzuri Kenyans can see. Wakenya ni werevu raudi by Julia.
The reaction of, listen, Jiru, the reaction of Gachagua and Akina Kalonzo na wengine will determine where Kenyans will go after with all this argument. So if they decide to get into that fight, they ruin Kenyans. Let me tell you. So Gachagua should be the big boy here and decide, I am not playing Muturi's politics. I'm not playing Peter. After all, Peter Munya ata hana MP, Muturi hana. So why should he even pay attention to them? You see, he shouldn't play. He's a big boy. Njiru, you're not getting. You're saying they started. So Njiru, If I come to you seriously, wewe ni Dr. Njiru. Nikuja pale kwako nikuite majina, nikuite mpaka karibu nguo zako zianguke. So you go look for the dictionary ya Kikuyu, unite the same majina. You have a choice to be the big boy.
Nitatafuta kwa channel nitaenda, lakini sasa I will use because you have invited me into that war.
No, Njiru. The most successful way of handling that thing is not to do what I did.
But politics does not support that.
That is where now I agree. That is where I separate from you, and I will now, as I go, I'll conclude that I am disappointed that you have decided not to see the mistakes and not to even see what should be done. Me personally, if Matiang'i today amepanda rooftop na nimeona clip ingine hapa, nimekuwa disappointed. I think is that guy from Kisii, where Matiang'i was in a motorcade somewhere, na kuna jamaa, I think niyo mlikuwa mnasema, alisimama katukana Gachagua, katukana, na Matiang'i was there. If Matiang'i decides also to join them, I will be very disappointed. I expect him to rise above board and not to get into that silly argument. If he decides to do that, ile heshima niko naye kwake itaisha. Let me say this, you have to be different. So if you are telling me Gachagua can learn, let him be different. Let him stop throwing malicious statements and backstabbing. Unaona?
Okay,
akuwe kiongozi, aseme mimi ninatetea Mlima Kenya. I'm trying to mobilize the mountain, and I appreciate what my other colleagues are doing. And I'm ready to work with them because we only have one agenda right now, to remove Ruto. I expect him to say that very soon. If he gets into another squabble with anybody, look at Munya. Munya sasa ni nani? Kama Gachagua ni a national leader, who is Munya to get into an argument with? JB had that at an MP, even lost to Ruto in Better North. Who is JB to get into an argument with? Let me say, if Gachagua opens his mouth to confront them again, I am telling you,
Julia, but unfortunately, politics does not work that way. 1 minute. Politics does not work that way. No, in politics, responses are no. I'm saying in politics. I'm not talking in real life. It doesn't work that way. But in politics, responses are done in the manner in which they were, in the manner in which the accusation was done. That is why even Donald Trump says he could go to the extent of even taking Bill Clinton's accusee to the debate. Waonekane hapo na kamera. It is politics.
Nimesahau wewe ni wa Trump, acha nikuache. Hizo ndio vitu huwa zinakubamba. Those kind of talks and foolish talks and utterances ndio huwa
No, they are not foolish talks.
Wacha nikuache tu. Asante.
Okay, no problem, Julia. The truth of the matter is, in politics, somebody cannot use the mic to express their grievances. These people purport to be in opposition. Muturi has close proximity to Gachagua, and he chooses to call media and address Gachagua on media. And he wants Gachagua to address him in private. Politics does not work that way. In real life, things can work differently. Na ndio umeona even siku hizi hata even in real life unakuta bibi ya mtu anatokezea kwa media, naye mzaile pande ingine anaita media ingine. You have seen akina Karango et al. Budi endelea. I will not go.
Me nitanyamaza tu. I don't want to be toxic to anybody here. Let me just listen.
So let me give us more explanation.
Let me talk. Let me start from a very direct spot. Now that I have an opportunity and see that. A couple of years ago, JKL called a show. It was a gubernatorial debate whereby Miguna came with Esther Passaris. And mbona unanimute?
Hata mkono yangu ijafika kwa media, kwa comp. Sijamute wewe boss. Endelea. Go ahead. Unless kama kuna watu wameingia kwa kituo.
Jeff Koinange called a debate between Miguna and Esther Passaris. And Esther Passaris came in that conversation with entitlement. And whatever Miguna told Esther Passaris is what I will tell Julia today. I will not quote the name, but I'll say it. The fact that you called me politically, that I'm toxic, ABCD, and you used all and you shut me down, I will say that that is who you are. You cannot come here and say that some people have foolish talks at ABCD, but you have entitlement. Wewe, ukuje hapa, uhoard of us. And the problem has been, throughout, you have had sacred cows here. Njiru, you have had sacred, until today you have taken your position. Everybody is saying, ameshanga, ameshanga. It's not kushanga. People take their stand. Remember how this conversation started? I said when I came that today was a feast day for Ruto. And I gave my own reasons. The people who are here when the show began. And I said, if Ruto is sitting back, in fact, for the last 2 years, because of the going back and forth, we have given Ruto a new lifeline. But the question was, how do we stop that? Remember, that's how I asked. But the whole show has been about Gachagua. And take Gachagua out of the equation. He's out of now the opposition. What do you remain with? I have said, let's take him out. Give us a different narrative so that we can follow. Nobody is willing to give us, a different script. All they do, they just want to concentrate on Gachagua. It is a field day for them. They hate Gachagua. They are not giving us people takataka, hana manifesto, it's useless, you're following. I mean, unakachi unajuza, then give us an alternative. Okay, let's come up with ways. Because some of us are saying, okay, this Azimio has brought in very, very bad blood. Again, it is resuscitating issues that obviously we were done with in the last election. Why would we propel that Azimio even exists? Then the question came, this Azimio that you're propelling about, let's be very honest, what does it come with? Then we say it again, you give us an alternative somebody, that person has not been given a party. They cannot allow him to rebrand the party. So if Gachagua is bad, we agree, then let's take that proposition. Give us a candidate. Give us a candidate. Then you give us Sifuna. Then we ask you, so who is Sifuna going to speak with? Ni Kalonzo too, na Matiang'i. Can this be a winning team? We all agree it can't. So Njiru, that's the problem. We don't want to use numbers. We don't want to use facts. We want to use hatred by people insinuating that because you support Trump, obviously I don't like that fact that you do, you're stupid, and therefore you are also support for Gachagua is stupid. We want to conclude that way. It cannot be. If, and today I will stick my feet to the cement, ata kama utaniita toxic, kwenda uniite. In fact, you are the super pro max 17 toxic person. If you want us to go that route. But we wouldn't want to go that route. Give us a solution. You prepare. Don't talk about Gachagua. You're refusing to talk about the solution that Matiang'i, how can he come out of? And I've told you, he can if he wants to. First of all, wacha hii mtu inaitwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ampe party. Secondly, rebrand the party, give out all organs and structure. Wachana maneno ya kutoa Kioni, the person who was doing better as a secretary general, mnatuletea another guy who we don't even remember his name when we are even debating. At least Kioni was walking in the mountain all the time telling us, where is that guy walking even in Masai land, so that we can know that he's doing his job. Talk about your candidate. Sell your candidate. Don't demonize our candidate and our party. That is all we are saying. It does not help us. It does not help you. Because in the end of the day, you will need to negotiate with me. I need to negotiate with you. And Gachagua is saying, enda mufanye party yenu ikuwe more stable, more formidable, more robust, and then come. He ended up by saying that they
I will mobilize and I see it is enough, I will come for talks. But for now, I've said it's not enough. So you people want to force talks when the talks cannot be had. And we are not saying that these talks are wrong. They can be right if also your attitude is right. Formation of this party, more so about the DCP. How many times, to be honest, that people of the mountain were yearning for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta to stand up for the people and they refused? How many times?
It was actually a lot. And I don't know what objective.
Why do you blame Gachagua?
No, there's nothing to blame Gachagua here. Because unajua Uhuru amekuja kujiingiza kwa supu ambayo imeiva. And I'm sorry to use that word. Uhuru amekuja kujiingiza kwa supu imeiva.
I get the anger. Obviously, this is not the alternative of the leadership. Obviously, we may want. The problem is when we ask the question, people were supporting him here day and night. Mpaka we kept on reminding them that when the right time comes, then we will start saying otherwise. Mtu ananiambia nikuwe na msimamo. Hiyo msimamo unaongea about, si nilikuuliza hapa several times, at what time? Njiru, be honest. How many times have I not asked that here?
Umeuliza sana.
Was that question answered? People
and it will never be answered. It will never be answered because
wana msimamo hapa. They said they will go where Gachagua will go. They will do what Gachagua will say. They said it here. Go to the archives.
Okay, let me nikuuliza tu swali hapa because we have to be objective.
No, put things in order. Didn't they say that wakati wanatuambia tukue na msimamo? You have to be objective, also deconstruct people who are changing their positions and then they want to call us names here.
No, I say
remind them what they stood for.
Of course, they stood for that. But the hatred on Gachagua is too much for them.
Is this the right person we will go to with the end? Remember, he has this garbage. I remember when I started that conversation, tumewekwa box ingine mbaya sana. If we can go to the archives, I remember it was on a Monday. I had not gone to work. I was contemplating on this thing simply mpaka nikajiuliza, is that what we have decided? I, Alex, Sai, I'm happy what Gachagua is saying. Then when I came here, I questioned. I asked, am I normal? Am I doing the right thing? Is this the right thing? You told me, no, it's not the right thing. And I told you, man, hatuna option. This vacuum has to be filled. We have worked together until today. Watu wanataka kujifanya walikuwa na msimamo. Msimamo gani? You have to tell people why we are where we are, why we got where we are, and the politics dictated. We did not just wake up and decide this is the situation. The politics dictated. Ruto became an animal that will not be tamed by nothing or anybody. And then we were like, what can we do? The only person who was rebutting him, and at least we were feeling that this space, and we questioned. Some people said, we don't have, and even Baba did not have people who were rebutting during the Azimio. We agreed. We had a very bad and weak rebuttal mechanism. And we said, okay, what do we do? So the happenings, when Baba finally decided to go to the AU seat, me and you were here. When Itumbi was in a certain radio station saying that, we stuck our feet in the cement, tukasema aje, hiyo ni propaganda. Baba will never do that. ABCD, we vouched, we say, hiyo ni ujinga. What happened? Baba comes and says, we have been having talks with the President Ruto. For the first time, he called him President Ruto. You know, he's the one who will nominate me. My friend, tukabaki kwa matakataka yenye tunasema. Huyo takataka ndiye alituokoa akaanza kuongea maneno juu ya Ruto sasa. The politics, because that was the worst political moment of our country. Because the question, where do we go? Ndio hapa NADCO report ndio hii hapa, Kalonzo ndio huyo anafanya vitu hapa, Matiang'i is out of the country, ndio hii party inachukuliwa na akina Sabina Chege. The situation that we were in, then they impeached the guy. The guy took a chance with Kenyans. The guy took chance with Kenyans. That is what I'm saying. He took a chance with me. I gave him one chance and he delivered. He delivered to me at that particular time. We did not want to give Ruto because tulikuwa tumeshaanza mbunge sijui fulani ameanza kuongea kuwa sijui extension ya 2032. There were other talks around that we could not even allow. What happened was Ruto was put in a break when our ODM brothers walked out of us. Martha Karua went pin drop silent for a very long time. The only bull that remained, and we did not like it, it's Gachagua. So when it comes that huyu jamaa ana agenda, huyu jamaa ni takataka, huyu jamaa ni useless, huyu jamaa hana manifesto, I mean, it can't be informed by that kind of rhetoric. I will stick and remember where he was with us when Baba left. When everybody left, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta refused to talk. Akiongea kidogo hivi, we used to analyze for 2 weeks as if he was giving us breath to speak. Na kwa sababu umeweka hii show kuwa watu wengine tuko toxic, ukiona tusikuje hapa juu kwa sababu watu wako righteous, wako holy, watakuja kukusomea, tuwache kule chini sisi tusikize siasa yetu pole pole. But that will make us not support. We still say Gachagua needs to have respect. He ought not to have said, I said it before, that kind of rhetoric was not right. But I also said Kibageni should not speak the way he's speaking. If these people are put together, they will not agree if they own. But if we go to the route of disrespecting Gachagua so that we can have the opposition, that route is not going to work for me. You know, that is where I'll say, my friend Atandi, I respect you. You respect everybody in comment section, and I agree to that. But the idea that we must disrespect Gachagua so that we demonize him, so that we take the opposition, that one I am not boarding, period. Wacha the righteous people, wakina Julia wakuja hapa nje, watutukane so that they can take that opposition. Tuone kama wataichukua. Tuone kama wataichukua ukweli.
Haya, sawa Budi. Nilikuwa nimeona Stone PK alikuwa amefungua kamera. I can say this other opposition figures who are complaining, pia kuna vita like they are also showing the population their weakness too much. And in politics, you don't show weakness, even when you are negotiating. I think they have Munya, Muturi, and all the other guys, they have failed before negotiating. Washaanguka because like Bwana Budi, maybe I want to ask you, maybe in 1 or 2 statements. How do you go for negotiation and we are saying we are all waiting for negotiation? Well, and in the undertone, you are the big messaging you carry is that I'm weak, I'm being malign, somebody is mummifying us, a replica of the same thing which ODM is doing, calling for zoning from UDA. What messaging are you trying to talk about yourself? What image are you showing?
These people are very okay. These people were handling issues in a manner that obviously at the end of the day, I was optimistic that they were going to handle it. The question of Kalonzo working hard and Matiang'i had been part and parcel of the conversation. They should do better than what they are doing. We have said that Kalonzo needs to go to the coastal region. He needs to
do better than, because we are dealing with somebody that obviously, if we don't work harder, we are going to have issues. Now, how they sat down and came up with resurrecting Azimio was the issue that the meeting, obviously they had secret meeting before they told us that they are going to have by the chairmanship of Ukasikia Munya amechaguliwa, Matiang'i amekuwa adopted in, obvious. There was a meeting before that meeting. That meeting is the one that informed, say, now we have to go after Rigiji. We need to ask ourselves, was it a radical move, or it was informed by some decisions they had taken when they sat down? Me thinking, Njiru, there was a meeting, and that meeting that Uhuru Muigai comes in is the biggest problem today we have, and we don't want to acknowledge that. Had that meeting not come in, Njiru, we wouldn't be where we are. Let's be very honest. They spoke like that because they understood they are speaking from a point of negotiation of a weaker now, but they were coming on strength of what we call conglomerates of parties, but still in terms of a mobilization, they are still the same, extremely weak. And that's why Gachagua rebutted the way he rebutted. And I agree with you. It was open criticism and malignment, and Gachagua did the same. What is wrong with that? The meeting Uhuru called privately on how to curtail Rigathi Gachagua is what has brought this problem, and we don't want to acknowledge it. We want to act like, oh, Uhuru na pesa yake na Azimio, we shouldn't worry about that. That is the elephant in the room, Njiru. Take it to the bank. Their strength to speak came from Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Amewadanganya.
Yeah, ni sawa. Julia is still our friend, hata kama Budi
Akwende staki friendship yake. Kwani hapa tuna force friendship. No, nasema because you know, when you say that I am so toxic just because nimekatalia point yangu, it doesn't go very well.
Mutakutana huko mbele, ni sawa, haina shida, but
mbele wapi? Suko tuko DCP, wacha waende na Jubilee.
Aya, ni sawa, ni sawa. Pijana mimi
Politically, this issue imefika let me be very honest. I think people did not understand today was a crossroad, or yesterday. And we failed to manage it very well. We failed. Unless we wake up and Gachagua decides, let's now put everything on the side. The ball now is on Gachagua.
I agree. I think that
Gachagua. If Gachagua puts his pride down and say, you know what, and I hope he does that, not by pressure from people saying ni takataka, hana manifesto. On that point, I will not agree. But on humility and putting the nation ahead, I will agree to those terms. But not saying that hana manifesto. How can you just call somebody like that and you expect Badai Museme should have been the bigger one in the room? Do you reconcile that?
Yeah, I agree. Wacha Stone PK aingililie hapo. I think Stone PK, you need to withdraw your statement ya takataka bwana. Ni kama Budi anaenda anazunguka hapo. Budi anaenda anazunguka.
I cannot withdraw that. I always said I give what I personally believe in. I don't withdraw statement because of people's feeling and opinion. It's up to you how you take it. For me, when I think you are rubbish, you are rubbish. It's as simple as that. We are not here to, we are not here to please people, you know. We are not here to dally people. So, Njiru, as your moderator, don't even ever dare go there at you withdraw. And by the way, I'm above the age of where whatever I utter from my mouth is calculated. You know me for a very long time. Siropokwi, and you know you are a witness. There is nothing I've said on these podiums that has been proven wrong. That I pride myself in. Yes, and I tell you, and I can tell you even I see those kind of things out of maybe experience or calculation or the way to observe. And I don't need support because as I say, opinions don't need validation. Okay? You don't need to validate my opinion. I don't need to validate your opinion. Opinions are opinions. Simple. The way I used to differ very heavily with people like Akina when we were inaitwaje ile tulikuwa ile ya kwanza Mtembei, when we had people like Akina Themba coming with the theories, coming to do their thesis on us and all that, and they were trying to bring science and all that, I would tell them, don't even start to validate individual opinion. Because opinions can be shit. Opinions can be garbage. And opinions can be something. So it's you. Just listen to it. And you either decide you can take it. You can rubbish it. You can do whatever you want to do with it. Like, for example, for me, what people have been talking for all these hours about Azimio, for me, I don't think there is any relevance in discussing about Azimio coming. Because for me, and I said since yesterday, I don't care what name the three of you come in using. You can call yourself Stone. Do I care? Just come on the table. What is our subject? Our subject is not Azimio. Our subject is one candidate to remove Ruto. I'm above that intelligence, whereby I stick, and I'm using the term intelligence. My intelligence tells me that we are looking for a candidate to oust the monster. This I've said since yesterday with you. So I don't care how people come. You can come dressed in green suit, maybe in red suit, Jubilee suit, mwingine in Azimio suit. I'm not euphoric about, that is very trivial in my opinion. Oh, that name, we was doing this, the name, come on, guys. What are we looking for? Send Ruto home.
Okay,
Yes,
sawa.
please. Yeah,
Lakini
sasa usiniambie nianje na
we will the journey of sending Ruto home is a journey of a lot of genuineness, and we have to appreciate efforts. Kama wewe you are not assembling your machinery correctly, and
which machinery? Njiro, hiyo ndio ingine mnakosea. Machinery gani ya Wakenya? What machinery? Wacheni hiyo rubbish. I'll use that strong term. Wakenya wamesema wanatoa Ruto. What pretense are you coming saying machinery?
No, but you need a machinery to do that.
Which one?
Moving Ruto in a vacuum.
Which one? Sema, which one? Which one?
You need aspirants within the confirmation of removing Ruto.
But they are there. Aspirants are there. They simply will choose which party they want to go for. Wacheni hiyo maneno yenu hapa.
No, but that machinery has also to be visible.
Jiro, listen. Jiro, no. Listen, wacha hiyo. You have never been a candidate. I'm a candidate. I already know vile nitasimama. Wewe hujawahi kujaribu hii kitu. You are just a pandit. So people know. You don't need to mobilize me at uanze kuniendia to. No, nothing. Because number one, Jiro, what you don't know. And let me teach you now. Parties are garbage as far as candidates are concerned. They only siphon money from candidates. Parties are only beneficial to the owners. And the owners are individuals. Parties are detrimental to you as a candidate, but you'll never know. You as somebody who is commentating on TV, you've never contested. You don't know how painful it is to become a member of a party, and you are a candidate, my friend. Take that to the bank. I'm giving you from experience. What when I have to, people just yap. You've never tried. You become a candidate, then you know how shit these parties are.
Tony PK, yeah? Today I want you to,
yes.
You know, I like clear explanation. So I want you today, I have used the word machinery. Explain to me, Gachagua machinery, explain to me Muturi machinery and all the other opposition machinery. I want to hear like the way you visualize it.
For me, I don't use that term. That machinery is garbage. It's an existence in my whatever. It is just marketing, and there are people who are going to the soko to market their kiosk and recruit as many members as possible to make their money. Okay, it's conmanship. It is a business. Ni kama umefungua kiosk or a bar, then you have a team going to say my bar is better than the other. Period. Nothing else. There's no other benefit. Okay, so it doesn't benefit mwananchi at all. Okay, take that to the bank. Parties don't benefit individuals. Mwananchi wa kawaida. When you want bursary, you want this, you go to the character, the person that you elected. So if anything, Njiru, for example, and if wananchi were asked, they would rather vote for Njiru, not vote at Njiru juu ni DCP, sijui ni nini na nini. Hiyo maneno, it is the rich pleasing the poor. Parties have nothing. They are, and I say this everywhere, you know. Because what value do parties add? Like now, for example, whether you are in whatever party, people for presidential, people have decided Ruto is going home. It doesn't matter. And you will know this by even, I don't want to hear people saying Ruto must have a party, Sifuna must have a party. That's nonsense. I mean, but I'm saying, alone. Listen, I'm saying Sifuna, for example, he doesn't need what machinery. Sifuna just needs to, he's the president, declare, ninasimama. He doesn't have to be in any party. He goes all over for people to see him and know him. That's it. What machinery are you telling me about? Brokers?
Okay. Let me explain to you what I understand about machinery, because I don't know why you are cornering machinery to only a political party. Political party is only a portion of a machinery you need to eject somebody like Ruto out of power. I agree, Ruto is very unpopular. Even in
describe what you are calling machinery. Yeah, what is that machinery?
For you, a machinery in a political cycle, because in every political cycle there is the machinery, and by the way, the machinery. There is the real machinery, the one you can see, and there is the perception one. Perception one is where like perception machinery. Mlima Kenya hiyo ni DCP. That's the perception machinery. The one which people would pay billions and they don't get. Jubilee can pay billions to say that, but they cannot get. That's a perception machinery. There is no.
What do you mean get? What do you mean they can? What are you talking about? What is it that they cannot get? They cannot get what?
It's my opinion. Nimekuambia that perceptual machinery is the one which they are fighting for. When you hear Munyo akisema, don't proclaim yourself here, it's the machinery within the voting block. You know it doesn't belong to you, but it is with somebody else.
But no, that machinery. What is the objective of the machinery?
The objective of the machinery is to bring people to power.
Which people? Who you want to power. Oh no! What is the main objective? It's tiring. Sorry, Kenya. No, you are tiring me because what is the objective? What is the objective today in Kenya?
You know the way we are not getting Ruto out of power. Tuweke oxygen hapo ama tuweke dolls.
Si tunaweka mtu mmoja kama president. That's it.
Ruto is not being replaced by dolls. Ruto is being replaced.
He's being replaced by Agachagua.
People with the fresh and blood. Those are the people replacing Ruto.
Not people. A person for presidential.
No, you need so many people for a government. We are not talking of one person.
What? Kenyans, no, zero. Let me tell
you.
Wacha. Zero. Watu wa Kenya watachagua members of parliament according to their wish. Don't tell me about machinery. The only concern for me and any intelligent human being in Kenya today You are our only concern is which presidential candidate will appeal to Kenyans. Don't dictate about to members of parliament.
And that presidential candidate has to be attached to a machinery.
Which machinery? Which one? For what?
No,
what machinery?
You know the thing is only that you don't want to agree. There must
no, I'm showing you that is the rubbish.
Haiwezi kuja kama Rodhiro. Haiwezi kuja kama ile kitu tunasemanga inachipuka chini. What is the name of Rodhiro in English?
Njiro, you are naive. Wacha tuache hiyo. Let's not argue about that. You are naive.
Can I say you people are ranting now?
Achana na hiyo. Acha tuache kuargue haiendi mahali.
Biggest mobilizer of votes in the university. And my candidates did never fail. All of them.
Achana na hiyo sasa. You want to tell me
huyu Cheriot mnaona
Sasa wewe acha kelele. Sifuna hawezi chaguliwa Juma machinery. Which machinery? When every village is talking about Sifuna.
He has to attach himself to a working machinery within the passport.
What is that? There's garbage machinery. DCP is the machinery. That's nonsense.
I don't think DCP is the machinery. The machinery is the other moving machine which is carrying
which what? Define. What is it? You are vague. What is that you are calling machinery?
It could be what Sifuna is going. Hiyo vitu wanaenda kupungua pale Nairobi wanakatazwa na Ruto. It could be the people who are coming together and saying sisi ndio Sifuna is global network is kama vile ameanzia kuchangisha pesa. Mimi unaona hizo malipa namba hiyo my M-Pesa numbers, all that will amount to the
machinery.
Yes, machinery is all those things, and that machinery has to resonate with the people.
We are in two different worlds. Ole, I submit. Mimi sikuelewi. Wacha niachane na hiyo.
Explain to me your machinery. Explain to me your campaign machinery.
There is nothing called machinery. It's garbage. Machinery for what? Tunaenda kulima shamba. The thing is, Kenyans are ready to have a presidential candidate that will run route out of town. Whether you come in DCP, come in Linda Mwananchi, wananchi wa pale kwa ballot watauliza tunataka kutoa fulani. Na wakisema wanataka kutoa fulani ni nani tuweke? That is it. It's not about the first time in history. Jiro wacha hizi maudaktari na matheory. Wananchi in Kenya politics today, they have decided Ruto must go. So don't dictate who they are going to elect as an MP.
We have that, but we need a machinery to do that.
Wachana na hiyo maneno ya machinery. Yani unaenda kuvote juu ya machinery. Njiru, how many times have you voted?
Tutalinda kura aje without a machinery?
Kulinda nini? Si unalinda watu wanalinda locally. That's a local arrangement. What machinery?
You need a machinery to bring those people together and to have that.
Anyway, I'm stupid. Sielewi hiyo machinery italinda kura. Sielewi because ukija Kiambere, listen, Kiambere ni mimi nitaorganize ama Kiambere. Learn to listen. Kiambere as a candidate, mimi ndio nitaorganize vile kura zangu zitalindwa. Hiyo si machinery ya Ruto, Gachagua ama anybody.
Mimi ndio ni machinery because you will put resources to it.
It's my team. Yeah, and it has nothing to do with Gachagua or anybody.
Ndio sasa. Ni vile sasa machinery ya Gachagua is a million times bigger than yours. But
there's nothing. Hakuna machinery kama hiyo.
No,
take that to the bank.
Machinery unaelezea ndio Gachagua ako nayo. Ni vile sasa machinery ya Gachagua kuna maloloda na manini, matrank.
Wacha Njiro wacha tutoke kwa hiyo topic ya Gachagua. You know, I don't like arguing with fanatism. Because ni kama kuargue Jesus is better than Muhammad with a Muslim. So wacha tuache hiyo. Let's look at something else.
But please, Tony PK, for your safety and to help you mbele, please look for a political machinery. Itakusaidia huko.
Wachana na mimi. Njiro, wachana na mimi. You knew me yesterday. So wachana na hiyo maneno ya whatever how I do my things. Hata wachana usiniletee theories. Wachana na hizo.
Tony PK, you need a political machinery. Na huko mbele, you need it.
Wewe utakuwa nazo, wewe utaweka machinery kwako huko. Mimi I don't need caterpillars and all those kind of rubbish. Wewe utafanya zako Kairo.
Tafadhali Stone, nimekuambia kwa heshima, we need a political machinery kwa ile jane yako. I will be the head of the machinery. Nipe hiyo kazi.
No. I don't want that because that is what makes people fail. Yeah. Hiyo ndio inaangusha watu. Ati unasema uko na machinery.
I will be the head of your machinery.
Machinery unaambiwa machinery sijui nini. Ndio, I've been there since 2013 bro. So
tafadhali mimi nakwambia Stone PK, I will be the head of your machinery. Nipe hiyo kazi bwana.
Tafadhali, because that's irrelevant in my system, so you can't get a job there.
Stone PK, hiyo nitajizungumilia because I know where we are mobilizing and I will not allow you to move without a political machinery. Sitaki tuende bila focus. Lazima tukue na
sasa. Mimi kile nitakuwa nayo ni goons. That is one. Hiyo naweza sema hata kwa national TV.
Hiyo ni machinery.
All right. So goons ni my wanaitwa nini? Security. All right. If that is what you are calling machinery, then that's different. And then I'll have niko na items, communication system, niko na all that. If that's what you are calling machinery, that's it. But that does not change how people will perceive and vote for me. That's my point of argument. That people already have a decision. It's not an issue of saying that the political machinery you are going to put is what will determine. Hapana, watu wamedecide kupiga kura against candidates wote wa Ruto. Ruto mwenyewe anaenda nyumbani. Unaona? So what you should be saying, maybe you should be talking about kulinda kura.
You need a machinery for that, Stone PK. It's a a machinery means a total system which helps you to safeguard a democratic right. You are not just doing it in a vacuum.
What machinery, you live in the US, what machinery does the US have in terms of electoral? Unieleze, sijui mimi, I'm not a voter here, so tell me. What is it they do?
The whole platform, the whole Republican Party, that is a machinery. The whole Democrat Party, that is a machinery. Look at how they are talking of super PAC, how they are talking story ya kutoa kula phone calls, how they we want to make 1 million phone calls in Denver. We want to Stone PK without speaking much. There is not any political platform which wants to safeguard power. You cannot talk without talking of a political machinery. Political machinery is because you don't want to talk of a political party because political party is a section of that machinery. So the political party is only a section, but there are so many things attached together to a machinery. Like a political party, what you don't like is one of them, but there are other segments within the machinery you need, including like people cannot be. Unajua Stone PK hata wamama kutokezeanga wakisema kama vile tusaini na Moshina wamama tu kutokezea bure kukuimbia.
Hiyo ni machinery. Hiyo ni machinery.
That's a machinery.
Okay. Wamama
kutokezea kukuimbia. Let me tell you, because you need a guy to trigger it. Hey,
okay. Okay, because like I have a cultural dance group, that's a machinery as well.
That is a machinery now. You need a machinery. Oh. And that machinery has to be conventional and well organized. Otherwise, that cultural group unaweza ikuta kwa Wamasembe.
No, they can't. If you are the one paying them, how will they be to anybody else?
No. You are not better than Wamasembe. Wamasembe can be more creative. And you know these machineries compete with each other. If somebody comes with a better machinery than you, machinery yako inakuwa mummified. Your machinery is obliterated. Inamalizwa. So
our desk analysis sometimes goes so low that maybe we need some experience too. But it's okay. Yeah, all right. I agree. If all those things is what you are calling machinery, that's it.
Yeah, machinery, wamama, watoto, sijui nini, all that one amount to machinery. So you cannot say, we cannot like just say.
So is there a candidate that doesn't have what you are calling machinery? Is there any?
No.
Would somebody go into election?
Kidogo. Everybody has a machinery. Ni vile wengine, their machinery is meager. You can have a meager machinery which cannot produce an election win. And an election machinery, goja kidogo stonifikeni kumalizie. An election machinery is visible. When you are going to the election, a winner, you can be able to, machinery is the earth moving equipment.
Zero. Don't belabor on things. We are not nursery school kids. We can get what you are saying. Now, your point is you are emphasizing Gachagua has the biggest machinery. Si Gachagua aende for presidency peke yake, achane na watu wengine. Then we will have so tuache hizi mastori mingi. Gachagua declares himself, kila mtu a declare, kaende, then we get screwed up or we screwed up. That's it, because we are entering into very shitty situation whereby and I don't know when we started thinking that Gachagua could be the best candidate as a president. That for me, I detach myself completely, and even if one time he becomes, I'll still be kabisa. Mimi, that is not the kind of person that I would want.
Unfortunately, in the presidency, you don't vote for the best. Unfortunately,
no.
So let's remove the word best. You vote.
No, zero. I vote for the person I think is the best. Zero, nimekwambia kizungu yako is upside down.
The best person will always organize himself. The best does not come out. No. The best, let me tell you, the best unasema stonification, it doesn't come out. What comes out is organization in the groundwork. Hiyo ndio mtu anasema, mtu amejipanga tupigie. That is what comes out as
Zero, na kuuliza ukiingia pale kwa ballot box peke yako. Zero, kizungu yako inanishangaza. Ukiingia kwa ballot pale, unaenda kufanya?
Mtu akiingia pale
what you go looking? Unaenda kutafuta nani?
Yule mtu ameniomba kura sana.
Ambayo unafikiria ni nini? Compared, let's say there are 3 candidates. So you are picking what? What is your crisis?
Of course you are comparing, but kuna yule mtu amekusumbua sana.
So we amekusumbua sana is not the best. You are avoiding the best.
If we vote for the best, we will not be like this idea ya kutoa kufanya nini. We never vote for
don't say we. Don't say we. Why Zero, why you are very difficult person to argue with. Wachana na hiyo. Good night guys. Good night. Wacha mimi niachane na hizi. Sasa it's tiring. A simple question. Unaingia kwa ballot box pale kwa kona. Una ballot yako. Yani what are you going to vote for? Unaniambia you are not looking for the better person of the others.
Tell me is a good person.
Good night.
Yeah, good night, Gundi. Zero is sometimes tiring.
No, it's not about
if you don't know why you vote, that's why you vote for Tina Trump.
I know why I vote, but this idea where
you don't.
Voting for no, is it always the best people who reach in the ballot? Is it always the best?
I'm not saying the best, but among the stupid people you see who reach the ballot, you pick among the stupid, you pick the best of the stupid. Zero, that's English. Why are you, I mean, seriously?
You know, wanajifichanga.
Yani Njiro unaenda tu, come on. Why unadanganya tu. You just want to engage us for the sake of it. Yani unaingia kwa ile booth una watu watatu. Your criteria is not about huyu nani unafikiria ni better than the other. Na una vote. Then that is interesting. Very interesting indeed. Mimi nikiingia kwa ballot pale kwa booth na angalia huyu na huyu, according to me, nani naona ni better than the other. Yeah, that's it. That's how I do. Better, you can have your criteria. Ama it belongs to your party. Hello.
Yes, tunakusikiliza. Nimekupea chance uongee. I didn't want to disrupt you.
Hello.
Hello. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, nilikuwa nasema, we were concluding that for me, when I go to vote kwa hiyo booth, hata kama sijui watu, I'll be guided by, maybe I'm voting for him because he's in the party that I think is better than the other. And I have that, the term better or best has to come in. Kwa nini nachagua huyu kuliko huyu? Unaona? Na huyu naita better anaweza kuwa ni worst kwa ule mtu mwingine, which is also what is the principle of choice. Inaendanga hivyo. My choice which is best could be choice of you as worst, which is allowed. Then of course when they are tallying, they look at the choice of how many best votes can you count, then it's the one who is whatever anaitwa hiyo. So the evening and all these hours tumekuwa, by the way, Njiru, let me tell you this conclusively, and I wish I would have said this when Bundu was there. We have been we have been toying with, I would rather say we've been shadow boxing. Shadow boxing is when you are fighting a shadow, or you are imagining, or what you are imagining is an enemy, kumbe is a shadow. Now, when people talk of Azimio, for me, I think people are just hearing about a shadow. When you talk of Uhuru, people are hearing because of a shadow. Now, why am I calling it a shadow? Uhuru can participate in the whatever the formation and presentation of presidential candidates. He has a right to do that. I know when I say this, it might not all go well. Okay? But knowing what it is, what community leadership, I'm calling Kenya a community. Community leadership, knowing the chemistry, knowing what has been going on for years. We are 62, 63 years or 64 years old of independence. Now, what does that tell you? That of course there are people who are very intense interests. Corruption has been very implanted for the last 60 plus years. Cartels have grown what you would call deep roots. Okay. Change of regime means change of systems and threat to many issues. Okay. So for me, I would not even waste my time knowing or asking and fighting of who is gonna be on the discussion table. That I would not even waste my energy. Oh, Ati Uhuru is doing this, Sijui Nani is doing this. Fine, we know the messes and all that, all of us, very much against it. But shall we stop working and planning just because it is alleged that Uhuru has revived Azimio, and because he's the chairman of Azimio by virtue of having been the chairman of Jubilee, and the Jubilee being a member of Azimio, that now that should cause ripples. Because now I want to look at who are in this Azimio. Then we say Kalonzo, and then I'll look at the list of those other small parties. So these individuals who are coming to discuss with the rest, Had we earlier on included them as the common opposition? Yes, we had. Now, the fact that they are coming wearing the jacket of Jubilee makes it terribly wrong. Hiyo ndio inafanya watu wanapiga nduru. Sure, that now, call it Kalonzo or whoever it is, wiper rather, let's use the term wiper, who amekuja, and because ako hiyo nani inaitwa nini hiyo Azimio, then it ceases to be wiper, inakuwa Azimio, and we go gun blazing that we can't work with Azimio. Azimio name fail. Da. Come on, let them come on the table, serve the menu, discuss, then discard them if you feel it's not there. So let's not break our bonds, you know. And after all, we have very little influence on this. Very little influence on what these people who call themselves, zero influence. In fact, the only influence we have is, for me, for example, somebody like Sifuna, who whenever I send him a message, I can see it being ticked. It is what? Blue ticked, meaning amesoma. Hata kama anatiki blue, nasikia wadosi wengine utiki blue tu na hajasoma. But I always assume amesoma because I like contributing to whoever. Kalonzo, I also do that because I was once in his party. So Mother Karua, I've been sending, but maybe I have her wrong number. You know, just you give your opinion, even if it's 2 sentences, what you feel, what you think. Like now, for example, the feeling about Azimio, we should share it with them. There are some section of people that don't want to hear about Azimio. But again, you have to explain why. Lazima waambie mtu, utaki kusikia jina Azimio nini? Na nimesikia hata ile jina Azimio watu wanasema wataki kusikia is because it's associated with Uhuru and Raila. And then the fact that it didn't deliver the election, is that really genuine? Is that anything weighty? You know? So Njiru, there are things that we need to try and balance. Yeah, we need to try and balance because you have people coming on the table. Does it matter what name they come in? Just like the question I've always put across, that Kenyans have accepted that so and so can be, they can represent us. They can represent us as a presidential candidate. So if any of them, even though are given a random pick, so any two can pick, and when they pick, because we have accepted the set of 7 or the set of 10, and any of those two pick random thing, then we should be comfortable. But again, that is where now people are telling me, oh, the science of numbers. So when we stick to the science of numbers in Njiru, we shall never get out of the quagmire that we are in. And the quagmire we are in hiyo wewe, fanatically, you think that Gachagua has a right to be the president. Conclusively, the disease we are seeing now is because Mulima feels like it will be isolated, not for 10 years, not 15 years, but it's because Mulima is feeling that, and they have seen the way things are, this presidency, they might not see it for another 30 years.
Sasa, again, Stony PK, you have misinterpreted us. As who are full supporters of Gachagua, we have not bulldozed him to be the president. And maybe I want Budi to help me on that. Is that what is outside there? Are we bulldozing Gachagua to be the president?
Exactly. That's what is there. If you didn't know.
No, that is not what is happening. People want Gachagua to go and sasa unajua sasa sisi tulipikia
acha kusema no Njiru I'm a politician. Yeah, understand.
That is the propaganda. That is the propaganda which people are feeding. Gachagua wants to negotiate with somebody, and he is open for anything. That's what I've heard. He is open for anything.
Okay, I see. I listen to you now. Okay, sawa.
No, see ati kunisikiliza. Maybe I want somebody. Maybe if there is somebody here who has close proximity to Gachagua, is Gachagua saying he must be the president.
Njiru, I'm sorry. You are a Gachagua supporter, but you don't listen to his. You are too busy to listen to Gachagua. You only know Gachagua 40% of his speeches. I've observed you. Ujui Bile, actually, Njiru, truly speaking, you don't follow Gachagua
I
properly.
understand it,
Yes.
but the beauty is that
Yeah,
I've
you
taken
are
time
busy.
to understand it.
No, you are too busy. You are too busy. Kama sahi nikwambie, what is his latest discussion? Umeisikiza yote?
Of
Even
course,
the speech you were showing us here, ulisikiza yote?
of course, I've listened to his speech.
No, hukusikiza yote. That's my question. You are not. You are busy. You are busy,
Not having to listen to everything, but at least I can.
my friend.
I can connect the segment.
My friend, wachana na hiyo Njiru. I know what I'm telling you. Ukitaka kujua mtu sikiza speech yake mpaka mwisho na usome chemistry. Njiru, I know hapa America people are too busy. People are too busy to listen to 1 hour speech, 2 hours. But those of us who have a lot of interest, they do that. We sacrifice. Tunavaa earphone.
Aya, Budi,
You
are you there? You wanted to react. Unless kama alitoka. Budi uko?
Hata unajua pika ameweka kriteria ingine hapa ngumu mpaka you can't respond wakati yako. First of all kuambia mimi ni politician, huwezi niambia kitu. Secondly alisema you're just a pundit. You don't know what you're saying.
Sawa, sijakataa. I'm a pandit who is learning and very soon. So Weston PK yenda utengeneze barabara, hata mimi nakuja kwa siasa. In 10 or 15 years hata mimi nitakuwa huko. Wewe enda tutafuata ile barabara utafuata.
For me, I thought we are here in a political machinery. Kumbe, we are not even having a machinery. It's your machinery. So I'm confused. I don't even know, man. Each channel, kumbe sio machinery. Kumbe ni game.
Bwana Budi, machinery is garbage. Wacha mambo mingi. Machinery is garbage. Can you speak about other things?
That's where I was coming next. You really garbage. You know, let me tell you, the reality is this. And today has gauged today I wanted to go to my worst political situation here, where we will be in August next year. The reality is tutalia. Next year, August, tutalia. It shows, today I was ready that every government, be it Christian, be it respect, be it what, so that I can see what Ruto will do to us next year in August. And it shows that we are not ready to take the presidency. I think we are not in consensus. The reality is those who hate Gachagua would rather allow Ruto to continue 2-term, or even 10-term, but not Gachagua at all. And those who want Gachagua by all necessary means to help us remove Ruto will not allow any disrespect from people who are going to think that he's garbage, he's nothing, so on and so forth. It tells us that our divide is worse than actually our ability to work with UDA if they extend an olive arm. And this is what one of our friends told us, that have you seen today that if today we wanted to resolve our own issues within the politics of the opposition, it will be more difficult. But then he asked me, may I inform you, do you know that it would be easier for us actually to make amendments with UDA and work with them, but not forgive each other? The reality is today has shown that, I mean, whether you want to disagree with that, the truth is very simple. We would rather defend Ruto, but not Gachagua. Nobody spoke about how bad Ruto is for the country, but we spoke how Gachagua is bad for humanity. He doesn't even need to be a human being. In fact, Gachagua should live in a forest, according to what I heard. He's not a human being. He's a subhuman. He cannot lead. He doesn't have character. He doesn't have moral. He doesn't have manifesto. He doesn't have a face. He doesn't have hands. He just is bad for the country. That is what I had. But the reality is, for us to win this election, we need him. It doesn't matter how bad you may think about it. We need him. The very people who we ask here, up to when will we support Gachagua? Because it was a slow process. It was a process of accepting Gachagua. It was the most painful process of accepting Gachagua. Given the Gachagua who he was and where we were, I mean, for some people, it took even longer than, especially you in Jiru. I mean, there are people who accepted Gachagua, ahead of you. But it took a long. Which tells us that the danger of losing 2027 is 90% today, from how even we have handled ourselves. Today. Even here within us, if we were to vote today and Gachagua seemed to be in the ballot box, we rather allow Ruto to take over. But if we knew the existential dilemma that we are with Ruto as a person, a man who can bring Ebola, a man who can completely change our education system and make it so useless, a man who was guninized, I don't even know what, the security sector, because somebody like this Mas Baraza said today, even the police need goons to operate openly in the media. A man who has completely changed every aspect of definition of governance. We cannot think of taking him off. We can only think about Gachagua instead of Ruto. It is sad again that that conversation is not even within the UDA, it's within what we are always call loosely. I've never said we have opposition. I've always said we have a loose opposition. I've never believed in the opposition. I have always said that I don't believe in what we call opposition. I've said it over and over and over. We don't, because everybody within anybody who came to the opposition never believed in Gachagua. They believed that Gachagua will give them the presidency. They never believed that Gachagua can produce a presidency. They never believed that somebody, and now the issues are coming. The Ol Karau aftermath is the what has brought so many issues. You realize after Ol Karau, Gachagua also started talking tough about, maybe having presidential candidate. Also, because that is the whole process of a party. A party does not start and say, oh, for us, we are going to work for MPs, ABCD, but for the presidency, we are going to give it away. No, then you don't mobilize enough. Even your own sycophant wants to have a test of saying, we can produce. In fact, DCP has become more stronger the more they found somebody like Metu, formidable, and people are talking in some quarters. Whether it's rightfully so or wrongfully so, they are talking that he can become a deputy president. And I know Stone PK came here and told us, kwani amewahi fanya nini? Kwani ni nani? ABCD. And then, it's just the same thing that Obama was in 2007. One time, he's not finished, he's coming out, and people are liking him, ABCD. That is how Obama came. I mean, there were a lot of questions in experience, on and so forth. He ended up actually choosing a deputy president who actually one time called him off mic. He's just an handsome black man with good English. That is how Joe Biden actually described Obama one time. So, I mean, everybody aligned to Gachagua is bad to some people. Totally bad. In fact, don't be surprised. Some people will choose Ichungwa over Metu just because he's aligned. That is how bad it is. Some people will choose Ichungwa over Metu because of his alignment with Gachagua. People will say, oh, Ichungwa has been this, and they will sanitize Ichungwa. But what will they do? They will question. But this idea of talking politics and then we are cajoled that we are just bandits, we have never been in the ballot box, beats the logic of why then are we here. Even our own listeners or the people who are back here, then why are they listening? If the prerequisite is you being a politician, first of all, and you're being in the ballot box, then why would you even write a comment down there? Why would I even come up here? It informs us the arrogance of a person who has not even become a member of parliament. And that's why, for me, I say, if this is the approach they use for Karis, I can tell you, Karis lost, not because alibiwa, because of such innuendos. People feel entitled that you are just a pandit. What will you tell us? Okay, so we criticize Gachagua, actually what other people are in front of us, and we are incapable of saying it openly. If this is the approach, our cousin Karis, the most formidable and the person that actually was directing, if this is is this the machinery that is rubbish, they call the machinery rubbish, the Mbatu is rubbish, that was agitating for Karis, then we have a big problem. We have a big problem on how just because one person has a better machinery than the other, we denounce. It's like the Bata saying Obama is not an American. Obama is, or Michelle Obama is not a woman. Mtu amezaa mpaka watoto wawili sema Michelle Obama is not a woman, he's a man. And people believe in that. So we have gotten to a sector whereby the very things we criticize Gachagua, actually we are doing it openly, but we cannot tell people that they are doing it openly by saying that machineries do not exist. That is rubbish. Just because Gachagua has a better machinery, we will deny that machinery exists while you are speaking to millions or thousands of people through a machinery. What is this channel? It is a machinery. Why are you speaking? Because people will hear you. Are you speaking to yourself? Ungeenda kwa choo ukae chini kama mtu unashonda, ukae tu peke yako na uongee basi. If this is not a machinery. We can't deny what exists just because that's the hate. People hate Gachagua. And that is why if you're going to give us that hate, and when we give back, and then people tell us, oh, you have gone below the bar. Which bar? Which
Maybe
bar?
Budi, to support you hapo kidogo, do you know that
Which
even
bar?
Budi, do you know that even the Kumira slogan, that is a heavy machinery?
Of course, the only reason Stone is denying the existence of machinery is because you could have cornered him that Gachagua has the biggest machinery. He's a denialist because Gachagua has the biggest. Not that he doesn't believe in it. Later on, he says, if that's what you call a machinery, I have what? Microphone, I have speakers. And then, I'm laughing back here. It's like we are going round and round and round. I mean, the reality is you didn't have to speak machinery, big machinery, Gachagua, for him to acknowledge it. You had to see where the problem is. The hate that we are propelling. We want to sanitize people like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, but and it's not the right thing to do as the opposition. But will we sit down and see Gachagua being brought down for no apparent reason, for pure hate? Pure hate, not any tangible reason. Who has denied that Gachagua did not support Ruto? But if there is anything that the association of Ruto, then Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is culpable, then Munya is culpable, then Muturi is culpable, then Matiang'i is culpable, then Raila is culpable. Then I think the common denominator, if that's what it is that they knew Ruto, then let us be as liberal as we can to everybody. But I knew people hate Gachagua, but every day especially today, I have seen us draw lines. Draw lines completely. Is it good or is it wrong? It is both wrong and good. Good that it will inform Gachagua the danger the mountain will be in, because some people want to use and dump him. Yet he can mobilize, but let him give us just the votes. Period. Nothing else. Bad, because we are in the danger of losing the easiest election ever. When we all know that Ruto has become so unpopular, we will not, it's like Rome. Rome never lost because of military weakness. It's because they couldn't agree. The senators who will take over. And Rome fell like that. With the galaxy of leadership that we have cornered ourselves only to one thing. Gachagua hana manifesto. Gachagua is useless. Gachagua has no machinery. We don't need a machinery. Just because we hate Gachagua, we will deconstruct even that which is important. 2002, we made a machinery that took Moi out. 2002. Why was Kibaki allowed to become? Because it was a machinery, a strategy and a machinery. Even without him being in the country to campaign, even him in the hospital, Njiru, the machinery delivered. So you want to tell me, wewe ndio kusema na kutenda with wewe tu utawin hata kama my friend, machinery is not even a talking point. If we start arguing about a machinery, we are only being put in a box ya mtu so that we just deconstruct Gachagua from every corner for no reason. For no reason. For no reason at all. So tumesikia hapa kutoka leo, sisi we are just mere pundits. We don't know politics. We are not politicians. So I don't think we'll be replying and responding to some things, because in the end of the day, the birds of the same feather flock together. I will only be talking with the pundits like Njiru and the people who don't know politics, because that's a mahali imefikia. We can just sit here because we know nothing.
Budi, I want to ask you a question as you speak that. I want you to tell me, like, Mlima Kenya, around 8 million people. Are those people so ignorant that they are following a man without manifesto? Mtu ajielewi, somebody who doesn't have a formula. Nataka tu unielezee all these 8 million people from Mount Kenya. They are following a man who is just like
opinions are rubbish. Opinions are rubbish.
No, mimi nataka tu nielezee leo. I want you to help me understand how watu milioni 8 ni vile ni wajinga sana, ama like hawajaambiwa maneno ya Gachagua.
So, you want to tell me that you are so convinced that you are so stupid, you don't know what you're doing, and you don't know why you open this channel every day 5 hours here? You want to tell me that even the idea of being convinced that actually I'm stupid, let me actually take myself to a psychotherapist? You want to buy that idea? You really want us even to discuss that?
I want that explanation.
Let me tell you, do not degenerate yourself to buy even the idea like that. Discussing that is putting a whole community into a corner that you shouldn't. You want to tell me that you are willing to go into that discussion? Are you doubting yourself?
Sasa ikifika tunasema rubbish, unajua sasa you have to start evaluating.
And that's why I agreed opinions are rubbish, because such an opinion was rubbish to me. Yeah, the reality is where we have gotten to, we had a president who was not sitting in the office. Kazi yake ni kwenda mlima kila wiki kudanganya. Somebody found a way out to get this fella out. When was the last time you saw him there? Somebody had to find a way to get him out. Some things you don't do them intelligently because you are foolish. You can do a stupid thing because you are very intelligent. So the fact that Gachagua took a route to get Kasongo out of the mountain that is not prescribed into the political pathos or ethos, not pathos, the ethos. You want to tell me that he's that foolish? I mean, his political ingenuity to cajole people like Irungu Kangata to join even DCP shows you the calculative nature of how he sat down and he understood. It may have been enhanced by the hand of God, but at the same time, it has been executed by a man. So you can't convince me that the guy is so naive that everything that he has done to a point whereby even his enemies are agreeing. After 11 billion, you're building even a bridge where there is no river. We've never seen an election whereby watu wanapewa mpaka mattress. You can't even take mattress. People are sleeping 3 people in a mattress in an hospital. Desperation. But mnaona what? It was a machinery that we are denying. It was organizational structure that we are denying. But it was also ingenuity that we are actually labeling as takataka. But regardless of that, Njiru, let the mountain soldier on. In fact, it's going to be even worse. And Njiru, what makes me even shiver is even that support that was gravitating towards other parties. If we go to this route, Njiru, we are making DCP to be 100%. If we go this route,
better. Stony PK, I have no
if
regret
we
for
are
that.
on this route,
It is better.
the mountain is not going to be democratic anymore. Look at people like right now. There are people who are, including you. You have said you are agitating for the Mbas guy to become the governor. But with the onset of all this, you have said you are rethinking. You haven't fully given up. But if the onslaught continues the next 5 days, you will fully come here and confess and say it's not going to happen. And we are not talking about uninformed people in the village. We are talking our own here. Whether people think you are learned or not, you have professed here and said you are learned. You have put on your life jackets, whatever is it, we have seen you work in the field, you are learned. But you are being informed by what is happening in the field and the way people are handling a person that you believe maybe will protect the interest, the current interest of your people and your area. It has come to a point, as educated as you are, you have subscribed to the political tenant of DCP. And it did not come overnight. It was precipitated by issues that you never foresaw coming. But we are where we are. The unfortunate thing is, even the remnants, the people who we could think that Kioni could talk to, that Muturi could talk to, if you ask them today, yesterday and today, Njiru, they will tell you they are rethinking. about the unity of the mountain. And you know, because of that nonsense, Gachagua shocked me. And I said earlier, he said, hiyo mbili wajipange. Embu na Meru, naweka mtu. Hiyo mbili wajipange. I mean, I was
hapo alishawamaliza. Even
I was like, what? And then you want to say that, and then you say that political machinery is rubbish.
I'm sorry to say this, Budi,
we've never been candidates. We are not politicians, but honestly, hata kama sisi ni wajinga aje, man. That pronouncement peke yake ilinishtua.
That is how Lenikebuti was finished today.
Yes. So you want to tell me that political machinery is nothing? Let him try.
As long as, you know, somebody dragged him into that press conference thinking that it was...
If I was him, there is a period of being forgiven. If I was him, and you have said right collectively that he should have won the last 3 that he made mistakes, if you have his number, just like Stone PK amesema text zake zinasomwangwa zinakuwa blue ticked, andika ikuwe blue ticked. Akiona ni mwerevu afanye vile unamwambia, akikataa ni shida yake. If I was him, and the way people like Njiru are agitating for him, I will go and say this is wrong.
Let me tell you, I have extremely supported Rene Kevuti, even during the time of Wambora. But the problem of Kevuti ni moja. Kevuti ni wale watu ambao you want to claim that mimi you want ni principle Stone PK anasema, I will say it today. Ni principle Stone PK anasema hapa. At the end anataka kwenda kuambia watu. At times, it's not every time you go and tell people. These people have their minds. You want to become a governor of 200,000 people. You want to tell me that how watu nataka kwenda kuambia? Haya ni sawa. Those people, they are also some of them are, you can't be like 10% who are professionals like you. You can't be like 10 billionaires in those 200,000 people. So for heaven's sake, wacha kusema tunataka tukwenda kuambia vile mtafanya. Learn to listen to these people. Watu wamesema tunataka DCP. Bwana Rene Kevuti, I beseech you. Hiyo chama yako wachana nayo, enda ngangana DCP. Ukishindwa nominations, we can know what to do. Later on na huko mbele. Lakini enda ngangana na mkoji
for DCP. Don't even use the word DCP. Just use the word, go to the right machinery. That will inform him better. Because it looks like anytime we say the word Gachagua and Gachagua and machinery, in a hard word, Mwambie just go to a machinery that can deliver. If he's wise, he will go. If he's wise, he will go.
But I can tell you, Tony PK and Bwana Budi, right now, I have supported Kevuti for so long. I was even ready to support him with my little resources free of charge. But as long as anaendelea na hiyo basi yake, he can count me out. I might not be important politically in Embu, but my little support and my relatives, by the way, some few people who listen to me, he has already lost us.
So what do you want him to do? Join DCP or?
I was landing, then Stone ataingia. Still I'll listen to him. Stone yeye naye siwezi kataa, akubali asipokubali. We've come from far.
No, ni swali tu nimeuliza. Njiru amesema hata ndio nauliza, give a condition. Give a condition.
No, you don't have to. Stone, you don't have to come to DCP. Why?
So what should we do? Yeah, advise him. What should we do if you want to support him? Njiru, what should Kevuti do? That's what you help a candidate with.
He was working with Gachagua. Gachagua was introducing everywhere. Then he goofed when he started attacking Gachagua.
Njiru,
at times, let me tell you,
no, listen, I will not allow you. Stop fanatism. Gachagua has not been attacked. Acheni hiyo, wacha nitumie very harsh language. Gachagua has not been attacked. Please. Acheni ile upuzi tulikuwa nayo Azimio, tukakuwa nayo kule kunaitwaje ile ya mtembei ati ukisema mtu amefanya hivi pia haifanyi kazi unaambiwa unataka. Tuache hiyo please, tuache hiyo. Njiru we are plan, tumeenda mbali. The fact that nikwambia Njiru that PA was not arranged properly, then you say I'm attacking. Come on, tuache hiyo chieftain. Gachagua has not been attacked anywhere. And if you want, anyway, unfortunately I'm on phone, I would have played all those clips. There's nowhere. And that's why I was telling you are not following Kenyan politics properly. Look at JFK today. Go and listen to Munya. He was interviewed for all the time by JKM. Listen to what he said. Come on, guys. Acheni euphoria na muache fanatism.
So euphoria, there's nothing like fanatism here. By the so the
it's there. Don't deny. It's fanatic. It's fanatic.
Like a person before I support him. Maybe
no, it's not about Njiru. I'm asking you, what do you mean by attack? What do you mean when I tell you Njiru, tafadhali tuheshimiane, nimekuattack? You guys are crazy about Gachagua. The fact that I tell Gachagua not to go akiropokwa, Gachagua anaropokwa.
What is kuropokwa in politics? Unajua mimi nataka munielezee.
Kuropokwa ni hii unaongea mpaka unateleza, unaanza kuongea vitu zingine za ushenzi. Gachagua is talking a lot of rubbish.
So in politics, any statement is right.
That's your politics. That's your politics. It's not my politics. For me, I have a different type of politics. I don't make stupid politics. Siwezi kuja hapo niseme Njiru anaandatia then you say it was right politics.
No, what I'm saying is that every political line has an audience. Are you aware of that?
I don't care about that. I don't give those kind of rubbish audience. For me, I hold a line that I've lived with, and that's what I believe. I don't go by those it's every statement is whatever.
It's 11 o'clock hapa, wacha next year tutajinyonga hapa bwana. Mimi sitakuwa hiyo.
Mutajinyonga because you have to be realistic. You are the elite. At the elite, you can't tell us politics of 1960s and you're that every statement in politics means something. Some statements are garbage.
Politics is an open book.
Zero. Your obesity is too much.
Anapeleka kwa dumpster. The garbage imejaa mpaka anapeleka kwa dumpster sasa.
It's not everything you say. It's not everything you say in politics that it has water. Come on. Niingia kwa village ya Bundi nianze kuambia watu huyu Bundi mnaona huyu jamaa hata hawezi zamisha. Then you say it's politics.
Imagine kuna watu wanasikiliza wakisema
of course that is nonsense. It's nonsense. What has it to do with the Bundi representation in parliament and in whatever MCO or governorship? Come on. We are above these things. I find it sometimes
mgeni atusalimie ni land. Siwezi toka tu kabla mgeni atasalimia, anaweza fikiria nimetoroka. Acha mgeni atusalimie ni land mimi.
Ni nani huyo? Ni Eli ama ni nani?
Leo ni noma.
Leo ni noma because mnatuingiza kwa vitu tunataka kutoka huko. Ati mtu akisimama akiongea kila kitu mnaita siasa, akiongea nonsense mnaita siasa. Hizi siasa zilikuwa za kutukanana. Why would you come and start insulting people? Then you say it's politics. It's nonsense. Ita huyo nani Eli aongee.
Na ulisema machinery ni goons.
Yeah, of course. Machinery. Yeah, when you have goons, when you have that, if that is what you call machinery, it is.
Leo, everything out like we are goods, nayo lilifurahisha.
But it is true. That is what Njiru indicated. Alisema anything you have assembled to win an election. That is what machinery is.
Of course.
It's simple, basic. Yeah. So why is Alex laughing?
Alex, am I wrong?
It is you.
You are so adamant. You said my machinery is goons. You started with that.
No, Alex, that's the way you understand me very wrongly. I didn't say my machinery is goods. I said the system that you can have. Tafadhali uwe unanisikiza vizuri. I hate being misrepresented.
No. That one I heard you very
clear. Replay. Just replay.
I heard you.
These things are recorded.
Sawa, Eriko, acha Eriko ongeza sasa, nimekubali. Leo ni
In fact, even Anne wrote down there again good. Na akacheka.
Yeah, Woods is part of that. Woods is part of the winning.
Even
That's
the something you are
true.
using, it's a machinery.
And now you brand it. It's you who is branding it that way.
But that one is the consciously accepted. Anything which you are using politically to soften or swiftен what you are doing is what we call a political machinery.
It's what Ijiro calls political machinery. That's it.
That's a uniform standard of description.
From where? From where?
Globally, that's globally accepted. In the US, just Google what is political machinery. It's there.
Tuache hiyo. Itaeli aongee.
Okay, Jiro. Leo ni kumoto. Mimi sijakuja kuzima. So, nimekuja juu ya Embu. Embu, Kivutu ukiangalia napotezana kidogo. And many people wajuangi kwa nini. Sasa ile anasema yeye ni principal, this time ataanguka tena zaidi. Ukiangalia the numbers. Sisi Balili anatoka Runyenjes. Mimi naangalia numbers, then Kivutu anatoka Bere North. Bere North, out of all the constituency, haiko hata number, nitaangalia nikwambia the exact, but haiko hadi number 3. I think iko kitu hapo number 4. That's why kama si Balili atakuwa governor, nani atakuwa naitwa aje huyo Getonga atakuwa governor. Na nimeangalia numbers up to the ward. That's why anapotezana kidogo sana. Unaona hana stronghold zake, hata nilikuwa naangalia, unaona sisi Balili alikuwa anang'ang'ana kidogo na nini. So ile Kivuti mnasema asimame governor, hata akisimama tena ataanguka. So this time hii constituency ya Mokoji iko na the highest vote. Na ukinipea time nitaangalia saa hii kuonyesha iko na vote ngapi per constituency. So Gitonga, there's a higher chance he'll be the next governor of Embu. Ukinipea chance nitaangalia kama few seconds.
Okay, ni sawa. Budi, you can be reacting as a bitch. Meanwhile, wacha niwasome story PK. I want you to listen to this. What is a political machinery? I want to read it for the purpose of the group here. Political machinery refers to an organized group or system that manages political activities and influences governance, often
including goons,
centralized leadership. Typically,
including goons.
A party organization that maintains control over political processes, particularly at local levels, by mobilizing votes and providing patronage, such as jobs or financial incentives, to its members. Political machines are characterized by their ability to command significant electoral support and often operate under the direction of a single leader, underline single leader, or a small group. You can have a small group like Yamunya, it's a political machinery. You can have a mammoth one like Gachagua, it's a political machinery. This is where power comes from. There is no one who has ever gotten to power without a political machinery. And the political machineries can be anything. And political machineries, they keep on evolving according to generations and generations. The political machineries of 1950.
You are repeating the same mistake you did at the beginning.
Long time ago, hakukuanga na vitu kama kumera. Kumera was an evolution of, I think, 15, 20 years ago. The other time, we used to have other forms of. So these things, they keep on changing over time. So Stony PK, mimi ile kitu nitakuwa advise. Take time and understand the political machinery you need to ascend to power. Because you need one. You cannot be in a vacuum. You need one. Budi, go ahead.
Okay,
so the mistake you are repeating again is by saying Gachagua has a mammoth. political machinery. Hapo sasa tena umeleta shida.
Just ningemaliza Embu then mcontinue.
Hebu ngoja kwanza niambie nimeleta shida gani? Ati kidogo tu ati nimeleta shida gani Budi sijashika hapo?
By saying Gachagua has a mammoth political machinery. Hapo ndio shida ilianzia.
Wanjiru, according to you, to Nikiride kwa Bundi, to you, as in your brain today, you think Gachagua can be elected president today? Wewe, sai.
I did
Today, if elections were held tomorrow.
Yes, he can.
Okay, thank you. Wacha, hiyo ni tosha. Wacha Eli aingie. Nilikuwa nataka tu yes or no. Tosha hiyo. I don't give usianze kuelaborate.
And I will highly support his presidency.
Yeah, thank you. Tosha hiyo. Wacha tika kuineria mono te kujiarithia. Achana na hiyo. Mine was just a question.
Jiro nipe 2 minutes.
Erekendelea ni sawa.
So, okay, wacha nianzie na hapo mmesema kama Gachagua anaweza kuwa president. Nini huwa determine kuwa president is the numbers, is the strategy, and sometimes
that was not yours. No, that was not yours.
Yeah,
you come with what you had.
You are just a pundit. You are just a pundit.
Okay. So wacha niende Embu sasa ndio nianalizie vizuri with fact. So Rene Kivuti is anaweza kuwa a good governor. He's a very successful man. Okay? But success on all these things and being a billionaire and maybe anaweza kuwa na better manifesto, if he doesn't have the numbers, or not unless you have, kama uko na mtu kama baba, unaona baba wenye alikuwa anashika watu kama Wanga, hata kama umetoka in a constituency zenye hazina like that huge support, because lazima kuwa strategic. Unaona, usipokuwa strategic utaanza kupata kura 98 kama venye kulikuwa kufanyika huko Olkarao. You have to pick the right candidate. Na that's why unaona Ligijia naweza watu Mount Kenya, na hata Narok atashinda watu, hata Kajiado atashinda watu. Haya, wacha niende Embu juu hiyo ndio nini. Embu Cecily Barili alipata 108,610 votes. Rene Kivuti akapata 105,046. Margin victory yake ilikuwa ni 3,564. Haya, wacha nikuje kwenye Cecily Barili anatoka which constituency. The constituency yenye iko na the highest vote ni Manyata kwenye Mukoji anatoka. Iko na 106 votes 588. Haya, Cecily Barili anatoka Donyenjes, iko na 95,000 votes 326. Rene Kivuti yeye anatoka Bere North. Bere North iko number 4. Iko na 55,124. Already inakuonyesha penye naanzia. Tunaelewana hadi hapo? Alex Juka unaona what I'm saying?
Ground zero. So yeye anaanzia na 54, huyu mwingine anaanzia na karibu 100. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, karibu 100. Number 3 ni Bere South, iko na 77,264. Haya, Rene Kivuti ameishi kupoteza na kidogo. So tuangalie for example
meaning that
county
he has done a very good groundwork in places where he doesn't come from. That is my observation. Go ahead.
Yes. So Rene Kivuti ukiangalia for example tuende zile constituency walikuwa nafaa kufight zaidi ni kama Manyata. Manyata Cecily Barili alipata ngapi? Alipata 45,404 votes. Rene Kivuti akapata 20,650. Margin ya Barili na nini ilikuwa 24,754. So just imagine that your gap. Imagine that gap, how huge it is. Haya, twende Bere South. Bere South, nimechukua kwanza, unajua Rene Kivuti anatoka Bere North.
Manyata tumeona a gap of almost 25k. Go to Renyenjes.
Yes.
We can pick those numbers quickly. Go ahead.
Wacha kwanza niende Bere South then nitawasachia Renyenjes kidogo.
Okay, okay, Bere South.
Yeah.
Bere South ni Kiretini, yeah? Go ahead.
Yeah, Bere South, Rene Kivuti akapata 35,000 votes, 658 votes. Cecily akapata 13,419 votes.
Okay, hapo
Kivuti aliwin na margin ya 22,234. So ni kumaanisha
hiyo ni kama imecancel. Hiyo ni kama almost imecancel, ni kama but
But ukiangalia hapa the determining votes ni ya Manyata.
Because ya Manyata, unaona sasa hapo tuko na deficit ya ngiri 3 already. Because ni 25 na 22. Hiyo
25 na 22.
Yeah,
sasa hiyo ndio determining. Tuende wacha nikufungulie. Tumesema next ni
Manyata.
Next ni Manyata. Ronyenjes.
Hebu weka mbele north,
Tuweke Ronyenjes na Bere North. Wacha nizikombine. Ronyenjes na Bere North, sisi Bari alipata 49,787 votes.
Uko na Ronyenjes?
49. Hiyo nimecombine Ronyenjes na nini na Bere North.
Okay, 49. The other one almost
alipata 48,738.
That is almost.
So ukiangalia hizo number sasa zile Ligije nawaambia Ligije najua kuchoose the right. Unajua lazima u start from somewhere. So Ligije natafuta the right candidate. Nyinyi mnadanganywa hapa na Kioni. Unajua last election alikuwa na votes ngapi? Na alikuwa nini?
Kioni is an idol. Go ahead. Kioni is an idol. He never even voted for Mudavadi. Go ahead.
So even in short nasema hata sasa mkiweka Rene Kivuti si ati he's a bad man, lakini hana hata hiyo energy ya kucampaign kama Gitonga.
Rene Kivuti is a very good candidate. He is presentable. The problem is that
Jiro, can I, because you are dwelling on you are dwelling on what you don't know. Hata nani aki present, you seem not to know the Embu politics, unfortunately. Sorry to use those terms. Mumesahau the politics of Embu and Mbere. Jiro, is true, you are saying. By the way, the best county governor that we can have in Embu County and see what we want to see, me and you, is Lenny Kebuti. True or false? True. Kabisa, in terms of kila kitu, Embu is endowed. Embu is rich. Embu can be transformed in less than 5 years by Lenny Kebuti because we know what he does and what he has done. But unfortunately, these are facts you should take. Lenny Kebuti is from Mbere. Mbere, when we talk of Embu County, is the minority. Okay? Manyata, the population of Manyata is twice actually the Mbere population. Now, number two, Embu, always the politics is that Embu is superior than Mbere. They are the ones who are supposed to dish out what should happen. Those positions are dished out. They say a governor should forever be from Embu. The best they can do for Mbere is to give a deputy. So whatever you try, in fact, Lenny has really tried such that he wins so many votes in Manyata. Okay, what you are articulating there for a Mumbere to be voted by a Mwembu, it tells you that this guy is popular, but he can never win. This I'm telling you with confidence. He can't win. He can never win.
He can't.
But he had an opportunity.
No, bro. Let me tell you. Simesema amejaribu mara ngapi, Jiro?
So sikuwa nimemalizia, nilikuwa nasema in that kind of situation there's a way you can win. The same way ukiangalia kwenye Wanga ametoka, haimaanishi ndio the nini, but baba alikuwa na
no. Embu Mbere is not Wanga issue. Oh my God, you say you are from where? Mbere South? You say that?
Mimi si Mbere, mimi analyzing numbers.
But your numbers in Mbere they will not help you. Kabisa, Mbere Embu County is different.
If Rene Kivuti is in the right machinery, MBS do not vote for him. Is that what you?
No, Mbere can never be a governor in Embu. Jiro, tiga we tucha tamundo talikiria meni. What are you telling me? Wacha hiyo.
No, inategemea vile umekuja.
Wachana na hiyo.
The right machinery. People will vote for him.
Ni kweli story. Unafaa kubali.
No, wacha tusiargue some of these things. I choose to keep quiet. Wacha.
Hao watu 25,000 wa kutoka Manyata ama ni 20,000 wamepigia Rene Kivuti. Why will they not, you know, and
Rene Kivuti anafaa improve kidogo tu.
There's no improvement. You cannot improve when you have gone for 3 terms. It means what? What are you telling me? What improvement?
Rene Kivuti had an opportunity to turn the knot. Kuna kitu inaitwa turning
So,
the knot.
so if he was in DCP, he would be voted by them.
I'm not
That's
talking
what you're
not
telling me.
necessarily in DCP. The idea is he has to make sure he is within the central space of the person who is calling the shot.
So which is which? That's DCP.
So
That's what you're saying.
They worked with Gachagua. Gachagua had even endorsed him at some point. Where they parted ways, I don't know.
Angeingia, wacha nimpe strategy venye angefanya. Already he's a good candidate. Anang'eng'ana. Angeingia DCP. Alikijia angeambia nani huku Manyata. Unajua huko Manyata alishinda 24,000 votes. That was huge.
Hata Mukuji angeondolewa. Lakini
Mukuji apelekwe wapi na ndio ndani ya the youth. Njiro wewe kweli wewe ni mwengu na uelewi. Saa hii hakuna mtu anataka kuambiwa nani asimami Mukunji.
It was not strategic enough. Easy bit you grab them quickly.
Kama mambo yako hiyo bwana.
So the youth can follow they can follow your gravitation, but when you don't make your decision quickly, unangojea watu wajipange, you can come too late. Unaweza kuja ile wakati kushanyesha, uendangi kupanda ile wakati kumenyesha na mvua imeisha. You have to do decisions the right time. The mistake which the Kivuti did was kukaa kwa hiyo basi yake, anakaa kwa hiyo basi yake, and his bus is Marigi 90 na kina Kiojuri ama wanaitwa nani, those the former Meru governor na Riondo.
Kumena kwake Jiro. Unajua Tamuranga ni hivyo. Unajua Jamni kama uliona ali give up. Jupia consistency yake kwa kitu number 4 ama number yeah.
No, you have to be strategic. Even if you come from a place with low numbers,
so you guys, you are talking with a lot of confidence here. You are seeing a presidency in Gachagua in Kenya.
No, I think he has akona good numbers. Akona good numbers.
Kadi yake mzuri, machinery yake ikuwe sawa, wacha akue.
Which card are we talking about? Are we talking about Kenyans?
We cannot solve the Kenyan problem with the hatred which I'm seeing. Unasikia watu wakisema sijui Gachagua is this. Kama tunaenda na hii chuki tuko nayo, whereby we are taking people to be so evil na nini, tunasema hao wengine ndio wazuri, this one cannot be. Wacha Gachagua aende all the way, whatever happens. Yeah. I do not believe in this levels whereby some people want to pretend and to behave as if they are the angels, they are the best. Na wengine ni mashetani. So
yeah, Gachagua is not anywhere on the list of the right people for Kenya. That's Ruto times 2. Okay, in my opinion. So
who is right?
And that is it's majority for, I mean not majority, but Kenyans, they have reservations about Gachagua. Take that to the bank.
Let's accept.
Lakini
take that to the bank.
Gachagua wacha asimame. Unaona hiyo chuki.
Take that to the bank.
Wacha asimame. Mimi
he knows he can't dare. He can't dare. He's not
asimame ataonyesha kuna votes.
Atakuwa na vote which will not make him president. Atakuwa kama Raila.
But these votes ni muhimu.
All the time watu tu anaambia sijui Gachagua this, Gachagua that. What I can say, and pale
no, would you vote for Gachagua?
Yes,
would you vote for Gachagua?
People are not doing anything. They are not mobilizing. Kazi yao wanataka waende
basi. Nyinyi ni wale basi. Nyinyi ni wale.
We have to learn to appreciate effort. Watu wanasema sijui.
I'm not appreciating effort of a murderer. It's like telling me Ruto now to change. I should appreciate his effort.
So nani mzuri?
It doesn't matter. That's a lazy thinking. That's lazy. That's lazy. That's lazy. There's no angel.
Hii approach ya kutusi Gachagua hiyo nayo mtoboi.
Kufa dereva, kufa makanga.
Mungekuja pole.
Kufa dereva, kufa makanga. That was Kenya. The population saying.
But it doesn't mean the others are angels. It doesn't mean the others are angels. Sasa ndio watu wanajifanya sasa sisi ndio wazuri sana.
Kufa dereva, kufa makanga. Kufa dereva, kufa makanga. It's not me saying.
Gachagua has fallen short of glory. I do not refuse. But that one does not give people moral authority to ever continue maligning him and saying that if you Ruto, if you Nini, and the others, there is nothing they are doing which is tangible. Even to Gachagua brought the one-time movement. He brought the high cousin. All these things which have been gluing us together. And the only thing these people are doing is the not like handling it the way.
Zero, take this to the bank. Gachagua at reunite his fellow guy, Ruto. Take that to the bank, you know. No, it's not being forced. It's not. We are not the ones who brought him this side.
Yeah, at the end, of course, we will not follow him. But if at the end of the day you want to go there, I don't care.
Hata enda Stone PK Jiro akina Stone PK what in their way wanataka Legeji wanasema kama ni Legeji kama ni Legeji sikiza Jiro kama ni Legeji wacha Ruto wa continue na Legeji akifikiria hivyo ndio iko is a fact.
No, that's your perception. Nobody is saying no.
It's a fact.
You know, like you can't tell me that's a fact from my mind because I cannot stand the root of it. You can't say that's what I think. You are wrong.
Let me ask you a question. Hao wengine wote wanapiga Ruto, how special are they? Nielezee leo like wao ndio wazuri sana. So nielezee uzuri wao wote, how they are the best. Gachagua is the worst. Niambie uzuri wao sasa.
Where did we start talking about the best and the worst?
See, already you people, you are discounting Gachagua and saying that he should not be somewhere near power, he should not what. So, niambie, why should the others be near power and Gachagua should not be near power?
Gachagua, Njiro, unless you want to pretend, Gachagua is Ruto's ally. Yes.
But allyhood stops. When did
it end? When did it end?
Niwena kuuliza swali, wewe ni marafiki wangapi in life umeachana na wao? How many people in life umeachana na wao along your evolution?
I'm not foolish. Any friend I have, I've kept because I was careful choosing friends.
All of them?
I've never divorced.
Since you are 18,
yes, and I don't have many. Yes, I cannot be, I'm not stupid. So I don't keep friends that are not good. And that's a fact.
I'm not saying keeping, I'm asking, there was a friend you used to have, but you no longer talk or you are no longer together. You want to tell me that?
No, it doesn't mean that niliachana na yeye. That is not a good example. Ruto, Gachagua joined a murderer, joined a sinner, joined everything. What you can call takataka duniani. That was his choice, his violation. That is what he did by choice. Please don't cleanse. No, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Don't even ever ask me that. No, usiniulize. Listen, ndugu yangu, that's cheap, and I don't entertain in that level. Usiniulize candidate yangu. Never. I don't have a candidate as such. My candidates are all the whatever Kenyans have approved. Now wamesema ni watu 7. So I fall there. Any of those. Including Gachagua, by the way.
We are Kenyans too.
Unaelewa kizungu? Nimekuambia vile watu wamesema. Saa hiyo opposition ina watu ngapi? Ina watu ngapi?
Opposition gani?
No, hao watu tunaita opposition. Ni akina nani? Gachagua. Tunaita Sifuna. Listen. Tunaita Sifuna. List them. Kalonzo. Okay? All those who are calling themselves united opposition. Those who are struggling to get one presidential candidate. That is where now Kenyans that want Ruto out are laying our hopes on that. But then, whether you like it or not, the chemistry everywhere is that they don't think that that flag should be borne by Gachagua. And unajua mnakuwa ignorant, maybe because of Kikuyu, because of Mulima. The feeling is that Gachagua can be in the government and contribute in many other ways, but not flag bearer. Hiyo ni ecosystem pekee anasema iko all over. All right.
Gachagua will
So
not be
you
in
can
the
use
camp
your
of
own
that
opinion.
but
That
Gachagua will not
can
be
be
in the
done
camp
with the
of group
respect,
fighting him and
not with that
disqualifying him.
level of disrespect.
He should make that on his own position, but not through telling him you are a devil, you are this, you are
Yes.
this. Gachagua can play any responsibility. He has agreed to support anyone, but people will not elbow him through like kumwambia wewe ni shetani sijue ni nini. You people
Nani amesema ni shetani? Mbona unasema hizo? Nani amesema? Nani
those are the
amesema?
things which you don't need to say it, to say them, but those are the undertones. When
Kweli fanatism is bad. It makes you drunk, you know.
No, it's not.
Mm.
It's not fanatism.
It's fanatism.
Mimi Gachagua sijuani na yeye. I'm not even expecting anything from
No,
him.
you don't have to know him. You don't have to know him. Do you know people in which team do you support? Soccer.
Hakuna kitu ananipea ati nikuwe ati extreme fanatic na yeye.
Soccer una supporting nini?
I'm speaking of a point from a rational look at it. Not at just fanatism. I'm not
Soccer will support nani? Kwa soccer, Arsenal. Soccer will support which team?
No,
England team.
I don't watch soccer. I cannot.
Oh, okay. In sports, what do you support?
World Cup kisha natoka. I cannot.
Okay. Anyway, do you know Trump personally? Who you support? Do you know Trump personally? Who you support so much?
No, I don't know him personally, but I know him from policies because kuna vitu amefanya.
Tosha basi. Yeah, hiyo ni tosha. Yeah, so you don't support people because of knowing them personally. So don't start saying that you do Gachagua personally. Unamsupport because of what you think he does.
So my fanatism is not just because that there is something I'm expecting from him. If you have said that I'm extremely fanatic, so why should I just be fanatic of people I don't know na hata sijai kutana naye ananisaidia, so that like I'm just spending my calories to just support somebody?
No, kufurahia his way. You like his policies.
There are so many things I need to do in life. I don't need to waste my time just supporting an individual for just the sake of it. I'm doing it methodologically. So
why do we discuss people here for 5 years? I mean, for 5 hours?
Because we want to observe them. We want not fanaticism.
Yeah.
It is based on observation, not just fanaticism.
Yeah, sawa bwana.
So every kuuliza when the fanatism wa nani? Because I need to.
I'm not. I told you, Jiro, I had a very long introduction in your show today of who I am. You have a problem. You don't listen to your presentation, people presenting in your program. Because why? Why I'm saying this? You una jumping in, unauliza questions that vizile mtu amesha answer. Like if I asked you what I did, I gave a long presentation because of what people are saying. Stone PK hates. And I talked about it. I talked about this. I thought I was doing some good justice, but I'm thankful that people on the comment section now got to know who Stone PK is, which is very important. You don't know. You never listened. You don't listen to your presenters, by the way. We have learned that. It's a bad thing as a anaitwa nini, when you are programming, when you are the one who is moderating. Very bad that you don't listen to all people. Watu wanaanza kupresent, unaingia kufanya vitu zingine. We know you are a busy person. I'm telling you this as a good friend and close friend. Don't run a program if you can't listen to each and every contribution. Yes, if you don't have time. And don't multitask when you are presenting this kind of a thing. It's a serious weakness. Because we have learned, you keep on asking us questions of what we have covered. That tells you who kutusikiza ama hukusikiza. And if you think I'm lying, ask other people who are your regular support.
But
it's
I don't
a serious problem.
But I don't think there is a problem in re-insisting. Maybe
no, Jiro, wacha kuwa argumentative. Take what I've told you. And it is true, you don't listen to what people are saying. There's nothing wrong with asking for reputation, but you ask for reputation because you did not pay attention. And people have cautioned you about it. Jiro, because you don't listen. Just replay. You don't even replay your programs. Zero, that I can tell you because I run Stone PK TV. For me, when I run a show, I go and listen. Naisikiza yote full. You don't do that. Sorry to say this, but we have to tell you this because we have to support you and your channel. Mtu anaongea dakika 10 umsikizi, ukirudi ukiingia unamuuliza swali of what kile unamuuliza describe something that he has covered in the presentation. Those are the complaints people don't want to tell you. And that's why you realize, like now when we are discussing about very serious issues, Gachaguas and all that, you don't understand what the people opinion is about the candidate you are supporting. You know, wewe unafikiria tu, you keep on using the word hate. Na watu wanakuambia mpaka kwa comment, it's not about hate. Because why umesema vizuri, why would you hate somebody who you even don't know? Why would you hate Gachagua? Na hata hujawahi kutana na yeye, hata hujawahi nini. There's nothing like hate. What we do here in these channels is to try to appraise ile tuku, yani as patriots. Na hiyo watu wasichukue ni mbaya. Like most of us speak it from even kwa ground. Wengine unaanza kusikiza, if you have connections with wale watu wa bunge la mwananchi, hapo ni locals kabisa, unasikia vile wanaongea. Unasudi unasikia mama mboka huko na maclips vile wanaongea. Those are that is the kind of gathering information that we should have. Yeah, and that's why you find some people wanakuwa surprised that wakisikia press conference ya Munya, Lenin and all that, then people are coming with guns blaring. Why should guns come blaring when somebody tells Stone PK, watch your tongue? A simple statement like that. Iko shida. Intolerance, which in coalition building, tolerance is number 1. Then followed by respect. Very important. And just something in coalition building, it's never ever a plus at all. Even if you are the best dancer, you are the best, you don't do that when you are coaliting. Then if you think you are the best, take it on alone. Move, bolt, go, do it. You are the best. Simple as that. You are saying people are melala, they are lazy, you go, who is active? Don't start insulting or insinuating otherwise. Like Gachagua now, if he feels everybody else is lazy, niende agane votes na ingie kwa ballot peke yake. Shida ni gani? Shida ni gani? Aende akiendaga.
Yes. If we agree on that is okay, but this open disrespect of Gachagua is not right. So if people are willing, they cannot work with Gachagua. Gachagua has a monopoly of working it alone and calling himself opposition.
Exactly. Aende no ana monopoly ya kujiita opposition. Zero, this way and again unaenda chini. Who has monopoly of calling opposition? Anybody opposing Ruto is opposition.
No, not everybody is opposition. Wengine wanaweza kuwa tu ni njia za mkato wanasaidia Ruto wakijiita opposition.
Hiyo ni wapi sasa Njiro? That's why ndio nakwambia uende ukasome politics vizuri. Yaani mimi kama I have to be with Ruto
na anamfanyia kazi, anafanyia yule mnatoa.
Wewe Njiro, I have to be with Gachagua to be called opposition.
Until you go in politics, ukute jamaa anajifanya ayuko pande yako na yuko pande ya your opponent. Lakini huyo jamaa ako somewhere, he is just an honorary G. He is just an honorary G.
Those are assumptions. In Kenya sasa, in Kenya, you cannot be opposition until you align with Gachagua. But that's what you are telling people.
There must be only one opposition.
No, achana na hiyo Njiro. Funga station. Now you are even unafanya tuanze kufikiria vitu vingine. What do you mean there must be one opposition?
With the 10 opposition.
Achana na hiyo. Enda Botswana. Look at what. Enda ukastudy Botswana.
Opposition has to be one. If you are not part of the opposition, you are part of Ruto. That's how it is. Enda
usome Botswana na usome hizo zingine usikie kama walidisolve.
I have followed the issue of Botswana na Botswana watu wana hiyo ujinga na iona tukua nayo. We are very mature. We are very mature that we are handling this politics. you want support from the big folks and your business saying mnatafuta, unajua hawa watu ile kitu, na nitaisema hapa leo, mnataka kukata Gachagua miguu. That's what all what you people you are doing. Mnataka tu kumkata miguu huyu tutakata. You cannot just, uwezi kukua wewe ndio Mr. Hulk hapa ama ile wewe uwezi kuwa ndio, sijui kama ile kuna jua ile kimunyama inaitwa Hulk kwa movie. You know the Hulk? Eric? Nani ameona hiyo movie ya the Hulk, hiki kimunyama kikubwa? So watu wanasema hii munyama lazima tukate miguu. Uwezi. Let me tell you, Stony PK, I have to tell you, the level of jealousy in opposition is beyond reproach. Gachagua, fanya Kenya unataka. I don't support jealousy. If somebody is gifted, we have to learn to appreciate gifts. Kama Gachagua anajua kuomba kura, we have to appreciate that as a gift, and we have to ask ourselves, how can we cooperate with this person? How can we go around this person? How can we collaborate with this person? People are gifted differently. Lakini sasa Stony PK, maybe I can do mathematics better than you. Alafu sasa wewe uanzie kusema niko na kiburi sababu najua hesabu sana. How can you even learn from me? How can you learn from me when you come at attendance? Like I can do business better. There are people actually, kuna watu I know of guys who huyo jamaa atakiwa na ngiri mbao, he will start something and start like personally, kuna majamaa wananifunza story ya biashara, guys who are like they are not very learned, they just have basic education, but hao majamaa wanajua uonjoria sana. I take time to go and learn from those people. Naona tu jamaa ameanzia ng'ombe moja ndio huyo ng'ombe sita. So what do? I do not need to start kusikia ati wivu ya huyu jamaa sababu like it can be better than me. What you do as a civilized human being, as a person who also wants to also be better in future, you look, you learn, you ask for help. Like by the way, nyinyi watu ni aje mnajipanga? How are you people building momentum? How out of all these people, nani hata ameenda kwa Gachagua kumuomba advice, kumuuliza bana, mkubwa bana, hii mambo yako unaifanya aje bana? The other day ulikuwa unalialia pale na bibi yako, ulikuwa unabembeleza Ruto asikuimpeach bana. Sasa wewe ndio naona umeshikilia kila kitu bana. Help us bana, help us how to. Let me tell you, at times you don't need to speak ill about somebody who is performing. Learn from them. Look at their approach. Look at their steps. Lakini hiyo ujinga ingine, hiyo ni wivu, jealousy, and simply because they feel they cannot do. And by the way, these parties will never be the same. Stony PK, I want to be true. NAC will want to try to be as big as DCP. They will not manage. At times pia kuna kitu inaitwa kukubali venye huko. This idea whereby these political parties, they want to be as big as a juggernaut, and they can't. Saa zingine ni vizuri ukubali who you are. You cannot be what you are not. You are built differently, and you have also to appreciate your capability. Kama wewe uwezi toa watu, uwezi fanya rally 7 kwa siku, we have accepted people like akina Kalonzo, they cannot do 7 rallies in a day, but they do in their way. Lakini wawache kuingilia wale ambao wanafanya rally 7. Yule anafanya rally 7 afanye, but hii story sijui ya kusema sijui huyu mtu sijui anatufanyia ako na kiburi sijui ako na nini, and the guy is doing 7 rallies in a day. He is doing vote hunting. He is assembling against people. Guys, let's be serious.
Eric, hii issue ya Gachagua, hiyo ni mambo personal na haitaisha, is an ending discussion. So let's focus on agenda kwanza, juu hiyo kuna Wakenya fulani wanaamini na LGG, kuna Wakenya wengi which in terms of landmass also they don't believe na LGG. However, tukuje kwa agenda, bona Kenya iko in the situation iko nayo, in my opinion, number one, tunafaa focus na energy infrastructure. So ndakupea a good example. Justin PK anasema is about sijui maybe nyinyi wa Kikuyu. Mimi ukiniuliza, mimi na criticize Uhuru the most. Juu nikiangalia venye Kenya alifanya, haya alikopa sana, na hatutawajitoa kwa hiyo kitu kama hiyo. So number one, energy infrastructure. Ndakupea a good example. There's a time unaweza tafuta Citizen. There's a time Prime Minister wa sijui something and oil in Vietnam alikuja huku akawaambia, akasema Kenya is a country of good speeches, but there's nothing kwa ground. So Vietnam population yao is about 100 million people. Vietnam ina generate over 70 gigawatt. Kenya ni tuko right now tunaelekea around 60. We only have about 4. So in that case, so that means hiyo is not enough to create jobs in terms of industry, I mean industrial parks. Unaona? So that's why sisi wote tuna celebrate tumebuy Mercedes Benz. Tumebuy ya 26 million sijui TX sijui any car, all those big cars. But hizi pesa zote tunazipeleka nje. Economy yetu tunasema ina grow na to build anything. Unaona? Haya, Sifuna ni watch interview yake. Hata hana idea in terms of agenda. You know? Niliwatch idea, nilimwatch. Hata mimi kwangu hajani convince mimi mwenyewe bado. Hajani convince. So far sijaona mwenye ameni convince. Ukiangalia Uhuru Matiang'i mimi naona tu hao wanapangangwa tu na Uhuru hapo tu. Niambie the reason ya kuanzisha Azimio. Si ni kuleta confusion. Ni kuleta confusion. In terms of agenda, hata sisi tuko na a better agenda ya kurani nchi kushinda some of these leaders. Unaona in 202. Okay. Unaona in 202 Sazira Kibaki aliweka kukuwe na free primary education. Naweza unajua watu wajuangi how deep that was. Naweza penda ucheze hiyo clip ya nani ya Clinton akiulizwa a person you have never met. And you maybe want to meet him. Akafikiria that time hakuna YouTube. Si kama sasa you can make any clip na nini. Alisema nini? Hebu tafuta hiyo clip uone. And you imagine how that
you know Kibaki, let me tell you about Kibaki. Kibaki is a leader who I don't think these are some of the leaders who do not repeat. Those are leaders because there was even some time either in 1960, 1970 hapo. No, 70s, 80s hapo. Kibaki was in the Times newspaper, and Kibaki was actually being considered. It was among the people who were being said they could actually become the president of the World Bank that time. I don't know if the World Bank or there was a big institution.
Ilikuwa the best. Yeah, niliwatchingi time yenye after amekufa Uhuru akitoa speech yake. Yeah, ilikuwa ni the best world leaders that time.
Yeah, like Kibaki during
World Bank ilikuwa lecturer wake wa nini Makerere University ndiye alikuwa anasema.
Yeah, but there were people who felt like if Kibaki could have actually gotten such responsibilities, he could have actually achieved because Kibaki was brainy and he was good, he was focused and he knew what to do. So Kibaki ni wale watu ambao hawezi rudia, but unfortunately unajua Kenya inakujaga kujua viongozi kama hao after they die. But we were very fortunate actually, even with that, we were able to get Kibaki president. At least we were fortunate. People like Kibaki don't become presidents, by the way. So somewhere within our confirmation, Kenya was able to actually bring him into president, and that was one of the most serious decisions Kenyans did. And I hope the power brokers in Kenya can be able to be looking at some certain people who are serious, who can do serious things, and they actually front them to the people. Because actually, again, for you to become a president, Bwana Eric, na hii kitu nitakwambia, there are powers behind powers. Na sitaelezea hiyo. You don't just become a president from the blues. So, and when you see nations failing, powers behind powers, they are stupid people. Before you start seeing people getting proper, unajua leadership iko na layer 1, layer 2 and layer 3. I will come here and explain. Although hapa nimeambiwa ni kama sijui chochote, but I will come and explain my stupidity anyway. So there is what you see in the public, the guys who are coming out, the guys who you can see, Ruto, Gachagua, the guys you are seeing. Then there is layer 2. Layer 2 is forces behind power. Then there is layer 3. Layer 3 is the platform supporting power. And they have different responsibilities. The one you see is not very consequential. The one you see, those are ranters, just like Stony PK and Waita. Whatever say majama unaona, those are, they can be idiots, by the way. And for your information, in politics. That's why you'll see, even in advanced countries, you can even see an idiot becoming a president. So becoming a president, and I will say it here again, is not because you are clever. Becoming a president is about the approach and the machinery which was able to assemble and it was able to grasp power. So the reason why China has been able to work and they have been able to produce pedigree presidents. Actually, China is the only country in the world where their president will not be shit. They will never have a shit president. And I would want people to go and study how people get into power in China. You might criticize the Chinese model of politics. That one is a different discussion. But I'm talking about capability to understand a pedigree and placing him in a pedestal whereby he is visible. So there are forces which do that. The problem we have in Kenya, at times, forces behind forces or powers behind powers, because of cartelhood and the corruption platforms which are there, at times mostly, let me use the word mostly, they propel idiots. But you will not, and I want to be honest here, Eric. I want to be brutal now with the I want to be brutal. You see, the way you are seeing people like Akina Sifuna, there are forces behind the forces of that. Sifuna is not a rongo ile kitu inachipuka tu kutoka chini. For you to see Sifuna the way you are seeing him, there is a force behind him. At times those forces you can identify them. At times those forces you can't identify them. I don't want to go to the level of identifying the forces. Even in Gachagua, there are forces behind him. Even Ruto, there are forces behind him. Forget about how Akina Murkomen. Those are tip of the iceberg. The real force behind you, the force which brings you to power, sustains you in power, propels your campaign, all those things. And for instance, when you look at Ruto, you can now see and you can actually judge a man who is going to win the presidency through how those forces are working. You see those forces ballooning. You see mountainous activities. Kuna vitu unaona huyu jamaa anaonekana akona form. These things are visible. See, they are not like things which just happen in the vacuum. So I think very soon I will discuss that topic of forces behind, not forces, powers behind powers. And they're usually in three layers, the way I understand them, but somebody can choose to come and explain them the way they understand them. In Kenya, saa zingine munaziita, there was that discussion of system. But system is not the only thing. System is a subsection of those powers. System. That thing we call system. So system is not everything. So system, unasikia watu wakisema huyu anasapotiwa na system. But there are entrepreneurs, thinkers, scholars, like so many people, because that's why you see like before you become a president, including Gachagua has a team of like 200 people who are working on his presidency. Wale watu wanakwaruza vichwa all day, sio kama sisi hapa. Kuna majamaa kama 200 hivi, kazi yao tu ni kuketi chini na kufikiria sasa hapa tufanye nini. Forget about us ranters who are here. Kuna majamaa wanaketi chini, kazi yao tu ni kupanga hapa tufanye nini, kitu imetokezea. So those people will never know them. Some of those people you might come to know them when they get nominated maybe to be CSs, or maybe they start getting rewarded. Sasa ndio unaanza kuona sasa the guys who are behind the power. Guys who are behind the power. So for you to become a president, your forces have to be very good. I'm observing many of the presidential candidates, Bwana Eric. And Bwana Eric, I can tell you, some of them, when I monitor their powers behind the powers, bwana, wengine bwana, wamekalia nyasi. There is no platform holding them. And how do you even speak of a presidency and there's no platform which is holding you? I don't want to mention them here because of affiliation, because unajua kuna mtu anasupport mwingine fulani. I can tell you, in the whole of opposition, we have one or two candidates who can have the right structure of making a government, but not the way like we are saying. People like Akina Munya, they are busy saying they are being disrespected. Those guys have no structure. They cannot do anything in this politics. Au unless wasaidiwe Now, unajua, and in this life we have to accept kuna watu lazima wasaidiwe. They cannot do any inch unless washikwe mkono. Watu wa kushikwa mkono lazima waanzie kukubali, mimi munishike mkono bana nivuke. Hata wakati tunavuka mito saa zingine tunashikanga watoto tuvuke na wao, wasibebwe na maji. Akina Munya, they should accept hii mto ni kubwa, washikwe mikono wavukwe na wao ama wabebwe. But the way they are doing it wrongly. And I'm done.
Anyway, me the way I understand system is a cabal, is a group of people wenye wako in power na wataki kuachilia hiyo power. In a way, someone who rotate within the interest. Maybe I can give an example kama Meru. In Meru before Peter Munya, Kiraito Murugi, hiyo ka group kalikuwa dio ka system ka Meru na Kawera ali break. And that's why they were very unhappy with her. That was a system there.
But do you agree that before you start seeing activity live, there are people behind the curtain who are planning all that? And wacha niwaambie pale kidogo Erika, pale Uhuru ukosea. Na hii nitasema, na kama kuna advisor wa Uhuru hapa aende amwambie. Shida ya Uhuru ni moja, it could be power behind power, lakini mkono yake huonekana sana. That is the problem of Uhuru, mkono yake huonekana sana.
Ya kila mtu huona.
Yeah, if you want to become a serious political machinery, lazima mkono yako isionekane. But nimemaliza. I don't want to go beyond that. Well, Uhuru tu endelee. The fact, if you are a political operative, na uko pale mbele, wewe sio yule ambaye watu wanaona. If you are behind the curtain, you have to remain behind the curtain. History, you are behind the power, na umetoa kichwa, watu wanaona kichwa. People do not appreciate that. Uhuru has also to start learning that. And I have to explain this one with a lot of humility. Uhuru, this idea whereby unaonekana kwa siasa, all people are preempting that you could be in politics. You are actually destroying for everybody. You are destroying for everybody. Relax. This work can be done. This work can be done. And let me tell you, kwa siasa watu wanakuanga na muhemuko. Huyu mtu ni kama anataka kuja ama anataka kutubembelea ama anataka kurudisha ile machinery yake ambayo ilitufanyia hivi. You know, once you become a leader, you get haters. Bwana Eric, I want people to start understanding this. Once you become a leader, you get haters. So when you are saying that you are retiring in politics again, people begin by first of all inheriting your haters. You are haters. So wale watu walikuwa wanakuchukia sasa, that is what we begin by first of all inheriting. If today I'm told that I'm being supported by Uhuru, the first thing I will inherit from Uhuru is haters. Is haters. Sasa ndio kwanza wataanzia kunigonga. Kama Njiro akona Uhuru, Njiro akona Uhuru bana. Hiyo ni mavi.
Karibisha Ashley. Ashley, unmute.
Oh, hi. I don't know. Yeah, I hope everyone is doing good. I don't have much to say. I just wanted to say, I don't know whether you listened to JK live today. He was talking to Peter Munya, and Peter Munya was saying that Gachagua needs to respect other people because they also have voters. He was talking about Matiang'i has like 1 million and Meru has another 800 or something like that. And then my thing is, Jeff Koinange asked him something about Meru, but then I'm like, where does he think? So he wants an assumption that he wants to represent the people of Meru by default without campaigning, and he wants Matiang'i to represent the people of Kisii by default. So that's why they come to the table, they are saying they need to be respected. And then I'm like, I think Gachagua should not complain that they are lazy. Since they are not in the same team, they are being lazy should be to his advantage. He should send his own people to those places where the leaders are not working and be able to get his own votes there. So the more he has from other regions, the less he will have to cede power to them. So I don't know why he has to even try to see what they are doing or not doing. Because the only reason they are uniting with him is because he wants to consolidate the voters. But if he can go to those regions himself and get those voters himself, that means he will not have to consolidate voters with them. So there's just a lot of unnecessary fighting that if he was a little more wise, it was not necessary. He would have just let them keep quiet. He would have just ignored them. He would have just sent people, because like now Munya is assuming that he represents Meru. But DCP has people in Meru. And then I also heard him saying that they should be respected because they are also principals. Okay, Ruto is a president. Trump is a president. Macron is a president. But they are not equal, because of their different strengths. Because even if they are presidents, why do we have G7 and why is it just the first world countries that go? Because they are the strong ones. Why was Ruto invited and why did he feel privileged? Yet they are also his peers. They are also presidents of countries like his. So, you know, God, I don't know. I think we are so our maturity in politics as even the leaders is lacking, because there is nothing to explain that some parties and their leaders will be more stronger and have a bigger say if they have a bigger following. It is not rocket science. That should just be common sense. So if a party like and someone like Uhuru, yes, he was the Azimio leader because he was the Jubilee leader because he was the president. He doesn't need anybody to tell him to take a back seat, an advisory role. It is okay for him to be in politics, but he cannot be sitting at the helm as the leader in Jubilee. Since he has retired, he should be a member. If he wants to stay, he can stay, but he cannot stay as the lead. He should give someone else who is aspiring, because that is the way we do politics in Kenya. The leader of the party is the one who is the president or aspiring president. Okay, in other countries, people have parties like the Democratic Party, and necessarily the president is not even a leader of that party. They just select somebody who wants to run for president. But in Kenya, most of the president is usually the leader, which is not good. I hope Linda Mwananchi will form a party that does not have Sifuna as the leader of the party. If they want a party that continues, a party that has continuity, it has to be a party without a leader. And then one of them chooses to run, so that when he drops, the party still continues, even without him being the president. So I think Uhuru needs to cede that power to someone else. Then he can participate as an advisory. Then he would be respected more than insisting on staying as the leader. And also, he cannot be the leader. Jubilee has no MPs. They all defected to UDA. So they are, and in Mount Kenya, Gachagua has more people than Uhuru. Uhuru has the name, but the people are with Gachagua. So how can be that Uhuru is the one who is going to be Azimio? So if Gachagua joins Azimio and Sifuna joins Azimio, and they are joining there as parties, equal to somebody like Monya, who has I don't know how many followers, equal to someone like Wiper doesn't have as many people, then when they decide to choose who the next running president is going to be, who will have the power to do that? Isn't it going to be Uhuru? So I know today's outburst about Gachagua, he has had some missteps, but that outburst today is because he refused to conform They were setting for him like a trap and he did not get in it, and that's why they are mad. Okay, he was doing some things. Even me last week, I was like, God, is this how campaign starts? Can you imagine in the mid by December, how is Kenya going to be? You know, it's okay to be high octave, but when you start at that level, can you imagine how is December going to be? How is May going to be? It's too much. But nobody was speaking, you know, until he refused to join Azimio. So now they know their plan is not going to work. So anyway, what I wanted to suggest when I was coming here, I was wanting to suggest that what I think they should do like get an election. Since some people are wanting to claim some supporters just by default of them coming from that tribe, which might not be reflective of the actual support that they do. You see, within the United, I think even this coalition should be called United Opposition Coalition, just that name they've been using. And then what they do for every position, and I know Gachagua said something that the only position he's willing to cede is the one for the president. But I think that is not good, because when you get a new president, that president has to have power. And he has power when he has more of the people who are elected in power. If he goes to power and he doesn't have the majority, he's going to be a weak president who can be impeached. So they have to work together. If they all run in many places, UDA will come out on top because many people are in the opposition. So the votes are going to be divided, and you will find that UDA will be winning these seats because the UDA, the opposition will be divided into little, you know, like they'll divide themselves into many of these parties, so they might not get the majority. So this is a recipe for failure, and because of greed and selfishness, they might find that UDA comes out on top, even with the elected representatives. So my suggestion, and the only reason I came here is to make this suggestion and hope it gets to somebody if they have not thought about it, because maybe they've thought about it. But what I was suggesting is that they have an election within themselves for each, like it was the general election, but for the United Opposition. So they do one for the president. They don't go and make boardroom decisions. They have an actual election around the country. One, they should all allow each of, like, Matiang'i should not prevent Gachagua from going to Kisii to look for votes. Gachagua should not prevent Linda Mwananchi from coming to Central to look for votes, and they should not be intimidated. Each of them should go around the country, and then sometime like around December, they should do an election and let us, the people, tell them who we want for each of those 6 slots, so that when we go to the general election, there's only 2 choices. There will be the UDA and the United Opposition, and the other side, the broad-based government. So there will be 2 choices. And if the broad-based government, the Ruto and the ODM, if they work separate and the United Opposition work together, they will win more votes, more seats in parliament, so that when they go to parliament, the things that they want done, and if there's anything that someone they want to impeach, it will be easier because there'll be majority. So we have to work from a position of patriotism, not someone wanting to acquire more. For what? By the way, don't agree. It is not good for us as the citizens for Gachagua to have more in Central. It's afaa kukuwe na madoa. Can you remember when Raila used to have the whole of Nyanza and all? He would go and make decisions on behalf of them, but most of those decisions were not for them. It was for his own selfish interest. So sometimes we can give someone so much power that it gets to be against us instead of for us. Don't you see how much we are we the people are gaining from when they are not when they are fighting, because they are trying to appease us. See how many people Ruto has been inviting, how many things he has been giving out. That is good for the people. So the more the power is decentralized, the better it is for the people. So do not help them centralize power, because centralized power is for their own benefit themselves. It is not for the benefit of the citizen. So the more the power is decentralized, the more the competition to please the supporters. So we, the people, benefit from decentralized power. Thank you.
Actually, what do you think about, like, do you remember the by-election of, I think in, was Narok Town for MCA?
I didn't watch it. I have no clue.
Oh, so that time Gachagua pleaded with Jubilee to drop their candidate, and they didn't. Actually, the candidate for Jubilee, initially he was among the two candidates who wanted to run with the DCP. But after Gachagua chose through his, I think, opinion poll, Gachagua chose, it's called Maskonde. So this guy went to Jubilee and started again saying, oh, Gachagua said this. Yeah. So again Gachagua won in Narok Town. Gachagua won, yeah. Maskonde won for DCP.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Instead of them fighting and someone like Monya assuming that people in Meru are supporting, like he wants to come there as, like representing the people of Meru by assumption, because you might find out DCP has more people, or some people, supporters of Kawira Mwangaza, are there. So he can't go there claiming that he has 1 million by assumption. Neither can Gachagua claim that he has the whole of Mount Kenya. I am from Mount Kenya. I am not for him. I have talked to my relatives. Some are for him. I've seen some of them that I know in my family that actually in that inner circle. I've seen them behind when they are doing conferences. Those some of my very close relatives. So we are divided, but we are not all 100% in. So we cannot go with assumptions. Let us do a straw. In the US, it's called a primary. Let us do the primary elections. Let us work with order. Because if we want to get something, if we want to get success, we have to work with order in a process that everyone feels is fair. When the process doesn't seem fair, that is where all this strife, all this distrust comes from. So, but if we work from a process where it is fair, I think unless somebody is greedy for power, they will be able to move together in unison. I think that is what we need to do.
Okay, so when you talk of fairness, so when Gachagua told Jubilee in Olkarao, please, he's not forcing them, but he would love for them to drop their candidate and support, but they still insisted on having a candidate. And afterward, they didn't the Jubilee was kind of humiliated, in my opinion. I think it was better off when they didn't have a candidate; they would still be much stronger.
But you see, people are adults. Let me tell you, in high school, if you don't do your homework, you get in trouble. In college, if you don't do your homework, the teacher does not care. Why? Because you're an adult. You will get your F and go home. So just if a teacher doesn't, if your lecturer doesn't care whether you do your homework, whether you come to class, you don't get in trouble, do you? In college, the trouble you get is getting an F. So why should you care what another party is doing? That is being patronizing. That is being controlling. That is being dictatorial. Why are you going to see what someone is doing in their house? What does it matter to you? Are they asking you for food? Are they asking you for money? They're asking you for nothing. So why are you being a busybody? Do worry about your house. If they want to sleep, if they want to run, that is none of your business. That is what I would say about him. He's getting too much into their business, which he has no business doing. So if someone wants to run and have one candidate, let them.
Actually, kidogo, nikuulize, why do you think why do you think in Kenya they cannot introduce caucuses like just like you have said, like we do primaries, whereby why can't we like tuseme sasa every county to vote for the presidential candidate, tuseme watu wako pamoja, kila mtu aende aombe kura everywhere, alafu sasa tunakuwa Embu wanapiga kura hii siku, tunahesabu, tunatoka hapo Kirinyaga wanapiga hii siku, tunahesabu. Why can't they do that? We do a very comprehensive primary.
Unajua kuna wale wako sinsia wanataka ni kama kwa hii show, kuna watu wale wanalipwa, kuna watu wale wako na watu wana support wajali whether those people are good or not, na kuna watu wale sincere. Hata kwa politics mtu kama Uhuru hayuko huko ku protect the interest ya Wakenya, yuko huko ku protect his interest. So kama yeye hawezi kuwa na interest na hiyo primary because kuna wale anataka waingie na anajua hawawezi ingia na primary, ndio hii azimio imerudishwa because already wanaona wale walikuwa wanataka wako weak, sasa wanataka kuingiza wale wa weak by you see kama sahi you need to put some of these videos. Video ingine Kalonzo anasema the earlier they form their coalition the better. Unajua why form their coalition as early as possible? Mtu kama Sifuna unaona yuko famous lakini ajaenda around kila pahali. Sasa wakienda leo kuongea, he will be from a weak point. He will not be talking from a position of strength. So that's why they are starting to tell him to be a running mate, because they can already see he's a threat. So they want to manage him. So they already starting to tell him to be a running mate. The reason they want to talk now is because they want to talk now. Alafu sasa wafanyange hizo rallies wafanyange pamoja. So you will not be able to see who is strong and who is weak. And then sasa wataanza kusema Matiang'i ndio yuko na experience, Kalonzo ndio amekaa, wacha wewe what is his name, Gachagua, wacha tutakupatia PM position. Hiyo PM position anaweza enda apewe for the beginning, alafu after 2 months
Sifuna you are young. You can do it 2032 or 2037.
But yes, they'll give him a speaker in the Senate, or we give you a ministry. Lakini ukienda ukimisbehave hapo utolewe, na wewe ndio ulitumiwa votes zako kuingia. So that is why some people, they are insincere. So if they are sincere, that's why I have come on this show to say the way to solve this problem ya kutopigana ni kufanya hizo primaries. Na wacha nikuambie, there's this guy called John CW. He talks about a blockchain way of doing election. He tried to introduce it to where he tried to suggest it to the IEBC, but they ignored him. I wish the united opposition would embrace that blockchain he was talking about, buy it from him, or they can lend. He said it's a cheap way of doing election. It's not expensive, and people can do it from their phones, and it is free of rigging. Why can't they use that to choose a president that is chosen by the people for the people? And still choose even these other seats for governor who ran for governor. That person, only one person is put for united opposition. Juu vile Gachagua alikuwa anasema tu ataitikia hiyo ya president, that is a recipe for failure, because wacha nikuambie, hata Ruto akikataa kurudi alafu hao leaders wengine wote wakueni wake, they'll just go and impeach. Will still be, tutakuwa na country unmanageable. So another 5 years will also go to waste. So we have to think about that. So if they are serious about fixing the nation, if they are serious about working for the people, they will do something that will bring peace. Just tutaki argument, tutaki awa kitusiana. It is not a good environment. Your environment is too charged. It is too toxic. It will cause cancer. Hata mwili imejaa toxic. Hawa watu wafanya that the more the toxic the body, the more chances of it developing cancer. Hatuwezi kaa kwa hii vile nini election imeanza, hizi nini vile wamerushana is too toxic. For such a nini. And second, another thing I wanted to propose is that hii nini ameleta Uhuru, what is his name, Ruto ameleta hii ya 2060. Someone should go to court and ask the court to please stop it, because people have lost confidence in Ruto. The only thing tumeshindwa kumtoa. So more than half the country does not support him. So at this time, it would be wrong for him to introduce a mandate. One, ata NADCO yenyewe, he did not accomplish. Ata bottom up, he did not accomplish. Even in 2060, anataka kuitumia as a campaign. And he can do it, but he cannot do it in pretext that he's doing it for the whole country. It cannot be done in the pretext of a national conversation. He can do it a manifesto for his next term. But people should stop him from wasting money. Hizo pesa ziko za kuwaste, aende kwanza alipe walimu, aende alipe SHA, aende afanye zile vitu zinafanywa, ikuwe deferred for a year until if he is given a mandate for the next as soon as he is re-elected, or have the next president come up with to look again at come up with that national conversation if it is necessary. But at this time, it is not necessary. So yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Ashley, Annie anakuuliza which court?
No, you know what? We have courts, they are used. You know me, I usually say, you better try something, ikatae kufanya kazi, but you cannot preempt and say, I will not go because they won't do. That is a defeatist, it's called a defeatist attitude. You have to go. Wacha wakataange. You might be surprised even then they think that all you need to do, go prepared, go with your facts, go with all these things, and then a 2030 useme ya kuifanya, uende na NADCO useme ya kuifanya, uende na go with your good arguments well placed. Wakikataa, at least unajua wamekataa, but you have done your best. Lakini kukuja kutuambia huku au leta kwa conferences, wanatuambia sisi kama wananchi tufanye nini? If they can come and tell us and they know we will not do something, why can't they also tell the court? Because the court may do something.
So sometimes nasikia watu wakisema Matiang'i. So where do you think Matiang'i votes are? And most of the time they hit Rigiji, and there's a time kulikuwa na by-election wapi sijui side za Eastern sijui ama ni Isiolo ama ni wapi kwenye hata Sonko alikuwa na candidate, and venye Jubilee perform was like ilipata less than 10%. UD ilipata over 90.
You see, UDA is going to win a lot of seats if the whatever Kashaga was saying today that the only seat they are going to negotiate on will be the president. A president without a real tenants is as good as a very weak one. So I don't think that's a good idea. I think they should sit down. I think the best thing is to do that election, your primary yao, before the main election, you are choose for each, and then they support that person. The ones the people will choose, they do a free fair. Let them do what they want Ruto to do. They want a free fair election. Let us see them doing it and working together. If they can't work together now, just know even in the next government, we will have chaos. We better know that we'll have chaos now so we can decide against it before we go to the election and choose them, and then they start their sarakasi. Can you imagine if they were elected and they started talking to each other the way they were talking today, the last 2 days? Yeah.
But do you know that, Madam Ashiri, some discussions are usually very good when they come up early, because you know how watu wajuani, they part of knowing each other is this crashes. You need to crash to know with somebody. That's why even we say hata kwa marriages in your earlier years kuna kuanga na crashes mingi sana. Those bruises are very good because ni kujuana mnajuana. So we have to know akina Muturi and this other guy Munya, the metal which they are made of. The only problem which I have with these guys ni ya kwamba it's like they want Gachagua to decelerate. Ama is like they are trying to elbow Gachagua out from their perceived regions. Wacha nikwambie, Muturi the other day, he forced Gachagua to withdraw his candidate in Imbere for his perceived assumption that at the DP is hiyo ni area yao, vile tunasemanga. It was like an in-kind zoning. So for me, I've never supported zoning. I'm a guy who believes parties should go and gun votes everywhere they want. I believe people should choose. But at the same time, you should also not complain of if parties are becoming huge than yours. For instance, chama ya Martha Karua, ijaipata hata member. It has never even gotten a member of parliament. I'm not sure if Martha Karua ameipata hata MCA. I don't.
Anataka kukaa Azimio na atritiwe kama Gachagua.
Of course, that is what they want. Let me tell you the reason why these people, they want this outfit here, Azimio. The reason why I don't want it personally. Number one, this Azimio outfit is an outfit for people with no form. I'm telling you, it's an outfit for these people. They want, and I'm sorry to use these words. Ni watu wanataka unajua nani, Madam Mashiri, hata kama unataka kubebwa, kuna vile unakuja mtu anatakanga kubebwa, anangojeanga. Ngojea wale wanakuja na merikabu akubebe. I don't know if actually you are getting me, but you cannot start watu merikabu iko kule, merikabu iko like 5 kilometers away, and you are busy saying, mbona hiyo merikabu ya mkimbizi hapa bana itubebe?
Jiro.
Yes?
Olkara Jubilee ilipata vote ngapi? 198, si ndio?
Yes.
Sijui kama Kiswahili ya vingi tulikuwa nasema ni sadfa. Ukikompare ama sijui sikumbuki hiyo Kiswahili. Narok Town nashangaa pia walipata the same. 198.
Tulia kidogo, ndio nataka sasa kukumalizia story vizuri. So ile kitu najaribu kusema ni, it is not like we cannot work with the Jubilee and NAC and those political parties. But those political parties, if they don't want to garner votes, wanaweza ngojea wabebwe na wale watu wameleta kura. Bado unaweza bebwa. But kama unataka kubebwa, lazima utulie. So what Munya and Muturi they are supposed to do is they can become partners of DCP. They don't need and they have always been partners. Need munaenda rallies pamoja. Unaambia Gachagua, wacha tu tufanye aje boss, hii party yako inaonekana ni kama, because hata Muturi wanajua, that's why they are complaining. They know DCP ndio imebeba mlima sahi. Wewe tembea na kina Gachagua, look for ways to work with him. Unamwambia nyewe boss, niachie hapa, acha hata mimi nichukue like this way in which you talk, because you know like even aspirants wanataka kuruka hiyo chama inakaa popular as per that particular time, because at the end of the day politics melts down to mobilization. That is what I don't know why it is too difficult for these guys to understand. Politics at the end of the day, it melts down to mobilization. Sasa huyu Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, and I'm sorry to say this, wherever he is coming from, and for your information, and I say it with a lot of humility, Uhuru, by the element that he is being said, watu wanasema ati hajaongea, so it is not true. Hii story ati tunaambiwa ati Uhuru ndiye anakuja kutupanga, he is coming to mess us up. For your information, and I want to now to be very ruthless to Uhuru now. For your information, up to now, na mtu asiniambia I don't know, up to now we are not sure. For me nitasema it is unknown, it is determinate. For me nikiulizwa, does Uhuru work with Ruto or not? I'm not sure. Now, Bwana Eric, I have to be very categorical about this. Eric,
can I answer you? Point. Let me answer you. He does work with him because alikuwa amekwaje kwa 2060.
Okay. Let me take your point. Let's assume, let's take Uhuru is working with Ruto on the side. Alafu sasa, the same Uhuru akuwe ndiye convener wa Azimio. So the question which I'm asking you, if Uhuru in some extent, because we don't know, or we know, he is working with Uhuru, and they want us to come in a confirmation called Azimio. He is the chief convener. Let me call him the chief convener. He is our chief convener, and he is working with Ruto. Is Uhuru going to work with us to succeed, or he will come to try and not like work so hard, and he might even decelerate us and we lose the election? So, Madam Mashari, I want to ask you a question. If somebody has some interest somewhere, will that person come and help you to outmaneuver where he has interest? Sorry.
No, he doesn't. And you know, even in the world, when we choose a president, he will find presidents like Uhuru who want to take your country, take their minerals, take advantage of you, give you bad trade deals and stuff like that. So this is the time for, if you're wise as one of the principals, to suggest, you know what, instead of fighting like this, let us go to an election, and that is where you'll be able to find out who the fake people are, because the fake people will agree to be subjected to that election. But that's the best thing they need to do. That one will make sure all the people are happy, and anybody who complains after that, if it is a fair election, everybody will see that they are out. The people will know that person is out to mess the opposition. But that's the best thing they can do to avoid all these fights.
Now, I actually thank you very much. So what I'm trying to say is this, maybe personally, I'm ready to work with a confirmation which does not seem to work with Ruto, hata kama tuko wadogo. There is no need of going in an election where the people who are convening you, they are actually, how ndio sijui kama Madam Ashley umewahi ona mtu like games zingine unajaribu kukimbia na kuna mtu anakuvuruta shati nyuma, like mtu anajaribu, ama like some games unaona watu wakicheza, unaona watu wawili wanaambiwa kimbia hapo, alafu huyu jamaa anasema on your mark get set go, anapewa 500 na huyo mwingine, alafu anashika huyo mwingine mguu, alafu mwingine ndiye anakimbia. So
yeah,
what do I mean by that?
It's like some people go to play football so that they don't play well, so that the other team can win. So even these people who are going, no wonder Gachagua refused, because kama ni ukweli 2060 Ruto had agreed to work with Uhuru, how can the same Uhuru come to chair the opposition or whatever? He can't. So because he's compromised. And I think the people who are supporting him, they really don't care, because if he's compromised, that means even if Ruto comes back, they will be able to get a deal to get into that government. So there is a lot of monkey business going on, but I hope they'll be able to come to
the beauty, Madam Ashley, people can see through it. People can see through it, and I can say authoritatively here. Na mimi na ningetaka wale watu wanaongeanga na Uhuru wasikie, there's no need of bringing Uhuru in this politics again. Uhuru is a senior citizen, and the more you want to convene in this politics, actually it will mess up the opposition. But the beauty is that I know Gachagua as a master planner, so kidogo actually, hata kama tunaita Gachagua mujinga, one thing which I know here, the fact that Gachagua waliweza, whatever they did in 2022, some of us who we believe that akina Gachagua alituibia, which is true, walituibia, some of us we believe alituibia. Mimi ile kitu najaribu kusema, Gachagua as a master planner ashaonea Uhuru 18, and I will not criticize Gachagua when Gachagua anasema atuendi Azimio. And for your information, Azimio has too many problems as a political party. Right now, Azimio is a political party of parties which do not know themselves. Like, and actually nataka unielezea hapa, we are busy talking of Azimio, watu wanataka kukuja kama Azimio. Can you tell me the popularity of Azimio today? Can you tell me, actually, would you take some 1 or 2 minutes, Mkua na Eric, munielezee what is Azimio today? Hii Azimio tunaambiwa tuende.
Na hiyo Azimio ile ODM mwingine imetoka ama ijatoka, you know, it's all confused because walitengana. Kwa nini wasi close hiyo chapter, wafungue another new chapter? You know, they know that the new chapter not include the you know how it's layered, because wala wakukuja hawatapatiwa hizo prominent positions. So what benefit would it be for DCP to join Azimio?
Na ndio nauliza right now, and Madam Asha hebu kuambie, do you know that DCP is like, let me not use kuna watu wameniambia natumia lugha, let me not use mammoth, let me use an average number. Do you know right now DCP, for instance, and I'm saying, and I'm not saying it as a fanatic, because watu wamesema hapa ni fanatism ni mbaya. Do you know right now DCP is like 10 times bigger than Azimio? Let me just use a number right now. Do you believe that, Madam Ashley?
Yes, supporters, and that's why I'm saying that's why they want to. That's why they are mad because Gachagua hakukuja, alitaka akuje. Sasa wasema tumeungana, sasa kutoka leo tutafanyanga campaigns pamoja. So wakifanya pamoja, you see, if you put a dip of some paint in water, when you mix it, you can't tell who is contributing more because it is mixed up. Sasa wakienda rallies wote pamoja, hata wakienda choose the candidate, Gachagua cannot claim that he has to get a bigger share because wanaenda wote, even though maybe yeye ndio anaongea zaidi. Yeye ndio walikuwa wanataka kumtumia vile Ruto maybe alimtumia to be president, ndio wanataka kufanya saa hii, they want to do now. Even Gachagua was what's his name, Kalonzo was saying the earlier the better. Why is it the earlier the better? Ndio akiskip meetings ataonekana itakuanga ni kama vile Linda Mwananchi wanaenda. So kuna wale maybe they are not giving their all, and there are some who are doing more than the others, but you can't see because they are all coming in one basket called Linda Mwananchi. So this one, actually, they want to start campaigning together as Azimio, so that they can dilute the people who are not working, wabebe wala hawana votes, alafu wakienda pale kwa meza kunini ati they do it like as peers, as equal partners. You can't do that. You have to be foolish.
Sasa you are equal partners na wengine wako na kura mbili. Okay, away from that, do you know, ni kama hii kitu ya TZ ilikuwa inaitwa ujamaa, ati zote ni zetu, ati hakuna cha mtu. Let me tell you, by the way, do you know that if today Azimio comes and combines with DCP, do you know even DCP will die?
That's the intention. That's the intention. But let me tell you something. Another thing that may happen, and they have to accept that. Tukienda hii kura tunasema, assuming they agree kufanya kura, you know, like even I'm going to give an example of the US. You see, like when they are running, like now they have midterms. When they're having them, they first do, Democrats have like 10 candidates, and then they hold a primary for the Democrats, and then they choose one among them to represent them. That's why I'm saying, hata wakifanya hii election, united opposition election, alafu wa choose one. Let me tell you, DP may have a lot of people, but they have to agree that even though it is not their candidate who is chosen, that they will agree to support. Sasa itakuwa united opposition. Sasa wote wakikuja itakuwa ni kama ule amechaguliwa, hata kama ni wa Jubilee huyo ndio ataenda. So the idea is to choose the best person for your side, akukimbilie. Ule ata win, huyo ndio ataenda. But I don't know whether they can accept that, because it might be someone without a lot of people gets there to carry that flag for that, you know, like the flag. It might not be DCP or something like that, but that's the only way. Even beyond winning the election and getting a new president, that president has power, because that president has to have enough people in parliament for him to be able to govern.
Jiro. Jiro. Jiro ameenda. Jiro naye sometimes wenye huwa na nani show yake. Jiro.
Yuko, I think.
Ameenda wapi?
Si alisema
Okay. Amesema tena. Sijui kwenye ameenda. Hajasema, sijamuona. So Kenya nasema ni hii Azimio hii Uhuru ameileta ku bring confusion, and for the first time I agree with Lima Queen, his analysis today. He's bringing confusion. Like hata Kalonzo alikuwa ametoka Azimio. Eugene alikuwa ametoka Azimio. You know?
Alikuwa ametoka Azimio. Peter Munya alikuwa ametoka Azimio. Why are they coming back instead of forming a new formation? You see, instead of kukataa kuingia, you were supposed kuambia, well, let us stay with the united opposition as the coalition, but not now.
So wacha nikwambie, for example, do you know why Martha Karua anakasirikia Rigiji? For example, Martha Karua, I'm sure kama Girisha atakubali kuja kwa party yake, Martha Karua atampea ticket. But look at the numbers. Unajua Rigiji anaangalia numbers. Unajua there's what unaweza taka na there's numbers. Nani kama Murang'a anatoka Mwea constituency iko na over 30% ya numbers, iko na 131,714 voters. Ukiangalia kwenye Grish ametoka, Grish bwana yake ndiye ametoka kwenye same constituency na nani na Kamau. So Martha Karua akiingia Azimio, tuseme aligije ingia Azimio, demand yake itakuwa ni Gachagua akubali Grish asimame kuwe governor. Unaona? So hiyo ndio inafanyanga Gachagua kuingia kwa Azimio ina diminish his party. Ina make his party ikuwe nini? Gachagua anaangalia numbers. Nimeanalyze these numbers also.
What do you think about this thing of them having an election as united opposition where they badala wote waende kwa nini? You know, like on these other seats, the 5 other seats, badala each party to bring their own people, they decide to do an election, early election, where they just present one person. Do you think that would work? Or you're there for the thing that they all go to the general election, each of the parties?
Hawezi kubali hiyo. Wanajua watashindwa. Hawezi kubali hiyo. Maybe ufanye Kenya mzima.
No, but don't you think that is the best thing for them? Because if they do that, they will win. They will kill Ruto. Even though, say, Akuya may win, they will be defeated because the united people are against the opposition. I mean, against the government. Can you imagine just them electing one person, either Ruto or the one person from the opposition? The opposition will do everything. Kwa nini wasiwache kukua selfish? For once, wafikiri about Kenyans. Let us decide who we want. Kwani Njiru ameenda kabisa?
Njiru ameenda. Sometimes venye huwa nani show yake. Na kwanza ametupea instrument of power.
Sasa akituacha hapa, si angetuambia tu afunge.
Angetupea instrument of power tuna control sisi pia sisi.
Me at least I'm not hungry for power, siitakangi. Siitakangi hata kidogo. Anyway, what do you think? Me, I just think that vile kunaendelea, imagine Ruto will go back because people are selfish. Because I wish Linda Mwananchi stayed by themselves and say they are not uniting with anybody. Wagoje, unajua hata nini, UDA stayed by themselves for too long until walikuwa nakuwa enjoyed. Wanaambiwa hawana coalitions initially. And they only joined with Mudavadi and Weta towards the end. And I think Linda Mwananchi should have done that. They should have tried to get votes from everywhere. Because these other people, united opposition can have the leaders. Because hata ukiangalia wale leaders wamerudisha, it's just Jubilee. So it's either we are going to choose Uhuru again, because it's his people he's come back with.
Yes.
So what is going to change? What change are we going to expect? There is no change.
Do you think the voice of Sifuna itakuwa a bigger one in Azimio?
Na sasa huyo Sifuna he's so compromising. He wants to go and join them. Na akiwa join atapatiwa tu ka ministry. Na anaitikia anakani kama anaweza itikia kukua deputy. Imagine akikuwa deputy, watu watamvotia. They'll be surprised. So,
kwangu nilikuwa naona before like nilikuwa naona kama Kalonzo Sifuna like haingekuwa mbaya sana.
Kalonzo has no backbone. He's controlled by Uhuru.
Huwezi ignore numbers za Kalonzo. Unajua pia
Sifuna. You're talking about numbers. We are not looking at numbers about winning. I'm looking beyond the winning, him running the government. Kama juzi, that you see, we are looking very short term. Me, I'm not looking at him winning. Yeah, na Sifuna wata win, yes. But what kind of government are we looking at? That is what I'm looking at. And when I look at it like that, I don't see it being favorable to the Kenyan. Juzi, Kalonzo, I wish sometimes I even want to start a show. Niwekange hizi ma clips naonanga. Kuna pali pengine Kalonzo alikuwa ameenda last week. Akasema kuna mtu alisema you run for for the MCA na ukikataa kupata, even though you become number 2, we are going to give you a nomination. Sasa kama mtu amerun na amekataa kupata, That means watu wamemkataa. Kwa nini una insist kumnominate? Why can't you give someone else who has not ran? Why are you insisting on giving it to somebody who people have rejected? Do you know people started making noise there? Akasema amtaki, they said no. Imagine people told him that. Sasa nikasema huyu yuko na old thinking. So unaona ni kama Ruto vile mtu huenda anamchinja hapa kama mtu wa perform. Kwa nini usimtoe kabisa uweke mtu ule ana perform? Kwa nini unakipu kiwa change na Kenya imejaa watu wengi unemployed? Kama mtu amerana amekuwa second position, why should you give them a position and people have rejected them? Why can't you now pick a fresh person and give them a position? Huyo amekataliwa. Kwa nini una insist kumweka? Even people started murmuring amongst themselves. Kwa hivyo unashindwa what was the need of them running? You already amekuwa assured position. Now this is the person you want to become the president. What change are they going to bring? Nothing. These are all people with old minds. I want a new minds. Mtu kama Matiang'i, people come here and say he performed in education. Si basi arudishwe kwa education. He performed in education, but the Jakoma brothers were killed when he was CS Interior. When he was the CS Interior, there was COVID billionaires. Alikuwa wapi? When Uhuru was leaving, the treasury was ransacked. Alikuwa wapi? Watu wale wote walikuwa nauliwa. Kama hata hivi juzi vile Matiang'i alikuwa juzi Murkomen alikuwa ameenda kushika mtu kwa TV station. Those are things that used to happen under Matiang'i. Yet huyo ndio watu wana propose. Like, are we crazy? And we want change. We want someone who is performing. Alafu wanasema ati wengine nilisikia ati wakisema ati Sifuna anasema ati he will uphold the constitution. What does that even mean? Do you know we are not missing people who can work? We are missing a conducive environment for them to perform that work. Not that people can't work. There are people who can work. There are people who holding very big offices outside the country and they would like to come back. Because let me tell you, unaona vile Wajaluo usema watu wanadiscriminatiwa. Everybody mweusi yuko nje anajua how in one time or another ameface your discrimination. Who wouldn't like to be home? A lot of people would like to come back and they have a lot of skills. But they can't come back because of the environment. Kuna watu wanaweza perform hata kuliko huyo Matiang'i. So don't say that he performed. Yani tumezoea watu wasi perform. Ali perform education, yes, but he did not perform when he was Minister of Interior. Because you're not Miguna who we all watched. You have no problem with him mistreating Miguna. And then he becomes one, and then he does that again, and then you start saying he promised us. Yani kama umeshaona vile amefanya na macho yako yote mbili, you waiting for? And then we say, yani tumezunguka 55 people, bado tunamchagua. Why do you think Matiang'i unyamaza mpaka wa leo? He used to talk a lot.
Okay, for me, Ashley. Umaliza?
Yeah.
Oh, so hata mimi wana disagree na hiyo like Matiang'i performed. Joe is only that alifanya something different. Na what he did, ukiangalia hiyo exam ya kuna hiyo exam yake ilifanya kuwa famous. What he did, actually hiyo exam ilikuwa ya kurudiwa. Ilikuwa a copycat ya a previous exam. Sijui ilikuwa 2013 akarudia the same exact.
You know why people say that? Because I think I know, and I remember even then I used to have Facebook, and I remember upholding him, yani applauding him. What he did, you see the way they keep making threats, kama vile Murkomen ukipa kesema anashika Gachagua. He actually took action against those teachers who are involved in the cheating. He actually took action against them. Na ni ukweli aliperform, but it is also true that under him people were killed. Under him protesters walikatazwa nini. Under him TV zilifungwa. Under him wali disobey court orders. So yes aliperform, but ukimweka kwa scale against what he did not do or what he failed to do or what he disobeyed, to me scale ya kudisobey inaenda juu to where his performance come down that it cannot be considered. It is like having a manager in a bank who is bringing profit to the bank because he has found ways to make money for the bank, but if he's also stealing money from the customers' accounts, would you say that we are going to leave him there because he's performing? Would you, Eric? No, nimekuuliza, would you? Yes, hatukatai aliperform, but kama alikuwa anafanya vitu mbaya, kwanza za kuua watoto, za hizi kama juzi vile nini, ana disobey court order, aliita a piece of paper. This is the man we want to give out, inaitangwa ultimate power, na unajua vile president ana hold power in Kenya. We want to give him that. We want to do the same thing we did with Ruto. Kenyans have not learned. Mimi wacha nikwambie, I used to support Ruto. Kuna clips nyingi because I used to talk a lot then. Lakini I started doubting him when Waigoro joined him. Na mimi nikatoka hiyo group nilikuwa nimewekwa, na kuna mtu alinifollow kuniuliza kwa nini umetoka, nikamwambia after ameitikia kuchukua Waigoro, I know he is up to no good because there is nobody who can take such a corrupt woman, and at that time there was gossip that she was going to become the deputy. How can you entertain that idea? Then I knew he was up to no good. And then he had a trip to the US. Akaenda sijui na 300 people. I said, he's saying anateswa na Uhuru. Na in that nini ya kuteswa, anaweza chukua 300 people na ende nao US. Na sasa akikuwa president, na hata kuwa kiulizwa na mtu, how much more will we waste money? And I asked that on kwa hiyo show. Watu wengi usema mimi nilimsupport. What they don't say is that when I started to see these things, I started not supporting him because I started to see you have to look at the character, the actions of somebody, because they foretell what that person will become when you give them power. Ukiona mtu na power vile ana behave, na mtu kama hana power, kama sasa hii Monya anaongea vizuri sana, huyo Peter Monya almost towards the end of 2022 when the election was coming, kuna huyu kijana alikuwa amepewa gari na Uhuru. And then he had defected and he was supporting Ruto. So he went to a meeting where Munya was there. Munya almost gave him a slap, telling him, utarudisha hiyo gari. Lakini leo alikuwa anaongea about rule of law, democracy. Kama hawana power, they know the law. But once they get power, ni kama they become ignorant. So we have to judge them from what they did when they were in power. Usiseme sahi amechange, haja change, kile hana ni power. Once you give them power, the animal in them with the horns will come out.
Who do you think unataka nani akuwe in your opinion? Okay, naona kama
right now hata huyo Sifuna bado nimeanza kumshuku, na we need to talk, you know, even before he became, by the way, I was among the very first, if not the first, kusuggest Sifuna kitambo kama wanafanya hii broad based. Nikasema badala ya Ruto ya Raila kujoin Ruto, kwa nini they do wa muimpeach, na kama yeye ataki aweke Sifuna. Nikaambua I am ignorant and I'm an amateur. Juu Sifuna has no base kitambo. And hata kwa hii show siku moja kuna kasichali kalikuja nikakaambia I don't know Sifuna, can you ask him to come, because sijui nikanaitwa nani, kalisema kanamjua, na kakatuambia katamuuliza yeye ama Babu Owino wakuje kwa show. I think he's Costa, I'm not sure, I think it's him. But he never brought them. When he keeps so much quiet, we don't know him. But we need to know, he needs to talk so we can know who he is. So we can know whether we are choosing a monster or we are choosing a savior. Right now, he's very unknown. We know that he stood for saying that he won't go for Ruto, but we don't really know much about him, which is dangerous. So right now I can't say. I was on his side, but I'm not sure. Sahi anaitikia kuenda kwa hii United Opposition so quickly. Alafu juzi niliona ni kama anafanywa madharau hadharani. So I'm like, does he even know how to stand his ground? Atakuwa president wa kurusha around. So I don't know. Right now I'm undecided.
Maybe pia hajapata power. Though kuna time nionanga nikaona amekosea. Kuna time ya sijui Jimmy Wajigi alikuwa anataka kuwa presidential candidate wa ODM. Wakaenda sijui ilikuwa ni Kasarani, kapigwa na mawe. Sifuna akasema oh, he was not invited, like his speech sikuipenda that time. Sijui kama nakumbuka that time.
Nani speech ya nani?
Ya Sifuna, kuna hiyo time yenye Jimmy Wajigi alikuwa anataka kuchallenge baba in hapo ndio walikosana, akaanza somehow side na side ya Ruto.
I don't know. I can't remember that part.
How do you the reason why Jimmy Wajigi had to support Baba 2022?
No, I'm saying about Sifuna. That one I don't know.
Yeah. That time wao ndio kick off Wajigi. Alifukuzwa mbio hajaiona huko nini.
Which reminds me, kitu ingine nimekumbuka, they need to, we the people, we need to insist that they have a debate on the president. Na ule president atakata debate asiitikishwe, yani ikuwe into law, wakuwe na 3 debates. Because when they say like, wanasema, juzi nani alisema chiefs wakuwe wakilipwa Ruto, and uwekwe kwa law, can he tell us where is this money coming from? Juu sahi tunarana at a deficit, hizi pesa za kuwalipa ziko wapi?
Very good, actually. Debate for hiyo debate umeongea ndio key kwanza. Wote waende kwa debate. Hiyo unajua kuna debate ni watch ya New York mayors. And unaona all this, kuna huyu governor alikuwa anaitwa nani? Governor alikuwa governor before, baadaye akakuwa accused of I think of like sexual things. Lakini baadaye alisimama na as independent, lakini Republican walikuwa na what is a simple question kama sijui the like wanaweza taka which country would you visit when you win? A simple question. Enyewe niliona hiyo debate. Kuna mtu analyzing hiyo debate. Unaona how they failed and how Mamdani was winning that debate. Do you know hata 2022 mimi hata Ligiji mimi sikuwa namjua. So time ya debate alini surprise in a way. Ali beat nani Madhakaroa and like by 60-40 kwa hiyo debate.
Sikukusikia. I think nilikuwa nimepoteza nini.
Nilikuwa nasema hiyo debate ya like hiyo ya meya ya nini ya debate kuvae walifanya hiyo debate walikuwa na I think there were 3 candidates. Yeah, and there was easy simple questions. Na walikuwa nashindwa kujibu. Unaona, so kama Mamdani akaulizwa waliulizwa wote like ni nchi gani unaweza kama would I think na saw the framing of the question like would they visit Israel after, something like that. And Mamdani akasema no.
The new mayor said that is not in his whatever.
Good, yeah. So ukiangalia like ukienda hizo vitu zote inafurahisha sana. So ndio nikasema hii ya Ligiji ya 2022 alishinda nani Madhakaroa by far about 60. Mimi naweza mpea 60-40 when you debate.
Yeah, you know another thing we need to do when these presidents come, we need to have not rallies but zinaitangwaje home city hall meetings where people ask questions like akisema we'll do this and this anatuambia pesa zitatoka wapi.
Hiyo ni key sana. Hiyo ni that's a good point. Yeah, lazima waseme kwenye pesa itatoka. Sikusema tu tutafanya.
Wanjigi anasema we will not pay the loans because they are odious. So what I wonder is, are we going to defect? Are we going to default? Are we going to default? Or are we going to force the people who have taken the loans to pay them back? So you see, when he says we will not pay, he's not telling us how is that issue going to be solved. Are we going to default? Because if we default, then it will reduce our rating to where we might not even be able to borrow, and it will affect everybody and the economy. So you see, there are questions they when they tell us in rallies, they don't answer questions. You know?
So in my own opinion, tunafaa to hold it in a public way. So kama when you build bombers, let's have the whole screen with professional there who are very qualified.
Na sasa ubaya, our leaders like to come and complain to us, but they don't do anything. In fact, if I was to choose any president, I would choose Okiya Omtatah. Instead of Okiya Omtatah coming, you hardly see him holding press conferences, but he's always in court.
I agree.
That is the most sincere leader we have, yet he looks so unappealing that we are looking for the ones who are appealing, for slay queens who cannot do anything but slay. Okiya Omtatah akiona problem, ata akujangi ku hold a press conference. Sometimes we don't even know that he won a case. Sometimes we don't even know that he has a case in court, but he has so many cases and they are all for the people. That is a real patriot. And people have, they are looking for a leader, but they have not looked at him. So if I was asked to choose a leader today, I don't know his leadership capacity, but I would like someone who has what he has. Someone who has what he has. Yeah. So someone like someone like Okiya is someone we can tell, go and propose, go to court and say that or in parliament and put it in law that president has to have at least 3 debates, so that we can know what they stand for. It will help us make better choices, so that we're not coming to find out after the fact that they don't even know what they are doing. And then second, because our leaders tell us they will do something, and then when they come to power, they don't do that thing. And it is called a 5-year contract. This 5-year contract should be a signed contract, where it is not only impeachment that can take them out, that if they breach that contract, someone can go to court and he can ask for termination of that contract before the 5 years if it has been breached, so that we can have good manners in government. You see, that's something else. I don't know how it can be brought about where we have such laws. And such laws can only be made if the united opposition stay united, get the majority in parliament and pass some of these laws. So if they are really serious, if they are really for the people, they have to unite for the sake of Kenyans, so that when they come to the next parliament, waweke these laws. Let me tell you why Uhuru wants his people to get back. Nilisikia Tony Gashoka akisema ati wataweka Matiang'i alafu akuwe na running mate Sifuna, na Sifuna wanamtakia votes, si ati wanamtaka. In fact maybe wameambiana akiingia hapo anza kuleta hii nyokonyoko yake, tunamtoa tu vile Gachagua alitolewa, alafu tunaweka mtu wetu, as long as amewavukisha daraja. Na sasa hao wakiingia juu wameona vile Ruto amekuwa, hata hao watatoka kwa hiyo kiti. Let me tell you, we run the danger that if Uhuru is able to bring his men back, hafanyi hivyo ndio tu ingize watu. Kashoka alisema wanataka kurudisha BBI. Hata when they were put in Raila, they wanted to bring back BBI. BBI iwe na prime minister, ikuwe na extended executive. Sasa sisi watu hapa chini hatuna makazi, lakini since they want to fulfill their egos na wanataka ku safeguard their things, they expand the executive, not because they want to serve us, but because they want to make sure that they protect themselves.
Unajua hata before you talk of manifesto, kama tutaongea the issue of debt, and to be honest, I don't feel Gachagua anaweza address the issue of debt. I don't feel Matiang'i anaweza. I don't feel Kalonzo anaweza. Sifuna, I wait and see.
We don't know.
Okiya Omtatah anaweza.
You see, that is how we need to think for ourselves. Hata tukiambiwa tuacha DCP kwa the whole of Central, to whose interest? To whose interest? Tusibebwe wanata sisi wenyewe kama watu wazima. To whose interest is it when DCP is in the whole of Mount Kenya? It is to Gachagua. And then he can bulldoze everybody. But kama akikuwa na kama doa hapa alafu kuwe na Linda Mwananchi hapa alafu kuwe na mwingine hapa, he won't have absolute control, which is good because they will all be fighting to please us so that he can have more people. So it is to our best interest that we don't have one party dominating a whole region.
Anyway,
Mwingine alisema alienda na gari ya wenyewe ndio alishukishwa. Sinia alishukishwa. So what he's trying to protect is his own butt by making sure that anaenda na gari na akona na nini wengi ndio asiwahi tolewa tena yeye. Si. So while he's taking care and protecting himself, we have to think what he is in our best interest as a people.
As Kenyans, but sidhani kama na sisi as Kenyans we want that way. Unajua Kenyans wako, this time we are this side, we are quiet, the next time.
No, what they are banking on. Today I listened to, is it today or yesterday? I listened to Anyang' Nyong'o. Alikuwa anaulizwa about this 2060 vision, and then Okwara kamuliza, is this 20, is it broken down to where Mama Mboga can understand? He said, why are you being ridiculous? This thing cannot be understood by Mama Mboga. So they have made a thing knowing very well it cannot be understood by someone who is not literate. So they are banking, and a lot of people are not. People in the rural areas are not. So we need a lot of foot soldiers to go and tell, to educate them. Hata watu wengi wanasema ati tutachu. It's because hakuna mtu amechukua time to go door to door and explain to them why something works for them. Juu hata tukiambiwa to vote in one basket for whose interest and why, itatusaidiaje as a people? Tukiambiwa watu wetu wanafukuzwa kazi, kama wewe huna kazi, bwana kwa huna job, si kusema mtu akiingia wewe utapata kazi, hautapata unless anakuambia ataweka factory hapo. You see, you talk to people like that, they will start to understand how it affects them, and they will just to start to make more intelligent decisions. But they don't want to educate people. That's why they want to come to a rally, charge people up. They don't want to go to city halls to talk to people where people can know how is this party going to benefit you. Sasa nikikuuliza any Mkikuyu there ule anasema Gachagua hiyo ni raria. Tell me, how is it benefiting you as a Kikuyu, hii DCP? You personally or your community? Let us not even talk personally. What is it bringing to you? Sasa mtu akitolewa KRA juu yeye ni Mkikuyu inani benefitaje? Mimi kama niko na kazi yangu na yuko MP na anisaidii inani benefitaje? Because it has to benefit me. So tukiwekwa kwa kikapu as a whole Mount Kenya tusisplitiwe, how is it going to help us as a people? Can they give us a breakdown? Njiro, kama uko hapo, can you tell us?
Before Jiro akuja, sijui kama anakuja ako hapo. So, do you think as Kenyans tutakuja one day address this issue of debt?
Before we go to debt, let us talk. Hii kitu ya kusema Matiang'i aende aongelesha wa Kisii, anawaletea nini? Akishawaweka kwa basket, akishachaguliwa president as a Mkisii, atawaletea nini? Apart from appointing a few people in offices wakuwe na flag, as a people of Kisii, itawasaidia wa Kisii na nini? Niambie please, because mimi sijawahi vote na maybe mimi ni mmoja wale wanaitwa traitors, but because I have never seen the need to be put in a basket. Kama wanasema watatuweka in a basket na waseme all Kikuyu children will never have to pay fees, tumkiweko in a basket, tutafungua fund ya Kikuyu fund and all of them will go to, then I can see the benefit of joining. But hawaniambiangi reason. Zile reasons hautoa ni za vile watapreserve viti zao as leaders. Lakini watu ambiangi sisi kama watu wa chini as a people, how is it going to benefit us when we are put in a basket? Can someone please give me an answer? And then I will forever vote and support my community. Niitikie kuwekwa kwa basket. Mimi sijawahi ingia kwa basket. Eric, can you tell me, I really want to understand. You see, like I like giving examples with what I've seen. I've seen places where they have voted for their person, and their person actually addresses issues that connect them, so that they have a benefit of them choosing that person, hata kama anawa favor. Kama sahi Ruto is saying, no, if you choose me, I'm going to give you agricultural seeds, sijui nini kitu ya agriculture. Lakini ukifika huku Murang'a kuna vitu zinaitwa dhero. They eat all the plants in the, hata ukipewa hiyo fertilizer, ukipanda vitu zinakuliwa. So most people in Murang'a now, they buy food, even because their land, they can't plant food because zinakuliwa na hizo dhero. Why has the governor of Murang'a, who is so publicized, is it vitu zingine hao watu wanafanya zinaitwa PR? Kwa nini huyu Murang'a Kangata he has done nothing about eradicating these theros? And if he did so, the residents would use less money in buying food and use their lands to plant. Most people have left their lands waste because hata ukiplant zinakulwa na dhero. Why has he not addressed that issue? It is a non-issue. It has not been addressed. The other Mwangi wa Iria addressed it to a point, nikasikia hizo pesa zingine alitumia zingine akakula. And it is even size may increase, zimeenda even in other regions they never used to be. One of my aunt told me, yoenda kwa shamba asubuhi anashinda hapo akizifukuza zisikule plant zake because yo plant kuuza zinakula food. So how does it benefit kama mnapewa fertilizer alafu the rose zinakuja zinakula food zako? What is the governor doing? There is also something else they've started of giving. If someone dies, they give you 100,000, but they don't give old people. If you're over 75, you're not given. If this money is for the county, why are you discriminating against poor people, the older people who are fragile? Why are you deciding that you only give up to 75? What criteria are you using to make that decision? Is it because those people cannot defend themselves? They cannot talk, they are fragile. How can you refuse to take care of the most fragile people in the community? Wale ukua wameachiliwa, hao ndio una deny, alafu unapatia wale wadogo. What criteria has Kangata used to say that kitambo alikuwa anapatiana hizo 100,000 kwa watu wote mtu akikufiwa? Sasa hazipatui anybody above 75. And second, zinapatiwa 1 month after the funeral. Now, how can you give the money 1 month after the funeral? Like for what? Why would you not give for the funeral? Na saa zingine hata huyo mtu amewekwa next of kin contributed nothing to take care of that person. Sasa ukipatiana 1 month after the funeral, does it really, is it kweli ni za nini that's a funeral? You know, some things are done for PR to put on a book that you have done. Some of these performances are fake. Someone else talk. Jiro, Eric. Hey, Njiro, Eric, PK, are you all there or gone?
Yes, Eric, mmemalizia? Eric, are you there? Wacha niwaoneshe wakati munapiga Rigathi Gachagua, there is a video kuna wale watu walikuwa wanataka huyu mtu aishe na akufe. Leo lazima nicheze hii video. I'm playing this video. Where is my... Hii video lazima nicheze. Every time when people are speaking either about Gachagua, always remember of this.
It's time to rethink your dream vacation.
And I accolade Manzo for that. You people, you are fighting this man. Always remember where he is coming. Itabidi muone hii. A man at his worst point.
Did we just tell us, this is the first time we are seeing you after more than 48 hours. Sorry for, that particular scenario. And we saw you in the morning wishing Kenyans a happy, Shujaa Day through your ex-official account. We saw you also wishing Kenyans a happy Shujaa Day during your through your official X account, but just we are seeing you for the first time in more than 48 hours. Just tell us about your status.
Thank you very much. I think on Thursday I had proceedings in the Senate throughout the morning, and I think we broke at 1 o'clock or so. And I retreated to Harambee House Annex for lunch with my team of lawyers and a few of my senior officials in the office of the Deputy President. And after lunch, we went through my examination in chief in the afternoon and possible areas of cross-examination by the councils for the National Assembly and by the senators themselves. And my team took off for the Senate, and I went through my office to pick my notes. And when I was going to the office is when suddenly I developed very, very intense pain in the chest. And I sat down, and the pain continued, and it was very intense and very sharp. And I did call my doctor, Dr. Gikonyo, of this hospital, who has been my doctor for the last 20 years. And I described him in brief how I was feeling. He asked me about the intensity of the pain, and I told him it was very, very, very intense. And as we were speaking, I started having a shortness of breath. And Dr. Gikonyo instructed me to drop everything I was doing and get here to Karen as quickly as possible. He told me what I had described is not a good thing, and I should come here. And I went down through the lift. It was very shortness of tummy. Admitted immediately. After I stabilized in late, really taken very good he would have wanted me to stay a bit longer. That any problem. I'm okay. A little bit weak, but I feel better. The pain, the intense pain has gone away. What is there is very little pain. It is manageable for a man. A man must be able to withstand some of these small things.
This is manageable for a man. Watu wa Mlima, you deserve to support this man. Hiyo nayo sitayo tukataa. This man where he has come from. Mtu yote ambaye ako na wivu na huyu jamaa, that person is a devil himself. Wachani na ile ati mlikuwa mnasema, and this is not about sympathy of, it's not about sympathy, like the way you supported these guys who went to ICC. Iki kitendo, doing this, whatever these people did to this man willingly, by the power of men, bwana, Gachagua aliingia watu bwana. Don't just let it loose.
That in his assessment, and I was at a very...
If you got hit, even if you were not driving, you need to try this.
Because if you were in a car accident, even warning that they should not be anywhere. He is being hurried to circumvent justice to avoid the courts of law from interrogating this matter and making a decision. The courts told us they don't want to interfere with the process, to let the parliamentary process get finished and then go to them. We have gone to them now. It's over. The courts will interrogate the process and make a determination. But I ask that the president obey court orders. Through a court order regarding Gachagua, why doesn't he have cars? Why doesn't he have security? Why has his office been made dysfunctional? I think it's very important. But finally, I want to tell the people of Kenya that I don't feel safe. And for the first time, let me say that on 30th of August,
look at in
Kisumu, undercover security agents entered my room in Kisumu and bagged it.
At least hapa ndio nilijua bwana Gachagua alikuwa mwanaume. Let me tell you, hapa ndio, this is where I scored Gachagua 100. Na hii speech nitaiweka kesho. Hapa ndio at the point of his lowness, at a point whereby Ruto thought that he had done everything he could do to him. He had mummified, he had destroyed, according to Ruto, he had destroyed him. Listen to Gachagua what he said. He still talked about, he still incriminated Ruto on poisoning him. Bwana, huyu jamaa wachaneni tu na yeye. Endelea.
And one of them tried to poison my food.
He is talking about how Ruto was planning poisoning him. At this point, bwana, huyu jamaa bwana, tu muachane na yeye.
But we detected it and we were able to escape the scheme. I was supposed to be killed through poisoning. On 3rd of September, in Nyeri, another team from the National Intelligence Service came to Nyeri and tried to poison food that was meant for me and Kikuyu Council of Elders. I did report this matter to the National Intelligence Service, and the officers who were assigned to my office, I asked them to leave because I felt I was not safe. After the 2 attempts to assassinate me through food.
So, Bwana Moturi, Bwana Rene Kivuti, Bwana Munya, in whatever you do, this is where the journey started. In whatever you do, this is where the journey started. Hawa watu wanasema Gachagua kona kiburi. This is where he started. This is where Gachagua started.
Poisoning failed. It is when this impeachment motion was hatched.
Look at the wife. Nataka muangalie macho ya bibi at that time. Imeloa machozi ni ile itoki. I want to see how, look at the face of the wife. Huyu jamaa tu muachane na yeye.
When my security
actually planning evil for this guy, hata Mungu hawezi furahia. You will fail by the, that's why akina Uhuru ana fail. This was a machinery which was used to do this. And I can assure you, even that machinery, akina Uhuru are involved. This machinery which was used to do what you can see here. Huyo sio Ruto peke yake. Ruto had no capacity to do this. Ruto, hii ni kitu ilipangwa, hii ni mchezo ulipangwa na wanaume wameketi chini na ikaisha. Na nataka kuambia hii mchezo ilipangwa na watu wengi sana Kenya. Hii
was with the drone here. Officers from the National Intelligence Service have been hovering in every room, in every compound here. To an extent that I had to call my wife and my children to come and stay in my room, just in case they get entry to my room or compromise the people who are treating me. So, regarding Gachagua and his family, feel very exposed because these people have tried to kill us before. They have now tried to get us out of office. So, I asked President William Ruto.
How many people can speak this way? At the time when you are lowest, at a time when you don't have defense, at a time when Ruto can easily come and sahi hata huyu jamaa na protection ya watu hapa, hakuna watu wako, hata raia tu wanashangaa tu, hata watu wa mlima this time, hata watu wa mlima tu wako tu hivi wanashangaa. But this guy was able to give this speech at this point. Ai bwana, ai bwana, munite tu fanatic, lakini huyu jamaa nitamsupport kwa hali na mali. It is impossible in this land of the living, at a situation, this speech is impossible. This guy was under influence of something. Huyu ni roho ulimuingia huyu. Ni sawa munanita fanatic sijui nini, wewe sijui jiro unatetea Gachagua extreme. But I want to tell you, at this point, Gachagua giving this speech, whoever is attacking Gachagua, wewe hata unaweza pata laana bwana. You will not succeed in this life. You cannot fight such a man. Huyu mwanaume kule ametoka. Nile pali Mwembu anasemanga, ile dunia haina egiro, ama ile dunia ambayo haina inzi ndio huyu jamaa ametoka. Ile dunia ina hata inzi, huyu jamaa ametoka huko. Huyu jamaa ametoka mbali, my friend. The real definition ya tumetoka mbali ndio hii. Kuna wimbo ya Kikamba sijui tumetoka Mbaru. Mmeisikia sijui tumetoka Mbaru ya jamaa anaitwa Katolo. Tumetoka Mbaru. Nitawekea hiyo wimbo hapa sasa. Tumetoka Mbaru. Huyu my friend, kule Gachagua atatuambia tuende, ndiko nitaenda. Your people will be my people. Hapa ndio nilipia Gachagua tick. Hapa. This speech, even Raila Odinga can't give. In his prime, he cannot. Hii speech hapa unaiona hapa. Na hii speech inatoroa na mtu ametoroa kwa kitanda huko. Ile mlikuwa mnasema ati ni kujirwaridhia. Simwe mnasema ni kujirwaridhia, ati amejirwaridhia. Ati anajifanya mgonjwa na sio mgonjwa, ati asitolewe. This man is straight from the bed. Na acha niweke uhai leo. So yule ambaye anasema ama fanatic, sasa museme vizuri sasa. Fanatism. Huyu ni mgonjwa anapeana hii speech. A man hours from hospital bed is giving. I'm telling you, if I have supported Raila Odinga for the longest, Raila Odinga cannot give this speech even in his best days. His speech even in his best days he cannot. I'm telling you. Hapa ndio niliona Messi wa siasa ya Kenya. Muachane na Messi wa siasa za Kenya. Siku hizi tumetoka kwa Messi anaitwa Lamine Yamal wa siasa za Kenya, ndiye huyu sasa. Au Lamine ndiye huyu.
My brother, I helped you to be president. Leave me alone. Leave my children alone. Do whatever you want, but let me live. Let me look after my children. You can do whatever you want with the country, but allow me to live. Because
you can do whatever you want with the country. Can you hear? That's a very heavy statement. You can do whatever you want to do with the country. Hiyo hapo Gachagua alikuwa aliambia Kenya everything hapo. You can do whatever you want to do with the country. Hapo ni unaweza libu, unaweza iba, unaweza fanya chochote unataka.
I was there for you when you needed somebody to be there for you. When you were in trouble and you needed a man who could stand with you, I stood with you, with my family. You have paid us in kind by being so cruel and vicious against us. We are simple people. We are a very small family. Let us be. Do whatever you want, but please, Mr. President, I beg you, don't kill us. Don't kill my children. You have caused me enough pain for the last 1 year. Please, leave me alone. Let me be. God will take care of me. I don't have to have security. I don't have to have drivers. I don't have to have cars. Please allow me to have my peace, if nothing else.
God will take care of me. And indeed, whatever Gachagua asked is what he has gotten. Siku hizi anakula mbuzi za bure. Ama mkusikia ile siku akisema anakula mbuzi na chakula ya bure ya watu wanaleta. God will that is what God does. Already alijinenea. Fanatism, hii mambo yote naisema ni mumesema ni fanatism. Alishajinenea. He tapped it. God will take care of me. He tapped it. Because you can tap from the air, the spirit. Ni neno. So he tapped it. God will take care of me. The other day he said, watu wanaleta mambuzi hapa. Wamonyoro is a beehive of activities. But if you don't see God with this man, hata mkimuita takataka, kama muoni Mungu na huyu jamaa, mumerogwa nyinyi.
And remember, I was there for you when you needed a man to be there for you.
Ona hata hiyo macho ya Gachagua bana. Gachagua ni vile machozi huwezi toka, but he is not okay. I want to look at that environment. He is not okay. There he is. But nataka muangalie bibi yake as this guy is living here.
Let the courts of law
unaona hata bibi ameangalia kando.
Uphold and protect our constitution.
Sasa bibi, the wife has already been overwhelmed. Ukiona sura ya mwanaume na hivyo, ujue bibi alishaisha. The wife has already been overwhelmed. You will see it. Atakuja hapa kwa mic anasema, "Oh, leave me alone." You will see it.
I asked the Chief Justice, Martha Koome, to live through the fidelity of our constitution, to make sure that this is a country.
Hata ameangalia kijana wake. The lady overwhelmed. I think she was like saying, I think this press conference imekuwa mkubwa sana. Now, mama ashaisha. She can't take it anymore sababu sasa huyu jamaa ile vitu amesema hata mama hakuwa na habari. Unajua sasa kuna vitu ukisemanga women cannot contain it sasa. Mama ndio ameenda hapo nyuma sasa Gachagua ameongea sasa the lady cannot take it anymore now. Leave us alone. Don't kill us. Ikifika hapo sasa ladies cannot take it. Wacha muruhusu tu Fanate kaongea story ishe leo. But mimi nataka mi leo nimesema tu lazima tu ni even as you people you are planning evil on this person. Musikue the second group to plan evil against this man. This guy has already seen enough in this life. Very few people, if there is any in this world, who have seen this kind of attack in their life. So please, ujama based tu muachana na yeye. Hiyo maringo mnasema he deserve. Hata kama ni hiyo maringo, ujama, I wish you people you can know where this guy is coming from. Mnasema ni fanatism, but mi kuna kitu nataka muone. Let's be objective. Go ahead.
Rule of law to allow the court process to take place.
Ona huyu jamaa anafungilia machozi bana. Unaona huyu jamaa ni ile sasa hataki huyu jamaa bana, he can't believe bana. Unaona huyu jamaa sasa ameshika macho. Let me tell you, if there was a lonely day, unaona huyu jamaa huyu Danson Maanzo huyu, hii sasa ni ile inaitwa dying alone. Let me tell you, hata kusimama hapa na kuruhusu hii speech ishe, I salute Dan Maanzo. It's not easy. It's not easy. Hii si speech ambayo inafanywa na ishe ukua hapo.
And ensure that this process is not nugatory. There are orders asking that Rigathi Gachagua remain in office until this matter is heard and determined.
Unaona hata kijana ameenda kwa mama yake.
Thank you very much.
Kijana ana comfort mama yake. Unaona kijana ana comfort mama yake. It's tough. It's bad.
No, just a call, please. I don't want to see.
Yo, mama. Woman could be doing touch. Bana, wachaneni na huyu jamaa bana. Please. Hata speech ya Munya nimesikia watu wakisema I cannot play Munya. I cannot. Huyu jamaa wachaneni na yeye. Please, in heaven's sake. Wachaneni na huyu jamaa. Bibi amefungua gari So wale watu ambao walikuwa wanangojea Gachagua aisha na Gachagua hakuisha, huyu jamaa amemea, are the ones who are fighting him. Let me tell you, mimi si ati napenda Gachagua, and I have to say it today here, si ati napenda Gachagua, lakini huyu jamaa amebeba migogo. Saa zingine mtu akiwa na neema, you have to learn to appreciate it. There is some grace with huyu jamaa. I want to tell you, I don't know of any politician in Africa who has gone through this and survived. This one was designed Gachagua aende akufe. Walikuwa wanajua sasa after this ni mental disease, ugonjwa ya sukari, kisonono, magonjwa zote. There are some human beings, if you do to them this, they cannot recover. Huyo ni mortuary direct after 2 weeks. Mortuary direct after 2 weeks. Depression na vitu zingine. How many of you, some of you, nyinyi, unapoteza ama 1,500, umeenda umeibiwa 1,500 ama milioni 1, ama hata plot. How many people have we had? They have lost their plot and they couldn't take it mentally and they had to die of depression because they couldn't imagine they can lose that. You are losing the seat of a deputy president, the privileges that come with it. Whether you did wrong or bad, the person who is getting you out of power is not that he is any better. Hata yeye ni mujinga, ni mushenzi. But he orchestrates a machinery to get you out of power. Gachagua, I will support you. I will support you. Huyu jamaa bana, muache kumuonea hivyo, mnamuonea bana. Hata kama ni chuki, kueni na chuki iko na heshima at least. Okay, wacha niseme Medho kuna mtu ameniambia nitafute speech ya Medho, ni akiwa parliament ama ako wapi? Wacha niweke hii. Eric, utaniambia kama speech ni hii. Nimeipata. No, we have to start doing these things. History ya kusumbua mtoto wa wenyewe mutaacha.
From the onset, allow me to say that I rise to oppose the motion of the removal by way of impeachment of
Eric,
the
Nio.
President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker,
Eric.
For the last 2 days,
Nio.
Okay.
we have been treated to a charade of allegations, accusations, which, in my opinion, have not been substantiated either by the move of the motion, the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, or the advocates who he came with, or the advocates that are on record for the National Assembly. And Honorable Speaker, I am actually quite surprised that one of the advocates who appeared to represent the National Assembly tells us that the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, his was only to allege. This is not a trial. He didn't have to substantiate. He only needed to allege, and out of the allegation, then it should be carried, and we need to remove Honorable Deputy President from office. Honorable Speaker, looking at the evidence that the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse put in his motion, and the cross-examination that was here, the evidence that he brought to the House, he had 22 companies that he had listed. And when questions were running to him, what problem do you have with the company number 1? I don't have a problem with it. Maybe you will have a problem in future. But the Deputy President must be removed from office. What do you have what problem do you have with company number 2? I don't have a problem with it, but it might have a problem in future, and the Deputy President must be removed from office. And he kept telling us, I don't have a problem with the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one, but the Deputy President has to be removed from office. Honorable Speaker, I posed a question to the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse. He alleged that the Deputy President has a dairy farm in Nyandarua County. The fairest thing, or the least that anybody would do to such an accusation, you need to tell us where in Nyandarua is this land. At least remotely tell us what is the title number, so that even if, as a senator, if I want to verify that indeed the Deputy President has a dairy farm in Nyandarua, there is something that I can look at. Honorable Speaker, he said, I don't know, but the Deputy President has to be removed because it is time to remove the Deputy President. On the question about Meru, where is the title number? I don't have it, but the Deputy President has to be removed from office. His wealth is 5.2 billion. Have you done a valuation? I don't have a valuation. I don't have a valuation. I don't mind. The Deputy President has to be removed from office. There is no evidence that I have in record. I don't mind. The other funny question that we had, Honorable Speaker, is that the Deputy President has an allegation of insubordination, and the insubordination can only be sanctioned by the immediate supervisor of the Deputy President. The immediate supervisor of the Deputy President is the President. Is there any affidavit that the President has complained that there has been insubordination by his own deputy? Nothing. But the only thing that I would want to hold on to on this particular allegation of the Deputy President having been alleged to have insubordinated his immediate supervisor. Since this motion of impeachment started, we have not had any comment from the President, either saying what has been alleged by Honorable Mwengi Mutuse is true or not true. So I want to believe that beyond the one of the motion of Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, the President is the bigger owner, because he has not denied that this is there has been an insubordination. And my comment would be this: this divorce that the President is looking for, you shall get it, but it will be painful, it will be hurtful, it will be catastrophic, it will have casualties. At the final vote that will be casted today, we might be the first casualties, but the casualties of today are not necessarily the casualties of tomorrow. And out of the vote that shall be taken, I'm speaking to our partners in the coalition, and the other people who are here from ODM and the other parties. This vote that you shall take today, it is not in vain that the senator for Nyandarua, it is not in vain that the senator for Kiambu, it is not in vain that the senator for Muranga, it is not in vain that the senator for Laikipia, it is not in vain that the senator for Kirinyaga, with strict instructions from the people who elected this government, have told them to come and oppose the motion that is on this floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, I'm being disrupted. The point that I wanted to make is, it is not in vain that we have been instructed not to sanction this divorce. But if it comes, we shall take it in our strides. I want to tell the people who are here, the vote that we shall cast here, we shall not put it in our minds. We shall put it in our hearts. The people of the region that I've mentioned are the lowest. We are calling on the senators who are here. It is time to stand with us. Finally, this motion had to be processed in a haste. We had to try a man in hospital because the only crime that Gachagua has committed is a political crime. So he had to be removed out of the way, whatever it will take, whether he's in hospital, whatever it will take, he has to get out of the way. That can only happen if it has the direct sanctioning of the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto.
Senator Tom Ojenda.
Eric. Oh. Eric ameenda. So let Sifuna. No, let Gachagua be. Hii kiburi mingi mnasema Gachagua ako nayo. You guys, you are not serious. Anyway, the idea is Gachagua has to be tamed, Gachagua has to be done what? Please. We look at the journey of this man. And we learn to appreciate effort and people re-engineering themselves. Very few of you can navigate such an environment. Mimi, whatever has happened to Gachagua, mimi siwezi sema ni nguvu yake. This was God preserving Gachagua, at least so that we can see such a man in our life. I hate Gachagua, but I think we have gotten in Mali a man of stake. Whatever Gachagua has done in our lifetime, it was not predicted. If you could have told me that a man in the name of Gachagua could have come and, because Gachagua has made people understand government. Gachagua has made people understand government. Ile ujinga inatendekanga huko ndani. Gachagua is the one who has made us understand that how stupid governments are and how foolish governments are. Gachagua ndiye amefanya kutengeneza magoons. Gachagua ndiye ametuelezea hizi vitu. So please give us a break. Even as you try to roast this man, please understand where he is coming from. Gachagua, you deserve this moment to shine. It's your moment. Eat with a big fork. Listen to people. Support the grassroots movements. Na wachana nao watu wanasema ati tupangane hapo kando. Tunapangana hapo kando nini? And stop being intimidated that you are a bad man. Hao wazuri kwa dunia mbona wafuatwe na watu? Kama wewe ndio mzuri, wewe ndio unatoa sukari, mbona ufuatwe na watu? This idea where we want to prejudice that mtu akiwa na wafuasi he is a bad person, at times it's fake. Kama Gachagua ameweza kupata watu ni kumaanisha he is resonating with what they want. So please, let's give this man a chance to recover. I don't think he has recovered fully. He lost everything. Na hilo wakati tu Mungu amempea tu neema kidogo, jamaa apumue, hata hatuwezi ruhusu yeye. That is the reason why nimecheza hiyo video. I wanted people to
to understand. Even when as we attack Gachagua ametoka hapa. Hapa Gachagua aliingizwa hapa. Hii ilikuwa pahali aende akufe aishe. I've told you, it has taken God intervention for Gachagua to be alive. I'm telling you, no one can recover in such. Whatever the mental damage Ruto had designed for this man. Bwana. Hata ukiona Gachagua, rusuni tu Gachagua tu hata akienda pahali, Gachagua seeing huge crowds, Gachagua, hiyo ni therapy kwake bana. Muachane tu na Gachagua tu akienda aone tu Meru group ya watu kubwa inakuja. Muachane tu na Gachagua tu aone group kubwa inakuja. That is therapy to him. At least that is the best reward Gachagua can get from people. People coming and mobilizing in huge groups. Because ujamaa, he had been set up for depression na kufe na kwenda kabisa. Hii kitu. And whoever thinks that Gachagua was impeached by Ruto alone, you're in a deep slumber. This was a whole political system. Both present and former leaders working together and bringing their machinery in the underground. I'm telling you, Gachagua was impeached by all political actors in Kenya. Na nimemaliza. Hata wale wanataka kumvunja miguu saa hii. They were in this thing. Wale wanataka they were in this thing. So Gachagua be. Ni vile tu this hatred to Gachagua extremely tribal. Agikoyo mutajionea, if you know, you know. Hata Meru munya. Mimi nimemaliza show yangu siku ya leo. Yeah, I'm extremely tired. 9 hours here, close to 10. I have to relax because I have to wake up for a busy day tomorrow. I have some meetings here and there, and I can't continue anymore. So yule ambaye atakuja kwa show, sawa. Nimeisha kabisa. Yeah, I can't continue anymore, so mutaniruhusu, please. Yeah, it was sweet 10 hours. United, hao watu ni Ruto amewatuma. Hakuna historia ya kusema ati respect people. These people are just working for Ruto. There's no two ways. So Munya, Muturi and the other guy, they are working for Ruto. Na hiyo nimekuwekea hivyo. You don't need to believe me, but they are working for Ruto. I'm done. Please. This podcast has to end. Bye. Good night. Please. The podcast has to end. Thank you. Kipruto Rapkiro. Maybe naweza wekea Kipruto Rapkiro for 1 minute. Alafu niende. Kipruto Rapkiro.
Oh, William Ruto likes repeating himself. When he left to the 6 months, now he's talking of 30 years. And he has mentioned it 3 times, the issue of 30 years. As if he wants to stay as president or as a leader in this country for the next 30 years. So I always believe openness produces good results. This issue of hiding the results of streaming live will even cause more anxiety. Because people, you prepare people. When you hear so-and-so has gotten 20,000 in certain constituency and so-and-so has gotten 7, you can almost read the trend. But if you just keep quiet, then you say so-and-so has won. that is a precipitation. You are likely to precipitate anarchy and mayhem in the country. Kenyans will not forgive us if William won again. And they will be right to blame us.
And you're ready to share
because
the
some
collective
people
blame.
still believe they can do better by going alone. Some people I don't want to name. At times I saw another leader of Jubilee saying that we can go alone and so is our presidential candidate.
If you have an advanced degree or strong professional experience, you could qualify for the US EB2 National Interest Waiver. It is a green card pathway that does not require a job offer or employer back. If the internet, the EB.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun, fast, and intelligent way to launch.
On Richard of Actions to bring the at one. He's back in about good to see you.
I don't know, but it depends on which side wins. If we win, I may say I aspire for it. Well, the mistakes I made then, I'm likely to correct in the intervening period.
But remember also the president can extend an olive branch and say, Kirwa, come help me save this sinking ship.
Well,
would you honor that invitation?
It is broad enough. I don't need to go and spoil whatever they are doing. Yeah, they seem to believe that they are doing very well. So why should I go and spoil the dance?
But Waziri, you know that's going against the hummingbird principle. You cannot say my contribution won't save the day, however little it is.
No, but you see, simply, I think we parted ways with William. First in 2002, when he chose to support Uhuru and I chose to support Kibaki. And the second time is on the eve of the last election, when I realized, initially I thought he has changed, but subsequently I realized he's still the same person who always says, I'm doing this because there is something in it for me. That's the whole issue. So he has his style, I have my own style, and I think it is too late in life for me to want to cross over to that side.
But what do you say to the quota that says Kirwa made a miscalculation? By now, he would be partaking in the grand loot that you're witnessing from this administration. Do you feel that maybe you missed a chance to live your life, maybe larger than life?
Well, I think if I wanted to loot, I should have looted much earlier. Why should I loot now? I don't need a lot of money.
You don't need the 1,000 acres many are boasting of?
No. The few acres I have in Kitale, Nakuru, and Kajiado are enough. Yeah.
You don't need generational wealth, even for your 6th generation?
Well, somebody said, one of the preachers, I think from America, that it is not what you live with your children. It is what you live in your children. So I'll be trying my children, my grandchildren, to leave something in them, not to leave something with them.
Did that come from Benny Hinn?
Yeah, it's just not Benny Hinn. There is the other one, JD somebody.
Oh, TD Jakes?
Yes. Yeah, that's the fellow.
Why dismiss Benny Hinn that quick?
Well, the guy is just a con man in town. Oh yeah. The prayers that he was trying to say that the survival of Kenya is because of Ruto is something that turned me off. Yeah, you cannot immortalize a human being.
God isn't a voter in Kenya?
It will be what we call sacrilege for somebody to imagine some of those issues. Yeah, this country had greater people. President Moi, anytime he stood tall with that symbolic stick of his, it was like everybody stopped breathing. But he had to leave. Mzee Kenyatta had to leave. In fact, when Mzee Kenyatta passed on, we thought the world had come to an end.
You couldn't imagine of a Kenya without Kenyatta?
Without Kenyatta. And I was a young boy in Form 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 1978.
Fantastic.
So some of these things, they happen. We are here. We do not have to overstay our invitation. Do the best while you are alive. When you move on, other people will carry on. Yeah, don't immortalize yourself.
Before the president exits the stage, he believes he has something he can bequeath Kenya. That is Vision 2060. In his publicized address last week, he talked about I don't want to live with another document akin to Vision 2030. I want to live with a document that transcends political seasons, that transcends electoral cycles. And for the opposition, they don't see my vision. They are an existential threat to Kenya. Beyond one term and Ruto must go, they don't have anything. Do you feel like this high sell, Vision 2060, is something that Kenyans can look forward to with hope that maybe greater tidings lay ahead?
You know, William Ruto likes repeating himself. When he left the 6 months, now he's talking of 30 years. And he has mentioned it 3 times, the issue of 30 years. As if he wants to stay as president or as a leader in this country for the next 30 years. What he should do is to separate